Chapter 528, A Thorny Path Called Life, 50th Floor. Boss Room. As expected, the last stage isn't going to be easy, William said as he stared at the boss monster and its subordinates in front of him. He had already expected that the last floor of the dungeon wouldn't be easy to beat, because if it was, the students of the academy might have already cleared it. However, no student in the academy had been able to do that. The farthest they had come was the 40th floor, and they had suffered several casualties along the way. Because of this, all the students had been warned not to go past the 35th floor of the Mirage Cavern if they valued their life. Any student that decided to challenge the dungeon had to sign a death waiver that stated that the academy would not be blamed if they were to lose their lives inside the dungeon. This was to prevent the noble houses from finding fault with the academy, due to the reckless actions of the students who wanted to have a high score on the quarterly assessment tests. Crowned Purple Behemoth. Boss Monster. Toxic Toad Behemoth. Berserk Lava Toad. Last Floor Guardian. Fiery Lava Toad. Wave Rider Toad. Defiant Tempest Toad. Vicious Stone Toad. A 10-meter tall purple toad wearing a crown on its head looked down on the three people that dared to enter its domain. It was the last boss of the Mirage Cavern and it was highly toxic. Only those that had a strong resistance to poison would be able to survive its deadly attacks. However, even if one could escape the attacks of the boss monster, they still had to deal with the 4 guardian toads by its side. These guardians were 3 meters tall, and all of them controlled one of the 4 elements. This deadly combination was enough to exterminate anyone below the adamantium rank. Ian gripped her weapon tightly as she prepared herself to fight. She knew that this battle would be difficult, but she was not afraid. Ragnar, let's go. A magic circle appeared in front of her, and Ragnar was summoned inside the boss room. Ian had made a pact with Ragnar long ago. That was why she was able to summon him just like how William summoned his herd and legion. Rough. Ragnar stood in front of Ian and looked at his enemies with arrogance. Ian waved her hand as she activated the special ability that allowed Ragnar to take on a stronger form. Kinship Evolution. Ragnar's body grew and transformed into a 5-meter tall Grand Cerberus. Ian jumped on her partner's back because they were already used to fighting together. Wow, Chiffon looked at the towering 3-headed dog in front of her with sparkling eyes. So cool. This was the first that she had seen Ragnar and it reminded her of the powerful beasts in the demon continent. However, her admiration didn't last long because she knew that now was not the time for it. Chiffon took a fighting pose and her hands were covered by a black, spiked gauntlet, which served as her main weapon. Surprisingly, the little girl was a close combat fighter, and she was quite proficient in it. However, William wasn't sure if he should allow Chiffon to fight against monsters that were stronger than her. Chiffon, stay at the back, William ordered. There's no need for you to participate in this battle. Big brother, don't worry, Chiffon replied as she gathered magic power to strengthen her body. I'm confident that I can handle that stone toad over there. Yes, please, trust me. William nodded his head, but he wouldn't take Chiffon's words at face value. He had already decided to call for reinforcements to help him deal with the final obstacle that blocked his way. Urchatu, Soglav, Kasaganaga, Fenrir, B1 and B2, come forth. William shouted. The giant, Revenant Ox, stepped out of the portal and focused its attention on the crowned purple behemoth. Since it was already a revenant, it was not affected by any type of poison. Soglav and Kasaganaga faced the fiery lava toad, while Ian and Ragnar faced the wave rider toad. William was going to face the defiant tempest toad that held the power to control the wind element. However, he called out Fenrir, B1 and B2, to serve as Chiffon's reinforcements. Chiffon, allow me to introduce you to Fenrir, William said as he patted the trollhound's head. As for these 2 dumb birds, the red one is B1, and the blue one is B2. They will help you deal with that centennial toad. Chiffon nodded her head in understanding. Although she wanted to ask William some questions, she decided to ask them after the battle was over. Let's go. William took a step forward and charged at the defiant tempest toad. That was how the final battle in the 50th floor of the Mirage Cavern started. Meanwhile, back at Silverwind Academy, William still hasn't returned. Stanley, the boy that had made a bet with William, crossed his arms over his chest. Did he perhaps chickened out of our bet? Who knows? A boy named Scott, who was Stanley's good friend, replied. He doesn't strike me as someone that will declare something and run away from it. Stefan, who was also Stanley's and Scott's friend, nodded his head in agreement. He was a man with few words, and only talked when it was necessary. Due to the fact that these three boys' names started with S, they were given the nickname the Triple S. Stanley rubbed his chin in contemplation. Well, I don't really mind if he doesn't manage to bring our class to the top spot. Back then, I was just carried away by my emotions. So, you mean that you're fine with having a trash eater as our classmate? Scott asked. He was about to say more when he felt a hand hold onto his shoulder. We should stop calling her that, Stanley replied. I feel bad when someone in our class calls her that nickname. Yes, sorry, Scott apologized. It's just a habit. I will do my best not to call her that nickname again. Besides, William said that he would prevent her from going to the garbage dump again. As long as he does that, there will be no reason to continue calling her trash eater. Am I right, Stanley? Stanley nodded his head. We should stop calling her by that nickname. Their classmates that were listening to their conversation also nodded their heads in agreement. All of them were students of Class F. Although everyone looked down upon them, that didn't mean that they had to vent their frustrations on Chiffon and make her feel bad. Professor Yuan walked inside the classroom to check if all the students in his class had finished with their respective tests. After doing a head count, he found out that William, Chiffon, and Ian still hadn't returned. The assessment test would end at 3 in the afternoon the next day and, if they were still not back by then, they would be punished for not returning their test bracelets that recorded the points that they had gathered during the duration of the 1-week assessment test. I hope that the three of them are fine, Professor Yuan thought as he adjusted the glasses on his face. He had already been teaching in the academy for 7 years, and had been the homeroom professor of Class F from the beginning. The professor had seen how his students had struggled in their grade, and some of them had lost motivation to climb up the social ladder. However, he still didn't give up and continued to teach the worst class, every school year. It was because of a belief. He believed that anyone had the potential to succeed in life. It didn't matter how low their status was, or how lacking they were compared to geniuses in the empire. What Professor Yuan wanted to instill in them was a belief that no matter how high the hurdle that they must face in the future, they should find the courage to face it head-on. That way, they would regain the confidence that they had lost, and a world of infinite possibilities would once again open its doors to each and every one of them. William, I'm counting on you, Professor Yuan prayed inside his heart. Make it so that the students of Class F can once again raise their heads with pride, and walk the thorny path that is called life. Chapter 529, Is Your Academy Teaching Weaklings? Part 1, The Last Day of the Assessment Test. Princess Sidonie had just finished lunch, and was about to return to her room when she heard a commotion in the dining hall. A crowd gathered around Prince Jason, and those who had gathered were constantly praising him for his triumphant return at the academy after challenging the Mirage Cavern. That's amazing, Your Highness. One of Prince Jason's classmates exclaimed. You actually beat the record that was set by the first prince. Your name will definitely go down in the academy's history. Incredible. I am blessed to witness the birth of a legend in my generation. Thank you, Your Highness, for giving me this opportunity to witness your greatness. Long live Prince Jason. Long live. Prince Jason acted as if what he did wasn't a big deal. When his gaze landed in Princess Sidonie's direction, he gave her a brief smile before nodding his head in greeting. Princess Sidonie returned his greeting with a nod of her own before turning away to return to her room. The prince's eyes followed the beautiful princess until her back disappeared from view. Everyone noticed his behavior and exchanged glances with each other. All of them were well aware of the custom of the Crater royal family. Cousins marrying each other was a very common thing, and one look was enough to tell them that the prince was planning to do just that. However, there was one problem. The princess was wearing a collar on her neck, and the one that gave it to her was none other than the red-headed boy that hailed from the southern continent. Due to William's declaration of being Princess Sidonie's lover, almost everyone in the academy had come to know his name by now. They also knew that he had been thrown to Class F due to the reaction of the nobles of the kingdom. Simply put, they didn't like William and they wanted Princess Sidonie to take the collar on her neck off, and find someone who was more deserving of her beauty. None of the students surrounding Prince Jason said anything, because they didn't want to be singled out by the prince. Instead, they continued to praise him for his achievement, and ingratiate themselves to him. What a bunch of bootlickers. Morgana snorted from inside their shared mindscape. Well, that's just how the world works, Princess Sidonie replied. Those in power tend to gather people around them. This is a very common thing when you're a member of a powerful faction. Just because he broke the Academy's record he thinks he's that good. The moment Darling returns, everyone will probably have a stroke due to shock. By the way, where is Darling? He didn't tell you. Princess Sidoni asked back. No. Also, why are you asking me? If I know about it, you will also know, right? The corner of Princess Sidoni's lips curled up into a smirk. Big sister, don't think that I don't know about your night escapades when I am in deep sleep. Every time I wake up in the morning feeling hot and bothered, I know that you've been doing something behind my back. What are you talking about? I'm not doing anything wrong. You're stuttering, big sister. Because you are saying weird things. Hey. Princess Sidoni shook her head because she could tell that Morgana had no intention of spilling the beans. Actually, she wasn't too bothered by it. She had already known how naughty her other half could be. Her only concern was that she wasn't there to see whatever she was doing with her beloved. As soon as Princess Sidoni entered her room, a sudden surge of power washed over her body. She almost collapsed from where she stood. Fortunately, she was able to lean on the door before her legs lost their strength. It's breaking out of control again, Morgana muttered worriedly, as she hugged Princess Sidoni within their shared mindscape. It had been a week since the princess had been with William, and there had been no time for them to spend some quality time with each other. William had been helping her regulate the divinity inside her body, but due to his absence, the power of lust was starting to break free from Princess Sidoni's control. The only saving grace was that whenever these outbreaks occurred, she was alone without anyone around her. She had long stopped using her power to turn people into her loyal subordinates. Take deep breaths. Follow me. Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale. Morgana guided Sidoni to help her to calm down. 5 minutes later, the beautiful princess had regained control of her body. Don't worry. Darling will be back soon. Just hang in there, okay? Yes. Princess Sidoni walked up to her bed and laid down. She felt so weak after fighting against the divinity that was starting to manifest. Just before she fell into sleep's embrace, the image of her beloved half-elf appeared inside her head. She hoped that by the time she woke up, William would have already returned to the academy. That way, he would be able to help her dispel the power of lust that she had forcefully held back inside her heart. Should we wrap things up here? I think all of the students had already submitted their bracelets, one of the professors that was managing the collection of the bracelets proposed. A few of the professors nodded their heads. However, the headmaster of the academy, Gilbert, remained seated. It's only half an hour before the promised time. Let's just wait and see it through till the end, Gilbert said. His voice was firm, which meant that he was not going to take no for an answer. A year ago, there was an incident when a dozen students had been unable to pass their bracelets in time because the professors managing the collection had left earlier than the promised time. Many nobles had complained to the headmaster, so he decided to personally participate on the last day of the assessment test to ensure that all the professors would do their duty properly. The professors glanced at each other before sighing inside their hearts. Since their employer told them to wait for half an hour, they would wait for half an hour. While everyone was waiting for the clock to strike 3 in the afternoon, 3 students entered the room. All of them looked disheveled, and it was clear that they rushed to the academy's staff room in order to submit their bracelets in time. The headmaster immediately recognized 2 of the latecomers. One was a half-elf who was being monitored by the special agents of the Emperor, the other was a troublesome girl that hailed from the demon continent. William also recognized the headmaster of the academy and headed in his direction. He thought that it would be best if he surrendered his bracelet to the man on top, so that no mishaps would happen. Sorry we are late, William said as he removed the bracelet from his wrist. Here, you go, headmaster. William placed his bracelet on top of Gilbert's desk with a smile. Chiffon and Ian did the same. Gilbert nodded before looking at the clock on the wall. There were still 10 minutes before 3 in the afternoon, so William and his group had arrived in time. I have received your bracelets, Gilbert replied as he took William's bracelet from his desk to personally see his results. All 3 of you can return to your rooms and take a bat wait. Don't go. The 3 teenagers almost jumped back in fright due to the headmaster's sudden shout. They didn't expect that the man who stood at the top of the academy would look at them with bloodshot eyes, as if they had committed something outrageous. Chapter 530, Is Your Academy Teaching Weaklings? Part 2. This. Gilbert's hands shook while holding William's bracelet. His eyes turned bloodshot as he stared at William's merit points. The professors got curious because their headmaster was acting in a weird manner. They sneaked behind him to check what was wrong with the bracelet. Their eyes widened in shock, as their jaws dropped from the unbelievable sight that they saw. William Von Ainsworth. 6,913,367 merit points. Oh my god, almost 7 million merit points. The homeroom professor of Class B exclaimed in shock. How is this even possible? Boy, you better explain this. Did you tinker with the bracelet? A professor from the 4th year division asked as he looked suspiciously at the red-headed teenager who had a smile on his face. Do you know that there is a heavy punishment for anyone who dares to cheat in the assessment test? I didn't tinker with it, William replied. Then how? Another professor stepped forward. Do you know that the highest record we currently have was from Prince Jason? His merit points were 621,489. His Highness has set a new record, and yet your points are 10 times higher than him. What, only 621,489? William replied in a dumbfounded manner. Is your academy teaching weaklings? Why are his points so low? The professors almost spat blood when they heard William's comments. They couldn't believe that someone actually dared to call Prince Jason's accumulated points low. Not to mention, he even added that they were teaching weaklings. The homeroom teacher of Class A in the 5th year division's face became beet red out of anger. He had been feeling smug earlier because not only did the prince set a new record, his class had also gained the highest merit count among the 5th years. Although it was guaranteed that they would be hailed as the best class in the 5th year division, he was unable to accept the fact that someone had easily beaten the new record that a student of his class had made. We need to investigate this. Prince Jason's homeroom teacher stepped forward. How can this be possible? No one has gotten this many merit points since the academy has been founded. William crossed his arms over his chest as a devilish smile appeared on his face. No one managed to do this. Oh, my, I guess I overestimated the elite students of this academy. Something as easy as gaining 6 million points is deemed impossible. If I had taken this assessment test seriously, I could have easily earned 10 million points. However, I wanted to be low-key, so I only settled for nearly 7 million. The half-elf shook his head in disdain. What are you going to say next? Are you going to tell me that no one has beaten the last boss on the 50th floor of the Mirage Cavern? Because I just beat that boss not long ago. The room descended into silence after William had dropped a bomb in their faces. Gilbert almost dropped the bracelet in his hand, because of how much it shook after hearing William's words. Why you have beaten the boss monster at the 50th floor of the Mirage Caverns? Prince Jason's homeroom teacher pointed a shaky finger in William's face. Yes, William answered. The boss was a 10-meter tall purple frog, and his subordinates were 3-meter tall. Each of them had a different element. Man, those toads were quite springy. They jumped around like their butts were on fire. William took out 5 beast cores inside his storage ring and piled them on top of Gilbert's desk. A purple beast core the size of a basketball, and 4 beast cores the size of bowling balls stood side by side. The professors all stared at the glowing beast cores on top of the desk. Beast cores that were not a day old had a certain lively luster in them that was different from those that had been stored for a long time. All of them had fought in dungeons before and they were very familiar with the quality of beast cores. With this kind of evidence in front of them, it was hard to refute William's claim. How did you do it? Gilbert had regained his calm and asked this question directly. It's a trade secret, William replied before he took the beast cores and stored it inside his storage ring. I don't intend to share it with anyone. All the professors inside the staff room cursed William in their hearts. What he did was not uncommon. Most adventurers didn't want to share their strategy when dealing with high-level dungeons. It was their way to earn big, so these kinds of things were a well-guarded secret. Gilbert sighed and placed the bracelet down on his desk. The 3 of you may leave now. The final result of the assessment test will be announced in 2 days. William nodded his head and thanked Gilbert. Ian and Chiffon did the same and the 3 left together in a carefree manner. After the students left, an old man wearing glasses stood up from the corner of the room. He was the Grand Master that had created the bracelets that were used to measure the merit points that the students earned during this time of year. He took William's bracelet from the desk and scrutinized it properly. The headmaster and the other professors didn't say anything and waited for him to announce his verdict. 5 minutes later, the old man placed the bracelet back on the desk. It wasn't tampered with, the old man stated. He then tapped the bracelet thrice and a projection appeared in front of everyone. William Von Ainsworth. Merit points. 6,913,367. Merit source. Mirage Cavern. Last entry. Boss room. Mirage Cavern 50th floor. The professors sucked in deep breaths after they had seen the records inside the bracelet. They knew that once they announced the results of this year's assessment test, the entire Crater Empire would go into an uproar. Gilbert hurriedly stood up from his seat to return to his office. He needed to talk to Emperor Leonidas and tell him what the half-elf had achieved during the week-long test. Gilbert knew that if William's record was announced publicly, it would go down in the annals of their empire's history. William escorted Chiffon to Princess Sidoni's quarters because he was afraid that the little girl would be bullied along the way. The noble ladies looked at the disheveled half-elf in shock as he swaggered inside the girl's dormitory. This was not the first time that William had come here, because Princess Sidoni had often invited him to dine with her. The girls were also used to the dashing half-elf who made their hearts flutter with his smile. However, seeing his current appearance, they couldn't help but be shocked because the latter was currently not very presentable. William noticed their stares, but he didn't mind them one bit. He just walked with confidence as if he owned the place while holding Chiffon's hand. After knocking on Princess Sidoni's room twice, the half-elf thought that the princess was not around. He then opened the door to allow Chiffon to go in when he noticed a peculiar scent in the air. William scanned the room and found that the door that led to the princess's bedroom was left partially open. The half-elf could sense a divine power emitting from within, so he hurriedly walked towards it to see what was happening. Inside, he saw the beautiful princess lying on top of the bed, and panting for breath. The moment her beautiful golden eyes landed on William, a barely audible plea escaped her lips. "Will, help me." Chapter 531, Wrapped in Tender Feelings. The sound of kissing reverberated inside the bathtub. William felt the urgency in Princess Sidoni's kisses, and knew that she was at her limit. He then embraced her smooth and seductive body as the power of lust overflowed from within her, sending shivers down her spine. "Will, please," Princess Sidoni pleaded as she pressed her naked body over him. Although the bathtub was filled with cold water, the heat inside her body continued to burn unabated. "I understand," William replied as he kissed her forehead. The half-elf then started caressing the princess's body in order to release the pent-up lust that it had accumulated since he left to conquer the Mirage Cavern in Silverwind City. The beautiful lady surrendered her body to her beloved, and allowed him to do whatever he wanted. Just like an itch behind her back that she couldn't scratch, Princess Sidoni had felt her frustration build while William wasn't around. Seeing her current state made the half-elf's heart ache, so he used his expertise to kiss, suck, lick, and bite the itch that the princess wasn't able to reach. It didn't take long before Princess Sidoni's body shuddered, as her beloved brought her to the peak. However, once was not enough. It was not so easy to sat the power of lust, and both of them knew it. "Darling, let's take this to the bedroom," Morgana whispered in William's ear. "It's my turn now." "Okay," William replied and kissed her. They were currently inside the villa located in the dungeon of Atlantis. A day in the outside world was equivalent to 3 days inside the dungeon. William thought it would be best to absorb all the overflowing divinity from his lover's body, in order to stabilize her condition completely. After drying themselves with magic, William sat on the bed, while Morgana kneeled on the floor in front of him. Princess Sidoni's other half lowered her head and lovingly kissed William's. If other people were to see her now, they would be surprised because the beautiful lady that all the men and women adored in the academy was currently servicing a half-elf with her seductive lips. Although both girls were still inexperienced, that didn't stop them from doing their best to make William feel good. It didn't take long before the red-headed teenager uttered a soft grunt, before releasing his essence inside her mouth. Morgana ceased all actions and focused on taking in William's precious seed. She didn't intend to waste even a single drop of it because it belonged to the man that she and Princess Sidoni loved. 2 minutes later, the two lovers were on top of the bed and seeking each other's warmth. The power of lust was continuously being absorbed by the gem on William's chest, easing the discomfort that the princess was feeling as the time went by. Although they still didn't cross the last line, that didn't prevent them from having their fill of each other's love, through words and actions. A few hours later, Princess Sidoni slept peacefully in William's embrace. Her smooth and near-perfect body, that would drive both men and women crazy, laid on top of the man she loved, and the latter held her firmly, unwilling to let go. William looked at his lover's sleeping face. He realized that parting with her for a long period of time would put her and the people around her in grave danger, if her power suddenly flared out in the wrong place, and the wrong time. System, can you make it so that Sidoni can go to the Thousand Beast domain even if we are far apart? I want you to make it happen. Certainly. However, for that, the host will need to pay 50,000 God points. We will need to tweak the collar of Wisteria and add a waypoint that will allow it to connect to the Thousand Beast domain, regardless of how far the two of you are apart. William nodded. Do it, deducting 50,000 God points in order to embed a mini teleportation gate inside the collar of Wisteria. Remaining points, 4,450,642. The collar on Princess Sidoni's neck glowed, but its wearer was currently not aware of what was happening. Half a minute later, the glow disappeared and everything returned to normal. William breathed a sigh of relief because with this added feature, his lover would be able to teleport inside his Thousand Beast domain to seek his help if her divinity suddenly started to go out of control. The half-elf kissed the sleeping princess's forehead once before closing his eyes to sleep. He was also exhausted because Princess Sidoni's, and Morgana's, stamina almost rivaled his own. Clearly, the two girls were born for love-making, and William looked forward to the day when he would finally become one with her. Back in Princess Sidoni's room inside the girls' dormitory, Chiffon hummed as she scrubbed her body with soap. She had not taken a proper bath since she had explored the dungeon with William, and it made her feel uncomfortable. After properly washing her body, she donned a new set of clothes that Princess Sidoni had bought for her, and laid on top of the bed to sleep. She hadn't had a proper sleep as well, so she took this opportunity to catch up. Ian promised to pick her up so they could have dinner together. The little girl was surprised when the princess of the Crater Empire suddenly disappeared from on top of the bed. Chiffon had wanted to ask William what happened, but the latter only said that he would explain it at a later time. Back then, William had a worried look on his face, so she decided to not pry any further and watched him leave in haste. Ian had also accompanied William to return to the dormitory. Both of them were boys, so they couldn't possibly stay inside the girls' dormitory for a long time. I hope they will take me with them again when they go to the dungeon, Chiffon thought as she hugged Princess Sidoni's pillow. I didn't know that exploring dungeons with other people was that much fun. She had always been alone most of the time, and stayed away from people. When William asked her if she wanted to accompany him to the dungeon, she readily said yes. Back then, she only agreed because she didn't want to be lonely. Chiffon didn't expect that in those days battling inside the dungeon, she would feel things that she had never felt before. It was not her first time fighting monsters. In the demon continent, fighting was a way of life. However, this time, she hadn't fought alone. There were people who treated her as their equal, and William even held her hand most of the time. The little girl placed her hand over her chest as she pondered on what the source of this warmth that she was feeling inside her chest was. She wished, with all of her heart, that there would be more opportunities where she would experience this feeling again. I don't want to be alone again, Chiffon said softly as the tender feelings wrapped itself over her cold body. She had been alone for a very long time, and longed for the warmth of someone that would stay by her side, forever. Chapter 532, My Era Has Come. Have you heard the news? They said that someone has broken the record of the Academy in the individual rankings. I did. According to the 5th years, Prince Jason has broken the record that had been set by the first prince. His Highness is truly a prodigy. I bet that all the girls in his class are looking at him with infatuation. Hasn't that always been the case? I wish that they would just post the result now. Must they keep us all in suspense? I want to see which classes were able to get the highest points this year. Why are you in a hurry? Do you have a bet with someone? Yes, I made a bet with a 3rd-year student from Class F. That moron said that they would be ranked first this year, so I agreed to the bet. How lucky. You got some easy cash there, bro. The students were getting rowdy as they waited in the Academy Plaza for the results of the quarterly assessment test. This was where all the points of the different classes in each school year would be posted. Not only that, it would also show the individuals who gained the highest merits in each year grade as well. These individuals would often be sought out by the high officials and nobles of the Crater Empire to train under their guidance. This way, they would have a talented subordinate that would help them out in the future. Look, it's Prince Jason. He's so handsome. He must be feeling proud of himself for beating the record that his older brother made a few years ago. Definitely. I know I would be grinning from ear to ear if that were to happen to me. Prince Jason had a friendly smile on his face as he made his way at the very front of the giant monument at the center of the plaza. The crowd parted before him, and all of them bowed their heads to show their respect for the prince of their empire. Prince Jason didn't stop walking until he arrived at the very front row, where most students were waiting for the result. The prince ignored all of them and raised his head to look at the very top of the monument. There, a name, written in bold letters, shone brightly even when the sun was at its zenith. Maximilian Hal Crater. The name of the first prince of the Crater Empire shone brightly. This name had been the target of all the students inside Silverwind Academy. A name that they had long wanted to surpass in order to gain untold honors from their emperor. Prince Jason sneered in his heart because he had long wanted to prove that he was better than the first prince of the empire. He had been feeling giddy since the moment he woke up that morning. Because this was the day when his name would appear on the top of the monument. A name he believed would remain at the top even after hundreds of years had passed. It was the greatest honor within Silverwind Academy. Just imagining all of the students looking up to his name made Prince Jason almost laugh out loud. However, since he was a prince, he needed to maintain his image. Suddenly, a commotion happened. The crowd once again parted to allow three beautiful ladies to pass unimpeded. They were Prince Jason's cousins. Emperor Leonidas had 3 sons and 2 daughters. Currently, his 3 sons were vying for the throne. The current emperor was old, and he had also announced that he would only remain in his position for 2 years before handing it out to one of his sons. No one knew whom the emperor was leaning on, but the battle between the 3 brothers was being waged in the shadows. Although their children didn't dabble in politics, the young princes and princesses' accomplishments would also give their parents a much-needed boost in popularity if they performed well inside the academy. "So you are here, big brother Jason," one of the beautiful ladies with long blonde hair and gray eyes said with a smile. Her eyes softened as she looked at her big brother whom she had secretly loved all these years. "Vanessa, it's been a while," Prince Jason replied with a nod. "Big sister Hannah, big sister Amanda, I pray that both of you are well." "I'm good," Princess Hannah answered. "The assessment test was quite competitive this year. Did you manage to get some good points, cousin?" Prince Jason crossed his arms over his chest and gave his cousin a mysterious smile. "I think I managed to get some decent points." "Hey," Princess Amanda chuckled as he looked at her cousin who was looking back at them with a confident smile. "There are rumors going around that you have beaten big brother Maximilian's record. How true is this rumor?" Prince Maximilian was Princess Amanda's blood brother. The two of them had a very good relationship with each other, and always watched each other's back. Seeing that someone was threatening her big brother's position, Princess Amanda felt anxious inside her heart. Prince Jason didn't answer and only smiled at his cousins. He was doing his best to not boast in front of them, because he wanted to see the look on their faces when his name appeared on top of the monument. "You look very smug today, cousin." A deep and confident voice reached Prince Jason's ears, and the latter clenched his fist before looking at the direction where the voice came from. 4 good-looking teenage boys walked with grace, which made the faces of the ladies in the plaza blush in delight. They were the 4 young princes of the Crater Empire, and all of them had gathered to see the results of the rankings. "Do I look smug right now?" Prince Jason asked the first prince of the Crater Empire whom he had treated as his rival. "Very," Prince Maximilian replied. "I could see your nose from beyond the 7th grade residences. Looks like the rumors flying around have substance in them." Princess Amanda's heart sank when she heard her big brother's words. Although she wouldn't believe the rumors until the evidence was right in front of her eyes, it still made her uneasy because of how confident Prince Jason looked. A prince of the Crater Empire should be confident. Prince Jason shrugged. "If we can't even do that, then we won't be suited for the position that was bestowed upon us. Isn't that right, cousin?" "True," Prince Maximilian replied as he placed his hands behind his back. No more words were spoken between the 2 princes. A subtle tension hung in the air as the rowdy crowd earlier quieted down. For some reason, it was very hard for them to speak because the presence of the royal family pressed down on them like a mountain. A few minutes later, the bell of the academy started to ring. It was the spark that made everyone look at the monument at the same time. The giant black monument suddenly sprang to life as the names that had been written there months ago disappeared, and were replaced by new ones. The first ones to appear were the rankings of the first years. It was immediately followed by the second years, then third years, and so on, and so forth. Prince Jason's lips curled up into a smile when he saw his name appear in first place in the individual rankings of the fifth-year division. The changes on the monument were happening gradually. It would still take a few seconds before it reached the top of the monument where Prince Maximilian's name shone in bold golden letters. Prince Jason clenched his fist as he waited for his name to appear on the top. His smile became wider when his older cousin's name slowly faded from on top of the monument. My era has come, Prince Jason mused. This time, all of you will look up to me. Every student in the plaza also noticed the change that was happening at the very top of the monument. All of them waited in bated breath as a new name appeared on the spot reserved for someone who had broken the previous records of the academy. A name whose fame would spread far and wide in the central continent in the next years to come. Chapter 533, Short-Lived Happiness. Jason Howell Crater. Merit points, 621,489. A loud cheering broke out in the crowd when they saw Prince Jason's name appear on top of the monument. Anyone who was able to break the record of the academy was like an idol in their hearts. This was the goal that everyone in Silverwind Academy strived for. They wanted their names to be at the very top of the monument, to be stared at by the future elites of the empire. The fifth prince of the Crater Empire faced the crowd and gave them a princely bow that was overflowing with charisma. Princess Vanessa's face reddened when she saw her beloved's name on top of the monument. She glanced at the handsome prince, and hurriedly covered the lower half of her face with a fan, to prevent anyone from seeing the sweet smile on her face. Prince Maximilian didn't look at his cousin's smug expression as his gaze remained fixated on the name on top of the monument. Fool, Prince Maximilian sneered internally. As the first prince of the Crater Empire, he was privy to confidential information that was not readily accessible to the public. Since that was the case, he already knew that his record had been broken. However, it was not only broken by one person. It was broken by two people. The giant black monument showed things in its proper order. Since Prince Jason had broken his record first, then his cousin's name would appear on the monument, albeit fleetingly. What Prince Maximilian was waiting for was the moment when his arrogant cousin's happiness would come crumbling down. After paying the students his good graces, Prince Jason noticed that the first prince of the Crater Empire was still staring at his name on top of the monument. A sense of superiority bloomed inside his chest as he walked towards the first prince who had always stood ahead of him for the past few years. Cousin, I got lucky this time, Prince Jason said with a smile. I hope you don't mind. I don't mind, Prince Maximilian said. You did well by breaking my record. This is the right attitude that a prince should have. Cousin, let's go to the Whispering Wind Tavern later. Drinks are on me. I will take you up on that offer, cousin. Make sure that you don't keep me waiting. But of course, Prince Jason chuckled as he sneered at the first prince internally. You sure know how to put on an act, Prince Jason ridiculed Prince Maximilian in his heart. Let's see how long you can keep up that facade of yours, dear cousin of mine. What Prince Jason didn't know was that the first prince of the Crater Empire was already laughing internally. Prince Maximilian had already noticed that his cousin's name was starting to fade from the top of the monument. Since he was the only one looking at the monument at the moment, no one had seen the changes that were happening. The oldest prince waited for a few more seconds before shifting his gaze at Prince Jason, who had a smug expression on his face. Dear cousin, it's quite unfortunate that your happiness is short-lived, Prince Maximilian chuckled as he pointed his finger at the top of the monument. Your name is no longer written there. Prince Jason sneered at his cousin before looking up at the monument. He thought that the first prince was just saying nonsense in order to divert his attention away from him. However, the moment Prince Jason's eyes laid on the name that was written on top of the monument, his body stiffened and the sneer on his face disappeared completely. What? One of Prince Jason's lackeys gasped in shock. Oh, over 6 million merit points. It was not only Prince Jason's lackeys that had been shocked, but everyone in the plaza. They thought that they were only seeing things, but after rubbing their eyes repeatedly they had come to the conclusion that what they were seeing was real. Impossible. How could such a high merit exist? Prince Jason's was only over 600,000. This new record is nearly 7 million. How could this be possible? Wait, I know that name. Isn't that the name of the fiancé of Princess Sidoni? Now that you mention it, you are right. It's that guy that has been tossed to Class F. This is truly unexpected. To think that one can gain this many merit points during the assessment test is a first. Everyone was in uproar and William's name was spoken here and there. Prince Maximilian had a devilish smile on his face as he patted his cousin's shoulder, who seemed to have lost the color in his face. "I'll be waiting for you at the Whispering Wind Tavern later," Prince Maximilian said. "Don't keep me waiting, cousin." Prince Maximilian chuckled as he walked away from the giant monument to return to his residences. The expression on his cousin's face was priceless, and he had succeeded in secretly recording it in a crystal because Prince Jason wasn't able to recover from the shock right away. "I think I will meet with this boy named William," Prince Maximilian thought. "Someone as extraordinary as him will definitely be a good addition to our empire. I heard that he is Princess Sidoni's fiancé. That girl sure knows how to pick good men." The first prince of the Crater Empire was in such a good mood that he didn't notice that he was humming as he walked back towards his residence in the academy. Meanwhile, while everyone was in an uproar, a certain shepherd had just left the bathroom alongside a beautiful lady with light blue hair. "The results of the assessment test should have been posted by now," Ash said as she dried her hair with a bath towel. "Are you sure you don't want to go there?" She was currently seated on the bed, and looking at the boy who was rummaging for clothes inside the closet. "I'll look later," William said as he helped his lover wear her clothes. "The test results won't be going anywhere. Besides, I'd rather look at you than that giant black monument." "What's so good about it? Can those results be eaten?" Ash lovingly pinched William's ears because of his flattering words. The half-elf suddenly grinned mischievously as he counter-attacked and pinched Ash's. "You're hopeless," Ash replied as she grabbed the naughty hand that had repeatedly brought her to the peak of pleasure a few minutes ago. "Be serious, Sidoni and Chiffon are already waiting for us." William kissed her lips before putting on his own clothes. Today was also a rest day for the students, so they planned to go to the Whispering Wind Tavern to celebrate. The half-elf had gone there once when he was exploring the city in search of its popular attractions. The Whispering Wind Tavern was a place that was exclusive for the nobles of the Crater Empire. No commoner could enter the place. Technically, William, Ian, and Chiffon wouldn't be able to enter. Fortunately, Princess Sidoni was well known in the academy and in Silverwind City. It would be easy for them to enter the tavern since they were going to act as the princess's entourage. Also, William, Ash, and Princess Sidoni wanted to let Chiffon experience something that she had never experienced before. The half-elf had asked the little girl if she had drunk in a tavern before, and the latter firmly shook her head. When William asked if she wanted to try going to one, Chiffon nodded her head like a hen pecking rice. The pink-haired girl was half-dwarven, but she had never had the chance to drink wine in the past. According to the information that William had gained from the system, dwarves had a high alcohol tolerance. As for Ash, William already knew what state she would be in after drinking a few glasses of wine. The half-elf was half-tempted to let his mermaid lover drink to her heart's content. That way, he would once again experience that aggressive mermaid that once tore off his clothes in her drunken state. None of them were aware of the commotion that was currently happening in the plaza of the academy as William's fame shot up to the roof. Chapter 534, Let's Go Darling. It's now time for our date. William and Ian walked side by side as they headed to the girls' dormitory to pick up Princess Sidoni and Chiffon. The half-elf noticed that all the students that he passed were looking at him with various expressions. Some look at him with admiration, envy, and jealousy, but none of them looked down on him like they did a week ago. The half-elf had a calm expression on his face, but deep inside he was feeling smug because of the attention he was getting. Since he had declared that he would be Chiffon's caretaker, he needed to show his classmates that he was capable of backing up his words. Ian, who seemed to have guessed why the students were acting like this, chuckled internally. "I guess the impact of your performance shut them up completely," Ian said through telepathy. Although she didn't say it out loud, she was very proud of William's accomplishments. Any girl would be happy if their man was an outstanding person. Ian wouldn't admit it, but she had admired William since he had saved them from the mountain trolls on their way to the temple to take the test of courage. "As long as they don't bother us, I won't come looking to bother them," William replied. "I came here to the Crater Empire to lift the curses on your bodies. It's just the Emperor is playing hard to get and stalling for time. Without his approval, I am not allowed to visit Amon's temple." Ian nodded. Even with Princess Sidoni's help, the Emperor hadn't yet agreed to William's request to go to Amon's temple to have an audience with the god that was responsible for placing a curse on their bodies. The Emperor, however, told William that he should enroll at Silverwind Academy for the time being and show him what he was capable of. Once he deemed that he was worthy to meet with their deity, he would give his approval, so that William could visit Amun's temple. The two of them continued their journey towards the girls' dormitory. However, the moment they entered its premises, a dozen girls appeared out of nowhere and clung to William. "Sir William, you are amazing. I know that you are Princess Sidoni's fiancé, but I can't stop myself from loving you," a cute girl said with starry eyes. "Can you please make me your mistress? Even a concubine will do." "Sir William, pick me instead," the girl clinging to William's left arm pleaded. "I am a good cook, and I have been trained with proper etiquette. Do you have a maid? I can be your personal maid. Of course, if you also want me to warm your bed at night, this humble servant will happily serve you all night." "Pick me, Sir William. I am the only daughter of Baron. I am the third daughter of Duke." William was bombarded by proposals left and right, and was unable to get rid of the girls clinging to him. Even Ian, who was just standing beside him a minute ago, was pushed aside by the crowd of girls that was growing by the minute. "Girls, please, listen to me," William said in a suave voice that would put all the best Hollywood actors to shame. "I know that I am handsome and awesome, but you shouldn't fight for me like this." The half-elf raised his head to look at the sky. It was at this moment when a gentle breeze ruffled his hair, making the hearts of the ladies around him skip a beat. "Beautiful ladies, I apologize because my heart is not big enough to fit all of you," William said in a tone filled with regret. "However, I believe that all of you will be able to find a man that is less handsome and less awesome than me. Life is filled with unexpected surprises, so don't give up. I am but one of the many fishes in the ocean. I pray that you girls will find your beautiful ending someday." The girls blushed because of William's shameless words. Although the bastard half-elf had explicitly told them that they would never find a man as handsome and awesome as him, they still thought that he was just teasing them. They became more rowdy and started to say things like, "Kaya. Sir William is so romantic," or, "Sir William is what all men should aspire to be." Ian, who had been pushed away, stared at the crowd as if she was staring at lunatics that hadn't taken their medicine for the day. The mermaid was half tempted to summon her whip and whip the crazy girls until they returned to their senses. She then glanced at the smug-faced bastard half-elf and cursed him internally. Although she understood that William couldn't possibly push the girls away because he might hurt them, seeing dozens of pretty girls clinging to her lover was making her feel irritated. "Will, what's this? Are you planning to cheat on me?" A cold yet seductive voice reached William's in the crowd's ears. All of them turned to look at the entrance of the girls' dormitory, where a very sensuous beauty stood with a sweet smile. "Your Highness, how can I possibly cheat on you?" William replied as if he was wronged. "These beautiful ladies and I were merely discussing how beautiful the weather was. Am I right, everyone?" The girls giggled because of the way William replied to Princess Sidoni. His teasing voice tickled their heartstrings, and they felt regret that they hadn't met a young man just like him. Chiffon, who was standing beside Princess Sidoni, looked at the crowd before shifting her attention to the half-elf who was surrounded by women. The little girl was currently licking a lollipop, as she stared unblinkingly at the red-headed teenager who had declared to become her caretaker. For a brief moment, something flashed within the depth of her clear and beautiful eyes. It didn't last long and immediately disappeared in the next second. However, her foot subconsciously stepped forward. Before she knew it, she was already walking in William's direction. The girls who saw Chiffon walking towards them immediately backed away. Chiffon was notoriously known as the trash eater, and none of the noble ladies wanted to be near her. They were afraid that if they were to breathe the same air around her, they would breathe in the stink of the garbage that she regularly ate. Thanks to Chiffon's deterrence, the girls who were clinging on William hastily retreated, leaving the half-elf all alone. The little glutton reached out her hand and held William's left hand. She didn't say anything and simply licked the lollipop inside her mouth. Chiffon didn't understand why, but the moment she held William's hand, the lollipop inside her mouth suddenly tasted sweeter compared to before. Princess Sidoni shook her head as she, too, walked towards William. The half-elf then bent his arm to allow the beautiful princess to hold on into it. "Shall we go?" William asked. Princess Sidoni didn't say anything. Instead, she reached out to hold the back of William's head and pulled him close to her. Right in front of all the girls at the entrance of the girls' dormitory, Princess Sidoni kissed William's lips. The half-elf was surprised by the princess's action, but played along with his lover's wishes. The two kissed, and kissed, and kissed more, making the girls looking at them blush in excitement and anticipation. After a while, their kiss finally ended. Princess Sidonie leaned on William's chest, while the latter wrapped his right arm on her back. "Let's go, darling," Princess Sidonie said. "It's time for our date." William nodded as he guided Chiffon and Princess Sidonie outside the gates of the girls' dormitory. Ian followed behind them without a word, like a retainer. She had already had her fun with William earlier, so she didn't mind letting Princess Sidonie have her turn. With two beauties in each hand, and a handsome retainer behind his back, the half-elf entered the teleportation gate that would bring them to Silverwind City. Their destination, the Whispering Wind Tavern, a place where the noble students gathered for fun, and to gossip about the recent events that had happened within the academy. Located on the top floor of the tavern, Prince Jason, along with the other members of the Crater royal family gathered. They were seated at a table exclusively for them, while their peers were seated on tables around them. The atmosphere was very lively because the students were currently in a festive mood. Their assessment test had just ended, and all of them wanted to enjoy themselves, while the school was still on break. Everyone had smiles on their faces, but among them, a certain prince was seething inside his heart. "Damned half-elf," Prince Jason cursed internally. "Why must you always get in my way? You should have stayed in the countryside, you plebeian." Prince Jason had hated William ever since he had placed the collar of wisteria on Princess Sidonie's neck. He had also seen the way that the beautiful princess looked at the half-elf, and it filled his heart with jealousy and envy. Unknown to Prince Jason, the first prince of the Crater Empire was observing his every action in a subtle manner. Prince Maximilian was not a schemer, but he was a witty individual. He knew when to attack, and when to defend. He was just waiting for the perfect moment to strike and make sure that his target would be unable to recover from the devastating blow that he had prepared. Chapter 535, My Business is None of Your Business. "The two of you really made a scene back there," Ian said as they rode a carriage that would bring them to the Whispering Wind Tavern. "Was that really necessary, Princess?" Princess Sidonie, who was currently resting her head on William's shoulder, smiled sweetly at Ian. "Of course it is necessary," Princess Sidonie replied. "I need to make sure that those nobles know that Will is my lover. This way, it will deter those who intend to lay their hands on him. Isn't that right, Will?" William hummed as he agreed to his lover's words. Right now, he had his hands full with the princess and Ash. Adding a dozen pretty noble girls to the list of his lovers was not part of the reason why he came to the Crater Empire. Although what Princess Sidonie did was very bold and unexpected, it was also very effective. When the news of their public display of affection spread inside the academy, the noble ladies would probably back off, in fear of angering her. Chiffon, who was holding William's left hand, licked the lollipop in her hand in silence. She didn't join in the conversation and merely listened. For her, being around the half-elf was enough. Since William had declared that he would be her caretaker, the little girl decided to stick close to him to avoid the stares of ridicule and contempt that were always sent in her direction whenever she walked around the academy. A few minutes later, the carriage finally arrived at their destination. A very enthusiastic staff greeted Princess Sidonie and personally guided her and her entourage towards the top floor, where the luxurious accommodations for the high-ranking nobles of the empire were waiting for them. "Today seems to be a special day, Your Highness," the staff said with a smile. "Aside from your presence, the other princes and princesses of the empire are also here." Princess Sidonie smiled as she told the staff that today was indeed a special day. However, she didn't divulge any details and acted mysterious. The staff member knew better than to seek information from the royal family, so he didn't pry any further. "Please, enjoy your stay, Your Highness," the staff member said as he opened a luxurious door. As soon as the door was opened, the sound of laughter and merrymaking reached their ears. Only when Princess Sidonie stepped inside the room did people start to notice her presence. The staff led the princess to an empty table near the balcony where a scenic view of the city could be seen. William played his part and pulled the chair out to allow the princess to sit. He did the same for Chiffon, while Ian pulled a chair out for him to sit on. Right now, Ian played the role of the retainer. Since she had plenty of experience serving Est in the Helen Kingdom, her actions were very natural. The nobles that were being rowdy earlier quieted down a bit as they chatted while paying attention to the beautiful princess and her lover, who was currently the top ranker of the entire academy. Princess Sidonie and William didn't pay them any attention and gave the waiter their order. After the waiter left, The place returned to its lively atmosphere, but everyone still perked their ears for any juicy gossip that Princess Sidonie and William might spill as they chatted inside the tavern. Prince Jason clenched his fist from under the table as he stared at William. Princess Vanessa, who always had her eyes on her prince, followed his gaze. That was when she saw William and Princess Sidonie talking casually to each other. As a member of the royal family, he had known about the half-elf that had traveled to their empire as part of Princess Sidonie's entourage. She was also aware that the collar that the beautiful princess wore came from William as well. Although the half-elf was indeed handsome, Princess Vanessa only had Prince Jason in her heart. The princess also felt slightly jealous of Princess Sidonie. She couldn't count how many times she had dreamed that her beloved cousin would attach a collar on her neck and claim her as his wife. Unfortunately, she didn't have the courage to tell anyone about this dream, in fear that they would laugh at her for aiming for the moon. "Cousin, can you tell me more about that young man, William?" Prince Maximilian asked Prince Jason, who was looking at William with a calm expression on his face. He's nothing more than a shepherd who tended goats and sheep in the countryside," Prince Jason replied. "There's nothing special about him." "Really? You call someone who managed to gain over 6 million merit points nothing special?" Prince Maximilian chuckled. "If there's nothing special about him, then both of us are just pebbles on the ground." "Dear cousin, I think your judgment is clouded by jealousy right now." Prince Jason forcefully tore his gaze from William and shifted it to the first prince of the Crater Empire. He knew that Prince Maximilian was just provoking him, so he decided to show him that he was not someone that the latter could step on lightly. "What do you mean by that, cousin?" Prince Jason asked. Prince Maximilian smiled as he met his cousin's gaze straight on. "You are in love with our cousin, Princess Sidonie, are you going to deny it?" Vanessa felt her chest tighten when she heard Prince Maximilian's words. Although this possibility had crossed her mind in the past, she tossed it aside completely. It was because of the collar on Princess Sidonie's neck. The Crater royal family had a custom that any member of the royal family that had been given a collar would become the lifelong lover of the person that gave it to them. One could even say that it was the unwritten law of the royal family, and no one had challenged this tradition since the empire had been established. Because of this, Princess Vanessa managed to curb her jealousy because she knew that her beautiful cousin was already taken by another man. However, this idea she had tossed aside was now brought back to the surface by Prince Maximilian, who had a confident smile on his face. "My business is none of your business," Prince Jason replied. "Instead of minding my affairs, you should focus on your own, dear cousin." "Oh my, it seems that I hit a sore spot." "Well, it's fine if you don't want to admit it." Prince Maximilian chuckled. "It's already written on your face." Prince Jason snorted before drinking the wine in his cup. He then made a gesture for the waiter assigned on their table to fill it up again. Princess Vanessa's hand under the table trembled. Even though her beloved cousin didn't answer Prince Maximilian's question, his actions already spoke volumes. "No, this can't be." Princess Vanessa felt an ache on her chest as her unique ability confirmed her suspicion. "He's in love with her." Princess Vanessa had the unique ability to know if people were telling the truth or not. Her parents had strictly forbidden her from sharing this secret with anyone because this was a trump card that they could use during critical moments. Since people could lie anytime they wanted, they needed someone with the ability to discern the truth from what was false. This ability had already helped Princess Vanessa's parents secure some merit for the kingdom, and made Emperor Leonidas very pleased. "What's wrong, Vanessa?" Princess Amanda asked. "Your face is very pale. Did something happen?" I think I drank too much wine, big sister," Princess Vanessa stuttered. Although Princess Amanda and Princess Hannah were not her blood-related sisters, Vanessa had always referred to them as big sisters, and the two princesses treated her like their own. Princess Vanessa's twin brother, Prince Rainier, looked at his sister with worry. "Vanessa, do you want to return to the academy?" Prince Rainier inquired. "I can take you back if you're not feeling well." "Sorry, everyone," Princess Vanessa lowered her head. "I think I will return to the academy. I'm not feeling well." Princess Amanda patted the younger princess's head. "I knew that it might be a bit early for you to drink wine, but I still allowed it because today was a day for celebration. I shouldn't have forced you earlier." "I'm sorry, Vanessa." It's fine, big sister," Princess Vanessa stuttered. "As a member of the royal family, I have to get used to it sooner or later." Prince Rainier had already stood up from his seat and walked towards his twin sister. He was quite worried about her condition, so he immediately suggested that they return to the academy in order to allow her to rest. The twins left the tavern, accompanied by their retainers. Their sudden departure didn't decrease the liveliness of the surroundings, because Princess Vanessa and Prince Rainier had always kept a low profile. They were not like Prince Maximilian or Prince Jason that the younger generation looked up to because of the accomplishments that they had achieved in their age. For them, the twins were only part of the Crater royal family and nothing else. Instead of looking at what you can't get, why not look at the one who only has eyes for you? Prince Maximilian muttered. Although he seemed to be just saying random things, Prince Jason understood that the first prince's words were targeted at him. Prince Jason pretended not to hear Prince Maximilian's words and stood up from the table. He then made his way towards William's and Princess Sidoni's table, while carrying a wine cup in his hand. Clearly, he was not satisfied with the way the two were chatting with each other, and he intended to put a stop to it, by force if he had to. Chapter 536, Sweeter Than Lollipops. Inside the Crater Royal Palace. You've been praising him a lot since you returned here to the Empire, Emperor Leonidas said. At first I thought that you were just exaggerating. But now, I'm starting to think that your praise is well deserved. Avexius, the Grand Archmage of the Crater Empire, bowed his head respectfully. Your Majesty, that boy is someone we should bring to our side. His potential is limitless. Emperor Leonidas tapped the side of his armchair as he looked outside the window. He didn't agree or disagree with Avexius' proposal, but the Grand Archmage knew that the Emperor had agreed with him. That domain is going to open in 3 months. Emperor Leonidas stared at Avexius. The top finalists in the tournament will participate in exploring that domain. If he becomes one of the finalists, I will consider your suggestion. Avexius nodded. Your Majesty, I only have one concern. It's Prince Jason. He is in love with Princess Sidoni. I'm afraid that he might do something reckless and provoke William. Emperor Leonidas hummed as he leaned on his chair. You may go, Avexius. Whatever happens between Jason and that boy, William, is something that they have to settle between themselves. Why, Your Majesty, you mean? Nothing is settled yet. It will depend on both of their performances in the upcoming tournament. Also, His Excellency Amun is expecting that boy's visit to his temple. Avexius frowned, but didn't say anything. It was not his place to ask what their god wanted from the boy. The only thing he cared about was the continuous prosperity of the Crater Empire. Hey, Shepherd, looks like you did well in the assessment test, Prince Jason said as he walked up towards William's and Princess Sidoni's table. The half-elf turned his head to look at the prince before raising one of his eyebrows. And you are? William asked. The corner of Prince Jason's lips twitched because of the half-elf's unexpected reply. They were currently in the Crater Empire, and he was its 5th prince. Also, they had met several times back in the southern continent, and William was pretending that he didn't know him. Absurd. Princess Sidoni lowered her head, because she was doing her best to suppress a giggle from escaping her lips. William really knew how to get on people's nerves. The half-elf had probably known that Prince Jason was after his woman. Since that was the case, he didn't need to be civil with him. Even if he was the prince of the Crater Empire. Surely you jest, Prince Jason said with a smile. How can you possibly not know me? Are you famous then? William asked back. I don't really know who you are. Can you please introduce yourself to me? The lively tavern became silent as everyone listened to William's and Prince Jason's conversation. Everyone was thinking the same thing. How could you possibly not know the name of our prince? Suddenly a loud laughter reverberated inside the room. The first prince of the Crater Empire, Prince Maximilian, laughed heartily as he looked at William from his table. This was the first time that he had seen someone toying with Prince Jason, and it raised his impression of the red-headed teenager drastically. William, was it? Prince Maximilian raised his wine cup after his laughter ended. I toast to your good health. William raised his own wine cup with a smile. It is my honor for Prince Maximilian to know my lowly name. May your highness live a long and happy life. Both teenagers raised their wine cup and drank its contents happily. There was a famous saying that the enemy of your enemy is your friend. Since it was very obvious that both of them treated Prince Jason as their enemy, they would stick together as allies. Are you still going to act dumb, Shepherd? Prince Jason inquired. You know the name of the first prince, and you don't know mine. He was currently doing his best to stop himself from throwing his wine cup at the irritating half-elf who was mocking him on purpose. Sorry, but I only know famous people, William replied with an apologetic expression. Prince Maximilian is the first prince of the Crater Empire and held the highest record in the previous assessment test. A celebrity like him is well known by everyone. Let's go back to the topic. Who are you again? Another loud laughter from the first prince erupted and it grated in Prince Jason's ears. If not for the fact that there were many witnesses inside the tavern, he would have already engaged William in a duel. In the end, the fifth prince of the Crater Empire held his irritation back and decided to play along with the half-elf's game. Listen, I am the fifth prince of the Crater Empire, Prince Jason said with veiled contempt. Jason Hal Crater. Chiffon, you should eat more vegetables, instead of eating only meat. William placed a few carrot sticks on Chiffon's plate, while the latter nodded her head obediently. I want you to grow up as a beautiful lady in the future, so you need to eat a balanced diet. Do you understand? Yes, big brother, Chiffon replied. I will do as you say. Good girl. What did you say your name was again? William asked as he shifted his attention back to Prince Jason, whose hand was already on the hilt of his dagger. You bastard, stop messing around. Prince Jason shouted and his aura exploded around him. A powerful gust of wind blew away the tables near him, including the nobles, tables, who were watching the scene with dumbfounded faces. The fifth prince was about to lunge towards William to beat the crap out of him, but two people grabbed both of his arms and held him in place. Cousin, get a hold of yourself. Prince Maximilian warned as he held Prince Jason's right arm firmly. Remember where we are. If news of this spreads, your reputation will suffer. The third prince of the Crater Empire, Kevin Hal Crater, grabbed Prince Jason's left arm to prevent him from making a bigger scene. He's right, cousin, Prince Kevin commented. If the Emperor got wind of this, you might get punished for endangering the lives of the other nobles. Prince Kevin had already placed a magical circle around the three of them to prevent anyone from listening to their conversations. Although there were some people that were capable of lip reading, since most noble children weren't taught this skill by their parents. Prince Jason forcefully reined in his anger, and stopped struggling. He gave the half-elf one last glare before telling his cousins to release him. Prince Maximilian and Prince Kevin let go of his arms, but remained where they were. Although they would like to see Prince Jason make a fool of himself, it would reflect badly on them if news of the fifth prince rampage was to reach the ears of the Emperor and their parents. Since they were at the scene, they were duty-bound to stop Prince Jason's reckless actions to preserve the dignity of the royal family. Not doing anything would definitely make the Emperor become disappointed in them, and this was something that they didn't want to happen. Prince Jason turned around to leave the tavern before he totally lost control of his remaining reason. His lackeys hurriedly followed behind him, but none of them dared to talk to him, or walk near him. Only fools would do that, and they were not fools. You really are something, Sir William. Prince Maximilian praised. I have heard great things about you. The hero that had protected his kingdom from an elven invasion, truly a man of the times. I wish that I can be someone like you. Ha ha ha, you praise me too much, Your Highness, William replied as he scratched his head. Feel free to praise me more. The corner of Prince Maximilian's, and Prince Kevin's, lips twitched after hearing William's reply. The first prince thought that he could settle the conflict by praising the red-headed teenager. However, he underestimated William's shamelessness. What a shameless person. This was the thought of everyone in the room, including the two princes, who were now regretting their earlier action of stopping Prince Jason from beating the crap out of William. Princess Sidonie and Ian exchanged a glance as their bodies shook from trying to hold back their laughter. Chiffon, on the other hand, was busy eating the carrot sticks that William had given her. Although she preferred eating William's lollipops, any food in between was fine with her. Big brother sure is nice, Chiffon thought as he looked at the half-elf who was now putting some meat pieces on her plate. Is this what it's like to have a big brother? Chiffon had older brothers, and sisters, as well. However, they paid her no attention. They avoided her at all times, and didn't even want to be in the same place as her. While she was reminiscing these depressing thoughts, she felt a hand brush the top of her head. What's wrong? Are you not hungry anymore? William asked in a teasing voice. Chiffon raised her head to look at the half-elf who was looking at her with a gentle gaze. Suddenly a thought came to her mind as her heart beated wildly inside her chest. I wonder what Big Brother tastes like, Chiffon thought. Will he be as sweet as the lollipops he gives me daily, or will he be sweeter? The little girl didn't know the answers to her question. She hoped that one day, she would get to taste it. The taste of the half-elf who was currently patting her head with a smile. Chapter 537. Is this what it feels like to have a pet? A week passed after the assessment test and things finally settled back inside the academy. However, after the result of the test came out, it brought an unbelievable change to a certain class of the third-year division. Look, it's the Triple S. Damn, this guy's again. Just because they became the top class, they started to become arrogant. The nerve of these bastards. Stanley, the leader of the group, walked arrogantly with his head raised high. Stefan and Scott walked beside him and both of the boys were smiling. Do you hear that? Stanley asked in a voice that was loud enough for the students to hear. I do. Scott chuckled. It's the sound of sore losers. The students who heard their words feel indignant because the losers of the past were now strutting on their high horse. Shut up, Scott, one of the students of Class C shouted. You only got lucky because of the princess's fiancé. You and your class are only riding on his coattails. PFF'd. Stanley sniggered as he eyed the student that was looking at them with disdain. You don't understand. From the very beginning this was part of our strategy. What strategy? Stop spouting nonsense. That's right, you only just got lucky. If not for Sir William, all of you would still be the worst class in this grade. Jeers and taunts flew in every direction. The spacious hallway that led to the classes of the third year was now crowded with students who couldn't accept the new status quo. Stanley, let's not waste our time on these sore losers. Scott chuckled. This is why they will never raise their ranks. All of them are stupid. You want to fight? Come, show us what you can do, you bootlicker. The crowd circled the three boys, but before they could do anything, a friendly voice called out from behind the crowd. Good morning, everyone. What is all the commotion? William asked as he looked at the crowd that was blocking his way. Chiffon was standing beside him, while licking a lollipop. Everyone immediately recognized him and made a path for him to walk through. After the assessment test, William had become the idol of the third-year division. The girls adored him, and the guys wanted to be like him. Although he was not part of the royal family, or a member of the nobility, right now, William's status in the academy wouldn't lose to the princes of the Crater Empire. Sir William, these mofos are saying that Class F's rise in the ranks is due to their strategy. They're lying, right, Sir William, I really admire you, I really do, but these bastards are taking credit for all of your hard work. It irritates me, yes, they even act as if they were the ones responsible for bringing Class F to the top. Several more complaints were hurled in William's direction. A few minutes later, the half-elf raised his right hand to tell everyone to stop. They are telling the truth, William stated. If not for Stanley, Class F would not be in the spot we are now. It was all thanks to him that everything turned out the way it did. Everyone shifted their attention to the good-looking boy, who seemed to be waiting for this exact moment. Stanley flicked his light brown hair with his hand and sighed. This is what I've been trying to tell them, but they wouldn't listen. Scott, the chubby boy, shook his head helplessly as he scanned the faces of the crowd that had surrounded them from all sides. Sometimes, the truth is hard to believe, but it is still the truth, Scott said sagely. Even if Sir William managed to gain nearly 7 million points, that would not be enough for an entire class to reach the number 1 spot. Stanley nodded his head. This is what you call team effort. We just played our role to ensure that all the classes wouldn't know the plan we had decided on beforehand. Stefan, who was just listening at the side, was looking down at his shoes. He didn't dare raise his head because he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to keep a straight face from all the bullshit that his two close friends were saying. That's right, it was a team effort, William agreed as he walked towards his three classmates. He walked while holding Chiffon's hand because he wanted everyone to change their opinion of the little girl whom they had labeled trash eater. Because everyone was focusing on William, they didn't notice the little girl that was by his side. Only after they had regained their senses did they recognize the pink-haired girl whom they had mocked and ridiculed behind her back. Sir William, why are you with the trash eater? One of the boys from Class D asked. Who knows what she ate for breakfast? Maybe she just went to the garbage dump to eat some rotten food that the kitchen had thrown out. Someone like her is not worthy to be by your side, Sir William, a pretty girl stated. Having her around will only dirty your good name. Trash eater, get away from Sir William. The students shifted their attention on the pink-haired girl whose body trembled from their piercing glares. William pulled her close to him in a protective embrace as he glared back at those who were ridiculing his ward. From this day onward, let it be known that this girl will be under my care, William declared. She will no longer go to the garbage dump to eat, nor will she sleep in the stables. So, please, everyone, stop calling her trash eater. The students glanced at each other and looked back at Chiffon with a complicated gaze. Her head was currently buried in William's chest, and the half-elf could feel something wet and warm staining his clothes. William's arms held the fragile girl in his embrace as she cried silently. His heart ached because Chiffon was such an adorable and lovable girl. For her to suffer this injustice, due to the sin she carried, left a bitter taste in William's mouth. Everyone, what's going on here? Professor Ewan, the homeroom professor of Class F, parted the sea of students that were littering in the hallway. Classes are about to start, Professor Ewan announced. Please, return to your rooms and wait for your professors. The students gave William, and the little girl in his embrace, one last glance before returning to their rooms. Soon, only William, Chiffon, and the Triple S remained in the hallway. Let's go to our room, Professor Ewan stated. Mr. Ainsworth, I don't mind if you come a bit late, but make sure to come to class. Do you understand? Yes, Professor. Professor Ewan herded the other 3 boys into the classroom, while William patted the head of the crying girl who was hugging him tightly. It's fine, William said softly. They will change their minds soon. Chiffon is so cute and adorable, I'm sure that after a month or 2, people will start to approach you to become your friends. I don't need friends, Chiffon replied. I just need Will, Ian, Sidonie, B1 and B2. I don't need anyone else. William's hand that was rubbing Chiffon's head stopped when he heard the little girl's reply. Him, Ian, and Princess Sidonie were understandable. However, what surprised him was that Chiffon thought of B1 and B2 as friends. Sensing the hand that was patting her head had stopped, Chiffon raised her hand and grabbed it. She then made the motion of patting her head, using William's hand. The half-elf's heart almost melted due to Chiffon's cute gesture, so he immediately returned brushing the little girl's head until she finally calmed down. This is bad, William thought. Is this what it feels like to have a pet? He had never had a pet before, but being around Chiffon was like taking care of a small adorable pet that followed him around. 10 minutes later, William and Chiffon entered their classroom. The stains on his uniform had already been dried using magic power. He had also used his handkerchief to wipe the tear stains off from Chiffon's face and used a bit of water magic to wash them away. Ian had returned to Class A to watch over Princess Sidonie. Her birthday was only 10 days away, and the celebration would be held in Silverwind Academy's Grand Ballroom. Originally, it was supposed to be in the Royal Palace. However, after thinking things through, Emperor Leonidas declared that his granddaughter would be celebrating her birthday in the Academy. Professor Ewan stood in front of everyone and made an announcement. Everyone, 10 days from now, we will celebrate Princess Sidonie's birthday party here in the Academy, Professor Ewan explained. I want all of you to be on your best behaviors. I know that your heads are in cloud 9 right now due to our current rank. However, remember that we will not always be at the top. Arrogance without the strength to back it up will only cause your downfall. Remember that what goes around, comes around. Don't wait for the time when your arrogant words will be sent right back into your faces. This is true, especially for both of you, Stanley and Scott. I've been getting several complaints in the staff room. The 2 of you better behave, or else. Professor Ewan smiled, but his eyes screamed of murder. Stanley and Scott immediately nodded their heads in understanding. William shook his head helplessly because what Professor Ewan said was true. The entirety of Class F had suddenly become arrogant after becoming the top class in the 3rd grade division. The students of Class F had been bullied many times in the past. After having a taste of success, they suddenly felt like they were superior to others. It made them feel that they now had the qualifications to return the favor to those that had wronged them. However, this would not be good in the long run. Fear leads to anger, anger would lead to hate, and hate would lead to suffering, William thought as he remembered the quote he once had seen in a movie back on Earth. While the half-elf was in the middle of his thoughts, Professor Ewan continued his explanation. A month and a half after Princess Sidonie's birthday, the Silverwing tournament will begin, Professor Ewan announced. As you may already know, the winner of this tournament will have one of their wishes granted by the Emperor. This is not compulsory. Those who want to register for the tournament, make sure to tell me a week before the tournament starts. Professor Ewan scanned the crowd. His gaze lingered at William for a few seconds before looking at the other students of his class. Right now, all the professors in the academy had their eyes on William. He was currently the dark horse in the tournament, and everyone wanted to see the power of the teenager, who was now hailed as one of the strongest students in Silverwind Academy. Chapter 538, Ian's and Chiffon's Secret. The days passed swiftly and the staff of the academy busied themselves with the preparations for Princess Sidoni's birthday party. Several servants from the royal palace had been sent to the academy to help, and even the head butler of the palace was mobilized into action. Everyone, Her Highness' birthday is just 2 days away, Michaelis, the head butler of the Crater Royal Palace, said in a commanding tone. I don't want any mishaps to happen, so please, do your best. Do I make myself clear? This was not the first time that a member of the royal family had celebrated their birthday in Silverwind Academy. Everyone already knew the arrangements that needed to be made, so the preparation was going at a smooth pace. While everyone was doing their best to make her happy, Princess Sidoni was currently inside the beach villa, on the 10th floor of the Dungeon of Atlantis. As the day of her 18th birthday drew near, the power inside her body was starting to awaken. It was to the point that William had to help her with maintenance every 2 days, to prevent it from breaking out completely. Her voice tinged with pleasure sounded inside the room, as William absorbed the power of her divinity inside the gem embedded in his chest. William had to admit that if he didn't have the incubus job class, he would be hard-pressed to help his lover alleviate the burning desire that was threatening to consume her. Darling, I promise that I will not let you rest on your birthday next month, Morgana vowed as she lovingly kissed William's lips. After their passionate kiss ended, the beautiful succubus pressed her sinful body against her beloved before whispering in William's ears. I swore long ago that I will have your babies. I will not let you run away. William kissed Morgana's neck before replying to her. I don't have plans on running away, William whispered. Let's fight for 30 rounds if you like. The winner will get to order the loser to do one thing. What do you say? Sounds good. Sidoni is also in agreement. Are you ready to lose, darling? Silly girl, let's see if you will be able to brag after I'm done with you. The two once again frolicked on the bed, not caring about what was happening in the outside world. Ian was currently taking care of Chiffon. Due to William's declaration that he would take care of her, the students of the academy no longer called her trash eater in the open. Especially since they were aware that the girl no longer visited the garbage dump since she started hanging around William and Princess Sidoni. This change in her routine made the other students almost forget the things that she had done in the past. Also, Chiffon was not only well fed, but also well taken care of. Her uniforms were clean, her hair smooth and silky, and her skin was white and radiant. After weeks of rehabilitation, the pink-haired girl that everyone ridiculed was like a blooming flower that carried the scent of jasmines. Even the boys in the academy were starting to take notice of this cute and adorable girl, who seemed to have transformed from a caterpillar into a beautiful butterfly. There were even high-ranking nobles who were starting to think that she would be an ideal lover after a few years, once she had matured. Chiffon's race and age are only known by a select few, namely William, the Emperor Leonidas, and Avexius. Everyone else thinks of her as a 12-year-old girl because of her cuteness and height. Just in case any of you had forgotten, Chiffon is older than William by a year. She likes to call William Big Brother because she wanted to be spoiled by one, but her blood-related brothers were scum, so there has never been an opportunity. As Ian and Chiffon strolled around the academy, the little girl seemed spaced out. Although she didn't mind being around Ian, she still preferred to hold William's hand. Although it felt rough to the touch, her heart felt at peace whenever they were together. Also, her stock of chocolate lollipops grew by the day. William was able to create 50 of each lollipop type, except for the pink lollipop. The effect of the chocolate lollipop lasts for 3 days. Even if Chiffon were to chew one, it wasn't much of a problem. Chewing the chocolate lollipop made her not feel any hunger for a day. Right now, she had hundreds of them in her storage ring, so she felt at ease. Since she is the sin of gluttony, the effects of the chocolate lollipop is lessened. Instead of 3 days, its effect lasted only a day. Chiffon was now also able to enjoy regular food like normal people. Back then, she didn't really have the luxury of taking the time to enjoy the taste of the food, because her hunger had clouded her other senses. Sometimes, she would wake up in the middle of the night in tears because she had a bad dream. A dream where her current life, and the happiness she was experiencing, was only an illusion. If not for the fact that she slept beside Princess Sidoni every night, the pink-haired girl might have suffered from a nervous breakdown. She didn't want to return to those dark and difficult days when she had to fend for herself, alone. Chiffon would rather stay in the dream and never wake up, if the reality that awaited her when she opened her eyes was a nightmare that she had to live with for the rest of her life. Ian, when will Big Brother return? Chiffon asked as the two sat on one of the benches overlooking the black giant monument in the plaza. Don't worry, he will be back soon. Ian patted Chiffon's head. Why, do you miss him already? Chiffon nodded before looking at the giant monument where the names of the most outstanding students of the academy could be seen. William's name shone brightly at the very top of the monument, and Chiffon looked at it with a pout. Although she knew that William was Princess Sidoni's fiancé, she couldn't help but feel envious of the beautiful princess because she had what she didn't possess. When the two kissed in front of the girls' dormitory many days ago, she felt a slight pain in her chest. She didn't understand why she felt that way. After leaving the Whispering Wind Tavern, she had consulted William about the pain she had felt back then. What the half-elf did back then was to place his hand over Chiffon's head and close his eyes. Chiffon felt a slight tingling sensation as William activated his life mage job class and used a diagnostic scan on the little girl's body to check if there was something wrong with her. The test results showed that everything was fine, and Chiffon was perfectly healthy. The pink-haired girl trusted William with all of her heart, so when the half-elf told her that there was nothing wrong with her, she thought that it was just a figment of her imagination. However, whenever the image of the princess kissing William appeared in her mind, the slight pain returned and it made Chiffon feel uncomfortable. Ian, does your chest hurt sometimes? Chiffon asked. Mine hurts from time to time. Ian frowned, and decided to ask Chiffon more about the pain she was experiencing. Although she wasn't an expert in medical knowledge, she still knew the basics on how to deal with simple illnesses. What kind of pain do you feel? Ian asked. Is it a dull pain, a sharp pain, or a stinging pain? Chiffon placed her hand over her chest and closed her eyes. She recalled Princess Sidoni kissing William and felt a dull ache spreading in her chest. It's a dull pain, Chiffon replied. If I hold the image long enough, I feel like I will suffocate from the pain. Image? What image? The image of Sidoni kissing Big Brother. The pain, it's suffocating. It's hard to breathe. Ian's body stiffened as she looked at the little girl beside her. She then pulled her close and gave her a hug, while silently cursing the half-elf who was spreading his pheromones everywhere. Stop thinking about it, Ian said softly. Nothing is wrong with you. The pain you are feeling is normal. Sometimes, I feel like that, too. You do. Chiffon opened her eyes and looked at Ian in surprise. Do you also feel pain when you see Princess Sidoni kiss Big Brother? No, Ian firmly shook her head. However, back then, I also felt a similar feeling. Yes, in the past, when William was together with Wendy, Ian felt the same. That dull ache in her chest as she looked at the lovey-dovey couple who were blatantly showing their affection in public. Is this pain really normal? In truth, Ian was on the fence about whether to tell the little girl the truth or not. Maybe it's just a crush, Ian thought. Since William is the first person who treated her kindly, she feels a certain attachment and like for him. The moment that attention is diverted to other people, she unconsciously feels jealousy. Ian sighed internally and cursed the red-headed teenager a second time. Right now, she couldn't tell William what the little girl was going through. There was a possibility that William would distance himself from Chiffon, in order to prevent the little girl from developing feelings for him. She knew that if that were to happen, Chiffon might close up her heart to people and return to the state she was in the past. Ian didn't want to see that happen because she found the little girl too pitiful. Chiffon, don't tell anyone about this, okay? Ian said as she held Chiffon's hand firmly. Not even to Will. This will be our secret. Can you promise me that? Chiffon nodded her head, although she didn't understand why she must keep the pain she was feeling a secret from William. Something inside her was telling her that Ian was right. Then, what should I do if I feel the same pain again? Chiffon inquired as she stared straight at Ian's eyes. Ian met her gaze steadily and smiled. It's really simple. Whenever you feel that kind of pain, all you need to do is. Chiffon listened to Ian's suggestions and closed her eyes. As soon as she followed Ian's advice, the pain in her chest disappeared and was replaced by warm and happy feelings. The corner of the little girl's lips rose very slightly. It was very hard to detect, so Ian wasn't able to see it. Ian, you are right, Chiffon said with her eyes still closed. I no longer feel any pain. I feel warm and safe. Ian hummed. Ian then hugged the little girl more firmly. Ian sincerely wished that Chiffon would find happiness in her life. Just like how she found her happiness, in the embrace of the person she loved. Chapter 539, My taste in men is simply amazing. William looked at the mirror while fixing his hair. It was 6 in the evening, and the party in the Academy's grand ballroom was already in full swing. The half-elf didn't intend to go early because he didn't want to become the center of attention. His short exchange with Prince Jason had been a juicy gossip among the nobles, and many were looking forward to seeing how he would conduct himself at the birthday party. If he had his way, he wouldn't bother joining the festivities. However, Sidoni had asked him to go, so he had no choice but to go. William looked at his reflection in the mirror and smiled. "Ladies, prepare to get heartbroken," William said as he made a suave pose in front of the mirror. "This, sir, is already taken." Ian, who was in the same room as William, shook her head helplessly. She already knew that William could be childish at times, and she was helpless against it. "Let's go," Ian said as she approached the red-headed teenager who looked very handsome in his suit. "Sidoni and Chiffon are already there. Let's not keep them waiting." William nodded. He glanced at the mirror one last time before heading out of the room. Ian played her role as William's retainer, and walked a few steps behind him. They had already agreed upon a few things on what they would do at the party, and one of them was lobbying a certain prince that was trying to get his hands on Princess Sidoni. It didn't take long before they arrived at their destination. Several royal guards patrolled the surrounding area to ensure that nothing out of place would transpire during this important event. As soon as William stepped inside the ballroom, Chamberlain announced his name, which made everyone look in his direction. William walked with grace, that wouldn't lose to the members of the royal family. He had already equipped the Sun Knight job class, which greatly enhanced his charisma, making the ladies that looked at him giggle in delight. Princess Vanessa looked at the half-elf from where she was seated with a serious expression. She had also heard what had happened in the tavern after she and her twin brother had left. The princess couldn't believe that someone would treat her beloved that way, and it made her dislike the handsome half-elf who seemed to be enjoying the attention that everyone was giving him. "Brother, do you know anything about him?" Princess Vanessa asked her brother, Prince Rainier, using telepathy. Princess Rainier glanced at William's direction before answering her twin. "I know very little of him. The only thing I know is that he is from the southern continent. He was the one that led the resistance against the elves, who tried to conquer his kingdom. Since they were born as twins, they shared this unique ability to communicate with each other, as long as they were within 5 miles away from each other. This was quite similar to how Ash could talk to William using the gem that was embedded in his chest. The only difference was that Ash could contact William even though they were miles away from each other. As long as both of them were in the same continent, the two lovers could talk to each other wherever, and whenever, they wanted. Princess Vanessa nodded her head. She also didn't know much about the half-elf, but one thing was clear. He is Big Brother Jason's enemy, Princess Vanessa thought as she looked in the direction where the 5th prince of the Crater Empire was currently at. Prince Jason was at the opposite table, along with Prince Maximilian, Prince Kevin, Princess Sidoni, and the girl that everyone in the academy referred to as Trash Eater. The pink-haired girl was wearing a pink ballroom dress that brought out her cuteness. She was like an adorable doll that made everyone attracted to her. Fortunately, this doll didn't know how to smile. If she did, her charm would probably be as destructive as Princess Sidoni's. The birthday girl was wearing a red princess ball gown, which enhanced her natural beauty. Her reddish-brown hair was neatly arranged, like that of a bride that was about to be married off to a prince of the neighboring kingdom. A tinge of mirth appeared in her mesmerizing hazel eyes, the moment she saw her lover walk in her direction. From within their shared mindscape, Morgana squealed in delight because the half-elf was wearing the clothes that she had personally chosen for the party. She had already memorized William's body size, so it was very easy for her to pick a suit that suited him perfectly. "I knew it, my taste in men is simply amazing. That's our taste in men, big sister." While the two were giggling inside their mindscape, William finally arrived at their table and bowed courteously. "Happy birthday, Princess," William said as he looked at the princess with gentle eyes. "May you always find happiness in your life for many more years to come." "Thank you, Sir William," Princess Sidoni replied. "Please, enjoy the party." "I shall, Your Highness." William bowed his head once more before shifting his attention to the adorable pink-haired girl seated beside Princess Sidoni. "You look very cute in that dress, Chiffon," William grinned. "Really?" Chiffon asked half in doubt. It was Princess Sidoni that had picked the dress that she was wearing at the party. At first, she refused to dress up and insisted on only wearing her uniform. However, when the princess mentioned that William would definitely praise chiffon if she dressed up, the latter reluctantly agreed to Princess Sidoni's arrangement. "Yes, you're very cute." William nodded in affirmation. "Well then, shall we go?" William extended his hand to chiffon, and the latter subconsciously reached out her hand as well. She had always been with William most of the time, and holding his hand felt natural to her. "I'll be taking her for now, Princess," William said with a smile. "Okay." Princess Sidoni nodded. However, before William could leave, Princess Sidoni took the initiative to ask him for something that made Prince Jason frown. "Sir William, can I reserve you for my first dance?" Princess Sidoni asked in a teasing tone. Prince Jason looked at the princess before glaring in William's direction. He had already planned on asking her out for the first dance, but it seemed that his beloved cousin planned to avoid his advances. Naturally, William nodded. "After all, I am your fiancé. It is only natural for me to have your first and last dance." The way William said the words had a deeper meaning in it. The beautiful princess and her seductive other half immediately understood what William was talking about, and they couldn't help but blush because of his boldness. "I will look forward to it then, Sir William," Princess Sidoni replied and gave William the "you're not getting any sleep tonight" wink. This playful exchange between the two made Prince Maximilian and Prince Kevin give each other a knowing glance. They didn't expect that William was capable of doing such a feat, especially when he was in the presence of the royal family. "You think too highly of yourself, Shepherd," Prince Jason commented from the side. "Know your place." Prince Jason wasn't planning on saying anything, but the moment he saw the blush on his beloved's face, his jealousy burned within his chest. Everyone was paying close attention to what was happening at the table of the royal family. Although the nobles kept their distance and were chatting with each other, their ears and eyes had locked into the conversation that Prince Jason and William were having. William frowned as he glanced at the prince who was staring daggers in his direction. "Who are you again?" William asked. "Sorry, but I only know important people." Princess Sidoni's, Prince Maximilian's, and Prince Kevin's bodies stiffened at the same time. They didn't expect that William would openly provoke Prince Jason in front of everyone in Silverwind Academy. The three princes wanted to slap the half-elf because he intended to have a repeat of what he did in the tavern, which was so close to becoming a brawl between William and Prince Jason. "Oh, this is interesting. Someone in my empire doesn't know the name of one of my grandsons," a deep and powerful voice said from behind William. William turned around as he respectfully bowed his head in greeting. "Good evening, Your Majesty." William greeted Emperor Leonidas. Emperor Leonidas gave him a brief nod in acknowledgement before repeating his question. "Tell me, do you really not know his name?" Emperor Leonidas inquired. Of Exius, who was standing not far from the emperor's side internally. The emperor of the Crater Empire was someone that protected the reputation of the royal family. Anyone who dared to step on its dignity would be sent to the prison to be tortured for an entire week, before sending them to the gallows to be executed. "Sorry, but I don't really know who he is," William replied fearlessly. "Why would I bother to know the name of the person that is eyeing my fiancé with lusty eyes?" All the students, including the professors inside the great ballroom, sucked in a deep breath after hearing William's words. Although they were surprised that the half-elf dared to talk back to their emperor, they were more surprised at the bomb that William had thrown at them. Their gazes landed on the fifth prince of the Crater Empire, who had a calm expression on his face. If what William said was true, Prince Jason's reputation would take a beating, and he would be the subject of the most juicy gossip the Crater Empire had ever heard in a long time. Chapter 540, Too Smart for Your Own Good. "I don't know if you are very brave, or very stupid," Emperor Leonidas commented as he appraised the young man in front of him. "I think it is the latter." William chuckled as he faced the emperor with a devilish smile. "That is also what the elves thought, before they got massacred. They thought of me as a stupid country bumpkin that only knew how to rear sheep in the countryside. Joke's on them, I'm not someone that they can step on lightly. You should have seen the look on their faces, Your Majesty, when their demigod." William didn't finish his words and left it hanging in the air. His words carried confidence and even a subtle hint that he could do the same to the demigod of the Crater Empire, if they went too far and annoyed him. Naturally, this was just a bluff. He was only able to capture Sephirin, the demigod of the elves, because Takum had helped him seal him for a period of time. If the pocket cube alone had been used against a demigod, it would immediately be destroyed, and the capture would automatically fail. If Takam didn't partake in Sephiron's capture, William would have had no way to deal with the demigod of the Silvermoon continent. He would probably run back to Lant, and hug Vlad's legs and ask him to deal with the demigod who wanted to bully him. This boy sure knows how to cause a scene. Avexius was starting to regret his decision of accompanying the Emperor to attend Princess Sidoni's birthday party. The last time someone threatened me, they suffered terribly before they died, Emperor Leonidas said. What a coincidence, William smirked. I'm good friends with the dead. Do you want me to meet up with my friends, Your Majesty? William subtly opened the portal that led to the Undying Lands. 8 powerful auras descended inside the ballroom, which made everyone gasp for breath. Before he came to the party, he visited the Undying Lands and asked Molokai if the demigod could help him with his bluff. After the war ended, Molokai had stepped into the ranks of the demigods, but he was still unable to break the chains that bound him. He would have to wait for a year or two before he was freed of his shackles. Molokai agreed with William's request because he was feeling bored. Since there was nothing to do within the Undying Lands, scaring a human emperor was a good way to pass the time. Emperor Leonidas had heard from Avexius that several powerful undead helped William in the war against the elves. Since he didn't see it personally, he was unable to estimate how strong these undead were. The Emperor of the Crater Empire felt a chill run down his spine when he sensed something sinister among the 8 auras that leaked into the great ballroom. He wasn't too worried about the other 7 powerful auras that were being released. Although these auras belonged to the peak of the myriad beast category, they were no match for the demigod that watched over the Crater Empire. What unnerved him was the 8th aura that he had perceived. This aura clearly belonged to a demigod, and a very powerful one. It was a presence that was stronger than the protectors of the Empire and the demigod that ruled them all. Your Majesty, I want to visit Amun's temple, William said. You're going to give me permission, yes? William was sick and tired of waiting for the Emperor to give him permission to meet with Amun. He didn't come to the Crater Empire to enroll at Silverwind Academy, or to play mind games with the royal family. Also, he still had to go to the Misty sect for his promised battle with Rebecca that would be happening on the founding anniversary of her sect. Since the Emperor wasn't taking him seriously, he had no choice but to show Emperor Leonidas that he was someone that the royal family didn't have the leisure to ignore. William closed the connection to the Undying Lands because everyone in the ballroom, except for Princess Sidoni, Chiffon, Ian, Emperor Leonidas, and Avexius, were already gasping for breath. The half-elf had shielded his 2 lovers, and the little girl that was holding his hand, from the effect of the undead auras. For someone of Molokai's level, his aura was several times more powerful than Escalar's dragon fear that could easily paralyze anyone below the adamantium rank centennial rank. Since today is my fiancé's birthday, I will wait to receive His Majesty's answer tomorrow, William said as he gave Emperor Leonidas a curt nod. He then guided Chiffon towards the table of Class F, who was looking at him as if he was a monster. Darling is so awesome, damn, that confidence gave me the chills. Morgana had entered her fangirl state as she cheered for William inside their shared mindscape. Princess Sidoni, on the other hand, had a complicated look on her face as she gazed at her lover from afar. Will, you took things too far. Princess Sidoni sighed. William had already told her his frustrations about the lack of reply from Emperor Leonidas in regards to his request. She had also helped William and talked to her grandfather once, but the latter brushed her inquiry aside and changed the topic. Sidoni, sometimes, the most direct method is the most effective. Darling is usually a carefree person, but when it comes to things that are important to him, he will not back down. I'm sure that he will do the same for us if we were in Ashes and Est circumstances. Princess Sidoni smiled bitterly because she also understood this. It is because she understood that William's action made things complicated. Grandfather is not someone who takes threats lightly, Princess Sidoni said. Although he will give Will his permission to visit Amun's temple, our lover's relationship with the Crater royal family will not be the same again. No, Sidoni, I think you are misunderstanding something. Morgana replied to her other half with a smirk. This is not where we belong. We are from the southern continent, and we will return there someday. Whatever the Crater Emperor wants to do with his empire is none of your business. With that said, who we want to marry is none of his business as well. Princess Sidoni's eyes widened in realization. She had completely forgotten that she was only visiting the Crater Empire because she wanted to help William meet with Amun in his temple. Her other half was right. She didn't belong in the Crater Empire. Wherever William would be, that was where she would belong. Thank you for reminding me, big sister. I had practically forgotten that this was not the place I was born due to the VIP treatment that we are receiving. You're too smart for your own good, Sidoni. Don't worry, as long as I'm around, you don't have to worry about the small stuff. Avexius walked towards Emperor Leonidas and stood by his side. He had served the emperor for many years, and knew his personality. Deep inside he was even anticipating what was going to happen in the future. Congratulations, Your Majesty, Avexius said through telepathy. You succeeded in probing one of William's trump cards. The corner of Emperor Leonidas' lips raised slightly. Just like what Avexius had said, he was only probing William. He wanted to know how the half-elf would react if he faced him directly. The Emperor of the Crater Empire wanted to know where William's confidence was coming from. You're right, Avexius, Emperor Leonidas replied. I underestimated him. With this, I have gained more confidence in the plan we have in mind. We are going to proceed as planned. Avexius briefly nodded his head to acknowledge his emperor's command. As you wish, Your Majesty. Chapter 541, I am the one that makes the rules. The sound of music permeated the grand ballroom as two people danced at its center. Princess Vanessa watched the two of them from afar in admiration, but it only ended in admiration. She didn't envy them, nor felt jealousy. In fact, she even felt happy because William had made his stance. Princess Vanessa hoped that after William's show of force, her beloved prince would give up on his pursuit from their cousin that hailed from the southern continent. William firmly held Princess Sidoni's hand and waist as they danced across the ballroom. The princess had a sweet smile on her face as she looked at her lover lovingly. They were like a match made in heaven, and everyone couldn't help but sigh in their hearts because the gorgeous pair looked good together. What they didn't know was that the two lovers were in fact having a serious talk as they danced. What would you do if the emperor didn't give you permission to visit Amon's temple out of spite? Princess Sidoni asked. You should have endured a bit, Will, and talked to him properly. Sidoni, you and I both know that talking to him will not work, William replied. The emperor is merely gauging me to see what I can do. Well, if he refuses to give me permission, I'll find other means to sneak into Amon's temple. You're still going even if it means burning the bridge between you and the emperor. Yes, I don't have much time left to do the things I need to do. I'm on a tight schedule. I suggest that the three of us elope. I bet that would be very interesting. William's smile stiffened because Morgana could also communicate with him directly due to the added feature on the collar of Wisteria. As long as they were a mile away from each other, communication was possible. The half-elf had also explained to Princess Sidoni that whenever her divinity was going out of control, she should just immediately teleport to the Thousand Beast domain, and ask William to help her. Princess Sidoni knew that her lover couldn't stay with her all the time because someone like him carried many responsibilities. This was why being able to enter the Thousand Beast domain at any given time was an advantage on her part. Among William's lovers, she was the only one that had been given this capability. She could come and see him anytime, and return to the exact place where she activated the collar when she exited the domain. You read too many novels, Morgana, William replied at Sidoni's other half that had been inspired by the latest romance book that she had read. Boo, darling, you're no fun. Princess Sidoni chuckled internally as William and Morgana started a debate at the pros and cons of elopement. Soon, the music came to an end, and both of them bowed to each other. Just as William expected, Prince Jason had stood up from his seat and walked towards Princess Sidoni. It was obvious that he was planning to ask her for a dance, but William had already taken this into consideration. Would you honor me with a dance, Princess? Ian bowed respectfully and offered his hand to Princess Sidoni. It will be my honor, Sir Ian. Princess Sidoni replied and accepted the invitation. Prince Jason stopped halfway when he saw the recent development. William shot him a smirk before going towards his table, where Chiffon was waiting for him. The pink-haired girl looked at William with a calm expression. She was waiting for William to sit beside her, so that she wouldn't feel lonely, while Ian was away. Do you want to dance? William asked. Chiffon pondered William's question for a while before giving her answer. I don't know how to dance, Chiffon replied. But, I memorized how you danced with Princess Sidoni. I don't know if I can fully imitate it, but I'll know when I try. Oh, are you good at memorization? Well, I can remember everything that I see. William looked at the adorable girl with a curious gaze. He had heard that there were people that had incredibly good memories because they could remember practically everything that they had seen. The term used for this was photographic memory. Well then, why don't we give it a try? William asked. Will you honor me with this dance, my lady? Chiffon stood up from her seat and held William's outstretched hand. Other people were also going to the dance floor with their partners. Surprisingly, Prince Jason and Princess Vanessa were also on the dance floor, right next to Princess Sidonie and Ian. The one that invited Prince Jason to dance was none other than Princess Vanessa. Since the prince was already standing in the ballroom, it would be awkward if he returned to his seat empty-handed. Because of this, Princess Vanessa took the initiative to invite him to dance with her. The prince politely accepted her request and led her to the center of the dance floor, where the apple of his eye was standing. He really doesn't know when to give up, William thought as she led Chiffon right next to Princess Sidonie. Emperor Leonidas and Avexius looked at this scene from afar with knowing smiles on their faces. It's good to be young, Emperor Leonidas said. Avexius nodded as he eyed the 6 children from afar. Princess Vanessa had grown to be a fine and considerate lady. It's just a shame that the one she likes doesn't return her advances. Also, that girl, Chiffon, looks better now compared to how she was when she first arrived here. Emperor Leonidas shifted his attention to the pink-haired girl that was dressed like a princess. Although he wouldn't say it out loud, he was quite happy with the way the little girl was being cared for by William, Princess Sidonie, and Ian. Her father is a bastard, Emperor Leonidas commented. Seriously, we should have stopped April back then. She deserves someone better. Avexius sighed as he nodded his head. Sometimes, I think that she would have been happier if you had taken her as your concubine, your majesty. Yes, I should have done that. At least, she wouldn't be dead, Emperor Leonidas replied. His voice was tinged with regret. Even if everyone in the family had opposed it back then, I should have been more bold. Now, it's too late. The only thing I can do is to watch over her daughter in her place, which I've also failed to do quite miserably. If not for that boy, William, Chiffon might still be eating at that garbage dump right now. Emperor Leonidas looked at the little girl who was dancing with the red-headed teenager. Although her movements were a bit stiff, William was able to guide her properly. I forgot to tell you, Your Majesty, that person's envoys arrived at our borders yesterday. They will arrive in the academy anytime. I'm sure that they will not be very happy if they see her being treated well. They will definitely demand that we cut any form of support to her immediately. Ignore them. They might insist that it is their duty and make contact with Chiffon, Avexius stated. It's very possible that they might take her away by force if we don't comply. Emperor Leonidas chuckled as he shifted his attention to his Grand Archmage. If they make any trouble, you have my permission to kick them out by force, Emperor Leonidas replied. This is my empire. I am the one that makes the rules. If we can't even protect one little girl, then wouldn't we become the laughingstock of the central continent? Also, I doubt that he of all people will care. After all, he was the one that tossed the child away. Someone like him doesn't deserve to be a father. Avexius nodded. Do I have your permission to eliminate them, Your Majesty? I leave it in your care, Avexius. Just make it so that it doesn't get traced back to us. When the second dance ended, Prince Jason approached Princess Sidonie to invite her to dance with him. However, the princess politely declined his request with the excuse that she was tired from dancing. She then walked towards the table of the emperor and sat on his right side. Prince Jason had no choice but to let her go, and joined the other princes at the table reserved for them. The night went on, and the party went without any mishaps. Prince Jason made several attempts, but all of them were in vain because William blocked him every time. After several attempts, Prince Jason reluctantly backed off. He didn't want to create a scene, so he held back his anger as he stared hatefully at the half-elf who was chatting happily with Chiffon. Just you wait, I will show you your place in the tournament, Prince Jason vowed. It is not only you that can jump in the ranks using an ability. I can do that, too. A week ago, Prince Jason had been called by the oracle at Amun's temple. There he received an artifact that was said to be one of Amun's possessions. Although the prince was surprised at the unexpected gift that came from the Crater family's patron god, he was quite happy to receive it. He believed that William was only superior to him due to the half-elf's ability to jump to the ranks of a saint, for a short period of time. Now that Prince Jason had the same ability in his possession, he wanted everyone to witness that William was nothing special. The only reason why he hadn't used this ability yet was because of Amon's condition was that he could only use it during the tournament. Outside of the academy, let us in, we want to see Chiffon, a man wearing a black robe demanded. We have an agreement, I know, but we can't allow you to enter the academy right now, the captain of the guards of the academy replied. Today is Princess Sidoni's birthday, and the royal family is inside. If the emperor sees you right now, he might become annoyed. I advise you to come back in 2 days. I promise that I won't get in your way then. The black-robed man frowned, and exchanged a glance with their leader. He was only the spokesperson of their envoy, and it was not up to him to call the shots. Fine, we will leave for now, a deep and powerful voice stated. We will return in 2 days. Make sure that you won't get in our way then. As long as you don't do anything unnecessary to the students of the academy, then I will allow you to pass. Remember, you are only allowed to see and talk to Chiffon. Contact with the other students is prohibited. The leader of the envoy nodded. He gave the gates of the academy one last glance before walking away under the cover of darkness. Their mission was to check on Chiffon to make sure she was suffering. If she was not, then they would do their best to make her life miserable. It was the mission that had been assigned to them by their lord who ruled in the northern continent, and they were duty-bound to see it through at all cost. Chapter 542, To Damnation and Beyond. In a seaside port located in the Helen Kingdom. Mistress, it's time to go, Oliver said as he looked at the beautiful elf that was drinking tea, while staring outside of the room of their inn. The ship bound for the central continent will be leaving in 2 hours. We should board it now, mistress. Celine placed the empty teacup on the table, but she didn't stand up right away. Instead, she glanced at the parrot monkey that had accompanied her for many years. Oliver, have you ever had the urge to return to the Silvermoon continent? Celine asked. No, mistress, Oliver answered in a heartbeat. I don't have much attachment to the Silvermoon continent. Oh, I always thought that you wanted to see grandfather. While it's true that I think of him from time to time, I have no intentions of returning to the Silvermoon continent. Of course, if mistress wants to go there, I will have no choice but to accompany you on your journey. Celine smiled wryly as she stood up from her seat. She then took a purple hat, and covered her face with a veil. As a very beautiful elf, she was always in danger of being targeted by people with bad intentions. Of course, Celine had dealt with several of these people in the past and had sent all of them to the afterlife. 2 hours later, the ship headed for the central continent blew its horn to announce its departure. Celine, who was standing at the deck of the ship, looked at the southern continent with a sad expression. When I first arrived here, I didn't have any expectations, Celine said softly. I thought that I would be living a dull and monotonous life, but Lady Fate thought otherwise. Oliver, who was hiding in her shadow, listened attentively. He knew that Celine was feeling emotional, and decided to let her relieve the burdens in her chest. Isn't it funny, Oliver? I never imagined that I would have a disciple in this lifetime. Celine chuckled. It's quite unfortunate that the disciple I chose is a troublemaker. He always makes me worry. That he is, my lady. That he is. Say, Oliver, do you think that we made the wrong decision in teaching William the dark arts? The parrot monkey pondered this question seriously. After a few minutes of silence, Oliver said his honest thoughts for Celine to hear. I think we made the right decision. You think? Oliver nodded his head. If mistress didn't make William her disciple, I'm sure that life would have been boring. While it's true that he has a penchant for trouble, he is also someone that strives to reach greater heights. Celine nodded in agreement. Although she didn't want to admit it, she was very proud of William. During the war against the elves, the boy went above and beyond her expectations. I only have one last thing to impart to him before I go and meet Master in the Demon Continent, Celine said. Oliver, I think it would be best if you stayed by William's side. That way you would be able to. I won't leave you, mistress. Oliver cut Celine off before she could finish what she wanted to say. William doesn't need me anymore. He's no longer the helpless child that we need to save from time to time. He can already stand on his own. Also, I don't want the mistress to be lonely. That is why wherever you will go, I will follow. Thank you, Oliver. Celine looked at the southern continent that was slowly getting farther and farther away. She had already said her goodbyes to the people in Lant, and had tied up all loose ends before leaving. Celine didn't know how many years it would take before she returned to the southern continent. The path that she had chosen was a thorny one, and salvation may be out of her reach. Even so, she still wanted to meet William, and her twin sister, Celeste, one last time before seeing her master in the demon continent. It had been many years since she had seen Celeste. Although the twins didn't know when the prophecy of the elves would come to pass, Celine felt that it would be happening soon. Because of this, she wanted to meet the people that were important to her, before destiny took its hold of her. Oliver, if I decided to turn this world upside down, would you still stay by my side? Celine inquired. If possible, she didn't want her loyal retainer to be mixed up in the struggles that she would face in the future. Celine would rather choose to be lonely than to see the parrot monkey follow her down a path of no return. I will, my lady, Oliver answered. I will follow you, to damnation and beyond. Inside the thousand beast domain. A pretty elf sighed in pleasure as sharp fangs sank into her neck. Her name was Charmaine and she was one of the 13 elves that served as William's blood banks. They were part of the elven army that tried to conquer the Helen Kingdom, and became his spoils of war. All of their memories had been erased by the undead Lich, and the latter had made sure that they would be loyal to their new master, William. Ash had pleaded with William on their behalf, and the half-elf agreed that he would set them free after a few years. After a few minutes, William retracted his fangs and healed the wounds that he had made on the elf's slender neck. Thank you, Charmaine, William said as he patted her head. You can now put your clothes back on. You're welcome, master, Charmaine replied as a blush spread across her face. I will always be here if you need feeding. Don't hesitate to call me anytime. William nodded his head. He watched as Charmaine wore the maid's uniform that he had bought for her from the god shop. Once she was properly dressed, she gave William a respectful bow before leaving the room. After the elf had left, William closed his eyes and asked the system to take him to the auction of the gods. He currently had 4,450,642 god points, and he planned to participate in the morning auction to see if there were items that were worth bidding for. The morning auction was an auction exclusive to the followers of the gods of the temple. This is where several candidates like William would auction their goods that they had acquired in their current world. Naturally, if the quality of these goods passed a certain threshold, it would be automatically sent to the night auction where the gods would be able to bid for it. Just like what happened to William when the system sent the demigod Sephiron for auction. 200,000 god points. 250. 400. William leaned on his couch as he listened to the bidders raise the price of the items that were auctioned. So far, he hadn't seen anything that caught his fancy. Looks like today is another miss, William thought as the auctioneer presented the last item to be auctioned. The beautiful lady who served as the host of the auction smiled at the crowd. The last item to be auctioned is an exotic grade gauntlet, the lady declared. Although it is labeled as an exotic grade weapon, its true rank is pseudo-legendary. A weapon that even heroes from any world would want to have in their possession. When the cloth that covered the glass casing of the weapon was removed, William instinctively felt that this would be a good gift for Chiffon. During the battle at the 50th floor of the Mirage Caverns, Chiffon's gauntlets broke. The gauntlets she used were nothing special, and could be bought from or commissioned by any blacksmith in the Empire. However, William always wanted to give her something that was more durable and packed a stronger punch. The name of this weapon is Titania's gauntlets, the lady declared. A gauntlet that had been forged by the Fairy Queen herself. It is slotted with a special gem that allows its wielder to use the wind element proficiently even though they may not have the affinity for it. Gauntlet-type weapons were not very popular in the auction because people preferred using swords, spears, axes, and other martial weapons. This was why it was being auctioned in the morning auction instead of the night auction. The auction house hoped that there would be some melee fighters who would be tempted by the pseudo-legendary label that they had attached to the weapon. After seeing the lackluster response of the audience, the beautiful lady felt anxious. However, she still raised her slender hand, and commenced the start of the bidding. Bidding starts at 500,000 god points with an increment of 100,000. Bidding starts now. Chapter 543. When was the last time you ate trash? Titania's gauntlet was a pair of dark steel gauntlets with gold-plated lines engraved over it. Its design was similar to the Infinitea gauntlets that he had seen in a movie, which was used by a supervillain to wipe out half the population of the universe. William noticed that only one of the gauntlets had a green gem embedded on it that glowed with a greenish light. There were 5 slots in each gauntlet, which meant that it was possible to embed other gems in it to increase its power. Although William didn't know how he could procure these other gems, the most important matter at the moment was securing the gauntlet. He could worry about the elemental gems later. 500,000. William raised his bid as soon as the auctioneer opened the bidding. 600,000. 700,000. The half-elf narrowed his eyes because he expected that there would be interested parties that would bid for it as well. However, he had no intention of backing down. 1.3 million, William declared. William wanted to intimidate everyone, so he decided to raise the bid instantly. He only hoped that the other bidders would be intimidated and back off, because he had limited funds. Unfortunately, there were others that had also noticed the potential of the gauntlets, and wanted to acquire it for themselves. 2 million, one of the bidders declared. 2.5 million, William countered. 3 million, the person who had outbid William earlier shouted. Clearly, he was not going to back down. William only had over 4 million god points, and he had already gone past his budget. He leaned back on the comfortable couch and sighed in regret. Host, if you like, I can analyze the gauntlet and create a recipe that you could use to craft a near replica of it using the blacksmith job class. However, you will need to pay 100,000 god points for it. Would you like to proceed with the analysis? The system's words were like music in William's ears. He had completely forgotten about his blacksmith job class. Although its level wasn't high enough to create Titania's gauntlets, creating a near replica was not impossible. Yes, analyze it for me. Starting analysis. After William stopped bidding for the gauntlet, the auctioneer tried to hype it up a little more, but the bidders had already decided to give up. They were only candidates, and their funds were limited. They couldn't compete with big shots that were greatly favored by their patron gods that showered them with god points. Going once. Sold for 3 million god points. The auctioneer's gavel slammed on her desk, marking the end of the auction. William waited in bated breath as the system rapidly analyzed the gauntlets before it was taken away by the staff of the auction house. Only after William heard the familiar notification sounds did he breathe a sigh of relief. Analysis completed. Titania's gauntlet replica crafting recipe has been acquired. God points. 4,350,642. William hurriedly checked the materials needed to craft the gauntlet. Not only that, the exact process on how he could craft it was also written in the recipe that the system had analyzed for him. A little tricky but not impossible, William pondered. If I succeed, it will take me 3 days to craft it. The materials that I need are a bit pricey, but they are still within the acceptable range. After confirming the things he needed, he asked the system to purchase the items that he currently didn't have in his possession. I need to tell Ash and Sidoni that I will be gone for a day or two, William mused as he returned to the Thousand Beast domain. For the time being, I'll have both of them to look after Chiffon while I'm gone. Just as soon as William returned to his room inside the boys' dormitory, Ash's voice sounded inside his head and it sounded very urgent. Will, come and help us, Ash said in a voice laced with anxiousness. There are 6 people that have us surrounded. It seems that they know Chiffon, and wanted to take her away. Please her Kaya. Ash's words were cut off and it sounded that she had been attacked by someone. William immediately dashed out of his room and asked the system to pinpoint her location. After finding her coordinates, William clad himself in lightning and disappeared from where he stood. 15 minutes earlier, Ian and Chiffon went to see the garden of Silverwind Academy. The two were admiring the beautiful scenery around them when suddenly, 6 people encircled them, while they were taking a stroll in the garden. Ian immediately knew that something was wrong because the moment Chiffon saw one of the men, her body stiffened, and started to shake uncontrollably. She then pulled the little girl close to her as she eyed the adults with a guarded stance. Who are you and what do you want? Ian asked. One of the men stepped forward and gave Chiffon a sidelong glance before shifting his attention to Ian. The man seemed to be in his mid-20s and had short purple hair. He also had above-average looks, but his light red eyes, that were looking at Ian, weren't friendly. Who I am is not important, the purple-haired man replied. We have no business with you. Our purpose for coming here is to talk to that little girl by your side. Chiffon, come with us. I'm sure that you don't want your friend to be involved in our business, right? Chiffon's body shuddered even more when the man called out her name. The little girl felt her legs weaken, and would have collapsed on the ground if Ian didn't support her body right away. I don't want to talk, Chiffon stuttered. Please, I've been a good girl. I haven't done anything wrong. The purple-haired man eyed the shivering girl from head to foot. His eyes were filled with ridicule and contempt as he took a step forward to grab Chiffon's wrist. The little girl cried out in fear, and clung to Ian like her life depended on it. Let her go now, or I'll call the guards. Ian threatened as he wrapped his arms around Chiffon to prevent anyone from taking her away. The purple-haired man chuckled as he firmly held Chiffon's wrist like a vice grip. The little girl was in a state of complete fear, that it had overridden the pain she was currently experiencing from the man's strong grip. Guards, the purple-haired man snorted. Are you talking about those guards over there? The purple-haired man pointed at a dozen guards in the entrance. They were blocking the entrance of the garden and prevented any students from coming in. It was quite obvious that they were in cahoots with the 6 men that were surrounding 2 of their academy's students. Chiffon, you look so pretty and neat right now, the purple-haired man said with a smile. Tell me, when was the last time you visited the garbage dump? When was the last time you ate trash? Isn't your nickname Trash Eater? Why have you stopped eating it? A tear slid down the side of Chiffon's face, followed by another. Soon, the pink-haired girl's face was stained by tears as she started to wail and struggle from her captor's grip. Bastard! Let her go! Ian summoned her water whip and immediately attacked the man out of anger. However, the man was already on his guard and summoned his own weapon to deflect Ian's attack. Since you attacked first, I will fight back as self-defense. The purple-haired man sneered. Don't worry, I will not beat you up too much because we have a deal with the academy. The purple-haired man kicked Ian's chest, sending him flying a few meters away from Chiffon. 2 men immediately pinned him down to the ground to prevent him from interfering with their mission. Ian, Chiffon cried out as she struggled to break free from the man's grip. Let me go, let me go. The purple-haired man chuckled as he grabbed the little girl's neck and lifted her in the air. Don't worry, I will let you go, but we have to take a trip to the garbage dump first, the purple-haired man said in a teasing tone. I'm sure that you're very hungry right now, so I'll help you eat a lot. Chiffon's face was starting to redden due to her struggle and lack of air to breathe. The guards who were watching in the distance sighed as they averted their gaze in guilt. If possible, they wanted to help the little girl, but this was what they had agreed upon when the 6 men came to meet Chiffon during Princess Sidoni's birthday party. Chiffon, you're so light right now that I can lift you with a single hand, the man said. This is no good, you must eat more trash. You need to eat a lot until you are full. Chiffon's gaze was starting to blur due to the lack of oxygen. She had already stopped struggling because it was pointless. The little girl had already accepted her fate, and no longer resisted her captor's taunting. Seeing that Chiffon had already given up hope, the purple-haired man sneered internally. He was about to let the little girl go when a flash of light appeared, followed by a loud cracking sound. Ah! The purple-haired man screamed in pain as he held his arm, which was now bent in an unnatural angle. Chiffon raised her head to see who had come to save her. Even though her vision was already blurry, she immediately recognized the red-headed teenager who was holding her in a princess carry. Sorry I'm late, William said in a voice laced with killing intent. After seeing Ian being pinned down on the ground by 2 men, and Chiffon being strangled by someone, the half-elf's killing intent oozed out from his body. The half-elf looked down at the purple-haired man who seemed to be the leader of the group that was responsible for hurting his girls. Hey, punk, do you want to try dying once? William asked. William was not someone who condoned senseless killing, but he didn't shy away from killing bastards that deserved to die. Right now, even if the Emperor of the Crater Empire intervened, he would stop at nothing until he gave the man in front of him a very slow, and painful, death. Chapter 544, Your souls are mine. Big brother, Chiffon said weakly. More tears flowed down from her eyes as she looked up at the person that had declared to become her caretaker. Don't fight them, they are very strong. You will only get hurt. I will go with them, and apologize on your behalf. So, please, take Ian and go. Strong. William smiled as he helped Chiffon to stand up. A bunch of men bullying a little girl is strong. Don't worry, Chiffon. Now that your big brother is here, I'll beat up these bullies for you. William didn't add that he also planned on killing them later even if he had to chase them to the ends of the continent. The half-elf used his fingers to wipe away the tear stains on Chiffon's face before shifting his attention to the purple-haired guy that dared to strangle the little girl that he had taken under his wing. Oi, I don't know who you are, or where you came from, but you have successfully made me angry, William said. Ian, who had been pinned down on the ground earlier, was also sheathing in anger. However, the 2 men that were holding her in place were stronger than her. However, She was no longer worried because her lover had come to their rescue. She sneered internally because she knew that the 6 people who had ganged up on them would not have a good ending. The half-elf's eyes glowed with power as tendrils of lightning snaked around his body. He then pointed behind him and 2 streaks of lightning zapped the 2 men that were pinning Ian down, sending them skidding across the ground for several meters. Ian immediately stood up and ran towards William and Chiffon. The 6 men were at least adamantium-ranked fighters, centennial-ranked. They couldn't believe that a mere teenager was able to push them back as if they were just rookie mercenaries. The purple-haired man forcefully fixed his broken arm using an elixir before giving William a hateful glare. He didn't know how the red-headed teenager managed to land a sneak attack on him, but now that he was on guard, he wouldn't allow the same mistake to happen again. "Brat, we have an agreement with the academy, so we are not allowed to severely injure the students here," the purple-haired man stated as he summoned a greatsword in his hand. "Although I won't kill you, I will cut off one of your arms. That way, you will know that there are people in this world that you can't afford to provoke no matter what." The guards that were standing at the side glanced at each other. They were not only there to prevent the students from entering the garden, they were also there to ensure that the 6 adamantium-ranked mercenaries wouldn't go too far with their harassment. Now that the situation had turned for the worse, the captain of the guard finally decided to step in and prevent the mercenaries from harming William. However, before he could even make his move, William's words stopped him in place. "Since you had already decided to become mere spectators, then you can stay as spectators." William turned his head to glare at the captain of the guards. "Don't interfere, or I'll hold you accountable for turning a blind eye on this farce." The captain of the guards unconsciously shuddered because, for a moment, he thought that a blade was pressed against his neck. If he took a step forward, this blade would penetrate his flesh and draw blood. After saying what he had to say, William shifted his attention to the purple-haired man whom he was planning to torture to death. From behind his back, a portal emerged and dozens of rainbow birds flew out with a vengeance. B1 and B2 had spent some time with Chiffon inside the Mirage Cavern and grew fond of the girl. Although they didn't know exactly what happened, William's feelings passed through them and their gazes locked on to the purple-haired man who was a few ranks above them. Even so, the 2 dumb birds were not afraid. Unfortunately, William had already ordered them to deal with the other 5 men, because he personally planned to beat the crap out of the bastard that dared to kick Ian and strangled Chiffon. The last one to come out of the portal was Soglav. The demonic dog smirked evilly as his single eye scanned his surroundings. Just where did that pig-headed anteater go off to? Soglav thought. Well, I'll just look for him lat. Just as Soglav was about to summon his doppelganger, a big shadow loomed over them. Soglav raised his head, and the smirk on his face widened when he saw a golden dragon hovering above them. On top of the dragon's head, a small rainbow-colored anteater arrogantly looked down upon the 6 men as if they were just little insects. "Soglav, Kasaganaga, B1, and B2, I will let you handle the small fries," William ordered. "Don't kill them, understand? Ian, watch over Chiffon for me." William summoned his wooden staff and held it firmly in his hand. Without another word, he stomped on the ground and appeared right next to the purple-haired man. The name of William's opponent was Augustus. He was a demon mercenary that had been hired by a high-ranking noble from the demon continent to ensure that Chiffon lived a miserable life in the Crater Empire. He and his men would visit Silverwind Academy twice a month in order to observe Chiffon and send a report to their employer. Augustus liked this mission very much. Why? Because it was super easy to do and the pay was quite high. He would rather bully a little girl than face dangerous missions in the demon continent where the chances of dying were high. He just didn't expect that this easy mission of his would encounter difficulties that would cause him to waste a precious elixir to fix his broken arm. The 2 clashed several times against each other. Both men were trying to gauge each other's strengths, while exchanging blows deadly enough to instantly kill a weaker opponent. It didn't take long before Augustus noticed that he was being pushed back by the red-headed teenager, who was looking at him as if he was a walking corpse. Augustus channeled his aura into his weapon with the intention of using his most powerful attack, to obliterate the annoying half-elf. William was about to dodge the attack when he realized that the man in front of him didn't randomly choose this instance to hit him with a full-powered strike. Ian and Chiffon were directly behind him. If he dodged Augustus' attack, it would hit the 2 people behind him. William knew that even if the 2 girls survived, they would be severely injured due to how powerful his opponent's attack was. "Ignite!" Augustus roared. Blaze fury. William raised his left hand and summoned a silver shield in front of him. The wooden staff in his right hand disappeared and it was replaced by Soleil. Right now, William had equipped the Sun Knight job class, which was known for its very high resistance against flame-based attacks. William's feet skidded on the ground as Augustus' attack collided with his shield. The flames had ignited the flowers around them, turning their surroundings into an inferno. Ian had held Chiffon close to her when the attack started and used his body as a shield to protect the girl from the raging flames that seemed to have a life of their own. William sneered as Soleil glowed in his hand. The mythical weapon greedily absorbed the flames since they could be used as a source of power. A few moments later, the raging flames died out completely, and the spear in William's hand turned dark red. William didn't dare to use Soleil inside the academy because there was a chance that some of the students might get involved in the destruction that Soleil was capable of. Unleashing. Augustus clicked his tongue because his plan failed. He then hurriedly distanced himself from the red-headed teenager as he took out a 7th circle scroll from his storage ring to unleash a follow-up attack. He didn't intend to use this scroll because it was very expensive. However, William had angered him so much that he decided to not only pull the teenager's soul out from his body, but to devour it alongside Chiffon's and Ian's. Your souls are mine. Augustus activated the scroll in his hand. Soul Devourer. The leader of the mercenary group knew that once he activated his trump card, the annoying brat and his friends were bound to die. Although it was regrettable that Chiffon would be part of the casualties, Augustus didn't mind. All he wanted to do was kill the boy in front of him, regardless of what methods he used to make it happen. Chapter 545. Your daughter's lover is a good person. The 7th circle spell was designed to capture the souls of anyone in its path. A 7-meter-tall apparition of an astral worm appeared in front of Augustus. It then opened its mouth as it sucked greedily to absorb the souls of the 3 teenagers in front of it. Ian felt her spiritual world tremble as the Soul Devourer skill passed through her. She had given half of her heart to William, so her spiritual world's defenses were also cut in half. Although she had a very high resistance to soul attacks, a 7th circle spell was nothing to sneeze at. William was about to decimate the astral worm using his life mage job class when a determined shout reverberated in the air. No! Chiffon cried out. I won't let you hurt my friends. Chiffon stood in front of Ian, who was already kneeling on the ground and doing her best to keep her soul from leaving her body. The pink-haired girl opened her mouth as wide as she could. It was at that moment when the air around her trembled, and a powerful suction force collided with the astral worm's own devouring power. It was then when something unbelievable happened. The astral worm's apparition shrieked in fright as a powerful force pulled its body towards the little girl. William, who saw this scene, wasn't too surprised because he already knew what Chiffon was capable of. He even laughed internally as he lunged towards Augustus to give him a world of pain. He wasn't too worried about Chiffon when it came to a battle of devours. Challenge the sin of gluttony to an eating contest. They must be out of their mind. Just as William expected, the astral worm was sucked up by the pink-haired girl's little mouth, until nothing was left. Augustus didn't expect this outcome, so he was a second late in raising his guard to block William's punch that was headed right into his chest. A loud clap resounded as William's fist dug into August's chest that sent him smashing towards the ground. The punch that William did was not an ordinary punch, but a punch that he had not used for a very long time. It was the monk's skill, overwhelming strike, that he used to beat the sword saint's disciple and the pompous noble that had a crush on Rebecca. William's attack was so strong that a 7-meter-wide crater appeared in the ground where Augustus' body laid. The purple-haired man's eyes had rolled on its sockets, and blood spilled at the corner of his lips. The half-elf held back a bit to ensure that the demon wouldn't die because he planned to torture him slowly. William turned his head to see how the others were faring, and saw Kasaganaga and Soglav slapping the face of the last conscious mercenary in the 6-man group. Ian and Chiffon were both unharmed, and were currently looking at Augustus, who was sprawled on the ground. William smiled and walked towards the little girl with a smile. You did well, William said as he patted Chiffon's head. He then shifted his attention to Ian, who seemed eager to kick the half-dead man on the ground because of what he had done to her. You, too, Ian. Thank you for protecting Chiffon. William pulled Ian close to him and whispered something in her ears. Don't worry, I will let you torture him later. Make sure to pay him back 100-fold for hurting you. Ian gave William a very rare evil smile that didn't match her personality. It just showed how much his mermaid lover resented the man who had barged in on their peaceful stroll in the garden. When William was thinking of how to smuggle the 6 unconscious men to his thousand-beast domain, the headmaster of Silverwind Academy, along with some of the professors, arrived at the garden. Gilbert sighed when he saw the damage that William's battle had caused. The garden was one of the most famous attractions of their academy. However, more than half of it had been destroyed, and had been turned into scorched earth. "What do you have to say for yourself, young man?" Gilbert asked as he looked at William's direction. He had the strong urge to pull the half-elf's long ears until the teenage boy cried out in pain. "Took you long enough," William replied in a casual manner. Gilbert found himself unable to reply to William's reply. He had been informed days ago about the 6 mercenaries that had come to perform their regular check on Chiffon's lifestyle in the academy. This lifestyle check had been going on for more than a year already, and the headmaster had turned a blind eye on it due to the agreement that the Crater Empire had with the Demon Continent. William snorted and summoned a water whip to tie up Augustus' body, along with his men. He was about to drag them away when Gilbert stepped in to stop him. "We will take over from here," Gilbert said in a firm manner. "This falls under our jurisdiction." "What if I refuse?" William asked back. He used his question to stall for time while the system put some trackers on the 6 men, so that the half-elf could hunt them down later. "Host, trackers have been successfully planted on their bodies." "Thank you," William replied. He had spent 600 god points to ensure that no matter where the 6 men went, William would know exactly where they were. "What do you want?" Gilbert asked in irritation. Not only did he have to deal with the damages that had been made to the Academy's garden, he also needed to bribe the half-elf who was defying his authority. "I want them dead." "Sorry, that's not possible." "All right, then give me 6 Centennial Beast cores instead. If you do that, I will let them live," William proposed. Gilbert frowned and held up 2 fingers. 2 Centennial cores. William shook his head. "Not only did these men hurt 3 students of your academy, they also scared my 2 dumb pets." William pointed at B1, and B2, who was perched on top of 2 of the 6 men's heads. "These motherfuckers scared the shit out of me," B1 shouted in an aggrieved tone. "I will sue your academy for emotional trauma." B2 raised its head in an arrogant manner as it lifted its claw. "Just look at my pinky claw, I can't raise it up due to how scared I am. You old fucker better take responsibility, or else you'll talk to my lawyer." Gilbert had the very strong urge to hurl a fireball at the 2 dumb birds to roast them completely. What emotional trauma? Can't raise a pinky claw. If anyone needed to sue someone due to emotional trauma, it would be no one else but him. 3 Centennial cores, that is my final offer, Gilbert said as flames danced on the tip of his fingertips. B1 and B2 hadn't stopped hurling profanities in the headmaster's direction, calling him old motherfucker, and other vulgar words that pushed Gilbert to the limits of his tolerance. "Fine," William agreed before the old man snapped and roast the 2 dumb birds to the afterlife. "Pay up front or no deal." Gilbert took 3 Centennial cores from his storage ring and shoved them into William's hands. The half-elf took them and stored the beast cores inside his storage ring before holding Ian and Chiffon's hand, leading them back to the boys' dormitory. The 3 students left without a word. Soglav and the rainbow birds returned to the thousand-beast domain, while Kasaganaga once again rode on top of the dragon's head. Kasaganaga was currently the king of the bestiary in the 3rd grade division. The rainbow-colored anteater intended to brainwash all the magical beasts that belonged to the students of the academy to become its followers. Gilbert watched William's entourage leave with a sigh. He then kicked one of the tied-up men who had just regained consciousness to vent out his anger. The pitiful man once again lost his consciousness as his eyes rolled up into their sockets. "Take them and lock them up properly," Gilbert ordered. "I am going to see His Majesty." The headmaster of Silverwind Academy didn't even bother to give the 6 mercenaries a second glance as he left to return to his office. He knew that Avexius was planning to deal with the mercenaries after they had left their territory. However, William had already done the deed, which complicated things. If this matter wasn't resolved properly, then several problems might arise regarding the relationship of the Crater Empire and the Demon Continent. "Eros, it seems that your daughter's lover is a good person," a fat goddess said while eating a slice of cake. "You know, although he's a bit skinny for my taste, I like his personality." Lady Eros smiled as she sipped her tea. The goddess of gluttony, Adephasia, suddenly appeared in front of her castle, and asked if she could come in for some afternoon tea. Naturally, Eros invited her in because she was none other than her best friend in the Temple of the 10,000 Gods. What the erotic goddess didn't expect was that Adephasia would come to see her, in order to talk about William. The fat goddess kept on asking personal questions like what William liked to eat, or how many lovers the boy had. It was quite obvious that her good friend wanted to either fatten William up to suit her taste, or help her daughter, Chiffon, make her move on the boy. Lady Eros was quite supportive of her friend, so she decided to help her out a bit. Whether Chiffon would end up becoming one of William's 9 lovers, was none of her business. The only thing that mattered to her was the happiness of her daughter, whose power was currently being kept at bay by the half-elf who seemed to have caught the attention of another troublesome goddess. Chapter 546, A Sin That Is Too Much to Bear. Chiffon was currently seated on William's lap, with her head resting on his shoulder. Ever since they had returned to William's room in the boys' dormitory, Chiffon refused to leave his side. The half-elf wanted to ask her some questions regarding the 6 men, but decided to put it on hold for the time being. Chiffon was in no condition to answer any questions, so William decided to just stay by her side until her fears subsided. The little girl's body would shudder from time to time, even though she was enclosed in William's protective embrace. Clearly, she had suffered some kind of trauma at the hands of the 6 mercenaries that were commissioned to make her life miserable. "Don't worry," William coaxed the trembling girl in his embrace. "I will not let them hurt you again, I promise." Chiffon gripped William's robe as she tried her best to calm her heart that seemed to be on the verge of bursting. The past month had been the happiest month that she had spent in the academy. She had been so happy that she had forgotten why she was sent to the Crater Empire, and why those mercenaries would visit her twice a month. "Big brother, I'm scared," Chiffon said softly. "I'm scared that they will take me away. I don't want to go. Rest assured, as long as I'm around they will not be able to take you anywhere." William promised. "Yes, so, stop crying." Chiffon sighed as she leaned her body on her protector. For some reason, her heart was telling her that William would indeed keep his promise. Perhaps due to the feeling of relief, and William's assurance, the little girl closed her eyes, and fell asleep in his arms. William stayed still until Chiffon's breathing became steady. After making sure that the girl was in deep sleep, he carried her to the bed, so that she would be able to rest properly. After settling her down, the half-elf was about to go when a small hand grabbed his arm. Chiffon was still asleep, but her body moved unconsciously to prevent William from leaving her. The half-elf glanced at the hand on his arm, and the sleeping girl on the bed before sighing internally. Her breathing had become unsteady and he knew that she might wake again if he took another step away from her. "B1, B2, fly around the academy and gather some information. It doesn't matter what kind of information it is, even random things are fine too," William ordered. "When you return, I'll give both of you 1 centennial core each." A small portal appeared above William's head and 1 red and 1 blue bird appeared inside his room. The half-elf waved his hand and the window in his room sprang open. The 2 noisy birds left the room without uttering a single word because they noticed that Chiffon was sleeping. Although the angry birds were all vulgar birds, they were surprisingly considerate to the people whom they deemed to be their friends. With another wave of his hand, William closed the window and laid beside Chiffon. He hugged the little girl to assure her that he's not going anywhere. The hand that held William's arm relaxed, and Chiffon's breathing once again became steady. William brushed away the strand of hairs that were blocking her adorable face, and looked at it closely. "The sin of gluttony might be too much for you to bear," William thought as he hugged Chiffon. "But, don't worry, I will make sure that you won't go hungry again." Yes, using the power of the divinity that she received from the goddess Lily, William was confident that he could prevent Chiffon's sin from taking over her rationality. Princess Sidoni's sin of lust was capable of charming anyone around her, making her a very dangerous being. Chiffon held the sin of gluttony. William didn't know the extent of this sin's power. However, after seeing Jekyll devour the elves in the war just by opening his mouth and sucking them all in, the half-elf guessed that Chiffon's gluttony works the same way. William wasn't aware that there was a time when Chiffon's power went out of control in the demon continent. Back then, she was in a gathering of high-level demons that oversaw the different territories of the demon realm. Chiffon's father had starved her for a month, in order to use her as a means to make the other demons submit by force. However, he didn't expect that the little girl's power had far surpassed his expectations. Back then, Chiffon had gone crazy due to hunger and started to devour everything around her. Houses, Demons, monsters, even the rocks and dirt had not been spared. She had become a small black hole that greedily sucked in everything around her. Because of this, all the high-ranking demons tried to stop her by bombarding her with powerful spells. Unfortunately, these spells were also devoured by her, leaving her father and the high-ranking demons helpless. Killing one of the 7 deadly sins was taboo. Anyone who dared to do that would have their entire bloodline suffer eternal punishment under the hands of the god, or goddess, to whom the original sin belonged. This was why Chiffon's father, and the high-ranking demons, could only attempt to knock her unconscious to stop the destruction that she was causing. Chiffon's rampage ended after a day had passed. The little girl fainted after sating her hunger. After she collapsed, the high-ranking demons all agreed to seal her because she was far too dangerous. However, Chiffon's father proposed a different idea. "Let's send her to the central continent and let the humans deal with her," Chiffon's father proposed. "It will be an effective way to weaken their forces. If they tried to kill her, then their lands would be cursed, and that would only be to our advantage." His proposal was well received by the high-ranking demons, and all of them voted for Chiffon's exile. Chiffon's father then sent her to the Crater Empire because he knew that Emperor Leonidas would not be able to turn her away. However, the human emperor wasn't a fool either. In return for taking Chiffon custody, he extorted Chiffon's father for precious resources that could only be gained from the demon continent. Both sides had settled on a compromise, and Chiffon was sent to the Crater Empire. The high-ranking demons would occasionally send mercenaries to check Chiffon's condition in order to see if she was nearing her limit. Emperor Leonidas was not aware of the danger that Chiffon posed to his empire, and tried to help the girl in his own way. Albert, William's alchemist master, was in charge of supplying Chiffon with food pills. However, it didn't take long for them to realize that the food pills' effect gradually lost its power as time went by. Right now, a pill was only enough to stave off Chiffon's hunger for half an hour. Although they could keep on making pills for her, the nobles of the demon continent had sent supervisors to check her condition. After they found out that Chiffon's hunger was being kept at bay using pills, they sent a petition to the Crater Empire and Chiffon's father and threatened to bring her back to the demon continent. Knowing that what awaited the girl if she were to return was suffering, Emperor Leonidas decided to cease all support to the girl and allowed her to fend for herself. Of course, Albert would sneak a few pills every now and then, so that she could eat them when the hunger became too unbearable. However, due to the heavy monitoring that was being done on the girl, he couldn't help her much. "The boy beat them up?" Emperor Leonidas asked with a smile. "Did he beat them good?" "Your Majesty, this is no laughing matter," Gilbert said. "What should we do with the demon mercenaries? If they return to the demon continent, then news of this will spread and they might even send a punitive expedition." Emperor Leonidas pondered for a while before giving his decree. After they had recovered from their injuries, "Set them free," Emperor Leonidas ordered. "I doubt they will be stupid enough to find trouble for Chiffon after the suffering that they have received from William." "But, what about the Chiffon's father?" Gilbert inquired. A devilish smile appeared on Emperor Leonidas' face as he told Gilbert the answer. "Tell them that the one that beat up the men he sent was the son of the Dungeon Conqueror and the Saintess of the Elves," Emperor Leonidas replied. "I'm sure that once he gets this news, he will try his best to capture the boy." "Will we let him catch the boy?" "Catch him? Well, the possibility exists, but are you forgetting something important?" Gilbert frowned. "Something important?" "Ah." The headmaster of the academy remembered the auras that he had felt when William fearlessly confronted Emperor Leonidas. "That boy isn't even afraid of me," Emperor Leonidas said. "Since that is the case, why would he be afraid of Chiffon's father? I hope that sorry excuse of a father gets his just desserts." Losing an arm against the Dungeon Conqueror back then was not enough for his arrogance. Emperor Leonidas would love to see the face of Chiffon's father after he realized that he had fucked up. What he didn't know was that the half-elf was only bluffing back then. William couldn't ask for the help of the myriad undeads in the Undying Lands, unless he was about to conduct a massacre that would number in the hundreds of thousands. Molokai was not running a charity. There were only a little more than a year before he would be free from his bindings. When that happens, he would once again set foot in the lands of Hestia. A land that he had not seen for thousands of years. Chapter 547, The Vault of the Vanished Warlord. Just like William instructed, B1 and B2 started to gather information inside the academy. Most of the information they gathered was about the battle that had happened in the garden. There were rumors flying around that the academy was under attack and the headmaster was keeping a tight lid on it. The two birds knew that this was not the information that William wanted, so they kept their ears open for any kind of gossip, no matter if it was credible or not. Man, those idiots, I shouldn't have agreed to let them inside the academy. Human, the guard captain of Silverwind Academy, scratched his head in irritation. Every time those bastards come here, I get the urge to punch their faces. The other guards nodded their heads in agreement. Earlier, when they saw William and his summoned monsters beating the mercenaries, they wanted to join the fight and clobber the bastards as well. However, they were duty-bound not to interfere because this was something that the Emperor had decreed. It would become a dispute, so they couldn't do anything about it. Look at the bright side, Captain, one of Human's trusted subordinates commented. I doubt they'll have the guts to return here after that one-sided beating. Human snorted because he knew that things weren't that simple. Even if they don't come back, the other side will send in more people. This time, those hired goons will be stronger and more brutal than the first batch. B1 waited just in case Human would say more, but half an hour passed and no further talks about Chiffon were discussed. B2, on the other hand, went to see Kasaganaga and asked it for help. Those motherfuckers, Kasaganaga cursed. Due to the influence of the rainbow birds, the deity of the sky would curse from time to time, especially when it was around them. Don't worry, B2. I'll ask my minions and share the news at a later time. B2 nodded and flew away. It still didn't find any worthwhile information, so it decided to go to the places where many students gathered to listen to their conversations. Meanwhile, in the infirmary of Silverwind Academy, you've already seen Chiffon, Gilbert said as he looked at the 6 mercenaries that had been patched up by their school's clerics. Now leave this place before I ask you to pay for the damages that you have caused. Headmaster, do you think that this will end well for you? The leader of the mercenary group, Dicky, sneered. If my employer hears about this, he will definitely not sit idly. Indeed, Gilbert agreed. I mean, if I heard that the mercenary group I hired was beaten black and blue by a teenager, I would probably be infuriated. Who knows, I might even kill you on the spot for being incompetent fools. Dicky flinched because the possibility of that happening was very high. Their employer was not a very understanding person, and once he got angry, heads would start to roll. In fact, I was just about to write a letter to him, Gilbert said with a smile. I will make sure to report everything that happened here. I'll even ask him to pay for the damages that you have caused. Don't you know that the garden is one of our academy's attractions? Now that half of it is destroyed, it will take a while for it to be restored to its former glory. Guess what? That's going to cost a great sum of money. I bet your employer will be very happy when he reads my letter. Dicky was starting to feel anxious. If word of their group's failure were to spread, they would definitely become fugitives in the demon continent and would have no choice but to stay in the central continent to evade their employer's wrath. This was something that they had to prevent at all costs. Dicky cleared his throat. Headmaster, we've known each other for a while. Why don't the two of us compromise? Compromise? Gilbert questions. Are you going to pay me for the damages? No, but I have a better idea. Dicky could tell that he was at a disadvantage in the negotiation. The leader of the mercenary group knew that if he didn't come up with something to keep the headmaster's mouth shut, things might get dicey for him in the future. How about this? I will give you this scroll that I picked up by accident, Dicky said as he summoned a scroll from his storage ring. A merchant was carrying this scroll and it seemed to be a prized possession. I was planning to sell it at an auction, but since the headmaster and I are good friends, I will use this to pay for the damages I did to your academy. Not only that, I will also report that Chiffon is more miserable than the last time I saw her. I will continue to give this kind of report to my employer, every time we visit in the Crater Empire. How does that sound? Gilbert thought for a while before nodding his head in agreement. If he could wrap things up in a peaceful manner, then he and Emperor Leonidas didn't need to worry about Dicky's employer. Also, he was very curious about the scroll in Dicky's possession. Since he had nothing to lose in this exchange, he acted to reluctantly accept the mercenary leader's offer. Fine, Gilbert made a gesture for Dicky to pass the scroll to him. I will compromise, but we will make a soul contract first. All 6 of you will sign it with your blood. Do we have a deal? Of course, Dicky answered in a heartbeat. He was worried that Gilbert would change his mind, so he hastily gave him the scroll and waited for the headmaster to finish drafting their contract. Although he lost an ancient scroll that he was planning to sell in an auction, it was more important to keep his head on his body. His employer was someone that didn't look at failure favorably. After all 6 mercenaries had signed the contract, they hastily left the academy to return to the demon continent. Dickie had seen the pure killing intent in William's eyes, and he knew that the boy was serious. This was why he didn't bother to stay long in the academy just in case the half-elf would come knocking on their doors. Gilbert had asked the guards to escort the mercenaries out of the academy to ensure that they wouldn't do anything stupid along the way. Finally, everything's been wrapped up nicely, Gilbert sighed as he sat on his couch. I swear that William Brad will be the death of me. The headmaster of Silvermoon Academy shook his head in helplessness before opening the scroll that Dickie had given him. He was a linguist and had studied almost all the languages in the world of Hestia, including the ancient language of the Firstborns. The Firstborns were the first residents of the world when it was just formed. They were an ancient race that was said to have gone extinct during the era of the gods because they were hunted down by the other races due to their unique abilities. Gilbert raised the cup of tea on the table and took a sip. However, he immediately spat it back out after reading the first lines on the very top of the scroll. The Vault of the Vanished Warlord. The headmaster's hand trembled because he knew the backstory of the vanished warlord. He was the ruler of the Firstborns, and was said to possess an incredible treasure that could rival the power of the gods. Gilbert had dedicated his life to finding the Vault of the Vanished Warlord, where the priceless treasure of the Firstborns was held. To think that I would find its location in this manner, fate is really a fickle lady, Gilbert muttered as he read the contents of the scroll. 5 minutes later, the headmaster of the academy slammed his fist on the table in anger. Damn it, why must it be on the 51st floor of Babylon? Gilbert cursed out loud. So this is why no one had found it, even after all these years. It's right there. The headmaster of the academy cursed for 10 full minutes before he finally calmed down. After reining in his emotions, the first thing he did was to press his left palm over the scroll. A moment later, a flash of light shrouded the room in white. Gilbert used his unique ability to create a perfect replica of the scroll that would lead him to the treasure vault that he had searched for his entire life. The headmaster didn't settle for one copy. He made 12 exact copies of the scroll and translated the text into the language commonly used in the world of Hestia. This way he could look for people who would dare to challenge the place where none had returned alive. Chapter 548, Eradicate. World End Tempest. I will come with you, Ash said as she watched William wear a hooded robe that covered his entire body. She knew where her lover was going, and she intended to go with him at all cost. Okay, William replied as he adjusted his assassination uniform. Due to the trackers that the system had placed on Dickie and his subordinates, he was able to see and hear the conversation between the mercenary leader and the headmaster of Silverwind Academy. Even though the mercenary leader had agreed to report to his employer that Chiffon's life in the academy was the same as always, he had no intention of letting them go so easily. William was someone that could see the bigger picture, so he also understood that if the mercenaries were to really do as they promised in the contract, Chiffon would no longer need to worry about her father who was on the demon continent. The half-elf didn't care who Chiffon's father was because, to him, her father was scum. William even promised himself to give that person a good beating if he met him sometime in the future. The half-elf was an orphan in his past life. He didn't have any parents, nor did he know what it meant to have a family. The director of the orphanage said that he was abandoned on their doorstep, and the only thing that they had left him was an embroidered handkerchief with his name. William. This was why he had developed a grudge to people that abandoned their children because they were considered baggage. William was someone that couldn't forgive these people, so he planned to take action to protect Chiffon in the way he knew best. Let's go, William said as he opened the window of his room. Ash nodded and merged with William. It had been a while since the two of them had activated the ability of the Familia to fuse and fight together. Tendrils of lightning snaked around William's body before he disappeared from the room. Boss, are we really going to let that kid go? One of Dickie's subordinates complained. I can't take this lying down, boss. I want to murder that kid so badly. Boss, I feel the same way. How about we sneak inside the academy and kill the brat in his sleep? I'm confident that we can sneak past the academy's defenses if we all work together. Shut up, Dickie shouted. Stop your blubbering and just hurry up. We need to get to the next town before midnight. Although they could use teleport gates to hasten their journey, there were certain rules that they had to follow while they were in the Crater Empire. Every time they came to the Crater Empire from the Demon Continent, they had to travel along a fixed route that was away from the human cities. This was the compromise that Emperor Leonidas had agreed upon when he decided to allow Chiffon to stay in his territory. Boss, just let me have a go at that kid. I promise that I'll end it quickly. I'll go with you, brother, let's go back. We can reach the academy in 5 hours tops if we hurry. Dickie wanted to slap his subordinates for their stupidity. He was the strongest in their group and the one that had fought against the boy. After their short battle, he realized that the boy was stronger than him. This was why he used his ultimate attack as well as his soul-devouring scroll to finish him off and prevent the Crater Empire from gaining another prodigy. He didn't know that William was not from the Crater Empire. While he was about to take action and show the fools their place, a peal of thunder sounded in the heavens. Seconds later, a streak of lightning descended a few meters away from them. You don't need to return to the academy to find me, William said as sparks of lightning flashed all over his body. I have come for all of you. Ha ha ha, perfect. One of Dickie's subordinates summoned a war axe. You saved us the trouble. Now, it's time for you to die. The man charged at William with the intention of slicing him in half. He was a veteran in the battlefield and he had already determined that William was only in the peak of the platinum rank. He was in the middle stages of the adamantium rank, which was 2 realms above the boy. With such a huge gap in power, how could he possibly lose to a teenager who was still studying in an academy? It was not only the axe wielder that decided to attack William. The other mercenaries, except Dickie, also joined in to ensure that their prey wouldn't be able to escape. Exceed break, William muttered as he took a step forward. He had activated the skill that heightened all of his senses and multiplied them tenfold. Fools, are you blinded by rage that you didn't notice? He's a lightning user, Dickie shouted as he, too, took out his weapon to assist his men in battle. Don't underestimate him just because his rank is lower than ours. Dickie's subordinates returned to their senses after they had overlooked this important part. However, it was already too late. At the center of William's palm, a ball made of electricity and fire swirled like a whirlpool. Thunder blaze. William unleashed his magical attack and sent the axe wielder flying. The smell of burnt flesh permeated the air as William's eyes glowed eerily in the darkness. After disabling one of his targets, the half-elf stomped his foot on the ground and jumped high into the air. Icicle realm. Icicle shards sprouted off the ground and trapped the mercenaries in a dome filled with razor-sharp icicles. These icicles would shoot into the air and break into pieces. Each piece was sharp enough to cut off a person's body part, and William had trapped the mercenaries in a slaughterhouse made of icicle shards. Although this attack was one of William's favorite moves, his opponents were veterans in their own right. The mercenaries activated their spells in order to destroy William's attempt to hold them in place, but to their surprise, the ice that they destroyed would regenerate at a rapid pace. The mercenaries thought that they were just fighting against a single individual, but they were wrong. Right now, Ash had merged with William, and she was equipped with the Ice Mage's final job class, which was the Ice Monarch. William was currently using the Elemental Lord job class, which allowed him to wield the powers of wind, water, fire, earth, and lightning. The half-elf gathered the 5 elements on both of his hands and merged them together. This was the first time that he would use this attack in actual combat. Its output was not very strong, but it was devastating nevertheless. The purpose of the icicle domain was to simply buy some time until William had merged the 5 elements together to create a spell that he had created on a whim. Eradicate. William roared as he threw the rainbow-colored ball of light in his hands. World-end tempest. A blinding flash of light illuminated the dark night, followed by a loud explosion. Gilbert, who was patrolling the academy grounds, saw a radiant light in the distance, and instinctively felt that something had gone terribly wrong. That stupid brat. Gilbert immediately summoned a giant owl and headed to the direction of the light in haste. He was afraid that if he arrived a second late, the only thing he would find were ashes of the mercenaries, who had left his academy just a few hours ago. Chapter 549. I don't get hungry for a day after eating it. The corner of Ash's lips twitched as she looked at the aftermath of William's spell. This was the first time that she had seen her lover use this spell, and the effect was... That's it, Ash asked. All that spell did was just a flash of light and a loud explosion. William lightly coughed before raising his chin in arrogance. Just as I had planned, William replied. As if. Ash's spectral image slightly pulled on William's ears because he was bragging about something not worth bragging about. William had still not perfected the world-end tempest, and at most, it only served as a super flashy flash grenade with a stunning effect. Isn't it fine? The targets were still neutralized in the end, William insisted. Besides, I was not planning on killing them. I'm still itching to beat them up for what they did to Chiffon. Before Ash could even say anything, the half-elf summoned a gust of wind and threw the mercenaries inside the portal. He made sure that all 6 of them were accounted for, before entering the Thousand Beast domain to conduct his interrogation. Dickie awakened due to ice-cold water that had been splashed on his body. The first thing he saw when he opened his eyes was a half-elf, seated on a chair, with one leg crossed over the other. The leader of the mercenary group immediately recognized William because it was not long before that they had battled against each other. Dickie was about to stand up when he realized that his body had been tied up with adamantium shackles that prevented him from using any kind of magic. He scanned his surroundings and saw his subordinates tied up in the same way as him. However, what made him suck in a deep breath was over 100 elven undead who were standing behind his men, with their weapons at the ready. It was as if they were just waiting for William's order to hack his comrades to pieces. "You don't have to worry about them. I won't kill them, at least not yet. I have questions, and I want answers," William said with a devilish smile. "You can choose not to answer them, but I will advise you to cooperate if you don't want to get hurt. If this is due to the harassment we did at the academy, please, allow me to apologize." Dickie bowed his head submissively because this was the only thing he could think of to save his life. "I have already made a deal with the headmaster to keep Chiffon's current circumstances a secret. I swear that I won't harass her again, so please, forgive me and my men." William shook his head slowly as if telling Dickie that gaining his forgiveness wasn't that easy. "Answer my questions first, we will talk about forgiveness later," William stated. "But, before we get to that, I just want you to know that if you lie to me, I will kill your men and turn them to undead. I have a skill that allows me to tell whether someone is lying or not." Kusaganaga stood a few meters away from William while gnawing on a centennial core. This was one of the cores that Gilbert had given him earlier as compensation. The 2 other cores had already been given to B1 and B2 in order to raise their ranks. Kusaganaga's role was to tell the half-elf if his prisoners were lying or not. Demigods could easily ascertain lies from truth, and William needed the rainbow-colored anteater to ensure that Dickie wouldn't be able to lie to him. First question: who is your employer? "A duke in the demon continent. He commissions us to visit Chiffon in the academy to see how she's doing, and whether the Crater Empire is following the agreement." "His name, Piers Ryder, the Duke of Grimgar," Dickie answered. William glanced at Kusaganaga and the latter nodded its head in affirmation. "Is he Chiffon's father?" William inquired. Dickie shook his head. "I'm not sure. All I know is that he pays us good money to do this commission." William snorted. For the time being, he would remember the name of the Duke. If there was an opportunity in the future to visit the demon continent, the half-elf would give him a visit, and smack his face for good measure. "Let me get this straight." William rested the side of his face over his right palm. "Your mission is to visit the Crater Empire twice a month to check whether Chiffon is suffering or not, correct? And if she's not suffering, ... we are duty-bound to make her suffer." William nodded his head before pointing his finger at Dickie's head. Stone bullet. A stone which was as large as a baseball ball, materialized in the air and flew towards Dickie, hitting his forehead, before breaking into pieces. As a demon who had reached the adamantium rank, the stone bullet wasn't able to deal him a serious injury. However, it was still enough to make him feel hurt. William shot 5 more stone bullets, which hit the other mercenaries who were pretending to be unconscious. All of them cried out in pain, but William was still not done with his interrogation. "Aside from your group, are there any other envoys that come to check up on her condition?" William inquired. "No, we are the only group that traveled to the human lands. You can be assured that we will keep everything a secret," Dickie answered. "If you don't believe me, you can ask the headmaster. We already signed a blood oath. If you like, I can tell you the details in full." "No need." William shook his head. "I already know the details of the contract." William interrogated and tortured the mercenaries for half an hour before forcing them to sign another contract with their blood. One of the things that was written in the contract was that they would not say any information about him to anyone. If they were to break this oath, they would immediately die due to a breach of contract. The only contract that William trusted was a contract that was supervised by the god of contract, Saintess. There were certain beings that were capable of forcefully breaking a contract, but none of them would be able to break a contract that was reinforced by the god of contract himself. This was why William preferred to form his own contract, than trust a contract that was only reinforced by lesser beings. After knocking the mercenary group unconscious for a second time, William tossed them out of his domain. Before I forget, I want you guys to do something for me. I want you to bring me a detailed map of the demon continent on your next visit, William ordered. It doesn't matter how expensive it is. I'll pay you once you hand it over to me, understood? Why yes, Dickie answered. He and his men were bruised and battered because William didn't go easy on them. All they wanted was to get as far away from the half-elf as they could, and never see him again if possible. Unfortunately, the latter had bound them to do his bidding with the help of the arcane spectral lich. Although they weren't wearing any collars on their neck, they had been placed under a powerful curse, which left them no choice but to follow William's orders. The half-elf raised his head to look at the east. He had sensed someone approaching their location, and he was quite familiar with the person's magical presence. Go, William ordered. Seeing you guys makes me want to beat you up all over again. The bodies of the demons shuddered as they hurried to leave in fear of William's threat. This time, they used their physical abilities to empower their body and ran as fast as they could. The half-elf didn't bother to watch them go because his attention was focused on the black dot that was approaching his location. The system had already informed him of the identity of the newcomer, which proved that William's hunch was correct. 5 minutes later, an owl hovered above William and Gilbert looked down on him with a glare. What are you doing here, William? Gilbert asked. Don't you know that our academy has a curfew? William gave the headmaster of Silverwind Academy an innocent smile before giving his reply. Headmaster, I wasn't able to sleep, so I decided to take a stroll. Take a stroll? Do you know how far away we are from the academy? I even used the teleportation gate of Silverwind City just to get here as fast as I could. Boy, do you think I'm stupid? Gilbert patted the owl and ordered it to land. He had already used his night vision to check the surrounding area and found traces of battle. There was even some blood on the ground, which made him livid. Did you kill them? Gilbert asked. William shook his head. No. Are you telling the truth? You'd better not lie to me. You have no idea what the consequences are if you killed the envoy from the demon continent. They're not dead. Don't worry, Headmaster. Everything is fine. I just taught them a little lesson, that's all. Gilbert didn't know if William was telling the truth or not. However, he would rather believe his words than think of the worst-case scenario. He nagged at William for a bit before urging the boy to ride the owl with him. He intended to personally take the boy back to the academy in order to get some peace of mind. Meanwhile inside Princess Sidoni's room. And that's how William and I became lovers, Princess Sidoni said with a smile. She was currently brushing the little girl's hair in front of the mirror, while telling her the story of how William and her became lovers. Chiffon looked at the beautiful princess's reflection in the mirror with a dumbfounded expression. Quote, You tricked him. I didn't trick him. I just didn't tell him that the Crater royal family had this custom. You used his ignorance to get what you wanted. Princess Sidoni nodded. Yes, I did, the beautiful princess admitted without any tinge of guilt or embarrassment. She loved William so much that she was willing to do anything in order to make him her lover. In the end she succeeded, and the half-elf had also opened his heart to her, which made her love life very colorful. Tell me, Chiffon, what is Will to you? Princess Sidoni asked. As someone who loved William, she could feel that the little girl in front of her was somewhat interested in her lover. However, the feeling was very vague, so she wasn't sure if what Chiffon felt for him was love or only admiration. He's my caretaker, Chiffon answered. He makes sure that I don't suffer from hunger. How can he stop you from feeling hungry? Princess Sidoni inquired. The sin of gluttony can only be sated by massive amounts of food. We always eat together, and although you eat more than me, that can still be considered normal because I don't eat much. Just what is Will feeding you? How did he prevent you from losing to the power of your sin? I just don't understand how he did it. Okay, all done. Chiffon turned her head to look at Princess Sidoni and answered her question. I stave off my hunger by licking Big Brother's lollipop, Chiffon replied. It is long, hard, and is very delicious. Also, it is very sweet. For some reason, I don't get hungry for a day after eating it. Ellipsis. William was unaware that the little girl that he was protecting had made Princess Sidoni misunderstand what she was talking about. He would come to learn about it the next time he spent some time with his princess lover, who made sure she bit his lollipop to show how displeased she was with his action. Chapter 550, Devourer's Gauntlets. 2 days after William had dealt with Dickie and his mercenary group. Gained express points. 400,000. Congratulations, your blacksmith job class had increased a level. Blacksmith job class has reached its max level. Finally it's completed. William wiped the sweat on his forehead as he looked at his latest creation. 2 silver gilded, black gauntlets glowed faintly in front of William. Its main body was made from adamantium and mithril, so its durability and ability to synchronize with its wielder's magic power was guaranteed. William felt that his current skill was insufficient to create a near replica of a pseudo-legendary weapon, so he decided not to push himself, and just make an exotic-grade weapon that is well within the limit of his capabilities. After studying the recipe of Titania's gauntlet, the half-elf decided to tweak it. Since he didn't know how the jewels with elemental properties worked with Titania's gauntlet, he altered its performance, so that his own elemental powers would work in it. Now that the body is made, it's time to create the jewels for it, William muttered as he clicked the Job Advanced job class for the blacksmith job class. System, change my job class to Artificer. Blacksmith has been successfully upgraded to Artificer. Unlike the other job classes, a blacksmith could branch out to different areas of specialties. Since William could freely change his job class, it didn't matter if he chose Artificer, Whitesmith, or Battlesmith. Since his priority was to create elemental jewels to place on the gauntlets he made, he needed a job that specialized for it. William received 5 skill points after changing his job class, and he placed them all in jewel smithing. The half-elf was also interested in the metal smithing skill, but for now, he decided to focus on jewel smithing. Once he leveled up and gained skill points, it wouldn't be too late to add points to the metal smithing skill. Jewel smithing allows the artificer to refine or create jewels for various purposes. Chances of success in jewel creation are dependent on the skill's level. Chance of success in jewel creation, 50%. William took out an emerald from his storage ring. He had no time to polish a gem from the beginning, so he decided to use a ready-made gem for his experiment. Unlike the Titania's gauntlet that allowed its wielder to fully manipulate the wind element, William's gauntlet was not so convenient. However, what it lacked in power, it made up for in diversity. At least, that is what William had planned for the weapon he had personally crafted for Chiffon. William closed his eyes and focused his magical power on the jewel that he was holding in his hand. Jewel skill creation. A faint green light glowed inside the emerald as William attached a skill to it. The glow became stronger as the jewel skill creation neared its completion. However, just before William was about to succeed, cracks appeared on the emerald surface. A second later, the emerald turned into fine glittering green dust. William failed on his first attempt, but William wasn't too worried. He once again took an emerald from his storage ring and started the process all over again. On his 9th attempt, William finally succeeded and successfully imbued a skill into the emerald. Jewel creation success. The host has created a high-quality jewel of flight. Gained express points, 2,000. Congratulations, your artificer job class has increased a level. William gained 6 additional skill points after his job class gained 2 levels. He immediately maxed his jewel smithing skill and increased the chance of success to 75%. Although it wasn't 100%, William was still happy about the current success rate. He placed the flight jewel on the middle slot of the right gauntlet. After admiring his work for half a minute, he once again took out a different jewel from his storage ring. This time, William took out a moonstone and imbued another skill to it. Several hours passed before William finally finished his masterpiece. Using his jewel smithing and metal smithing skills, William had worked tirelessly until the gauntlet transformed into a pseudo-legendary weapon. Please give a name to your creation. Name it Devourer's Gauntlets, William said before falling on his back. He had given his everything to create this weapon, and now he was too exhausted to even move. Weapon has been successfully named. Devourer's Gauntlets. Pseudo-legendary weapon. Gauntlet-type weapon. Increase all stats by 20. Allows the wielder of this weapon to use the skill Overwhelming Strike 3 times a day. Has a 5% chance to stun your opponent for 3 seconds whenever you land a hit on any part of their body. Devourer's Gauntlet imbued skills. Flight active. Gives the ability to fly. Lightning reflexes passive. Increase reaction time by 50%. Heroism passive. Increase all stats by 50% when fighting against stronger opponents. Underwater breathing passive. Gives the ability to breathe underwater. Improved concentration passive. Increase concentration during battles. Cure active. Cures harmful status effects. Ox's strength passive. Increase strength by an additional 20, immolation active. Coats the body with searing flames. Shadow clone active. Creates one replica with 50% of the wielder's overall strength. Dodge passive. Increase the rate of dodging an attack by 30%. Ash, help me, William called out to his mermaid lover through telepathy. I can't move. A few minutes later, the door of the workshop opened and a young lady with light blue hair walked in with a worried look. 3 days have passed in the outside world and all of us are worried about you, Ash said with a sigh. I was surprised when you contacted me, but to think that you worked till the point that you are even unable to move astounds me. I know, I'm just that awesome, more like that stupid. Ash then looked at the glowing gauntlets on top of William's working desk, and felt a little jealous of the little girl who would soon receive them. Just a glance was enough to tell her that William had poured his heart and soul to its creation, to the point of exhaustion. If the half-elf had done the same for her, she would definitely be moved by his token of love. Ash picked up William from the ground and carried him like a princess. The half-elf willed his thoughts and the Devourer's gauntlet flew towards his storage ring. 2 days later, he would travel to Amun's temple to finally meet with the god who could lift the curse from Ash, Est, and Isaac. Emperor Leonidas finally gave his permission a day after Princess Sidoni's birthday party. Lily had said that Amun was a moody person. If William managed to catch him in a good mood, then the quest he would receive would be relatively easy. However, if he caught him in a bad mood, he would give William an unreasonable quest that was near impossible to complete. Having encountered Cernunnos in the past, William had already accepted that he had dog shit luck. He had already prepared himself for the worst-case scenario in his meeting with Amun. Even so, he wouldn't back down. He had promised Ash, Est, and Isaac that he would lift their curse, and bring back the things that they had lost. William looked forward to the day where he could finally embrace Est in her true form. More than anything else, he wanted to keep the promise that he had made with her before he went to the central continent. A promise that when they meet again, they would truly become lovers, in heart, body, and soul. Chapter 551, A Petty God. You must be William, our oracle has been waiting for you. One of the gatekeepers guarding Amun's temple bowed her head in greeting. William nodded his head. I came to have an audience with His Excellency, Amun. We have already been notified. Please, follow us, Sir William. The gatekeeper led William to one of the rooms where he must cleanse his body in preparation for his meeting with the god. He had already experienced this before in the Temple of Courage, so he obediently followed the etiquette that was needed to gain the oracle's approval to enter the inner temple, where Amun would communicate with his followers. Half an hour later, William stood in front of Amun's statue and closed his eyes. Slowly, but surely, he felt himself getting drowsy. He didn't resist it, and allowed himself to go to that place. The boundary of heaven and earth. So, you've come, a voice tinged with amusement said. William opened his eyes and came face to face with a silver-haired man sitting on a throne. The man's blue eyes looked amused, and his lips were curled up in a charming smile that would make any young lady blush in infatuation. I'm still more good-looking than him, William thought as he eyed the god in front of him. The smile on Amun's lips twitched because he was able to read William's thoughts. At first he was planning to give the half-elf an easy task due to his friendship with the lowly goddess, Lily. However, William's inner comment made him change his mind. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Amun, Amun said. A Grand Marquess of Hell, and one of the members of Ars Godia. You don't need to introduce yourself, because I don't care about puny mortals who are not as handsome as me. Now, let's get down to the business at hand. Amun rested his chin on the back of his left hand as he eyed William from head to foot. I am going to give you 3 quests. Amun wasn't able to finish his words because William's thoughts flashed across his mind. This god must be delusional thinking that he's more good-looking than me, William thought. Well, I better not say anything. I don't want to hurt the feelings of others. I've changed my mind. You need to finish 7 quests, Amun stated in an icy voice. I will lift the curse once you've completed them all. William nodded his head in agreement. He had already anticipated that the god would make things difficult for him, so he wasn't surprised about the number of quests that Amun had given him. This is your first quest. Amun raised his hand and a scroll appeared on William. Return to me once it's done. I have other things to do. Goodbye. Amun didn't even wait for William to ask him any questions before sending him back to the temple. Clearly, he didn't have any good impression of the half-elf that criticized his good looks. William opened his eyes and looked at the scroll in his hand. He was very displeased at how Amon treated him. If there was a place where he could file a complaint, he would definitely give Astrid's twin brother a 1-star review. The half-elf opened the scroll and read its contents. Amon's first quest: conquer the 51st floor of the Tower of Babylon. The 51st floor of the Tower of Babylon currently had no owners. Your mission is to gain complete control of this floor, and solve the mystery as to why it had remained unconquered for over 1,000 years. If you like to know more details about the Tower of Babylon, feel free to ask the headmaster of Silverwind Academy. Quote. I knew it, William muttered. Looks like Amon intended to make my life difficult from the get-go. William had no idea where the Tower of Babylon was. However, one thing was clear. No one had been able to conquer its 51st floor for thousands of years, which meant that its difficulty rating was very high. I need to return to the academy and have a talk with the headmaster, William thought. Fortunately, Amon was a bit considerate and gave me a hint as to who to ask for information. After giving an appropriate donation to Amon's temple, the half-elf hastily returned to Silverwind Academy to find the answers to his questions. Meanwhile, at the Temple of the 10,000 Gods, that brat is quite annoying. Amon complained to his twin sister, Astrid, who was currently sipping a cup of tea in her garden. I was planning to make things easy for him, but he got on my nerves. Let's see if he can clear the near-impossible quest that I gave him. Astrid sighed as she placed the teacup back on the table. Near impossible? Just what kind of quest did you give the boy? The goddess of female knights had taken a hands-off policy when it came to the quests that Amon would give to William. Est, Ian, and Isaac were her devout followers. Naturally, she only wanted the best for them. She was willing to give William her blessings to become their lovers, but that would only happen once he had completed her twin brother's quests. Amon chuckled as he gave his sister a devilish smile. The mission I gave him was to clear the 51st floor of the Tower of Babylon. Haha, don't worry, I will show mercy on him once he returns to the temple and begs me to change the first quest that I gave him. Astrid frowned. She was aware of the reason why no one had conquered the 51st floor of the tower. Long ago, when the world was still young, the gods decided to create a tower for their entertainment. Similar to a dungeon, each floor of the dungeon was a stage that needed to be cleared in order to advance to the next floor. The one who was able to clear any of its floors would become the owner of the floor. There were even some powerful families in the central continent that had migrated their entire clans on the floors that they had claimed as their own. This tower was located at the very center of the central continent, and was considered to be the greatest challenge for humanity. Similar to the Atlantis dungeon, the Tower of Babel had 100 floors. However, for over 1,000 years, the exploration had stopped at the 51st floor. Anyone who dared to challenge it had never been seen again. After losing so many prodigies and talented individuals in the 51st floor, the empires, kingdoms, and sects prohibited their people from challenging it again. Of course, there were still people who wanted to make their names known to the world, but after entering the mysterious floor, they were never heard from again. You're so petty, Amon, Astrid said as she eyed her brother. What would you do if the boy died on that floor? Amon shrugged. If he dies, then he dies. Don't worry, if that happens, I will lift the curse on your devout followers. I'm sure that they will forget about him in time and fall in love with someone else. Lady Astrid smirked before emptying her cup of tea. Her brother was right. Although her followers would be hurt after William died, they will get over it in time. The goddess didn't believe that the half-elf would be able to complete the quest that her brother had given William. Seated on a throne made from black obsidian, a primordial goddess observed Astrid from afar. She had overheard Astrid's discussion with Amon and simply giggled at their foolishness. Near impossible doesn't mean impossible, the primordial goddess mused as she looked at the projection of the red-headed teenager in front of her. Show me, young Pendragon. Are you really the master of your fate? Are you really the captain of your soul? The primordial goddess smiled as she petted the head of the black phoenix that was resting beside her throne. She was looking forward to seeing William's growth, and the day when they would meet at the crossroads of fate. Chapter 552, Are you planning to commit suicide? Chiffon hugged the gauntlets that William had given her while she slept. The little girl really liked her new gauntlets, and was even touched when she learned that the one that forged them was her big brother. If not for the fact that the academy had forbidden its students from carrying their weapons on their bodies, Chiffon would have worn her gauntlets during class as well. Ian and Princess Sidonie exchanged a glance as they looked at the pink-haired girl that was sleeping on William's bed. Ever since William left, she stopped going to class and spent her free time sleeping on his bed. Ian sighed. She's like a little puppy that is waiting for her master's return. Princess Sidonie pressed her palm on her forehead as she looked at the little girl who had been entrusted to her by William. Amun's temple is located at the north of the empire, Princess Sidonie said. The temple itself is located in a valley that had been closed off from the public. According to my estimate, it will take 2 days to get there even if he used teleportation gates. Then, he should have arrived there at this time. Yes, we will probably see him after 2 days. Ian shook her head as she looked at the corner of the room, where a spear was leaning on the wall. No, he will be arriving shortly, Ian said with confidence. Princess Sidonie was about to ask what Ian meant when suddenly, a brief flash of light illuminated the room. I'm back. Did the two of you miss me? William asked as he pulled Princess Sidonie into his embrace and gave her a kiss on the cheek. Ian transformed into her true form, and allowed William to give her a kiss as well. After kissing his two lovers, William noticed the pink-haired girl who was sleeping on his bed and smiled. It seems that she really liked the weapon I made for her, William commented. She's even using it as a hug pillow. William was about to poke the little girl's cheeks when Princess Sidonie grabbed hold of his hand and pulled him away. How were you able to return that fast from the temple? Princess Sidonie asked. Also, what did His Excellency, Amun, say? William grinned and told Princess Sidonie the trick on how he could travel from one point to the other instantly. The beautiful girl listened attentively to William's explanation. She then realized that it was the same trick that her lover used to escape from Enaru and the elves when he escaped from the capital city of the Xianxia dynasty. That's amazing, Princess Sidonie commented after William finished his explanation. Ash, who was listening from the side, held William's hand and asked the question that had been on her mind ever since the half-elf returned. Did you manage to talk with His Excellency, Amun? Ash inquired. William nodded as he summoned the scroll that the god had given him. Ash and Princess Sidonie Morgana looked at the scroll and read its contents. Conquer the 51st floor of the Tower of Babylon. Princess Sidonie frowned. She was not a native of the central continent and was not aware of its landmarks. Ash was on the same boat, and the two looked at William for answers. Sorry, I also don't know. William shrugged. I returned as soon as I could, so I could talk to the headmaster about it. Look after Chiffon for me. I'll be right back. William bid his goodbye to his two lovers before leaving his room in haste. Although it didn't show on his face, William was actually quite anxious about the mission that had been assigned to him. Gilbert sighed for the umpteenth time as he read the ancient scroll in his hands. Vault of the Vanished Warlord, Gilbert muttered. Why must you be there of all places? The headmaster of the academy was not afraid to go to dangerous places in order to search for the thing that he was looking for. However, the 51st floor of the Tower of Babylon was an exception. The most powerful families in the continent had formed joint exploration groups in order to conquer the mysterious floor of the tower. However, all of them had failed. For as long as he could remember, no one had been able to bring back any news of what kind of secrets the 51st floor held. There had been rumors flying around, but none of them were credible. While Gilbert was feeling depressed, he heard a knock on the door of his office. Who is it? Gilbert asked. Headmaster, it is me, William, William replied through the door. There is something important that I need to discuss with the headmaster. Can I come in? Gilbert rubbed his forehead because a troublesome character had come. He was still dealing with the aftermath of William's confrontation with the mercenary group from the demon continent and it was giving him a headache. Come in, Gilbert said as he fixed his posture. He was still the headmaster of Silverwind Academy and he needed to look presentable in front of his students. William walked in the door and sat after the headmaster had given him permission to do so. I thought you were supposed to go to Amun's temple. Gilbert asked. Didn't His Majesty give you permission to go? William nodded. I just returned from the temple because there is something important that I need to discuss with the headmaster. Something important? Gilbert eyed the red-headed teenager with a curious gaze. Go on. What is it that you want to ask me? William then narrated a made-up story about receiving a vision in Amun's temple about going to the 51st floor of the Tower of Babel. Gilbert, who had just drank a mouthful of tea, spat it on William's face after hearing his story. Why, you can't be serious. Gilbert pointed at the half-elf that had been drenched by his tea. Are you planning to commit suicide? Boy, If this is a joke, it is not a funny one. William wiped his face with a handkerchief as he looked at the stuttering headmaster that seemed to have lost his composure. He was very tempted to get back at the old man, but since he needed some information, he decided to just pay him back another day. Headmaster, like I said, it is the vision that I saw on Amon's temple, William explained after cleaning and drying himself with magic. The headmaster is the most knowledgeable person that I know of in the academy. This is why I came to you for answers. Gilbert organized his thoughts as he looked at William with a serious expression. Are you planning to go there? Gilbert asked. What did the vision tell you? William had already anticipated that the headmaster would ask him these kinds of questions, so he had prepared a backstory beforehand. The vision told me that I needed to go there, William replied. I don't know what I will find on the 51st floor, but it is important that I go there. It is a revelation given to me by His Excellency, Amon. William thought that if he just used Amon's name, everything would become more believable. Although Gilbert still had his doubts, he told the red-headed teenager everything he knew about the temple. The headmaster of the academy even gave William the translated scroll of the Vault of the Vanished Warlord, which was said to be hidden somewhere on the 51st floor. After hearing Gilbert's explanation, the half-elf's anxiousness eased up a bit. Instead of feeling afraid, the half-elf became very curious about what was hidden on the mysterious floor of the tower. When the headmaster mentioned about the Vault of the Vanished Warlord, William's hand became very itchy. He was already looking forward to the treasures that he would soon loot from the 51st floor of the Tower of Babylon. Chapter 553. I promise that I'll be a good girl, so please, don't leave me behind. Part 1. On the same day that he had returned to the academy, William had dinner with Ian, Princess Sidonie and Chiffon. When the little girl found out that her big brother had come back, her liveliness and appetite returned in full. After dinner, William finally told them about his upcoming travel towards the center of the central continent, where the Tower of Babylon was located. William didn't lie to them and told them the difficulty of the quest that was given to him by Amon. He even added all the information that the headmaster of Silverwind Academy had told him. After hearing everything he had to say, the three girls' expressions became pale. Fortunately, they already finished eating dinner. If not, the three girls would have certainly lost their appetite after hearing William's explanation. You have to make it back no matter what, Morgana said after hijacking Princess Sidonie's body. Darling, you still haven't given me your babies. You can't die on me. I'm too young to become a widow. The usually naughty girl looked at William with a pleading gaze. Morgana held William's hand with both of her hands, as if she didn't want him to leave her. The half-elf felt touched because it was very rare for Morgana to show this expression to him, whenever they were together. This just proved how worried she was about his upcoming departure. I promise, I will return to you safely, William replied as he gently squeezed her hand. You're right, I still haven't given you my babies. There is no way I can allow that to happen. Wouldn't it be my loss if you get married to someone else? That's right, if you don't want me to cheat on you, make sure you return as fast as possible. Okay, I will return as soon as I can. I promise. Ian looked at William with a determined gaze. Since he was already going to a dangerous place, she decided to follow him. I'm going with you, Ian said. I can't let you go alone. William firmly shook his head. No, you can't come with me. Why, are you afraid that I will hold you back? That's not it, I need you to stay with Sidonie. Without me around, only you will be able to help her when her divinity runs amok. But, William reached out to hold Ian's hand and squeezed it softly. Don't worry, I will make it possible for you to enter the Thousand Beast domain even when I'm away. Is that even possible? Ian inquired. If it was really possible, then she could meet with William anytime. Of course, it's possible, William replied. Sidonie can already do it by using the collar of wisteria. Ian looked at the beautiful princess, and the latter nodded her head in acknowledgement. Because of the many things that happened, William had forgotten to tell Ian about the additional function that he had added in the collar of wisteria. William knew that Ian would definitely insist on coming with him to the tower because of how dangerous it was. If possible, he didn't want to bring her with him. This was why he decided to ask the system for help, and allow Ian to visit the Thousand Beast domain whenever she missed him. Chiffon, who had no idea what they were talking about, simply listened to their conversation. The days where William was away were the most depressing days she experienced in her life. When she no longer had to worry about how to keep the overwhelming hunger at bay, the little girl had more free time to live as a normal girl. To be honest, it was very rare for Chiffon to find happiness in life. This was why she was unable to smile. Her default expression was always a frown, due to her constant worry about what she was going to eat next. Now that she had met William, Ian, and Princess Sidonie, her life became more colorful. Sometimes, Chiffon wondered if she was living inside a dream. If this is a dream, I don't ever want to wake up again, Chiffon thought as she looked at William, who was busy coaxing Ian and Princess Sidonie. Feeling left out, the little girl decided to catch William's attention by asking him a question. "Big brother, when are we going to leave?" Chiffon inquired. "I don't have much luggage with me, so we can leave anytime." William, Ian, and Princess Sidonie all looked at the pink-haired girl at the same time. William looked at Chiffon with a dumbfounded expression. "Sorry, Chiffon, I will not be taking you with me either." Chiffon tilted her head in confusion. "You're not taking me?" "No," William answered. "Stay here in the academy with Ian and Sidonie. They will look after you while I'm away." Chiffon's eyes clouded over when she realized that William didn't intend to bring her along with him. According to her big brother, it would take a month to reach the Tower of Babylon from the Crater Empire. But that was only the duration of the travel. William didn't know how long he would be staying inside the tower, and this was also Ian's and Princess Sidonie's concern. The half-elf had only been away for 2 days, and yet, Chiffon felt that there was a gaping hole in her heart. She felt so empty inside while William was away to visit Amun's temple. If William were to be away for more than a month, Chiffon had no idea what was going to happen to her. A tear fell, followed by another. The pink-haired girl looked at her big brother with blurry eyes as the pain inside her chest intensified. "Big brother, you're going to leave me?" Chiffon asked. "You're going to leave me alone?" William hurriedly stood up from his seat and went beside the little girl to wipe her tears away. For some reason, William was very weak to little children. Although Chiffon was older than him, her current appearance was similar to Brianna, whom William had treated as his own little sister, back in the southern continent. "You will not be alone," William replied. "You will be with Ian and Sidonie. They will look after you." Chiffon covered her face with her hands as she sobbed uncontrollably. No matter what William said, no matter what he promised, her tears didn't stop falling. What was worse was that the moment she started crying, her stomach also started grumbling. Although she had just eaten dinner, Chiffon's hunger came back, and it came back with a vengeance. The little girl had lost control of her emotions, and her powers. "Host, get away from Chiffon. Her divinity is going to activate." "No, scratch that, bring her to the dungeon of Atlantis instead. Hurry, if you are a second late, this whole academy, along with all its students, will be devoured." Chapter 554, I promise that I'll be a good girl, so please, don't leave me behind. Part 2. William teleported inside the 10th floor of Atlantis and brought Chiffon in his seaside villa. A few seconds later, the little girl's divinity went berserk. Before her reasoning had been taken over completely, Chiffon punched William's stomach with all her might, sending the half-elf flying hundreds of meters away from her location. "Big brother, I'm sorry," Chiffon muttered before she lost consciousness. "Please, run away." That was when William saw firsthand what the power of the 7 deadly sins could do, once they lost control. Chiffon opened her mouth wide, and a crackling sound was heard. It was as if space itself was being distorted and the air around her trembled. A series of notifications sounded inside William's status page warning him of the danger that was about to come. "Host, please hurry, leave this place. Everything on this floor will be devoured by Chiffon." William gritted his teeth as he looked at the unconscious girl, whose tears were still streaming down the side of her face. Suddenly, the ground rose from under her feet and flew towards her mouth, to be eaten. The sea churned and charged towards the shore as if they were being compelled by some unknown law that they couldn't fight against. Everything within 1,000 meters of Chiffon was being devoured, and that range was slowly increasing by the second. William kept backing away, but the power of gluttony that was akin to a black hole had instantaneously increased its might. The half-elf suddenly found himself within the range of Chiffon's devouring ability, and was helplessly pulled in her direction. Quickshot War Art, Fusion Form. William roared as he summoned his wooden staff and pointed it at Chiffon's opposite direction. Blitzer Railgun. William merged with his staff and flew away. At least, that was what was supposed to happen, but reality was different. The wooden staff only managed to travel for 5 meters, before it stalled and stayed in place. Slowly, but surely, it was being pulled towards Chiffon's small mouth that was capable of devouring entire cities in the central continent. It broke William's heart to see Chiffon in such a condition, but there was nothing he could do. System, put a tracker on Chiffon. I want to monitor her condition. A beam of light shot from the wooden staff and hit Chiffon's forehead. After successfully planting the tracker, William left the 10th floor of Atlantis and returned to the first floor in haste. He knew that if he stayed, he would just be devoured by the power of gluttony that had gone berserk. After reaching safety, William immediately asked the system to allow him to see what was happening in real time. The system complied, and shared the view around Chiffon. What he saw was complete and utter darkness. If not for the fact that he could still hear the faint devouring sound in the background, he might have thought that the tracker was not working. Even the artificial lighting on the 10th floor had been sucked away completely. The growling sounds of Chiffon's stomach could be heard amidst the darkness. William doubted that his lollipops would be able to fight against this divinity that had run out of control. All he could do was wait. An hour passed, 2 hours passed, more hours passed. William sat cross-legged as he continued to monitor Chiffon's condition. After a day inside the dungeon, the growling sound stopped. The system scanned the surroundings, and Chiffon's body several times, before giving William the go signal that everything was fine. William returned to that dark and empty world. Even his eyes that could see past the darkness couldn't see anything inside the 10th floor of Atlantis. Light, William said softly, and several balls of light illuminated the surroundings. It was then when he saw her, standing at the center of the destruction that she had caused, with tears still streaming down the sides of her face. William wrapped his arms around the girl who followed him around, and hugged her tight. "Big brother, please, don't leave me," Chiffon said weakly as she buried her head on William's chest. She wanted to hug him back, but she was feeling very weak right now. If not for the fact that William was hugging and supporting her body, she might have already collapsed on the ground. "I promise that I'll be a good girl, so please, don't leave me behind." "Okay, I won't leave you behind. I promise." As if waiting for that answer, Chiffon closed her eyes and slept. She had already reached her limit physically and emotionally. William carried the pink-haired girl in a princess carry, before teleporting to his villa in the Thousand Beast domain. Ian and Princess Sidonie were there and had been waiting for any news about Chiffon. William had ordered everyone to leave the dungeon of Atlantis, just in case Chiffon's devouring ability broke through the spatial floors of the dungeon. Fortunately, it didn't, and only one floor was sacrificed to the little girl's devouring ability. Princess Sidonie and Ash looked at the disheveled pink-haired girl and felt an ache in their chests. Chiffon had become very dear to them, and seeing her like that broke their hearts. "Please, clean her up," William said as he handed Chiffon to Ian. "Let her rest here in the villa for now. Although the possibility is low, a relapse could occur. We'll keep her here just in case." Ian nodded in understanding and transformed into her true form before going to the bathroom. Princess Sidonie walked towards William and gave him a hug. "If someday, I will also lose control of my powers, make sure to trap me in one of the floors of your dungeon. That way, I will not be able to hurt anyone." William's body stiffened. He wanted to assure her that such a day would not come, but he couldn't say it. In a few days, he would be leaving the Crater Empire to go to the Tower of Babylon. Although they could meet in the Thousand Beast domain, this was only a temporary fix to the problem. William shuddered at the thought of Princess Sidonie losing control of her powers. "I will find a way," William said as he hugged the beautiful princess in his arms. "I promise, I will find a way. We believe you," Princess Sidonie replied. "I and Morgana believe in you." William sighed as he closed his eyes. He could still hear Chiffon's pleading words inside his mind. After seeing her in that state, and the reason why it happened, William already knew what he needed to do. He only hoped that at the end of their journey, he would find a way to help Chiffon have better control of her divinity. That way, she would no longer need to suffer from the heartbreak of devouring the things that were important to her. Chapter 555, Let's Talk About You and Her Wedding. When Chiffon opened her eyes, she found herself in an unfamiliar room. Fortunately, there was someone familiar to her inside the room, and it put her heart at ease. William was sitting at the side of the bed and holding her hand. The moment their eyes met, Chiffon had the strong urge to run away. If not for the fact that she still couldn't move her body, she might have already bolted out of the room in haste. "How are you feeling?" William asked with a smile. "Exhausted," Chiffon answered. "But, aside from that, I'm good. William nodded his head as he asked the system to run a diagnostic scan on Chiffon's body to ensure that nothing was wrong with her. Chiffon's vital signs are all normal. The possibility of a relapse is 0.001%. Thank you, system. Chiffon couldn't remember much of what happened to her. There were lapses in her memory, and she wasn't sure if what she saw was real or only a dream. The last thing she remembered was being enclosed in William's embrace, and hearing his promise to not leave her alone. The two stared at each other for a full minute without saying a word. The awkward silence was unnerving, and it made Chiffon anxious. She was about to say something when suddenly, a growling sound reverberated inside the room. Chiffon's body stiffened because she thought that it was her stomach that was making a sound. She had just eaten an entire dungeon floor, so her hunger would be sated for at least 2 days. That was my stomach, William said to assure the panicking girl on the bed. For some reason, seeing Chiffon's flustered expression tickled his heart. William took out a basket of sandwiches from his storage ring, and offered one of them to Chiffon. The little girl shook her head, and politely declined the sandwich. The half-elf didn't insist because food was a sensitive topic right now. He just ate in silence, using his right hand, while his left hand held the pink-haired girl's hand. After eating his fill, William returned the basket to his storage ring, and laid down beside Chiffon. Good night. William yawned as he closed his eyes to sleep. He had been up for nearly 2 days, and he was already very sleepy. He hadn't eaten anything, and only drank water during his vigil. For some reason, he didn't have any appetite after seeing Chiffon's berserk state. 2 minutes later, William's deep sleeping breaths reached Chiffon's ears. The little glutton stared at his peaceful sleeping face, as if embedding it in her memory. She had wanted to ask William a few things, but the latter had slept before. She could even ask anything. Chiffon sighed as she tried to move her body towards William. Although her body felt heavy, the need to feel someone's warmth fueled her determination. More than anything else, she hated being alone. Now that someone was sleeping next to her, she decided to move closer to assure herself that what she was seeing was reality and not a dream. Wake up, Mr. Lollipop. A teasing voice reached William's ears, which made him open his eyes abruptly. The first thing she saw was a lady. A very fat lady. She was sitting on a small chair that creaked every time her body moved slightly. William couldn't help but think that the chair would break at any time, which would make the lady fall on the ground, unable to get up due to her body size. You're thinking a very rude thing, the fat lady snorted. Don't you know that girls are very delicate? You already have 3 lovers and you still don't understand this fact. The fat lady opened a red fan and started fanning herself. Her action made the chair she was sitting on creak dangerously, which made William's teeth itch. The half-elf forcefully tore his attention from the chair and looked at the lady in front of him. Since he had been around the company of gods during his visit to the temple, it was easy for him to identify the fat lady as a goddess. The only question was, who was she? You really are too skinny, the fat lady commented as he eyed William from head to foot. I suggest that you add at least 170 pounds to your weight. The corner of William's lips twitched when he heard the comment of the goddess. I'll take that into consideration, Your Excellency, William said as he gave the lady before her a respectful bow. My name is William. May I know, Her Excellency's exalted name? The fat lady chuckled, matching the creaking of the chair where she sat. It has been a while since I introduced myself to a mortal, so forgive me for not introducing myself first. My name is Adephasia, and I am the goddess of gluttony. William felt the last piece of the puzzle fall in place as he heard the name of the goddess in front of him. The half-elf decided to remain silent and wait for Adephasia to tell him the reason why she had brought him to the boundary of heaven and earth. He had been here not long ago when he met with Amen, Astrid's twin that had given him an unreasonable quest from the get-go. The goddess smiled and nodded her head in appreciation. She had already read what William was currently thinking, so she decided to get straight to the point. First of all, I would like to thank you for taking care of my daughter, Adephasia said softly. My daughter has been through many tough times, and although her fate is filled with suffering, as her mother, I can't help but weep for her. All the gods of the 7 deadly sins call their personifications in the mortal realm daughters. Yeah, all of them are born as girls. I'm just going to clarify things in case you guys are thinking of something else. Adephasia started to dab her eyes with a handkerchief as if to wipe away the invisible tears that weren't there. William played along and nodded his head in understanding. Chiffon is like a little sister to me, William stated. It breaks my heart to see her hurting. I see, Adephasia grinned. Now, let's talk about you and her wedding. What wedding? Sorry, I stuttered. I meant to say let's talk about you and her well-being. Don't you know, having a healthy body and mind will lead you to greatness. The goddess laughed with, oh ho ho ho. Like a second-rate villainess, which made William worry about the future. Lady Eros had asked him to take care of her daughters, while she was training him in her palace. The goddess of lust didn't imply anything aside from taking care of her daughters, but the end result was having Princess Sidoni and Morgana as his lover. Seeing that the goddess of gluttony had appeared in front of him, William had a nagging feeling that he was about to become the groom in a shotgun wedding. Oi, don't think too highly of yourself. Adephasia closed her fan and pointed it in William's direction. You're too skinny for my lovely daughter. I will only allow you to become her lover if you increase your weight by 180 pounds. William felt that he was about to have a migraine. Earlier the goddess mentioned that he needed to add 170 pounds to his weight, now she changed it to 180 pounds. He had a feeling that the goddess of gluttony would continue to increase his weight as they continued their chat. Where was I? Oh yeah, let's talk about you and her wedding. Well-being. Tisk. Adephasia clicked her tongue before opening her fan to cover half of her face. You are going to the Tower of Babel, right? William nodded his head in affirmation. Yes, very well, allow me to give you a gift. The goddess of gluttony threw two small boxes in William's direction, and the latter caught it by reflex. The red box is for Chiffon, and the pink one is for you, Adephasia stated. You don't need to know what is inside the box because you wouldn't be able to open it even if you used all of your strength. Just know that the box will open at the right time. Hold on to them for now, and keep them safe. Do you understand? Yes, Your Excellency, William replied. Good, now go back. Adephasia made a gesture to shoo William away. Make sure to take care of my daughter. If you don't, I'll sit on your head. Let's see if you can bully her again after that. Even in his spirit form, William could feel beads of sweat forming on his head. If the fat goddess really sat on his head, it would easily be crushed like a watermelon getting run over by a tank. Chapter 556, To Infinity and Beyond. William and Ash laid on the bed, hugging each other. The gems on their chests glowed in synchronized rhythm, as the system bestowed Ash the ability to instantly teleport to the Thousand Beast domain. This was not an easy thing to do because it required 50,000 god points to make it possible. William didn't mind spending that much because it allowed Ash to have the means to visit the Thousand Beast domain anytime she wanted. William had already told Ash and Princess Sidoni that they could also teleport to his domain if their lives were in danger. Their safety was his priority, so he didn't mind spending god points to ensure their safety. God points. 4,250,042. If only he had known about this feature before leaving the southern continent, he would have definitely made it so Wendy and Est could drop by his domain to come see him. After half an hour, the modification of their gems had been successfully completed. It was a very delicate process, but thanks to the system's ability, it went as smoothly as planned. With this I can see you anytime that I want, Ash said as she stared at William's eyes. Thank you. Why are you thanking me? William asked as he kissed her forehead. I like having you around. If not for the fact that I'm worried about Sidoni being alone, I would have also taken you along with me. Ash smiled as she buried herself in William's embrace. Aside from William, only she had the ability to keep Princess Sidoni's divinity from going berserk. She and the princess had seen what had happened to their beach villa in the dungeon of Atlantis. What was once a beautiful floor was now a dark place, devoid of anything. According to the system, the floor would revert to how it was in the past. However, it would take at least a year for that to happen. Naturally, there were ways to hasten up the process, like fixing it using the dungeon settings. However, for that to happen, William needed to finish conquering it first. The progress in conquering the dungeon had halted, on the 52nd floor because the monsters were quite powerful. Each group had a dozen individuals, and there would always be a millennial beast, and 2 centennial beasts among them. However, it didn't end there. Once the teams engaged them, the red-eyed Razor Naga millennial beast would shout a war cry that would call the other groups to come to their location. William and his party would then face at least 4 millennial beast, 8 centennial beast, and 36 Class A monsters. This would have been easily dealt with if William was able to use his heroic avatar. But, for some strange reason, his heroic avatar was disabled on the 52nd floor of Atlantis. This left him no choice but to allow his herd and legion to get stronger first, before challenging the floor again. "Darling, are you done?" Morgana asked. "Yes. We just finished," William replied. "What's the problem?" "There's no problem," Morgana stated. "I just managed to put Chiffon to sleep, so I can join you and Ash." Before William could even reply, the door of the room opened and a beautiful girl with golden eyes walked towards the bed with a sensuous smile. "You're going to leave tomorrow, so you need to at least do some maintenance," Morgana said as she sat on the bed. "It has been a while since the three of us did it. You're not going to get any sleep tonight, darling." "Big brother, what's wrong?" Chiffon asked as she looked up at the sleepy-looking William. William yawned before patting the little girl's head. "Nothing. I just wasn't able to get much sleep last night." Chiffon tilted her head in confusion, but she decided not to pry. The two of them would be leaving today, and she was feeling quite excited about traveling alongside William. "Ah, there you are." William, the headmaster of the academy, Gilbert, appeared on the gates of the academy. "I'm glad I managed to see you before you left the academy." William had notified him beforehand that he would take a leave from his studies to go to the Tower of Babylon. The headmaster wanted to accompany him as well, but he was currently too tied up with the school activities that had been scheduled. He also had to supervise the preparation of the tournament that would happen in less than 2 months. This tournament held a special meaning to the Crater Empire because this decided the rankings of their top prodigies. Those who were in the top 10 would be given resources in order to further increase their ranks. Those who weren't able to get to the top 10, but had shown great potential would be sponsored by the Empire as well. This was a way to motivate the young generation to strive for excellence, which would further boost the strength of the Crater Empire in the future. "What's wrong, Headmaster?" William asked. "Do you perhaps want to tell me to buy you a souvenir?" "Well, that is also a good idea. But I came here to ask you a favor." "I'm all ears." Gilbert took out a scroll from his storage ring and gave it to William. The half-elf spread it open and saw what seemed to be an exquisite, green flower brooch, with a sparkling jewel at its center. "This is called the Brooch of Emerald Desire," Gilbert explained. "It was said that it was among the priceless treasures that can be found in the vault of the vanished warlord. If you are able to get the opportunity to retrieve it, I am willing to pay a hefty sum for it." "If I see it then I'll trade it to you, Headmaster," William replied. "But if I don't?" "No hard feelings, okay. There is a possibility that I might get trapped there for an indefinite period of time." Gilbert nodded in understanding. To be honest, he didn't want William to go to the tower to risk his life. He had already done his best to convince him, but the latter was determined to go. Since that was the case, he decided to give him as much support as he could and prepared the necessities he would need in his journey. "Very well, may the wind be always at your back, and the light shine upon your way." Gilbert placed his hand on William's shoulder. "Also, look after Chiffon for us. You don't have to worry about what the other side is going to say. We will handle that for you." The old man lowered his head and whispered something in William's ears. "If it becomes dangerous, do your best to escape the floor," Gilbert whispered. "You don't need to run a fool's errand. Life is very precious, do not waste it on trivial things." William nodded his head, and didn't make any further comments. "I'll come back as soon as I can, Headmaster. Goodbye for now." "Goodbye, Headmaster," Chiffon said as she bowed her head. "Thank you for letting me stay in the academy." Gilbert looked at Chiffon with gentle eyes as he patted her head. "Sorry, child, we have been unfair to you. Be careful on your journey, and come back safely. We will be waiting for your return." "Thank you, Headmaster." William held Chiffon's hand, as both of them walked out of the gate of the academy. They had already said their goodbyes to Ash and Princess Sidoni, who were currently sleeping in their rooms. Just like William, both of them were quite exhausted due to their night of skinship. "Come out, Raiden," William ordered. A black Qilin who was 3 meters tall, and 5 meters long, appeared in front of William. It was radiating the presence of a millennial beast, and Chiffon wasn't able to stop herself from clinging to William's arm. "It's fine, he just looks scary, but he's harmless." William patted Chiffon's head before lifting her up to ride on the Qilin's back. After the little girl was secured in place, William sat behind her and wrapped his arms firmly on her waist. "Let's go, Raiden," William ordered. "To infinity and beyond." Gilbert watched as the black Qilin rose in the air and flew towards the east. They were headed to the first town that would allow them to use the teleportation gates that were specially designated for those who planned to go to the Tower of Babylon. The headmaster of Silverwind Academy didn't know if he would see the half-elf again. However, after observing William for a few months, he realized that the boy seemed to have the tendency to make the impossible possible. Chapter 557, Fate Really Knows How to Crack a Joke. The Black Qilin's body soared towards the sky and flew above the clouds. Chiffon looked in awe at the surroundings because this was the first time she had flown in the air. She was like a little child that was taken on a field trip, and currently enjoying the sights and sounds around her. Big brother, I heard that Qilins are only native to the Silvermoon continent, Chiffon said. Where did you find this Black Qilin? I tamed him when I was in the southern continent, William replied. It had a very nasty personality, so I was forced to beat the crap out of him until he submitted to me. Big brother is so amazing. Yes, I am amazing. The Black Qilin didn't show any kind of reaction to the two passengers in its back, and continued to fly in silence. The Qilin was the former guardian of the Silvermoon continent, Aenarion, who was killed by the angry protectors of the Crater Empire. William took the Qilin's corpse and its soul, which was trapped in the altar inside the Helen Royal Palace, and used his necromantic power to bring it back to life as a servant. Supposedly, Aenarion should have turned into an undead Qilin after William had brought him back to life. However, something happened within his sea of consciousness. The king chess piece glowed, and the black strand that had laid dormant within his spiritual world lent its power to bring Aenarion back to life, which allowed the Qilin to be reborn as a Black Qilin. William wasn't aware that these two pieces of divinity had worked hand in hand to create a very rare mythical beast that was known for its power to wield black lightning. Raiden was the name William had bestowed to the newly born Aenarion, who had no memories of his past life. The Qilin's personality was like a man with few words. It would only talk if William was the first to initiate a conversation. The Qilin's myriad core had been taken out of its body and given to Ella. She, along with the other goats that also received millennial cores from William from the beasts that were slain during the war, were currently hibernating in the Carinter Mountains. Takam had volunteered to watch after them as they completed their evolution. William didn't know when the first members of his herd would wake up. Although he was going to miss them, he knew that this was also a good opportunity for all of them to grow stronger. He hoped that the next time they met, all of them would have taken on their human forms, and would come to accompany William on his journey through the central continent. And that is Chiffon's current state inside the academy, Dicky reported through a communication crystal. She's still as miserable as ever. Is that so? An arrogant voice replied. Did you see something unusual? Like, an odd behavior from her? No, sir, I didn't see anything of the sort. Very well, continue to monitor her. Also, be mindful of the news and rumors that are currently spreading in the information network of the Crater Empire. No matter how unbelievable the news, make sure to take it down and report it to me as soon as possible. I'll see you in a week. Understood, Duke Ryder. Somewhere in the Demon Continent. How peculiar. Based on the current timeline, she should have already gone berserk by now. Duke Ryder tapped his desk with a frown. Did we make a mistake in our calculation? The Duke activated the ring on his ring finger. Sir, it is me, Duke Ryder said in a respectful voice. I have called you to give a report. A beam of light shot from the ring and created a projection in front of the Duke. There, a man sitting on a throne made of skulls looked back at him with a serious expression. Did that vermin finally lose control of her powers? The man asked. Did she devour the entire Silverwind Academy? Duke Ryder shook his head. No, my lord. According to the report, the vermin is still living off the trash in the garbage dump of the academy. So far, aside from her miserable condition, her divinity remains dormant. The man frowned. This was not the report he was waiting for. According to the calculations of his warlocks, the sin of gluttony should have already gone berserk at this point in time. They had sent Chiffon to the Crater Empire in order to give them a surprise that they would never forget in their lifetime. The man sitting on the throne made of skulls was Chiffon's father. He used Emperor Leonidas' sentiment for Chiffon's mother to bring the little girl under his care. Chiffon's father readily agreed to send her daughter away, but gave Emperor Leonidas two conditions. First, Chiffon must be enrolled at the Silverwind Academy, and second, she would not receive any form of support from Emperor Leonidas' empire. Their goal was to let Chiffon's divinity go berserk and devour the entire academy. That way, all the members of the young generation, including countless prodigies and heirs of noble families, would all die a tragic death. This would weaken the Crater Empire for at least 20 to 30 years because of the loss of their young prodigies. This was a blow that no empire wanted to bear. If only Emperor Leonidas knew of the sinister plan that his former companion had prepared for him, he wouldn't have brought Xianxia back to his empire. Xianxia's father wanted to weaken one of the pillars that kept the peace of the central continent. If one of those pillars crumbled, chaos would once again prevail and the other major powers would swarm the Crater Empire in droves like vultures and hyenas, looking to eat some scraps from a dying wild beast. Well, no matter, the man sitting on the throne said after some time. If it doesn't happen now, it is still bound to happen later. At most, it will only take one more month before our plan comes to fruition. I agree, my lord. Duke Ryder nodded his head. I will continue to monitor the Crater Empire. Once I get wind of any good news, I will report it to you right away, my lord. Good. The man on the throne nodded. We've been experiencing a lot of setbacks lately. The plan to get broodmares in the southern continent also failed. My lord, have you heard about the news regarding the elves? I did. I already sent people to verify whether the news was true or not. The man sitting on the throne had heard a very interesting rumor from the southern continent. According to the information he got, the elves tried to conquer the human kingdoms, and failed miserably. Aside from losing millions of elves, their demigod, Sephirin, disappeared, and one of their guardian beasts, Aenarion, died in battle. If this news was true, then it would greatly weaken the forces of the Silvermoon continent. The man still hadn't forgotten the time when he almost succeeded in conquering the elves and making them their slaves. It was quite unfortunate that a human hero stood before them and trampled his ambitions into the ground. The man rubbed his left arm that had been regrown using the power of dark magic. They had suffered greatly in that war. Due to the demon race's slow reproduction rate, they decided to capture humans who had strong magical and spiritual powers. They were to be their broodmares that would help them increase their numbers. Although the human empires and kingdoms in the central continent were always at odds with each other, they would set aside their grievances and unite if their peace was threatened. This was why the lord of the demonic continent didn't dare to capture the prodigies in the central continent, and just settled for the ones in the southern continent. Unfortunately, this plan had failed as well. In the end, they resorted to dealing with slave traders in order to get their hands on promising slaves that had the potential to give birth to powerful demons. Although slave trading was banned in some parts of the continent, there were still places where the underground auctions were held. The slave traders didn't care who bought their wares as long as the money was good. Some of them even formed a partnership with the demon race who always bought their slaves in bulk. My lord, I have other things to report, Duke Ryder said with a smile. I heard from a credible source that the son of our nemesis is also in the Crater Empire. Son of our nemesis? The man eyed the demon duke with an appraising look. Are you talking about Maxwell's son with the Saintess? Yes, my lord, according to one of my business partners. In the Crater Empire, the half-elf is currently enrolled in Silverwind Academy. A devilish smile appeared on the man's lips. Soon, he roared in laughter. Duke Ryder smiled as he watched his lord laugh to his heart's content. Fate really knows how to crack a joke, the man said after laughing. I can't wait to see the day when that girl, Xianxia, will devour everything, including that bastard's son. I wonder how the Saintess will react after hearing this news. The man laughed once again. He had long wanted to have his revenge on Maxwell and Arwen, but there had never been an opportunity. Now that the boy was inside Silverwind Academy, it was only a matter of time before his name would be added to the list of people that died due to his daughter's deadly sin. Chapter 558, You Also Carry a Sin. Big brother, is that the Tower of Babylon? Xianxia asked as she pointed in the distance. They had just exited an underground tunnel, and the first thing that they saw was a giant tower that extended towards the sky. Yes, William replied, if that is not the Tower of Babylon, I don't know what it is. The Keeling gave his silent agreement as he flew towards the tower. Their month-long journey was about to come to an end. Along the way, they visited several cities, and stayed for a day or two to rest. During their journey, Xianxia became more lively, suitable for a girl of her age. Without being constantly monitored and restricted by other people, the pink-haired girl's latent curiosity burst forth. William liked this change in Xianxia's personality. Although she still couldn't smile, the subtle rise at the corner of her lips were becoming more and more evident as time went by. The half-elf hoped that there would come a day where Chiffon would show him a smile that came from the bottom of her heart. A smile that will definitely melt the heart of anyone who would see it. It's massive. Chiffon looked in wonder at the giant tower that was getting bigger and bigger. I've never seen anything like it. William nodded in agreement. The tower was indeed very impressive, and in a way, intimidating. It was like a giant that was looking down on the entire world and daring everyone to climb to its highest floor. After an hour, the dark Qilin slowly descended from the sky. At the base of the tower, a massive city was built. This was where people of all ages and various ethnicities gathered to challenge the floors of the tower. There were a total of 50 conquered floors inside the Tower of Babylon. Those who managed to conquer these floors became the ruling families who governed it. One can even say that they were the kings of their own domain, and not even the emperors of the different empires held control over them. Because of the riches and other rewards that the tower offered, many would challenge it from time to time, in order to break past the 51st floor, which was deemed to be impossible to conquer. In the end, most people gave up and settled to work for the families who had already managed to conquer a floor of their own. The city at the base of the tower became the hub of these ruling families. This was where they sold, or auctioned off the products exclusive to their respective floors, and they profited immensely from it. The city was ruled by a council, which was composed of 50 members. Each of these members hailed from the family of each floor and worked together to create the city that was known as the City of Babylon. William landed a mile away from the city because the black Qilin was too catchy. He made Chiffon wear a black hooded robe, and a mask to cover her adorable face. Gilbert had been to the city before and he said that it was a place where slave trading was encouraged. William was a half-elf and Chiffon was half-dwarf half-demon. Both of them were good-looking, so their chances of getting captured were very high. William wasn't afraid of slave collars, because enslavement magic didn't work on him anymore. This was one of the benefits of wearing the collar of wisteria in the past. Celine confided that one of the reasons why she made William the collar was to prevent others from enslaving him. Since Celine and Celeste had also worn the collar when they were younger, they had also gained the immunity from enslavement magic. This was the preparation made by their grandfather to prevent the two girls from being enslaved and used for notorious deeds. The only concern he had was Chiffon's safety. He didn't know if one of the 7 deadly sins could be enslaved. He just hoped that nobody would be stupid enough to make their moves on her. Otherwise, William would erase them from the face of the earth. William and Chiffon had just reached the gate when the half-elf suddenly stopped walking. There was a familiar face looking at him with a smile. "Master," William asked as he watched the beautiful elf walk towards him in a daze. Out of everyone he knew, he didn't expect to see Celine in the city of Babylon. "It is me," Celine replied before ruffling William's hair. "You've grown a little taller since we last met." Chiffon looked at the lady in front of her. She could tell that she was quite close to William because her big brother seemed happy to see her. "Master, why are you here?" "Because a bird told me that you would be here." "Huh." William blinked as he looked at his shadow. "Second master." Celine covered her lips and chuckled. She was just teasing William and the latter didn't betray her expectations. "Oliver is not here," Celine commented. "He is watching over my room in the inn for me. I know that you have a lot of questions, but this is not a place for them. Come, I'm sure you're also tired of your journey." Celine didn't wait for William's reply before walking away. The half-elf glanced at Chiffon and the latter nodded her head. William followed Celine while he firmly held Chiffon's hand. The streets of the city of Babylon were quite crowded, and he was worried that he would be separated from her if he didn't hold her hand. Soon they arrived at an elegant-looking inn that was away from the main streets of the city. Celine led them to her room without a word. "It has been a while, Littlewool," Oliver greeted William as soon as the latter entered Celine's room. "Second master, I hope you're doing well," William replied. "I've been well." Oliver nodded his head. "I just didn't expect that you would be visiting this place, so mistress and I took a detour." Celine started to brew some tea, while William chatted with Oliver. Chiffon had already taken off her hood and mask and listened to their conversation with interest. This was the first time that she had seen a strange creature like Oliver that was half parrot, half monkey. After filling their cups with tea, Celine sat on the table and stared at William. "It looks like your hobby of picking up girls in the dungeon still hasn't changed," Celine said. William lightly cleared his throat. "Master, you're talking about a different protagonist. I don't pick up girls in the dungeon." "Well, why don't you introduce me to your new companion?" Celine asked. The beautiful elf had already sensed Chiffon's uniqueness. Even though she didn't have Oliver's eyes, she still had a spell that could identify a person's origins. Unlike the elves of the Silvermoon continent, Celine held no bias towards other races. She was even mildly surprised when she found out that Chiffon had demonic blood running in her veins. "Master, this is Chiffon Valgrimori," William said. "Chiffon, this is my master, who taught me how to use dart's magic. Her name is Celine di Wisteria." Chiffon stared hard at Celine, and the latter stared right back at her. The beautiful elf ignored the part where William was about to tell the little girl that she taught him how to wield dark magic. After what seemed to be an eternity, the little girl opened her adorable lips and made a statement. "You are just like me," Chiffon said softly. "You also carry a sin." Chapter 559. Are you ready for your last lesson? Part 1. You are just like me. You also carry a sin. Celine didn't deny or confirm Chiffon's statement. She just stared at the little girl with pity, as if she was looking at her past self. William tilted his head as he looked at Chiffon and his master. He clearly heard the pink-haired girl say that his master, Celine, was someone like her. Someone who also carried a sin. "What is your relationship with my disciple?" Celine asked in order to change the topic. Chiffon glanced at William before looking back at Celine. "Big brother is my caretaker. He also provides me with food to eat." "Caretaker? Well, I guess he is good at taking care of kids. Big brother has been very nice to me. He always lets me eat his long and hard." Master, what are you doing here?" William interjected before Chiffon could finish her statement. "Last time, Princess Sidonie suddenly bit him while the two of them were having an intimate moment together. When William asked why she did that, the beautiful princess said that it was punishment for letting Chiffon do things that she shouldn't have done." Naturally, the half-elf was confused about what his lover was talking about. After coaxing and asking the princess the reason for her bad mood, he found out that all of this came from a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding due to Chiffon's poor choice of words. William didn't want his master to misunderstand, so he decided to intervene before the pink-haired girl said things that might cause others to think badly of him. Celine gave William the "let's talk about this later" look before answering his question. "Like I said earlier, I came here because I got wind that you were headed here for the tower," Celine answered. "Don't ask who told me that you'd be here. It will just complicate things if you know who it is." William scratched his head. Clearly, his master had no intention of divulging her secret, so it was best to leave the matter alone. "But that is not the only reason why I am here," Celine stated. "I came here to keep my promise and impart to you the last lesson you need to learn about dark magic. After that, I will go and see my sister, before going to the demon continent." Chiffon's expression changed after she heard the words demon continent. Her body unconsciously shuddered because that was the place of her origin. A place that she didn't want to go back to ever again. William digested Celine's words. The tone his master used was firm and carried no hint of hesitation. It was then when he also realized that there was a possibility that he wouldn't be able to see Celine again for a very long time. Part of him wanted to tell her not to go to a very dangerous place, but he also knew that his master wouldn't back down just because he asked her not to go. Celine was already an adult. She could make her own decisions and knew full well the consequences of her actions. "Master, we will see each other again, right?" William asked softly. Although there had been many twists and turns to their relationship as master and disciple, Celine was one of the important people in his life. He had learned a lot of things from her, and for that, he was forever grateful. "Silly boy, of course we will see each other again," Celine answered. "I'm an elf. I have a very long life ahead of me. It might take a few years before we see each other again, but we will definitely meet. Can you promise me that, master?" I promise. Now, tell me all the things that you have done ever since you left the southern continent. Don't omit anything, especially in regards to how you met Chiffon." William nodded his head and told his master the things that he had experienced in Silverwind Academy. How Emperor Leonidas snubbed him at first, and forced to enroll at the academy. His meeting with Chiffon, and also about the quarterly assessment test, and how he beat the old record. Celine shook her head helplessly and lit a candle for the future students of Silverwind Academy. The beautiful elf believed that none of them would be able to beat William's record for many years to come. After finishing his tale, Celine then informed him about what happened in the southern continent while he was away. Due to the increasing pressure from the citizens, and the neighboring dynasties and kingdom, King Noah had been forced to send the first prince, Lionel, to the guillotine and had him executed. Although he was angered by his son's betrayal, he only decided to imprison him for life. But that didn't sit well with the citizens who had lost their children during the war. In order to prevent a civil war, King Noah compromised and steeled himself, sacrificing his firstborn to quell the masses. His second son, Prince Rufus, was exiled from the Hellen kingdom. According to Selene, the exiled prince decided to come to the central continent and enter the Misty sect. After losing his two sons, the king proclaimed Prince Ernest as the new crown prince of the Hellen kingdom. Not only that, he also announced the name of his future queen, which was none other than Princess Brianna of the northern tribe. A smile appeared on William's face when he heard that the two children had become officially engaged. He treated Brianna as a little sister, and he only had her happiness in mind. William knew that Prince Ernest really cared about her, so he wasn't worried that his little sister would get bullied. Even if she got bullied, so what? William would just return to the Hellen kingdom and give the new crown prince a good spanking, in order to avenge his little sister. Selene left out the troublesome part about the rebuilding of the Hellen kingdom, and other matters regarding the peace treaty that had been signed by the four ruling factions in the southern continent. She knew that none of these were important to William, so she didn't want to waste her time explaining about these things as well. "Well then, are you ready for your last lesson, Will?" Selene asked. "This time, I will not hold back. I want to see if you've been slacking off in your training after you left the Hellen kingdom." William patted his chest with confidence and gave Selene a confident smile. "I am ready, Master. This time, the one who will lose is you. Quite confident are we? Very well. Let's see if you can back it up." William held Chiffon's hand and reached out towards Selene. The beautiful elf held his hand firmly. Oliver entered Selene's shadow so that he wouldn't be left behind. A few seconds later, the scenery around them changed. William had taken everyone inside his thousand-beast domain where he and Selene would have their final match against each other. In the past, William always lost against the beautiful elf whenever they spared inside his sea of consciousness. But now, things were different. William was no longer the powerless child that Selene had tormented during their training. The red-headed teenager was even looking forward to having a match with her. What he didn't know was that Selene's final lesson wasn't an ordinary lesson. It was a lesson that he would remember for the rest of his life. Chapter 560. Are you ready for your last lesson? Part 2. William dried his hair after stepping out of the bathroom. This had always been his routine whenever he was about to train with Selene inside his sea of consciousness. He glanced at Chiffon, who was sleeping peacefully on top of his bed. They had eaten dinner 3 hours ago, and the little girl decided to sleep early because she was still exhausted from their journey. William, on the other hand, had an appointment with Selene, so he left the room after putting on a clean set of clothes. He left the villa and went straight to Selene's residence that he had built for her long ago. This residence included a laboratory where his master would conduct her experiments from time to time. William thought of all of these things as if they happened just yesterday. Now, Selene was going to a faraway place, and the half-elf didn't know when he was going to see her again. Although his master was being casual about it, he couldn't help but feel anxious at the thought that the two of them wouldn't be able to see each other again. He sighed as he knocked on Selene's door, announcing his arrival. "Master, I'm here." William entered the room and headed straight to the bedroom. There he saw a silver door where Selene waited for him. The door was the entrance of the special artifact, Eternity. This was where William had trained with Selene during his childhood. A day inside the artifact was only an hour in the real world. In order to maximize their training time, Selene would use this artifact, so the two of them could train for days, and even weeks on end, during their free time. He had done this countless times in the past. Even so, seeing Selene in her nightwear still made his heart beat a little faster than normal. William paused to admire the beautiful elf in front of him. It was as if he was imprinting this image in his head, just in case he forgot about her after years of not seeing each other. "What's wrong?" Selene asked as she looked at the dazed half-elf that was looking at her. "Come, time waits for no one." "Yes, master," William replied as he laid on the bed. He faced Selene that he had done many times in the past, and waited for the latter to press her forehead over his. "William, this time, don't hold back," Selene said as she moved closer. "Let's have a proper death match." "Understood, master." "Synchronize." Sounds of explosion reverberated inside William's sea of consciousness. Their battle had been going on for an hour, and none had managed to deal a decisive blow at each other. Celine had lowered her rank to match William's, so they were almost on even ground. The beautiful elf's battle experience was higher, but William's countless skills made up for that gap. Ice Cycle Realm, Darkness Domain. The two powers clashed and cancelled each other out. William shot several ice spears, fireballs, and wind blades in Celine's direction, but the latter was too fast to be hit by his attacks. Void Arrow. William pointed his finger and a black arrow shot out from it. Celine sneered and fired her own Void Arrow. When the two arrows met, Celine's Void Arrow destroyed William's and continued its trajectory towards the boy. William evaded, and this time, he used his Dark Whip to lash out at Celine. As if waiting for that move, Celine also summoned a Dark Whip and attacked William. When the two whips clashed against each other, William's Dark Whip dispersed and Celine's Dark Whip snaked towards him like a living being. William raised his hand and several pillars of ice blocked the whip's advance. However, they were all destroyed by the power behind Celine's attack, forcing William to back away and escape its attack range. Even when two similar powers are used, that doesn't mean that they will just cancel each other out, Celine explained as she fired several dark beams in William's direction. What you are using is simply dark magic, while mine is true dark magic. This is the difference between our powers. William summoned Stormcaller and fired a barrage of lightning to counter Celine's magical attacks. Rumbling sounds were heard when the two attacks collided, but the half-elf and his master paid it no mind. The two fought each other in close combat as Stormcaller and Celine's death scythe struck each other, sending sparks flying in all directions. "Master, how can I get true dark magic?" William inquired when Celine distanced himself from him. Even though he asked a question, his magical bombardment didn't stop. After deflecting William's attacks, Celine smiled as he channeled her battle aura on her weapon. "You can wield true dark magic once you surrender yourself to darkness," Celine replied as she stomped her foot on the ground to propel herself forward. "You don't need to use this power because you are capable of wielding the power of all the elements. If you ever meet someone who uses true dark magic in the future, never use dark magic against them." Celine didn't give William any chance to reply as her scythe extended like a whip that was out to cut William in half. The boy wasn't fazed as he pointed his weapon in Celine's direction. "Quick shot war arts," William roared. Grand Bazooka. A powerful lightning blast erupted from the tip of the spear, clashing against Celine's powerful attack. The collision between the two only lasted for a brief moment before William's attack overwhelmed his master's killer move. Celine dodged to the side by rolling on the ground. Before she could stand up and continue to fight, the tip of Stormcaller pressed against her neck. "I won, Master," William declared. He could have cut Celine's neck off her head, but he couldn't bear to do that. She was still his master, and William respected her. That's why he only settled to end their battle in a way that would not leave a bad aftertaste in his mouth. "Well done," Celine replied after half a minute. "You have really grown leaps and bounds since the last time we fought against each other." William removed Stormcaller's tip from his master's neck and extended a hand to help her up. "With this, I can go to the demon continent without worrying about you," Celine said as he patted William's shoulder. "I'm sure that you will do well even without me." William was her very first disciple, and probably her last. She was very proud of him, especially during the war in the southern continent. The half-elf had also taught her a lot of lessons in life. Because of William, Celine had changed her mindset and decided to face the things that she had been running away from all her life. This was why she wanted to see him first, before meeting her twin sister, Celeste. After she reunited with her sister, she would then travel to the demonic continent to visit her master. Celine was quite worried about her, and missed her terribly. William lowered his head, because he didn't want to let his master see his sad expression. "Stop acting like a spoiled child," Celine said as she used the tip of her finger to raise William's head. "Since you have beaten me fair and square, allow me to give you a reward." Celine moved her head closer. William's eyes widened when Celine's soft lips pressed over his own. "Happy birthday, William," Celine said with a smile. "Congratulations, today marks the day of your coming of age. You are now considered an adult, so it's time for you to become one." Yes, when the clock struck 12, William officially turned 18 years old in the world of Hestia. The half-elf hadn't forgotten about his birthday, and even made plans to have a celebration in the Thousand Beast domain after Ashes and Princess Sidoni's classes ended in the afternoon. Before William could even react to Celine's words, the beautiful elf snapped her fingers. The surroundings changed, and they returned to the bedroom where the two of them laid facing each other. "This will be our last lesson together," Celine whispered in William's ears. She once again kissed William's lips before untying the string that bound her nightwear. "Although I feel sorry about your lovers, I will be taking your first." William looked at the beautiful elf that was looking down on him. He would be lying if he said that this possibility never crossed his mind when he was still young. Now that Celine was actively stripping him of his clothes, he knew that his master was serious. "Master, I think you're making a misunderstanding," William said as he cupped Celine's face. "It's not you, but me. I will be taking your first." William pulled the beautiful elf towards him and kissed her passionately. This was the start of their first night together. Not as master and disciple, but as a man and a woman who would be taking the next step in their relationship. Chapter 561, Eternity with You, R18. Disclaimer. You've already watched enough to know where this is going. This chapter will be all about ahem, so if you're not interested in it, feel free to skip. The sound of kissing could be heard inside the artifact, Eternity. Celine felt a tingle run down her spine as William's hands caressed and fondled her smooth and jade-like body. She wanted to take the lead, because she felt that it was her duty as a master to show William how it was done. The beautiful elf was not aware that when it came to love-making, the half-elf had more experience between the two of them. "I've dreamt of this in the past," William said as he kneaded Celine's two peaks with his hands. "Master, you're very beautiful." William lowered his head and slightly bit the pink tips that had already become firm due to his fondling. He kissed, licked, and sucked them like a baby. While his lips were busy with Celine's breasts, his right hand moved downward, past her abdomen and into the entrance of her maidenhood. Celine's body uncontrollably shuddered under the machinations of William's hands. The half-elf had already known that although his master acted like she had a lot of experience in these kinds of activities, Celine was still a pure maiden that had not been touched by any man. Unlike her, William had already done the deed in his dreams, but none in real life. He had never crossed that line with Wendy, Ash, and Princess Sidoni, because the time wasn't right. Now that he had officially turned 18, there was no need for him to hold back. "Why are you so good?" Celine stuttered as William playfully pinched her. "Have you done this before?" "In my dreams," William answered. "Are you, mmhh? Ha, stupid, it's the truth, master. I have done this many times in my dreams." "With me?" William's slight hesitation didn't escape Celine's gaze, but her thoughts turned to mush as the half-elf's hand continued their relentless attacks. After sensing that Celine's body was ready to accept him, William kissed his master's lips before spreading her legs wide. His gaze landed on that place where he would soon claim as his own. "Master, are you sure that you want it to be me? We've already come this far. Let's finish it till the end." Celine relaxed her body and waited. She didn't have to wait long, because William was also at his limit. The moment he lowered his hips, Celine's final resistance was torn away and swept aside like a boat facing a storm in the open seas. The beautiful elf felt pain, but it was not as painful as she expected it to be. Lady Eros had instructed William to make sure that his partner would be able to accept him fully, and the teenager used everything he learned to practice. William made love with Celine, and the latter's pleasurable sighs permeated their surroundings. He didn't do it roughly, but he did it in a way that would torture his master. This was his payback for the years that he had suffered in her hands. The half-elf gave her a sweet, and slow, but pleasurable experience. There were times where he would stop, and only continue after Celine had begged him. Celine might be his master when it came to dark magic, but when it came to lovemaking, William won hands down. They made love many times, each time a different position. This time, it was William's turn to teach Celine what he was capable of. To his credit, the beautiful elf had no complaints, only asking him for more. Several hours later, Celine slept soundly on the bed, while William wiped the sweat off her body with a hand towel. The red stains on the white sheet were proof that he was Celine's first man, and William was very tempted to take it inside his storage ring to serve as a memento of their passionate night together. "I guess I should," William thought as he used his wind magic to lift Celine's body from the bed. He then took the white sheet inside his storage ring and hurriedly placed a new one, in order to remove any evidence. "Pervert," Celine said as she opened her eyes. She was really asleep earlier, but the moment she sensed magic being used on her, she woke up, just in time to catch William in the act of putting the bed sheets in his storage ring. William pretended that he didn't hear her and carried the elf towards the bathroom to clean her up. Eternity was an artifact where one could spend several days in closed training. Naturally, it had facilities like a house complete with all the necessities for someone to live there for an extended period of time. William used his fire and water magic and filled up the bathtub with warm water before placing the lady in his arms inside it. Naturally, he also stepped into the tub and positioned himself behind her, letting her body lean over his chest. The two soaked in the water without saying a word. William's arms were wrapped around Celine's waist, holding her in place. William was hesitant to ask Celine a question, because he already knew what the answer would be. Although she was with him now, Celine wouldn't change her decision to go to the demonic continent. A day passed and then two. William and Celine didn't leave Eternity and spent their days together. Celine told William about her childhood and her relationship with Celeste. Contrary to his expectations, Celine had a good relationship with her twin sister. She added that both of them only treated each other coldly on the surface, so that the elders of the Elven Council would think that they didn't get along. "When I meet her, I will make sure to tell her about you," Celine said as she caressed William's head that was resting on her lap. The two of them spent their days like this. Neither wanted to break the atmosphere between the two of them, so they resorted to talking about random things, instead of asking each other where they both stood in their relationship. William could tell that his master didn't want to give him false hope, so he decided to respect her wishes. "Master, when I was young, Oliver told me to take the seed of life from Celeste after I traveled to the central continent," William stated. "He said that I should give it to you afterwards." "Oh, he did," Celine chuckled. "It was then when a devilish smile appeared on your beautiful face." "Well, why not? I'm curious how she will react after you state your claim." "Master, I can tell from your words that something bad will happen to me if I do that." "You're just overthinking things." Celine's body shuddered as she held back a giggle from escaping her lips. She was very curious about what would happen if William were to really do as he said. Naturally, she had an idea why Oliver asked this of William. The beautiful elf didn't know whether she should praise or nag the parrot monkey for doing things behind her back. Even so, one thing was certain. The parrot monkey had schemed against William and thrown him into the lion's den. Of course, Celine wouldn't say anything because she wanted Celeste to know how shameless her disciple was. She only hoped that during their first meeting, William wouldn't suffer too much from her twin sister's reaction to his demand. Chapter 562, Darling, you can still do it, right? A few more days passed inside Eternity. William and Celine had made love with each other countless times. Every day that passed, the fervor of their passion grew, as if they were making love with each other for the last time. On their last night together, Celine took the initiative to pin William down and sat on top of him. This time, she would take the lead, and William didn't resist. He allowed her to do what she pleased, for the time they would spend together was coming to an end. That night, William poured his heart to her. He gave her everything, and she accepted them all. After their intense love-making, Celine laid on William's chest, and the latter held her in a firm embrace. "Master, I will be waiting for you," William said softly. "When that time comes, let us sit down and talk about our relationship." "Okay," Celine replied. Although it was only a word, it held a promise, and that was what William needed from her. William sighed as he allowed himself to bask in Celine's softness and warmth. He then closed his eyes to look at his status page that had been recently updated. Third Familia member. Celine die Wisteria. Host is able to use Darkness Domain. Host is able to use Dark Ray. Increase +30 enhancement bonus to all stats. Synchronization rate, 65%. Celine had been registered as William's third Familia member on their first night together. This meant that Celine was now one of William's women, but his master didn't confirm nor deny it. Her goal was to see her sister, before going to the demonic continent to check on her master's condition. Until she had seen her master, Celine had no time to entertain romance in her life. Also, she was also worried about the elven prophecy that would soon come to pass. Celine didn't want William to be involved in her affairs, because this was her burden to deal with. In time, the two fell asleep in each other's embrace. William felt terribly good feeling Celine's soft, warm, naked body nestled into his. This was the kind of intimacy that he didn't expect to share with his master, who had been with him for many years. An intimacy that he would not feel again, until the two of them reunited. They woke up around noon, and bathed together for the last time. After putting on their clothes, they walked out of eternity side by side. The artifact shrank in size and transformed into a necklace. Celine took it in her hand and wore it, like she always did. "Will, make sure that you return from the 51st floor," Celine said as she squeezed his hand with her own. "Only by doing so will the two of us meet. The place you are going to is more dangerous than the demonic continent. Prioritize your safety, and Chiffon's, at all times." "Yes, Master," William replied. "I promise that I will return safely. So, make sure to be safe as well." Celine smiled and nodded her head. She gave William one last kiss on the forehead before William sent her outside the Thousand Beast domain. The half-elf sighed and looked at the blue skies overhead. The two of them had already said their final goodbyes, and there was no use in prolonging the inevitable. With a slightly heavy heart, William returned to the villa where Chiffon was waiting for him. When he arrived, Chiffon was already at the dining table eating pancakes. She was being served by Charmaine, and accompanied by B1 and B2, who were also eating pancakes beside her. The two dumb birds were quite fond of Chiffon and would often accompany her whenever she visited the Thousand Beast domain in the Dungeon of Atlantis. William was happy for her because she found friends that would accompany her and not make her lonely. His only concern was whether the vulgarities of the two birds would rub on the innocent girl. "Good morning, big brother." Chiffon's face brightened as soon as she saw William. When she had woken up, he was not around, but she wasn't worried. William had already told her that he might appear a bit late due to his training session with Celine. "Good morning, Chiffon," William replied as he sat on the chair beside her. He had already eaten breakfast with Celine, so he wasn't feeling hungry. "Happy birthday, big brother," Chiffon said. "Here is my gift to you." Chiffon stood up from her chair and gave the half-elf a chocolate lollipop. The corner of William's lips twitched because he didn't know whether he should laugh or cry at the gift that the little girl was giving him. In the end, he thanked Chiffon and unwrapped the lollipop before putting it inside his mouth. It had been a while since he had eaten one, and it gave him a very nostalgic feeling. Its taste reminded him of his battle against the celestial army that was guarding the heavenly gate. Zhu and Sha might have been born by now, William thought as he remembered the two demons that had helped him during the trial. "I hope that both of them will find happiness in their new life." Seeing that William seemed to be enjoying the gift she gave him, the corner of Chiffon's lips raised a bit before returning her attention to the pancakes in front of her. She had developed a habit of not wasting any food that was served to her. Chiffon carried the sin of gluttony. She knew more than anyone else in the world how it felt to be hungry and had nothing to eat. While the two were spending some quality time together, two unexpected guests appeared inside the villa. Ian and Princess Sidoni walked in wearing their uniforms and they both made a beeline to William. "Happy birthday, Will." "Happy birthday, darling." Morgana was currently the one in charge of Princess Sidoni's body because her other half was still asleep. She had discussed a lot of things with Ash till late in the night on how they would spend their night with William. This was the day that they had been waiting for and the ever-naughty Morgana had reached her limits. "Darling, tonight, prepare yourself," Morgana whispered in William's ears. "Wait, I smell something funny." Morgana wrinkled her nose as he sniffed around her. As the embodiment of lust, it was very easy for her to identify the scent of lovemaking. It was at that moment when the lollipop fell out of William's mouth because he had forgotten his lover's special ability. "Darling, did you by chance spend the night with a woman?" Morgana's sweet and devilish voice tickled William's ears. "Did you cheat on us?" William lightly cleared his throat and decided to ride the tiger's back. This was the point of no return, so he decided to come clean and put all the blame on Celine. After hearing William's story, Ian and Morgana glanced at each other. They had long known that Celine was William's master, so they knew that he wasn't lying. Also, Chiffon was there to serve as witness. In the end, Ian and Morgana could only sigh because the early bird had eaten William's worm. Their only concern was whether the half-elf could still do his duty as their lover after their class was over in the afternoon. "Darling, you can still do it, right?" Morgana pressed her arms over William's shoulders. "You left something for us, right?" William gulped because right now, he had no more juice to spare because Celine had made sure to take everything for herself. System, Look for the most powerful rejuvenation potion that you can find, William ordered. It doesn't matter how much it is. As long as it brings my body to peak condition, anything is fine. Understood. Chiffon, who was still eating her pancake, looked at this scene in confusion. She was wondering what Morgana and Ian were talking about as they looked down at William with dissatisfied looks on their faces. Fortunately, William was able to buy a powerful rejuvenation potion from the god shop which helped him with his predicament. That night, he was sandwiched between two beauties, who were very eager to share their first times with him, not in a dream world, but in the real world, where their love for each other blazed brightly amidst the darkness. Chapter 563, I can't wait to step on your face. Traveling high above the clouds, a dark raven flew towards the east. Seated on its back was Celine. She had only parted with William an hour ago, and yet the distance between them had widened significantly. Deep inside, she was relieved that her disciple had grown up to be an outstanding man. She had a taste on just how outstanding William was, in that 1 week that they had been together. Oliver, who was lurking in Celine's shadow, finally spoke up after the Tower of Babylon disappeared from view. Mistress, is little will perhaps. Celine cut off Oliver's question because she already knew what he was going to ask. He's not the prince in the prophecy, Celine stated. A crest didn't appear on my body. When Celine offered herself up to William, it was her way of fighting against her destiny. She was one of the bride candidates for the prophesied prince who would not only wreak havoc in the Silvermoon continent, but the one who would cover the entire world in darkness. Simply put, Celine took a gamble. If William was the prince in the prophecy, she would cancel all her plans, to visit her sister and to go to the demonic continent, in order to be by his side. Her purpose was to prevent him from getting corrupted by darkness and turning the world upside down. To be honest, Celine felt relieved that William wasn't the one in the prophecy, because it meant that her disciple wouldn't have to suffer and fall into corruption. The prophecy stated that when the prince appeared, and took either her or Celeste as his bride, a crest would appear on their body. This would prove that he was the prince in the prophecy, a prince that the elves wanted to capture at all cost. Celine wanted to be the one in control of her life. Whom she wanted to love, whom she wanted to dedicate her life to, she wanted the right to choose. She would not allow a prophecy to dictate her destiny. She loved William, not as a man, but as her disciple. Even so, she still chose him to be her first man. Celine would rather give her maidenhood to the disciple she raised, than to a stranger who would deprive her of her freedom. Oliver, if you like, you can stay by William's side, Celine said softly. You don't have to worry about me. As long as the prince doesn't appear, I'll be safe wherever I go. Oliver snorted before giving his reply, Mistress. I am not little Will's nanny. Also, he's no longer a child. He is now strong enough to stand on his own feet. Besides, there are many strong beings by his side. I'm sure that he would be safe without me. Celine nodded her head in agreement. Although she didn't want to admit it, not having Oliver with her would make her lonely. The parrot monkey not only served as her loyal retainer, but someone to talk to about important matters as well. Crater Empire capital, city of Asmar. Are the preparations for the tournament going well? Emperor Leonidas asked Avexius, who was standing beside his throne. Avexius bowed, yes, your majesty. Good. Will that boy, William, participate? I do not know, your majesty. Avexius shook his head as he narrated the report that Gilbert had passed to him during their meeting at the academy. Headmaster, Gilbert, said that William was going to the Tower of Babel to clear the 51st floor of the tower, Avexius reported. He added that it was a revelation that William received from His Excellency, Amen, when the boy went to his temple. Clear the 51st floor of Babylon. Emperor Leonidas snorted. That sounds like a suicide mission. Either His Excellency hates the boy, or he is confident that William can clear it. What do you think, Avexius? Does that boy have what it takes to do something that you, me, and the rest of the champions of our era failed to do? Avexius lowered his head as he pondered Emperor Leonidas' question. Frankly, he didn't believe that William would be able to accomplish what they had failed to achieve. Back then, he, along with Emperor Leonidas, as well as the saints of the other empires and kingdoms, formed an alliance in order to pave the way for a new era. However, they failed miserably. If not for the help of the 8 demigods in the central continent, they would have been trapped on the 51st floor of the Tower of Babylon for eternity. I don't know whether William can clear that floor or not, your majesty, Avexius replied after careful consideration. However, That person has a knack for reversing a hopeless situation into a hopeful one. Even if he can't clear it, I think being able to escape with his life is not a problem. Emperor Leonidas closed his eyes. For now, focus on the grand tournament. I want this to be perfect. Don't let me down, Avexius. Avexius pressed his fist over his chest and bowed. Your Majesty, is it true that this year, you will allow, not only the citizens of the Empire, but also anyone who wishes to participate? Even if it's from an enemy nation? Yes, Emperor Leonidas answered with his eyes still closed. It is time for our young warriors to experience what it's like to fight those who are outside our borders. Although things are quite peaceful now, what happened to the southern continent was a wake-up call for everyone in the central continent. They asked me to allow their prodigies to join the festivities as well. A council will be formed to set up the rules of the tournament and the prizes for the top 3 warriors. The scale of this tournament will be grander than any of the ones we had in the past. Avexius, I don't want any mishaps. Do I make myself clear? I will do my best to meet your expectations, Your Majesty. Avexius bowed respectfully before leaving the throne room. The Grand Archambaye of the Crater Empire hoped that the tournament that they would be hosting would proceed smoothly. He was also curious about who would become the champion of the young generation. Avexius knew that whoever it was, that person would definitely rise in fame, not only in the Crater Empire, but in the entirety of the central continent as well. Meanwhile inside Silverwind Academy, it has been a month since that half-elf was last seen, Prince Jason thought as he looked outside of the window of his dormitory room. The tournament will start in a month and will continue for 3 weeks. Prince Jason stared at the bracelet on his wrist. This was the artifact that the Oracle of Amun's temple had given him, in order to counter William's ability to increase his rank for a short period of time. The 5th Prince of the Crater Empire believed that if the two of them were in the same standing, the half-elf didn't have a chance of winning against him. You better be there, half-elf, Prince Jason muttered. I can't wait to step on your face in front of everyone. I can't wait to see the despair on Sidoni's face when she sees you begging for mercy, while being crushed under my foot. Chapter 564, I'm sorry, but this is our bottom line. William awoke to soft breathing sounds that tickled his ears. He glanced at the 2 beautiful girls that were currently nestled beside his body. They had spent a night of passion where they had consummated their love for each other. Ash, Princess Sidoni, and Morgana milked him dry, and forced Little Will to wave his flag in surrender. Perhaps, it was their way of punishing William for spending his first time with his master, who was now nowhere to be found. It was also that night when William realized that Princess Sidoni's sin was not just for show. The moment she lost her chastity, the power of her divinity bloomed and the princess transformed into a succubus. The moment she transformed, an exact replica of her separated from her body. The newcomer was, of course, Morgana. The 2 beautiful girls, who looked exactly the same, made love to him like there was no tomorrow. Ash's performance also didn't lose to Princess Sidoni and Morgana. The mermaid had done the deed several times with William in the dream world, so her union with the half-elf was just as intense, even though it was her first time in the real world. The relentless attacks of the 3 girls overwhelmed William. Even though he was already using his incubus job class, he was unable to beat 2 ravenous succubi, and a jealous mermaid, who were out to milk him dry. I have no regrets, William thought as he held the 2 beauties in his embrace. Morgana had already returned inside Princess Sidoni's spiritual world to rest after she had her fill. William kissed the 2 sleeping girls on their forehead before closing his eyes to go back to sleep. He was still feeling exhausted, and decided to sleep for an hour or 2 to regain a little bit of his strength back. I need to buy a bigger bed. A bed that will be big enough for 12 people. These were William's last thoughts before his consciousness sank into sleep's embrace. Several hours later, he awoke in bed alone. The 2 beauties were no longer there, but the evidence of their lovemaking remained in the sheets. William had no choice but to take all the evidence inside his storage ring to prevent a certain pink-haired girl from discovering them by accident. William headed to the bathroom to take a bath, before going to the dining room to eat. The only person inside the residence was Charmaine. According to her, Chiffon had gone to the Atlantis dungeon with B1, B2, Soglav, and Urcha2. William thanked his personal maid because he had assigned Charmaine to prevent Chiffon from coming into his room at all cost. The little girl insisted on sleeping with William that night, like she always did for the past month, but Ash and Princess Sidoni managed to convince her to rest in the guest room for one night. The two girls even made an excuse that they would be doing some secret training with William that shouldn't be leaked to outsiders. Chiffon was still half in doubt, but after William promised her that this was only a one-time thing, she relented and slept with Charmaine in the guest room. Chiffon disliked being alone. This was why William asked his personal maid to accompany her to sleep. After eating his brunch, William drank a rejuvenation potion to speed up the recovery of his body. Today was the day when he was supposed to climb the Tower of Babylon with Chiffon, but he decided to postpone it for a day. Just in case any of you don't know what brunch is, it is a late morning meal eaten instead of breakfast and lunch. Thank you Google Senpai for the answer. William returned to his room and sat on the couch before closing his eyes. There was a place that he wanted to visit first, and he hoped that this time around, he would find something of interest. Crafting the Devourer's Gauntlet using the recipe for the Titania's gauntlets had been very profitable for William. Because of this, he decided to visit the auction on a regular basis, hoping to see some treasures that were worth bidding for. He was also paying attention to rare weapons that the system could help him replicate, to increase the levels of his smithing and artificer job classes. System, take me to the auction of the gods. A few hours later, William opened his eyes with a grin. He left the villa and asked the system to expand his 1,000-beast domain another 14 square miles. William spent 100,000 god points for this expansion, but it was not over yet. He asked the system to create a forest in the northeast area of the domain to become the home of the new additions to his herd. The forest that the system made wasn't an ordinary forest, but an enchanted forest filled with rich spiritual energy. Now that William had god points, it was perfectly fine for them to splurge a bit. The forest cost William 10,000 god points, bringing the total expenses to 110,000. After everything was prepared, William opened the special feature of the god shop which was called Divine Bestiary. This was where the followers of the gods could store the beasts that they had bought in the auction before bringing them to their world. Since beasts were living things, they needed a special storage space that could be used to store them. Soon a 5-meter-tall golden portal appeared beside William. It was the entrance to the Divine Bestiary which housed the beasts that he had bought from the auction of the gods an hour ago. Okay, guys, time to come out, William ordered. Welcome to your new home. As if waiting for that cue, 13 white Pegasi flew out of the portal one by one. There was a seller in the auction that auctioned a dozen of them, along with their alpha, and this was something that William couldn't pass on no matter what. Fortunately, not many were interested in rearing Pegasus because they were very proud and aggressive creatures. They were very hard to tame, and all of them were Class A beasts. Although they looked majestic, not everyone had the patience to make these beasts submit. Fortunately, William had two ways to make members of the herd submit. The first way was to have a peaceful negotiation. The second way was to beat the crap out of them before using his taming skill to make them submit to him. Either way worked, so William wasn't too worried about taming any of them. Among the 13 Pegasus, 4 of them were female, which meant that William could allow them to breed and reproduce. The Pegasi looked at the unfamiliar surroundings with a curious gaze. They were currently inside the clearing of the enchanted forest that William had bought to serve as their home. The most majestic of them, the alpha of the herd, walked to William and raised its head in arrogance. It was a centennial-ranked Pegasus, and served as the leader of the group. William stared at the arrogant, yet dumb, horse who was looking down on him. The half-elf had spent 700,000 god points to buy them all in the auction, so he intended to make them submit at all cost. I can feel the aura of the Eternal Guardian coming from you, the Alpha Pegasus said through telepathy. Speak. What do you want from us? Are you one of those mortals who wish for us to become your mounts? Even if you are a disciple of the Eternal Guardian, we will not submit to you. The Pegasus' words were laced with disdain. It looked at William with ridicule and contempt. Its last owner wasn't able to tame him and his group, so he decided to put them on auction to gain some god points. Yes, William replied, the reason why I bought you and your group was so you would serve as my mounts. The Alpha neighed fiercely and pawed the ground, as if preparing to attack William. We will never submit to you. The Alpha Pegasus said fiercely. No one will be able to make us submit. 10 minutes later, Boss, my Pegasi and I are at your service, the Alpha Pegasus said as it stood with shaking legs. Clearly, it was having trouble standing up and could collapse at any moment. Please, take good care of us in the future. William nodded his head with a smile. The spiked spear in his hand was still bloody after he impaled it in the Pegasus, bummed numerous times until it begged for mercy. The other Pegasi were huddled at the edge of the clearing, and looking at William with eyes filled with fear. They had been whipped before by their former master, but they endured it and stayed true to their goal of not allowing others to mount them. However, after seeing William's barbaric approach to negotiation, all the Pegasi decided that it would be best to compromise than suffer the wrath of William's spiked spear. "Boss, we will agree to become mounts, however there is a condition," the Alpha Pegasus stated. "We can only be mounted by women. I'm sorry, but this is our bottom line." "No problem," William replied. "Now, time for all of you to officially become part of my herd." William raised his hand and used his taming skill to bind the Pegasi under his command. He was not someone that trusted the verbal promises of the Alpha Pegasus that was known for its stubbornness. After all the Pegasi had been successfully added to William's herd, he sent a mental message to Charmaine, as well as the 12 other elven ladies, who were currently residing in the Thousand Beast domain. He had already intended to make the Pegasi their flying mounts, so that they could help William in his future battles. It didn't take long for the Pegasi and the elves to warm up to each other. Both parties were quite satisfied with the arrangement that William had made for them. "Ladies, it will be your duty to take care of them," William said. "They will serve as your loyal companions on the battlefield. So, please, make sure to get along well." The elves and the Pegasi nodded their heads in acknowledgement of William's orders. "Charmaine, from now on, your unit will be called Valkyries," William declared. "You will be their leader. I will prepare a training regimen for your unit, so make sure to go to the Dungeon of Atlantis to train regularly during your free time." "Yes, young master," Charmaine replied and bowed her head. "I will not let you down." William smiled. "Good." The half-elf left the group and allowed them to bond with each other more. Elves were known for their strong empathy to magical beasts, so William was sure that it wouldn't take long before they would get the hang of aerial warfare. Also, William could use Rongomyniad and bestow upon them the Aerial Cavalier job class, which would speed up the process of their proficiency. William checked his status page to check on how many god points he had left. When he met Lily and the other gods at the auction, he tried to pay them back with the god points that they had loaned him. However, the gods just smiled and told him to keep the points because they were just small change for them. Issei, Lily, David, and Lady Eros knew that William needed the god points more than they needed them. God points, 3,440,042. Just over 3 million, William thought as he teleported to the Dungeon of Atlantis to find Chiffon and the others. For now, he intended to save his points and use them only when it was necessary. He had a feeling that his remaining god points would come in handy when he made it to the 51st floor that no one had managed to conquer for the last 1,000 years. Chapter 565, Genesis, the first floor of the Tower of Babylon. When the Tower of Babylon appeared in the world of Hestia, many people believed that it was a tower that had been built by gods. Back then, a declaration was heard by every living thing in the world, asking them to challenge the tower and seek the riches that were hidden within. This story happened 1,000 years after the dark era of humanity. Since then, millions of people have made a pilgrimage to the tower to seek fame and fortune. Many failed, and only a select few succeeded. Each floor was supervised by a guardian. Some called them deities, some administrators, and some simply called them gods. The people who had first cleared the floors made a contract with these guardians, and became the rulers of the domain. Naturally, they were also there to reinforce the rules that the guardian had set, and allowed the others to challenge the tower. No ruling family, or faction, was allowed to prevent anyone from climbing the tower. If they were to do so, their qualifications would be stripped from them, and others would be allowed to take their place. For thousands of years, the people that had ruled the different floors prospered. Their clans held power, similar to the royal family of the different empires and kingdoms in the central continent. Perhaps, due to their unshakable position, some of these ruling clans had developed a tendency to abuse their authority, and harass the challengers of the tower. There were times when they even forced them to become their subordinates, with the promise of allowing them to climb the other floors with their backing. William sat at a table and read all the information about the 49 families that ruled the tower. He got the information from the Merchants Guild that was located in the city of Babylon. Although the price he paid was quite high, the information he gained from it was worth every gold coin. Chiffon was eating an apple pie by his side, as she waited for William to finish what he was doing. Today was the day that they would start climbing the tower, and she was quite excited to embark on an adventure with William. It was said that if you managed to climb up to the 100th floor of Babylon, a wish of yours would be granted. William had no intention of doing that. He only wanted to clear the 51st floor before returning to Amun's temple to take on the second quest he prepared for him. The second, 9th floor, 16th floor, 23rd floor, 37th, 41st, 45th, and 49th floors are the floors where player enslavement had been confirmed, William thought. I better be alert when I am on those floors. It would be best if no unforeseen events happen. The people who climb the towers are called challengers or players. They will be interchanged from time to time. After letting the system compile all the information that he had gathered, the two finally headed towards the first floor of the tower. The first floor of the tower was called Genesis. Only those that were able to clear the Guardian's test would be allowed to start climbing the tower. Those who failed would be banned from entering the tower for a year. According to the information, challengers were able to gain tokens whenever they cleared the tests of the Guardians. Depending on how well they performed, it was possible to earn many tokens, which they could exchange for items, weapons, artifacts, and other unique materials that were only available inside the Tower of Babylon. William was quite interested in these items and wondered if they were better than the ones that were being sold in the God shop. No one owned the first floor of the tower, because this was the starting point of everyone. According to the information he received, the guardian of the first floor was a goblin. In order for them to advance to the second floor, they must choose one of the 4 trials that would test their ability. As long as they passed one of these trials, they would be allowed to proceed to the next floor with ease. Welcome to Genesis, a hobgoblin greeted William and Chiffon as they entered the main entrance of the tower. My name is Dobby, and I will be your guide on the first floor of the tower. Hello, Dobby, William replied. We would like to take the test of the tower. Certainly, please, proceed this way. Dobby bowed as he made a gesture for William and Chiffon to follow him. The first floor of the tower was quite crowded. Many rookies could be seen chatting with each other, as their hobgoblin guides explained to them the rules of the tests. William and Chiffon were wearing enchanted robes with a hood to prevent others from knowing their identity. These robes were also being sold in the city of Babylon, and its effects would only work inside the tower. The half-elf didn't want to attract trouble, so he decided to play it safe. After walking for 10 minutes, they arrived in front of a red door. Dobby opened the door and made a gesture for the two to enter. After entering the door, 4 more doors appeared in front of the 2 teenagers. William had already known what kind of tests the floor of Genesis were giving. He even had a plan prepared. The only problem was whether his plan would work or not. There are 4 tests that you can choose from, Dobby said as he stood in front of William. The first door leads to the trial of blades. The second door leads to the trial of senses. The third door leads to the trial of fate. The fourth door leads to the trial of dominion. Dobby paused for a short while before bowing. Please, choose the trial you wish to take. The guides of the tower weren't allowed to divulge what lay behind the doors. However, the people who managed to pass these trials had already shared the information with everyone. This means that anyone who had made necessary preparations could clear these trials and gain the approval of the Guardian to proceed to the next stage. If they liked, they could even try to clear more than one trial to gain more tokens, so they could exchange for the things inside the tower sooner. Among the 4 doors, 3 were commonly used by people. The 4th door was something that no one wanted to challenge because of its absurd difficulty. Each trial could be challenged by a team. The maximum number per team is 8 people. The more people there were, the lesser the rewards. This made clearing the Genesis floor easier. Even so, no one dared to challenge the 4th door after a survivor managed to escape using a forbidden technique. The survivor shared his experience, and swore an oath to the gods that everything he said was true. After getting confirmation from one of the oracles in the temple, affirming the survivor's words, nobody chose to challenge the 4th door ever again. I choose the 4th door, William said as he firmly held Chiffon's hand. This person will accompany me inside. The hobgoblin smiled and nodded its head. As you wish. With a wave of its hand, all the other doors disappeared except for the 4th door. May the Guardian smile upon your choice, the hobgoblin bowed before opening the door. He had been guiding challengers for nearly 10 years in the Tower of Babylon. The hobgoblin knew that it would never see these 2 people again, because they were about to die a brutal death. Since that was the case, the least he could do was to be courteous and wish them luck for the choice they made. A powerful suction pulled William and Chiffon inside the door. The pink-haired girl subconsciously clung to her big brother's arm as both of them entered a world of darkness. The guardian of the first floor opened its eyes because someone had chosen the fourth door of the trial on the floor that it administered. It had been over 100 years since someone had chosen the fourth trial, and the guardian wondered if some unlucky fool had been kicked in the head by a donkey to make such a suicidal choice. Well, I guess it's time for me to know what this idiot looks like. The guardian yawned before heading towards the trial grounds where the test was held. He wanted to see for himself the kind of face the challenger would have once he saw what lay beyond the door of Dominion. Chapter 566, Trial of Dominion Part 1. Dark red clouds loomed above the heavens and the ground under their feet was rough and uneven. William and Chiffon felt their strength decreasing at a rapid rate. The half-elf had already reached the initial stages of the mithril rank, while Chiffon was in the initial stages of the platinum rank. Mithril rank is equivalent to Class A beasts. Platinum is equivalent to Class B beasts. However, right now, both of their ranks continued to regress. After 2 minutes, both of their ranks stopped at the bronze rank Class E. William flexed his right arm and tested his body's reaction time. The laws of this floor is the real deal, William thought as he did some stretching exercises. Although my rank decreased, my fighting ability remains intact. According to the last survivor, the fourth trial was impossible to clear. There were 2 reasons for this. The first one was that whoever chose this trial would have their strength sapped away from their body, until they reached the bronze rank. If it was only a regression in rank then it wouldn't be such a big deal. However, what they would face after being stripped of their strength was simply asking them to die. William looked at the farthest point of his vision and saw a red fog, moving in their direction. When the fog was only a mile away from them, several figures emerged from it, each armed with a weapon of their own. Hundreds of thousands, a million. Chiffon's eyes widened when she saw the familiar-looking creatures that were marching towards their direction with the intention to kill. Looks like that survivor's testimony is correct, William mused as he eyed the million-strong army that had made this trial impossible to clear for normal people. Yes, the reason why the survivor said that the fourth trial was impossible to clear was due to the fact that after he was stripped of his power, he had to face an army of goblins that numbered in the millions. Even if that person was a former saint, there was no way they could defeat this kind of army even if they had 8 members in their team. Kakata, the hobgoblin leader raised its sword and shouted. Kakata. After making his declaration known, the hobgoblin leader points its weapon to William and ran forward, leading the charge. The ground trembled as the entire goblin army charged forward, brandishing their weapons. Chiffon frowned as she held William's hand tighter. The half-elf squeezed her hand back to assure her that everything was under control. A portal appeared in front of William and 4 figures emerged from it. Xerxes, the hobgoblin arcane doctor, who was seated on top of its salamander beast companion. Rex, the hobgoblin chieftain who was mounted on top of a trollhound. Sharks, the goblin marauder who was mounted on top of his mount, Sparky. And a 2-meter-tall goblin wearing a white, full-body armor. It was holding a blue sword in its right hand, and a silver round shield in the other. It was seated on top of a flying tiger that William had bought in the auction house for 30,000 god points. His name was Jareth, the goblin paladin, the new addition to the officers of William's goblin army, and boasted the highest attack power among all the goblins under his command. Due to the laws of the trial, all of their ranks had also regressed to Class E beasts. However, William's purpose for summoning them was not to fight the goblin army but to recruit them. Jareth urged his mount forward and fearlessly faced the charging goblins head-on. Xerxes, Rex, and Sharks followed behind him. Just like humans, goblins had a hierarchy as well. The strongest goblin would become the king, and everyone else had to submit to his will. Just as William expected, the frontrunners of the goblin army slowed down their advance. The goblins at the back also felt the presence of a strong goblin and their instincts kicked in. OHWC Rui Redel. Jareth asked. Emok 2 DNA THGIF. Who is your leader? Come out and fight. If you can understand goblin language then you must be a goblin as well. Kekaki. The goblin army glanced at each other before looking behind them. At the very rear of the army, a black goblin that was 3 meters tall stepped forward. It brandished its war axe left and right, and glared at Jareth who was looking back at it with a calm expression. William arched an eyebrow and used his appraisal skill to see this type of goblin that he had never seen before. Dark Goblin Warmonger. Rank suppressed to Class E. Goblin War Commander. Threat level, SS low. The Dark Goblin Warmonger is a new breed of goblin that evolved due to the need for war. It is a very aggressive goblin commander that was known to attack less fortified human cities in order to expand its territory. It is also known to forcefully assimilate goblin encampments into its army to bolster its rank. It has the ability Titan Form, which allows it to increase its size up to 10 meters, tripling its strength and fighting prowess. Oh, this is one tough cookie to beat, William thought as he eyed the Dark Goblin Warmonger in front of him. However, it doesn't matter. Jareth will be able to handle it. A devilish smile appeared on William's face as he looked at the Goblin Paladin that he had bought for 10 million dungeon points. Jareth. Goblin Paladin. Divine Champion. Chosen Deity, Kim Shin. A rare breed of goblin that was said to hold great courage, strength, and intellect. It is not an exaggeration to call it the champion of all goblins due to its powerful presence in the battlefield. The Goblin Paladin can choose to become the follower of a god. Upon doing so, they will be able to use divine powers in the mortal realm and fight for the cause they believed in. Jareth has chosen Kim Shin as his patron god, which enabled the Goblin Paladin to wield his powers. Skills granted by Kim Shin. Kim Shin is the god of goblins. Weapon Master. Allows the Goblin Paladin to wield any kind of weapon and use it effectively in battle. Regeneration. Allows the Goblin Paladin to recover from its injuries over the passage of time. Although this regeneration ability is weaker than the Hydra and Mountain Troll, it will still be enough to allow the goblin to regrow any part of its body with the exception of its heart and brain within an hour after it was destroyed. Supernatural Strength. Thrice a day, the Goblin Paladin can increase its stats by an additional 100%. Supernatural Senses. The Goblin Paladin can increase its sense of taste, smell, touch, sight, and hearing, tenfold if needed. Supernatural Resilience. Able to endure powerful attacks and recover at a faster rate. Supernatural Mobility. The Goblin Paladin can blink 10 meters away from its location consecutively. This ability lasts for half a minute, and has a cooldown period of 5 minutes. Healing. Due to the blessing of its chosen deity, Kim Shin, the Goblin Paladin has the power to heal others. Energy Blast. Gives the Goblin Paladin the ability to channel the magical energy in its surroundings, and create an energy blast to push away its surrounding enemies. Divine Shield. Any attack that the Goblin Paladin's shield will receive will be reduced by 50%. Light Manipulation. The Goblin Paladin is a being blessed by the power of light magic. It can effectively cast any rank of light magic up to the 7th circle. That 10 million dungeon points is worth it. William smirked. Show them what you can do, Jareth, and nab me 1,000,000 more goblins from my goblin army. Unknown to William, the guardian of the floor of Genesis was looking at this scene with a dumbfounded expression. Someone found a loophole in the trial I made, the guardian thought while scratching its head. Although the duel between the two goblin commanders hadn't started yet, it had a nagging feeling that the worst was yet to come. Chapter 567, Trial of Dominion Part 2. The Goblin Paladin and the Dark Goblin Warmonger faced each other. William and the Goblin army stood far away from both combatants in order to not get in the way of their battle. The Dark Goblin Warmonger was a meter taller than the Goblin Paladin and looked more intimidating. However, Jareth's holy presence wasn't something that could be ignored either. Both fighters had taken their fighting stance and circled each other. At the blink of an eye, both goblins clashed against each other, making the ground under their feet burst apart. A second later, Jareth jumped to the side and evaded the Goblin Warmonger's follow-up attack. After the initial clash, Jareth realized that the Goblin Warmonger was stronger than him in regards to body strength. Although the Goblin's Paladin's rank was higher than his opponent, he was an all-rounder. The Dark Goblin Warmonger, on the other hand, was a creature that specialized in physical strength. This gave it an upper hand in their initial clash. Emboldened that it was stronger than its enemy, the Goblin Warmonger unleashed a flurry of blows that forced Jareth to dodge and keep his distance. Seeing that their champion had the advantage, the goblins raised their weapons and cheered. Xerxes, Sharks, and Rex also started to cheer for Jareth. They had full confidence in him for he was the strongest goblin in their ranks. After a minute of dodging, Jareth suddenly took the initiative to close the distance, and used his shield to bash the body of his opponent, breaking the Goblin Warmonger's momentum. This attack caught his enemy by surprise, and was unable to regain his balance right away. Jareth didn't miss this opportunity and thrust his sword towards his opponent's chest to claim his victory. However, something unexpected happened. Sensing that its life was in danger, the goblin warmonger immediately activated its titan form, increasing its body size instantly. Jareth's sword pierced through the titan's knees, missing the opportunity to end its opponent's life. The goblin warmonger roared and kicked its opponent away with the intention of breaking all of Jareth's bones. Unfazed by this sudden change of events, Jareth used his supernatural mobility to blink behind his opponent, and slashed the goblin warmonger's calves. Too shallow, William thought as he observed the battle from afar. Just like he thought, Jareth's attack was only able to deal a flesh wound to his opponent. The goblin paladin hastily backed away because it realized that its current tactics won't work against its oversized opponent. I've never seen a goblin as smart as this one. The guardian rubbed his chin in appreciation. I want to add him to my collection. The enraged goblin warmonger ran towards the goblin paladin with the intention of stomping him to death. Thanks to his supernatural mobility, Jareth was able to evade these frenzied attacks. The goblin paladin distanced himself from his enemy, while gathering the energy in his surroundings to deliver a lethal blow to its adversary. William didn't expect that he would be able to witness this kind of battle against two combatants, whose power levels had been downgraded to the bare minimum. The blue sword in Jareth's hand glowed brightly. Light extended from its tip, forming a longer blade that shone brightly, amidst the dark red sky that loomed over their heads. Rise at the face of adversity, Jareth shouted as he pulled back his sword, just like a baseball bat preparing to be swung, and overwhelm all opposition. Laugh for me, joys. I translated it to make things easier for everyone. No need to thank me, wink wink. Jareth released the shield in his hand and held his sword, joys, with both hands. A humming sound reverberated in the battlefield as the blade of light extended several meters in length. The goblin paladin then swung it with all of its might at the approaching titan, whose weapon was ready to meet his blow. A blinding flash of light illuminated the surroundings when the two weapons clashed, which forced everyone to cover their eyes. Only the guardian of Genesis didn't avert his gaze to see the final conclusion of the battle. Within that white world, the giant war axe was split in two. Joys went past the goblin warmonger's body, drawing the conclusion to the battle. Good. The guardian grinned happily at the wonderful display that the goblin paladin had shown in battle. However, the grin on his face disappeared when he noticed something unexpected. The white world receded, and William once again opened his eyes. The dark goblin warmonger had returned to its normal size and laid face down on the ground. Jareth, on the other hand, stood straight and tall with its cape fluttering in the wind. His blue sword had already regained its normal form. A soft hum was heard in the wind. It was as if the Joys was saying that it had enjoyed the battle that had transpired. The goblin paladin faced the million-strong goblin army and raised his word up high. A few seconds later, a resounding cheer spread across the trial floor as the goblins swore their allegiance to their new leader. A hoarse sound reached Jareth's ears. The goblin paladin glanced at the goblin warmonger that was still lying on the ground. Why didn't you kill me? The goblin warmonger asked. The goblin paladin sheathed his weapon before walking towards his fallen adversary. I didn't kill you because I admire your strength, Jareth said. If possible, I want to fight side by side with you on the battlefield. You will regret this. When I recover my strength, I will challenge you again. This time, the victor will be me. Go ahead, challenge me as many times as you want. The result will still be the same. The goblin warmonger raised its head to look at the goblin paladin that had knelt beside him. Where is your confidence coming from? The goblin warmonger asked as it forced itself to try to stand. However, due to its injuries, it wasn't able to lift its body from the ground. Jareth extended his hand to help as a gesture of friendship. The goblin warmonger looked at his hand for a moment before firmly grabbing it with its own hand. The goblin paladin smiled, while pulling his new comrade to stand by his side. You ask where my confidence is coming from, right? Jareth asked. My confidence lies in him. The goblin paladin's gaze landed on the red-headed teenager who had a confident smile on his face. I see, the goblin warmonger replied. Fine, let me see if this confidence of yours will stand the test of time. When that confidence of yours wanes, it will be my time to make you my subordinate. Jareth didn't reply, and simply nodded his head. Deep inside, the goblin paladin was smiling evilly. He was looking forward to seeing the expression of his new comrade at arms when the latter discovered the forces under William's command. By then, all the doubts in the goblin warmonger's mind would disappear. Perhaps, it would even become his rival, in getting the good graces of the half-elf that had a penchant for attracting all kinds of troubles that came his way. Chapter 568, The Guardian of the First Floor of Babylon. That was wonderful. Bravo! A voice filled with admiration was heard coming from the sky. William raised his head and saw what seemed to be a green-skinned man with a black mane draped over his shoulder. The strange man was over 2 meters tall and had above-average looks. Even though this was the first time William was seeing him in this life, he was aware of the man's identity. The man's name was Exid. He was the guardian assigned to the first floor of the Tower of Babylon. You passed this trial with flying colors, and may I say, that was the most amazing performance I have seen in my lifetime. Exid declared. However, you're making a very big mistake here. The goblins on this floor all belong to me. You can't take them without my permission. William smiled and nodded his head in understanding. I see. I apologize for my rudeness, Your Excellency. The information he received from the Merchant Guild informed him that Exid would often show himself during the trials, whenever he found something of interest. William hoped that the Guardian wouldn't show himself during his trial, so that he could smuggle the goblin army into his thousand-beast domain. Unfortunately, Exid appeared, so he wouldn't be able to proceed with the plan he had in mind. But, after seeing that duel, I think the two of us can come to an agreement, Exid stated as he looked at Jareth with great interest. He appraised the goblin paladin like a connoisseur who had an obsession when it came to a new breed of goblins. Exid stared at Jareth for half a minute, before shifting his attention back to William. Your reward for clearing this trial is 4,000 tokens, Exid said. These tokens are used as currency inside the Tower of Babylon. You can use these tokens to buy exclusive items in the Babylon shop, or just spend them however you wish as you climb the tower. Now, let's return to the topic at hand. I see that you are interested in my goblins, right? Well, at least you are honest. Now, how about we make a trade? I will give you my goblin army, as well as an additional 5,000 tokens for that goblin wearing a knight's armor. Exid pointed at Jareth with a grin. Not only that, I can use my authority as a guardian, and allow you to jump straight to the 10th floor of Babylon. So, are you up for a trade? Exid believed that the offer he gave William was something the boy couldn't resist. Although he thought that it was overkill to pay that much for a single goblin, the guardian of the first floor wasn't able to resist its exclusive hobby. And that hobby was collecting rare breeds of goblins. Exid was a being that came from another world. Nor was he the only one. All the guardians of the tower were beings that were not native to the world of Hestia. Okay, deal, William replied with a smile. Let's trade. Exid arched his eyebrow as he stared at the red-headed teenager who was looking at him as if he had struck a great bargain. Jareth, sorry, but this is where we will part, William said as he patted the goblin paladin's arm. Take care of yourself, okay. I will. Jareth flashed William a refreshing smile. Exid watched this scene in confusion. He was expecting that William would reject his offer, or bargain with him to raise the stakes. However, not only did the half-elf do that, he even agreed to his proposal in a heartbeat. As if afraid that the guardian would go back on his word, William opened several portals in front of the goblin army. Xerxes, Sharks, and Rex went to work and started herding the goblins towards the portals that led to the thousand-beast domain. Sharks stood on top of his mount, Sparky, and raised his chin in arrogance. Any goblin who wants to be as strong as I, enter the portal, Sharks announced. I will teach you how to ride a doge. The goblin marauder then glanced at Exid and gave the guardian a smile, before returning his attention to the goblin army. All the goblins looked at him in awe. In their eyes, they wanted to be just like Sharks and own a powerful mount like the one he was seated upon. Okay, everyone please line up, Xerxes ordered. Come inside the portals in an orderly manner. No pushing, okay. Xerxes also turned his head to look at Exid. It even bowed his head showing how happy it was. The hobgoblin shamans on the other hand were looking at Xerxes in admiration. They could instinctively feel that the hobgoblin arcane doctor was one of the branches of evolution that was available to them. All the goblins' desires to become strong made them increase their pace to enter the portals. William looked at this scene with satisfaction, while Exid blinked his eyes in confusion. The stares of the half-elf's goblins made him feel uncomfortable. It was as if he had been given the short end of the stick in the deal he made with the red-headed teenager. Wait, I changed my mind, Exid said as he placed his hand on William's shoulder. I no longer want your goblin. Why? William asked in confusion. Didn't we already make the deal? Are you going back on our deal? Yes, we've already made a deal, Exit answered. But, I changed my mind. I think I am on the losing end of this transaction. William chuckled internally because the gamble he had taken had paid off. According to the information he got from the Merchant Guild, Exit had a mild case of paranoia. If things were going too smoothly for the Guardian, Exit would think that something was wrong, and would immediately think of a way to back out of the agreement he personally proposed. Right now, half of the Goblin army had already passed through the portals, and it would take a few more minutes before all of them had been smuggled away. This is no good, William said as he shook his head. We already made a deal. Wouldn't your reputation take a hit if you were to renege our deal? Exit frowned. Although he was akin to a demigod inside the tower, there were certain rules that bound him in place that prevented him from directly harming the challengers on the floor he managed. Also, William had passed his trial, and received the tower's approval. It would reflect badly on Zode's record if he were to casually break an agreement that he himself proposed. It's fine. They are just ordinary goblins, Exit tried to convince himself internally. 1,000,000 goblins in exchange for a goblin paladin is worth it. William smirked and turned around to look at the new additions to his army. He muttered something in a barely audible voice that made Zode's expression become grim. 1,000,000 goblins for a goblin paladin, what a steal. I have over 10,000 goblin paladins, so losing one isn't a big deal. Fortunately, he only asked for one. What a sweet bargain. Exit was capable of knowing everything that happened inside his domain. Because of this, even the faintest whispers could easily reach his ears. Right now, his full attention was on William. It would be impossible for him to miss the teenager's casual mumbling. No good, I got scammed. Exit almost lost his composure. If this news was to reach the other guardians of the tower, he would be so embarrassed to show himself in their gathering hall. He couldn't allow that to happen. Boy, we need to talk, Exit said in a voice that wouldn't accept no for an answer. William glanced at the guardian. Yes, like I said earlier, this transaction is unfair, Exit smiled. Because of this, we will change the contents of our agreement. I will sell you the 1,000,000-strong goblin army for 2,000 tokens. William rubbed his chin with a frown. I will only agree if you sell them to me for 500 tokens. Any higher than that and the deal is off. Okay, deal. Mind you, if you go back on your word, I will kick you out of the tower and ban your entry. Fine, I agree to this condition. William lowered his head and sighed. He then reluctantly fished out 5 golden tokens from his storage ring and gave it to Exit with an aggrieved expression. This brought down William's token count to 3,500 tokens. Each golden token is worth 100 tokens. 8,500 tokens, I could have bought a lot of items in the tower for that. William sighed for the second time. Seeing William's dejected face, Exit felt better and nodded his head in satisfaction. I like working with smart people, Exit said as he patted William's shoulder. There are times when people need to take a step back, to ensure that the bridges will not be burned down. You did the right thing in agreeing to my request. Also, don't mention what happened here to the other guardians, okay? William sighed for the third time before nodding his head. He was like a gambler that had lost his life savings in a bet, which made Exit feel that he got the upper hand in the deal. After all the goblins, including Jareth, Xerxes, Sharks, and Rex, had safely returned to the Thousand Beast domain, William closed the portal and held Chiffon's hand. Your Excellency, please, send us to the next floor, William said in a dejected tone. Exit nodded his head and clapped his hand. Soon William and Chiffon disappeared from the trial room and turned into beams of light headed towards the second floor of the tower. After arriving at the second floor of the tower, the first thing that William did was to go back to the Thousand Beast domain with Chiffon, to increase the number of floors in the Goblin Crypt. Right now, the Goblin Crypt had 65 floors and was undergoing a massive renovation, in order to accommodate the new goblins that had joined his ranks. Due to the war, William's army had swelled to nearly 1,000,000. They were mostly composed of goblins, the beasts in the Thousand Beast domain, the revenants from the Minotaur race, under Urchatu's command, and revenant centaurs, under Bastian. With the addition of the goblins from the tower, William's forces were now nearly 2,000,000. Earlier, he had talked to Jareth, Xerxes, Sharks, and Rex, to act as if they were very happy with the deal he made with Exit. He was hoping that the Guardian would feel something was off and trigger his paranoia. William wasn't worried even if Exid decided to not cancel the agreement. He had already made a backup plan, which would forcefully summon Jareth back to his side after leaving the tower. This would not leave any kind of trace, and the Guardian couldn't accuse William of anything. How could he possibly allow his prized goblin paladin to be taken away from him? William had no intention of doing so. William could only have one goblin paladin at a time, and he had spent 10 million dungeon points to get him. When William mumbled that he had over 10,000 goblin paladins, his intention was to lower Jareth's value in Zod's eyes. Collectors only appreciate something if they are rare. If they were all over the place like cabbages, he would feel that the deal was not worth it. William used the Guardian's paranoia and collector's mindset to lay a trap for him. Fortunately, it worked and the half-elf didn't have to resort to his plan B. The half-elf spent half a day inside the Thousand Beast domain to fix everything. While he was busy with his remodeling, Xerxes, Sharks, Rex, and the Goblin Warmonger took the goblins to the Atlantis dungeon and helped them familiarize themselves with the place. William hoped that after a few months, the new goblins would all evolve to stronger forms, which would immediately increase the strength of the forces under his command. Chapter 569, Champion's Den. After William and Chiffon had left the first floor of Babylon, Exid had started to feel uneasy. This feeling was very uncomfortable, so he decided to return to the Guardian Hall, where the other Guardians resided. Each Guardian was tasked to become the administrator of a floor. Naturally, the floors that had already been conquered had owners who had made a contract with the Guardians after clearing their trials for the first time. Among all the floors, the Genesis floor which Exid supervised was the only exception to this rule. Since it was the floor that tested whether the challengers had qualifications to climb the tower or not, no ruling family could claim it as their own. Oogway, I need your wisdom. Exid approached a foot-long black turtle who was busy reading a book. I want to use your index. The turtle gave Exid a sidelong glance before casually flipping the page of its book. That is Master Oogway to you, Exid. What is it this time? I thought I told you to stop bothering me. The small turtle was the guardian of the third floor of the tower. Among all the guardians, he was the most well-informed and knew many things about the multiverse they were currently in. I want you to check on how rare a goblin paladin is. You and your fetish with goblins. Scram and leave me alone. Exid coaxed the little turtle by promising to give it a bowl of lettuce. Oogway reluctantly agreed to the green-skinned man's request, after a bowl of lettuce was placed in front of it. What do you want to know again? Oogway asked as it summoned a black book in front of it. Exid repeated his request about finding the rarity of the goblin paladin that he had seen earlier. The little turtle snorted and the black book opened by itself. It stopped at a page where a goblin, wearing dazzling armor, a sword, and a shield, was seen polishing its weapon. Goblin Paladin. Rarity. SSR+. Only one Goblin Paladin is born among a billion goblins. A Goblin Paladin's rank after evolution will start at the Millennial rank. Its next form, Goblin Sovereign, pushes its rank to the Myriad rank. This is the strongest goblin in existence. That scammer. Exid shouted in anger. He tricked me. Zod's shout was so loud that Oogway and the other guardians looked at him with dumbfounded expressions. This was the first time they had seen their colleague act this way, and their interest was quite piqued. You got scammed, Oogway asked with a smirk. Who scammed you? I want to meet that person. Oh, shit. Exid had completely forgotten where he was and acted on impulse. The other guardians approached him as if they were paparazzi looking for juicy gossip. Zod's green skin wasn't able to help him from turning beet red out of shame and anger. He hastily returned to his own domain to escape the inquiry of his acquaintances, and to think of a way on how to take his revenge on the half-elf that was currently out of his reach. After seeing Exid leave, the smirk on Oogway's face widened as he shifted his attention to the book in front of it. Hack the visual records of the first floor for the past 24 hours, Oogway ordered. Find the reason why Exid became upset. Understood. The pages turned and stopped on what seemed to be a war that was about to begin. Oogway scrutinized the red-headed teenager with curiosity and watched everything unfold. The little turtle chuckled when it saw Exid try to break the deal that he made with the half-elf, due to the latter's first-class acting skills. This person has guts, Oogway muttered before giving out another order. Find his location on the second floor. Target not found on the second floor. Cannot do a full sweep due to the floor's restriction. The little turtle frowned. If the book told him that William wasn't on the second floor, then it means that he really wasn't on the second floor. It then asked the book to check if his target had already appeared on the third floor, but the answer was still negative. Oogway pondered for a bit, before giving out another order. Inform me as soon as his presence is detected inside the tower. It doesn't matter what floor he is on. Notify me as soon as a match is made. William was currently sleeping inside his villa at the Thousand Beast domain. Setting up the place where the goblins would stay took most of his time and energy. As soon as he was done, William had dinner with Chiffon and went to sleep. Chiffon was also tired from playing with B1 and B2 inside Atlantis, and accompanied the boy to sleep. They had been together for more than a month already, and they usually slept by each other's side. The next day, the two reappeared on the second floor of Babylon, to take the test to proceed to the next floor. The test will begin in 10 minutes, a pretty lady said with a smile. All challengers, please proceed to the grand arena. The second floor of Babylon was ruled by the Agnes family. This family prided themselves on being the first family to clear the tower. Because of this, the guardian of the second floor gave them the rights to conduct their own trials to test the challengers of the tower. As a martial family, they believed that only the strong were qualified to climb the tower. This was why their test required all the challengers to fight each other in a royal rumble. There was only one trial held every day, and all participants who wanted to proceed to the next floor must participate in it. No substitutions were allowed. Every day, only 5 people were allowed to pass this trial. Those who failed were allowed to take the test again the next day. If the first floor was called the Genesis, the second floor was called Champion's Den, for only the champions were allowed to leave this place. Most challengers weren't able to climb past this floor because of the sheer difficulty it presented. This was why teams of 5 were quite common in the second floor, to give themselves a higher chance of passing the trial. Those who had given up climbing the tower had settled as residents of this floor. They would always go to the grand arena to look at the new batch of people that would fail, just like them. Because of their experience, some of these people had developed a crab mentality. This was a mentality that the Agnes family had encouraged and even gave the losers a way to vent their frustrations. The time limit for the Royal Rumble was 2 hours. If after 2 hours, there were more than 5 people remaining inside the grand arena, the audience was given the permission to enter and eliminate the players, until only 5 of them were left. This was a very unique, and brutal way, to ensure that all the players would fight each other to the fullest. Getting ganged up by spectators who numbered nearly 500,000, was not a fun way to get beaten to a pulp. Don't leave my side no matter what, okay? William said as he patted Chiffon's head. Chiffon nodded while putting on the Devourer's gauntlets that William had crafted for her. The half-elf had given her permission to attack anyone that came near her striking range. The pink-haired girl's rank was platinum. This meant that she was more than capable of fighting half of the participants in the grand arena. William wasn't too worried about her safety because he had already seen how Chiffon fought during their dungeon exploration. Fighting against opponents of the same rank would not pose any difficulty to her. 15. William rubbed his chin as he looked at his status page. 9 mithril, 5 adamantium, and 1 black. These were the strongest people who posed against William and Chiffon inside the grand arena. Since only 5 were allowed to survive, these 15 individuals would definitely do their best to secure a slot. William had asked the system to put a marker on these individuals depending on their ranks. The half-elf knew that they must avoid the black-ranked person at all cost. This was why he moved to the location that was farthest away from the person. I just hope that you don't go out of your way to come to our side, William thought as he led Chiffon to the corner of the arena. I don't want to use my heroic avatars so early in the game. Chapter 570, Scheme of the Agnes Family. Exid was looking at the projection in front of him while gnashing his teeth. He had been paying close attention to William's whereabouts, but he couldn't find him. This was why he had once again returned to the Guardian Hall and sought out Oogway's assistance for a second time. So this is the person that scammed you, right? Oogway chuckled. Indeed, he has the face of a scammer. I know, right? Exid hatefully munched on peanuts as he glared at William. I hope he gets beaten up to a pulp. Hey, those are my peanuts. Oogway pounded its small foot on the table. Get your own. Why are you a cheapskate? It's only peanuts. Exid grumbled as he ordered a platter of peanuts from the Babylon shop using his tokens. The 2 guardians ate as they looked at the projection with different expressions. Zod's expression was that of irritation, while Oogway's was full of interest. Exid hated William for playing a trick on him. Oogway on the other hand was interested in William because very few mortals dared to antagonize a god. He was hoping to discover if the red-headed teenager had other interesting qualities aside from being a scammer. Well, no matter how good of an actor he is, he won't be able to pass the second floor. Exid sneered. The Agni's family will keep him there forever. Oogway smirked because he had a feeling that something different was going to happen this time around. Do you want to make a bet? Oogway asked. A bet? Exid tilted his head. What kind of bet? I will bet that the boy who scammed you will be able to clear this tower. Ha ha ha, you will bet on him. Okay, I accept this bet. What shall we bet on? A bowl of lettuce. Oogway raised its head and gave Exid the, you can back down if you're scared, stare. Quote. I agree to the bet, but not the prize. Exid shook his head. How about this? If you win, I'll give you a bowl of lettuce. If I win, you will help me negotiate with Tony to hand that scammer to me. Oogway nodded his head. Very well, we have a deal. Tony was the guardian of the second floor and Oogway's good friend. Exid knew that if the little turtle were to ask his friend a favor, the scamming half-elf would be served to him in a silver platter. However, before that happened, he must win on the bet first. It doesn't matter, Exid thought. The one winning this bet is me anyway. The green-skinned man sneered at William's projection, who was currently looking around his surroundings. Zod's hand was itching to get his hands on William. Once he had dragged him back to the first floor, he would make sure that the half-elf would regret crossing a guardian of the Tower of Babylon. A pretty lady stood on top of a floating artifact and glided towards the center of the arena. She started the countdown and the crowd joined her in chorus. The battle will begin at 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. A bell rang to signify the start of the battle royale. As if a spark was ignited, everyone in the arena started attacking each other. The battle was fierce and those that had died turned into particles of light. Originally, William thought that the Agni's family were pacifists because they prevented others from dying, but the information he read from the Merchants Guild made him realize that there were worse fates than dying. Every time they went to the arena, they had to pay 200 tokens up front. The 5 survivors at the end of the match would receive 1,000 tokens each. In short, the Agni's family was using the arena as a means to farm tokens from the players who wished to climb the tower. Once their tokens ran out, and could no longer participate in the battles, they would have no choice but to stay on the second floor for 2 years, before the tower automatically kicked them out. These people that had been kicked out may challenge the tower once again, but due to the trauma they had received on the second floor, the majority of them refused to step foot inside Babylon again. During those 2 years, these players would have no choice but to work for the Agni's family to earn a few tokens in order to live, or to challenge the arena again. Either way, the one profiting from the whole deal was the Agni's family, which had turned the grand arena into their golden goose. There were over 5,000 participants in the battle. Some of them had known each other for a very long time and had already formed their alliances. This way, they worked with each other in order to eliminate as many challengers as they could. After an hour, the number of players inside the arena had shrunk to only 300. The 15 people that William identified early on had all survived, and the half-elf made a startling discovery. Those 3 teams are in cahoots with each other. William clicked his tongue in annoyance. William had asked the system to monitor these people. After watching their battles, the system had formed a conclusion and passed it to William. This was what caused the half-elf to feel irate. Host, it seems that the rumors are true. Indeed, looks like this isn't going to be easy. There was a rumor flying around in the city of Babylon, that the Agni's family had secretly formed 3 teams to prevent others from clearing the trial of the second floor. Although they were just rumors, the Merchant Guild had stated that the possibility that this rumor was true was high. After seeing the proof in front of his eyes, William had to agree that this was an effective way to keep the players stuck on the second floor of the tower, and to keep them there for as long as possible. Some of those that had lost all of their tokens had ended up as servants, prostitutes, shop owners, and guards for the Agni's family. The talented challengers were then scouted and placed in high positions within the family in order to gain their allegiance. William had no intention of getting stuck inside the tower, so he decided to take action. Everyone, listen up, William shouted. Those 15 people over there are thugs of the Agni's family. They are here to prevent us from climbing the tower. If you don't want to become their slaves, work with me to eliminate them first. The 15 people whom William had accused all glared at him. What nonsense are you talking about? That's right, us. Working for the Agni's family. Preposterous. Nice try, boy, I bet you are doing this to make the others become your cannon fodder. The remaining players glanced at William and the so-called dogs of the Agnes family. Some of them had also heard the rumors about this nefarious act, but they were still half in doubt whether it was true or not. Everyone, let's eliminate that half-elf first, the man wearing a black robe said calmly. He was the black-ranked warrior that William had been wary of. After we dispose of him, we can resume our battle. The black-robed man didn't wait for anyone's reply and immediately attacked William. He had already sensed the boy's rank earlier. He was quite surprised that the red-headed teenager's rank was higher than expected. However, William didn't pose any threat to him. When the black-robed man was only 20 meters away from the boy, his sixth sense kicked in and immediately stopped his advance. The man's battle sense had been honed after fighting at the Grand Arena for so many years, and he had already developed an ability that alerted him if anything that endangered his life was near him. Strange, just where is this feeling coming from? The black-robed man thought as he eyed William from his location. His rank is still the same, but this feeling just won't go away. William observed the man with a calm expression on his face, but deep inside he was giving the black-robed man the middle finger. Just one more step and you would have been blown away. William's eyes glared at the man in front of him. Why did he stop? William had equipped his Runemaster Prestige class and had planted several landmines around him. These landmines were infused with the earth element, similar to Aslan's earth bombs, which were very hard to detect even by magic. Although they weren't as powerful as the earth bombs, they were still strong enough to injure anyone that would step on them. Deal with the others first, the black-robed man ordered. He used an artifact given to him by the Agnes family to communicate with his team members. Don't come near this half-elf and his companion. We will save them for last. After receiving their orders, the 14-man team charged at the other players and started to eliminate them at a rapid pace. High above the Grand Arena, in the VIP box exclusive for the Agnes family. It seems that someone did their research, a middle-aged man said with a smile. These kinds of people appear every now and then, but the end result is always the same. The people around him nodded their heads in agreement. This was not the first time that this had happened. There had been several instances in the past, but due to the strength of their undercover agents, none of them were able to pass the trial. Only one fate awaited them, and that was enslavement. Human trafficking was a very easy way to earn tokens inside Babylon. Although some of the ruling families looked down on this practice, that didn't stop the other families, like the Agnes family, from doing it blatantly. In their eyes, William and Chiffon were already slaves that were waiting to be sold. All they needed to do was wait for their agents to end their lives, and rob them of the precious tokens that they needed in order to survive within the confines of the Tower of Babylon. Chapter 571, We need to get rid of that boy. Die, one of the agents of the Agnes family shouted as he targeted one of the players inside the arena. However, before he could even hit his target, his head exploded and turned into particles of light. The black-robed man frowned at his comrade that died out of the blue. His gaze then landed on William, who was holding a wooden staff in his hand. The half-elf had a smile on his face, and even winked at the black-robed man before running towards one of the agents. William brandished his wooden staff, and smashed his target's head like a watermelon before continuing his rampage. Stop him, the black-robed man ordered. Kill him first. The other agents complied with their leader's order and circled William to give him no room for escape. It was quite unfortunate that the half-elf had no intention of escaping. His goal was to eliminate the subordinates of the black-robed man, before dealing with him for last. William sneered as he pointed his wooden staff at the approaching agents who had no idea what was in store for them. He waited until they were only 30 meters away from him before activating his war art. Quick shot war art, second form, William said as he took aim. Immediately, a loud clap reached the agent's ears. Two of the black-robed man's subordinates that had attacked William's right side, turned into particles of light. The other agents paused momentarily due to the sound of William's skill. However, that only lasted for a moment before they continued their advance. William waved his hand and 6 purple blades materialized around him. He was currently using the Runemaster job class and activating the skills that he had mastered over the years that he had spent in the southern continent. Wendy was the one that had increased the levels of this job class, and even developed a few tricks of her own, which she had shared with William. The half-elf was quite impressed with Wendy's ability to create things from scratch, even without the knowledge of skills that came from skill trees. When William asked the system about this, it only said that any kind of skill could be created as long as the theory behind it stood. Since that was the case, William decided to further enhance his lover's created skill in order to make it more deadly. The blades that surrounded William were called runic blades. They were blades that dealt ethereal damage to their enemies. What made this blade scary was that they ignored armor and other kinds of defenses. Although they were not lethal, they had one annoying ability, and that was to drastically weaken those that they had slashed, as well as slow their movements by half. Go, William ordered, and the 6 purple blades flew towards their individual targets. The agents' initial reaction was to defend themselves, using artifacts that blocked physical attacks. However, the runic blades were more of a spiritual attack than a physical one. The blades easily passed through their armors, making them feel that their world had slowed down. After making sure that his targets had a taste of the nasty blades, William charged forward and smashed their heads like watermelons. He knew that if he could dispose of them now, the black-robed man wouldn't have any allies left when he dealt with him later. 9 died, 6 remained. After seeing William's performance, the other players rallied behind his back and attacked the 6 remaining agents that the half-elf had pointed out earlier. Faced with over 100 people, the black-robed man decided to become serious and activated his battle aura. He was an adamantium-ranked warrior. He was the strongest warrior in the grand arena, so he wasn't too worried about the number of enemies that were charging towards him. "You think all of you can beat me?" the black-robed man shouted as he wielded his dual swords. Die. With a powerful slash, a raging inferno snaked towards the approaching players, turning them into particles of light. Those who managed to dodge the first strike didn't survive the second, and were burned completely. 24 players remained, including William and Chiffon. Out of those 24, 6 of them were the agents from the Agnes family, leaving only 18 players on William's side. "I'll deal with him," William said as he stood in front of the black-robed man. "Please, deal with the others." The other players exchanged a glance with each other before charging towards the remaining agents. The agents were stronger, but now that their opponents were working together against them, they were slowly being pushed back. William's runic blades flew towards the leader of the agents, but the latter easily incinerated them with his fire magic. The black-robed man had seen how his subordinates had died under William's attack, so he didn't underestimate the blades that flew in his direction. After destroying the ethereal blades, the black-robed man jumped to his right side. A second later, he felt something brush past his body, creating a small scratch on his left shoulder. An invisible energy-based attack. The black-robed man thought as he eyed William with caution. "I need to close the distance." William clicked his tongue in disappointment because the man was able to dodge his attack. However, this only lasted for a brief moment. "I'll make sure that you won't be able to run away later," William vowed as he closed the gap between them. Meanwhile, while William was busy fighting the black-robed man, Chiffon had killed one agent from the Agnes family. Chiffon was a brawler. She had been taught to fight, while she was still young by one of her mother's attendants. Her fast reflexes and mobility allowed her to hit her enemies before they could hit her. If she were to gain William's Zen Master Job Class Monk's next job class, she would be twice as fast, and 3 times more deadly. Her Devourer's gauntlets also helped her increase her repertoire of skills that she could use at any time. If one were to look closely, they would notice that Chiffon's feet were actually floating above the ground. William had told her earlier to use the flight skill, and hover just an inch above ground. Although she didn't understand why she had to do that, Chiffon was very obedient to William. This was why she didn't question his order and did as she was told. The audience that were watching the battle clenched their fist in excitement and frustration. When they heard William's words, they thought that the half-elf was just spouting nonsense. However, after giving it some thought, they realized that the black-robed man had always been in the arena every time there was a battle royale. They didn't notice this fact before because the black-robed man always lost in the end. The audience thought that he was just unlucky, but now that William had exposed their modus operandi, the players that had been stuck in the second floor for months felt cheated. All of their gazes shifted to the VIP area, where the Agnes family was seated. Their blood boiled in anger. If not for the fact that they were the current rulers of the second floor, and had formed a contract with the Guardian, they would have already attacked them by now. "We need to get rid of that boy," the patriarch of the Agnes family said as he placed his teacup on the table. "He must not be allowed to remain on the second floor of the tower." The elders of the family nodded their heads. Although they could tell that their agents were slowly getting the upper hand, they didn't wish for the hearts of the inhabitants of their domain to be stirred up by the half-elf's words. Although they had a contract with Tony, the guardian of the second floor, they didn't wish for any form of rebellion under their nose. Before a small spark could turn into a mighty blaze, they would snuff it out, preventing all sources of future troubles. While they were thinking this, the majority of the players had been killed by the agents of the Agnes family. Only 6 players remained in the arena. If one of them died, the battle would be over and the rest would be able to advance to the next round. William, Chiffon, and the 4 agents, including the black-robed man, glared at each other. "Boss, what should we do?" An agent asked through a special artifact they used for communication. "If we kill one of them, the other will be able to pass." The patriarch said that no matter what happens, the half-elf must stay. "Should we target him and leave that pink-haired girl alone?" The black-robed man shook his head. "None of them must escape. Neutralize them first and we'll kill them at the same time." All the agents nodded their heads in understanding. "Now," the black-robed man ordered, and all of them ran in William's and Chiffon's direction. The 2 didn't move and stood their ground. When the black-robed man was only 20 meters away from the 2, the same feeling he had felt earlier nagged at his head. "I'm just overthinking things," the black-robed man thought as he ignored his sixth sense. "I'll end this as quickly as possible." 15 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters. When the agents were only 5 meters away from the 2 teenagers, a devilish smile appeared on William's face. This smile made the hairs on the back of their necks stand on end. A second later, the ground under their feet swelled. A powerful explosion reverberated inside the stadium, which made the audience and the members of the Agnes family cry out in shock due to the unexpected development that none of them was able to foresee. Chapter 572. Do you miss him? A loud explosion spread across the grand arena, making everyone's eyes widen in surprise. Earlier, William was just not randomly fighting against the black-robed man. He was busy planting rune mines, using the power of the runemaster skill in preparation for this moment. William knew that even though the players sided with him, their opponents were simply too strong and organized. The agents' teamwork were superb, so an impromptu alliance wouldn't be much of a threat for them. Since that was the case, William just planted as many mines as he could. He intended to make them explode simultaneously, to create a deadly attack that would instantly obliterate anyone who stepped upon them. A dust cloud had settled inside the arena, and none were able to see the outcome of the battle. 2 minutes later, the dust cloud receded, showing a 50-meter-wide crater. At the edge of the crater, 2 figures stood. William and Chiffon were safe and sound, but none of the agents could be seen anywhere. The half-elf raised his head to look at the VIP seats of the Agnes family. They were the family that had conquered the second floor and had turned it into a place where they farmed tokens and enslaved the players who wished to climb the tower. If possible, William wanted to knock them off their high horse, but he also understood that he didn't have the power to do that right now. As William thought of these things, a playful voice resounded inside his mind. "Congratulations! You have cleared the second floor of the Tower of Babylon. You have been rewarded with 10,000 tokens. An additional reward of 2,000 tokens will be rewarded because less than 5 players remained in the grand arena. Tokens in hand, 15,500. Would you like to proceed to the next floor? Yes, no." William glanced at Chiffon, and the latter nodded her head. It was her way of telling William that she also heard a voice inside her head. Before William could even say anything to the little girl, an arrogant voice echoed in the arena. "Honored guests, would you like to work with the Agnes family?" A middle-aged man asked. "If you agree, not only will we help you climb the tower, we will also provide you with resources that will make your journey smoother. In return, all we ask is that you pledge your loyalty to our family. If you have further conditions, we are willing to accommodate them." The patriarch of the Agnes family was moved by William's ability and fighting prowess. If he could make him a subordinate of their family, he would definitely bring them glory as he continued to climb the Tower of Babylon. William ignored the patriarch and held Chiffon's hand firmly. In truth, after finding out the Agnes family's underhanded trick, William's impression of the rulers of the second floor had hit rock bottom. He felt very dirty staying on the second floor, so he wanted to leave the place as soon as possible. "Let's go," William said. He had no intention of becoming a subordinate of a family who enslaved others. "Yes, big brother," Chiffon replied. 2 beams of light shot out towards the sky. Those who had been forced to work for the Agnes family looked at this sight with tears in their eyes. They had long lost their determination to climb the tower, but after seeing the two players win against all odds, their passion was reignited. The Agnes family had no idea that after this incident, the foundation and power that they had built in the Tower of Babylon for many years would soon crumble under their feet. Oogway happily ate the bowl of lettuce that was presented to him by Exid. It had been a while since new players had appeared on the third floor, where he supervised. "I'll be back," Oogway said after eating the last lettuce in the bowl. "I want to have a nice chat with that half-elf." Exid snorted, but didn't say anything else. Although a bowl of lettuce was only worth a single token, the guardian of the first floor didn't like losing. Oogway knew this, so it decided to leave its friend alone for the time being. It was quite curious about William and wanted to have a chat with him. The guardian of the third floor wanted to know why the half-elf was climbing the tower. It was widely known in the central continent that if someone were to reach the 100th floor of Babylon, they would be able to make a wish. Whatever this wish would be, it would be granted without fail. This was the promise of the god that created the tower, and since then, many had attempted to climb it. Unfortunately, all of them stopped at the 51st floor and were never heard from again. Oogway wondered if William also came here to make a wish. Although it found the half-elf interesting, the guardian of the third floor knew that no matter how strong he was, the red-headed teenager would not be able to get past the 51st floor. It was simply impossible, a fact that all the guardians in the Tower of Babylon had long accepted by now. A four-tailed black fox, with a crescent moon on its forehead, landed on a mountain overlooking Silverwind City. Seated on its back was a delicate-looking teenage boy with silver-gray hair and blue eyes. "Master said that Will is currently here," the teenage boy muttered. "I wonder what he will say when the two of us meet again." The black fox turned its head to look at its companion. "Are you perhaps afraid of meeting him? I would be lying if I said that I wasn't. Should we continue?" The teenage boy nodded his head. "Nothing is going to happen if I stay behind the scenes. Let's go, Luna. I want to see how Will is doing." "Do you miss him?" the black fox asked with a smirk. It knew that its companion was still feeling guilty about what happened in the southern continent. "Why should I miss him?" the teenage boy asked with a calm expression. "I'm sure that he has forgotten me by now. Enough of this, Luna. Let's go." The black fox nodded its head and once again took flight. They had traveled from the Silvermoon continent, and its companion was one of the 4 candidates that were chosen to participate in the tournament of the Crater Empire. Although the elves had suffered terribly during the war, they were mostly the clans that were anti-human. Many in the Silvermoon continent, including Arwen's father, Theoden, were against the war. It had been too late when they discovered that something was amiss. They didn't ask for it, and yet, they also suffered due to the selfishness of Shaffel and the other patriarchs that led the anti-human faction. With Sephirin and Enaru gone, the elves were in no position to antagonize anyone. They only hoped that the demons were still weakened from the war that happened many years ago, and would not launch another attack in their domain for the next 100 years. The tournament in the Crater Empire was a good way for the elves to recover their dignity. This was why they had sent their envoys to participate in the grand tournament that would be happening very soon. Chapter 573. I walk in the darkness so that others may see the light. "Eve, where are you, my cute granddaughter?" James shouted. The white goose glared at the noisy old man who had come to the lakeside. It was currently swimming in the middle of the lake, with a sleeping girl on its back. 7 ducks slept beside the little girl, encircling her in a protective formation. The 7 ducks whom she had cared for since they were young were now full-fledged adults. These ducks would attack anyone who dared to hurt Eve, and bite their noggins if they were a boy. Because of this, Eve's playmates were only girls. James and Mordred didn't have any complaints with this setup. Anna would shake her head from time to time because of how overprotective the men of their family were towards her daughter. "Oi, Goose, bring my granddaughter here," James ordered. A second later, James heard an annoyed voice speak inside his head. "Shut up, old man. The mistress is sleeping. Tone down your words and stop shouting. Then bring her here now. There's an important guest that wants to see her." The white goose frowned before wading towards the lakeside. It had enlarged itself earlier because Eve wanted to play in the lake while on its back. However, after playing for a while, the calmness of the lake made her sleepy, so she decided to take a nap on the white goose, back along with her ducklings. The white goose stepped on land, but still retained its size. If possible, It didn't want to wake the sleeping girl on its back and simply glared at James as if it wanted to peck him to oblivion. James looked at his adorable granddaughter with a fawning gaze. Seeing how peacefully she slept, he decided to just wake her up after they returned to the residence. The old man and the white goose walked side by side as they headed towards the direction of Lant. A guest had arrived, and James hurriedly looked for Eve because her presence was needed. It didn't take long before the two arrived at the Ainsworth residence. As if sensing that she had returned home, Eve's eyes fluttered. Half a minute later, she opened them and looked at her surroundings, while still half asleep. "Grandpa," Eve asked as she saw James walking beside the white goose. "Good afternoon, Eve," James said with a smile. "Someone came to visit you." Eve's drowsiness went away when she heard that someone came to visit her. There was someone she misses very much, and she hoped to see him soon. "Big brother, William." "No, it's someone else." James smiled and pointed at the entrance of the Ainsworth residence. A beautiful lady dressed in ceremonial garb stood near the doorway. The moment she saw Eve, a gentle smile appeared on her face. The guest of the Ainsworth family walked towards the white goose to have a better look at the girl that she had come to see for the first time. She had not met Eve before, but she and William were good friends. There were times when the red-headed teenager would talk about his cute cousin in the countryside. That was how she knew Eve's name. She just didn't expect that she would be sent to William's hometown, to take the little girl under her tutelage. Eve looked at the beautiful lady and felt a strong connection to her. This connection was hard to describe, especially for a little girl. Because of that, Eve said the closest thing that she could to describe the feelings welling up inside her heart. "Big sister." "Yes, from now on, you can call me Big Sister." Ariadne smiled and patted Eve's head affectionately. Now she understood why William kept on bragging about his cute cousin. Eve was probably the most adorable little girl that she had seen in her lifetime. Also, the powerful divine energy emanating from her body was proof that she was destined to be an apostle of a god. A few minutes later, James, Mordred, Anna, and Eve gathered in the garden where they all had afternoon tea and snacks. Ariadne had waited for everyone to gather before she spoke of her reason for coming. Mordred and Anna exchanged a glance at each other in disbelief. James, on the other hand, frowned. He then placed his teacup on the table before speaking out his mind. "Are you going to take Eve away from us?" James asked. He spoke casually, and yet, his words seemed to contain an underlying challenge. It was as if he was telling Ariadne to, "You won't be taking my darling granddaughter away from me under my watch." Ariadne smiled because she already expected this outcome. "Eve is still young," Ariadne replied. "I can't bear to take her away from her family. This was why I have decided to stay here in Lant while I teach her the duties of an apostle." Mordred and Anna sighed in relief. Being chosen as an apostle of a god was an honor, but it was also a heavy responsibility. Eve was still young, and they didn't want their daughter to leave them at this stage. James hummed and nodded his head. "Very well, I will allow you to teach Eve, but you have to make an oath that you will not secretly take her away, while we're not looking," James said. Although he knew that Ariadne was an oracle of the god William followed, he still couldn't trust her because of the fact that he kept on forgetting what she looked like. What a troublesome ability, James thought. No matter how hard I try, her face slips away from my memory. Eve ate the cookies on her plate with gusto. She looked at Ariadne from time to time, and the latter would smile back at her each time the lady sensed her stare. Unlike her family, Ariadne's ability didn't work on her. Even if Ariadne were to wear normal clothes and was tossed inside a crowd, Eve would be able to recognize her right away. Ariadne had said that she came here to teach her how to become an apostle. Eve didn't understand what an apostle was. But, for some reason, she felt that being an apostle wasn't a bad thing. Ariadne sighed in her heart. She was someone that could see glimpses in the future, but she couldn't see the future of certain people. The oracle of the god of shepherds knew that her duty was not an easy one. For some reason, she was feeling uneasy. She kept on dreaming about a man with black hair and eyes. He sat on a black throne, surrounded by beautiful women and a little girl sitting on his lap. Behind him, several powerful beasts stood as if waiting for his command to unleash havoc across the land. Above him, a black phoenix had its wings spread wide as if to usher a new era. Ariadne's hand trembled as she remembered the scene in her dream. That man looked at her and smiled. Although she couldn't remember what he looked like, she could still remember the words that he had told her. "I walk in the darkness so that others may see the light." Yes, That man decided to walk in the darkness. However, in doing so, he also covered the entire world in darkness. Chapter 574, Oogway's Test. I see, so that's how it is, William said as he ate a sandwich. Right, a small turtle unceremoniously bit into his own sandwich. Right now, the possibility of the Agnes family sending players to make things difficult for you is very high. What a petty family. Chiffon happily ate her sandwich, while listening to her big brother and the small turtle. When they arrived at the third floor, they found themselves standing on a cliff, right beside a raging waterfall. The scenery around them was so beautiful that it reminded William of the waterfall town of Lauterbrunnen, which was found in Switzerland. Some said that the author of The Lord of the Rings was inspired because of the magnificent view and decided to write a story about it. Seeing this scene, William could understand how that author might have felt due to the sheer beauty of the surroundings. After taking careful considerations, William decided to have lunch with Chiffon first, before exploring the third floor of the Tower of Babylon. After spreading a picnic blanket, and taking out the sandwiches that he had prepared beforehand, the two sat and admired the view before biting into their sandwiches. A minute later, a black turtle crawled onto their picnic blanket and asked if it could have some of the food they had. Due to his appraisal skill, William was able to find out the true identity of the little speaking turtle. Since the being in front of them was the guardian of the third floor, William decided to become civil and sacrificed one of his sandwiches for world peace. After eating the sandwich, Oogway introduced itself and told William a little bit about its domain. The half-elf thought that this was a perfect opportunity to get first-hand information about the tower from one of its guardians. Oogway was an easy-going fellow, so it answered most of William's questions, with the exception of the things that it was forbidden to tell mortals. "Tell me, are you climbing this tower because of a wish?" Oogway asked after finishing the sandwich which was given to it. "A wish?" William tilted his head. He then placed one more sandwich on Oogway's plate as thanks for answering most of his questions. "What wish?" It was now Oogway's turn to be confused. The little turtle looked at William with the, "Are you joking with me?" look. However, since it was a being that could be considered as a demigod, it could tell that William wasn't lying and was really not informed about the Tower of Babylon. This tower is made to grant mortals riches, resources, power, and influence beyond their wildest dreams. But that's not all, Oogway explained. Whoever reaches the 100th floor will be given the opportunity to make a wish. It doesn't matter what kind of wish it is, for it will be granted without fail. William nodded his head in understanding. He had no intention of climbing up to the 100th floor of the tower. His goal was to clear the 51st floor in order to lift the curse that was placed on his lovers. "I am only here to clear the 51st floor, William replied. "After that, I will return to the Crater Empire." 51st floor, is it? Oogway nodded its head. "Indeed. You will not be able to proceed if you can't even clear the 51st floor. However, I don't think you, or anyone in this world, has the ability to do that." "What do you mean? The guardian of the 51st floor has gone crazy." "Well, not the crazy kind of crazy, but something similar. If I were you, I would just stop at the 50th floor. Going to the 51st floor would be a suicidal move." William frowned as he ate his sandwich. After properly chewing it, he then asked the question that had been in his mind since he arrived at the city of Babylon. "How come no one has been able to clear it?" William inquired. "With so many talented people in the world, I find it hard to believe that it has remained unconquered for hundreds of years." Oogway sighed internally. It really wanted to tell William the reason, but it was bound by the rules of the tower. In the end, it bit off a bite of its sandwich and completely ignored William's question. William had a feeling that it was one of the things that Oogway couldn't tell him, so he didn't continue to ask in this direction. Instead, he asked a question that made the turtle look up at him with a smirk. "What kind of test do I have to do in order to proceed to the next floor?" William inquired. "Good question," Oogway answered. "Actually, you should be taking a test in that town located down there in that valley." The little turtle pointed at the town nestled at the center of the valley that boasted an out-of-the-world scenery that would put all Instagram pictures to shame. "However, since I have taken a liking to you, I decided to give you a different quest. Of course, this will also give you better rewards. Are you interested?" Oogway said in a challenging tone. William pondered for a bit before nodding his head. He couldn't detect any kind of malice coming from Oogway, so he believed that the turtle didn't mean them any harm. "Excellent." The turtle grinned. Allow me to introduce you to my disciples. A brief moment later, 4 demi-human turtles appeared behind Oogway carrying different kinds of weapons. Introduce yourself to our guests, Oogway ordered. The 2-meter-tall turtle holding a wooden staff stepped forward and took a fighting pose. My name is Donatella, Donatella said with a determined expression. Nice to meet you. William cringed internally because he was reminded of that super sweet chocolate spread that was used by the kids in the orphanage. He had to use all of his willpower to prevent himself from teasing the turtle who had a funny name. The next one to step up was another demi-human turtle wielding 2 swords. Just like Donatella, he took a fighting pose and introduced himself. My name is Leonardude. Leonardude snorted. Only fight me if you dare. As long as I am around you won't be ABL. Wada. A loud shout cut off Leonardude's words as another turtle took a step forward while brandishing its nunchucks. Chiffon clapped her hands in admiration because the way the turtle wielded its weapon was simply fascinating. I am Michelangelo. Michelangelo took a pose after showing his demonstration. I am not a hoe. Quote. William and Chiffon didn't know what to say and simply stared at the turtle with a funny name just like its companions. The last turtle stepped forward, while holding the 2 short swords in his hands. I am Narnia, Narnia said with a smile. Nice to meet you. William choked on the sandwich he was eating and had to beat his chest in order to help the food go down. He was already expecting the last turtle to introduce itself as Rafaela or something similar, but the name it gave was something out of the blue. After recovering from his earlier mishap, William eyed the lady turtle who was looking at him weirdly. Are you sure that your name isn't Rafaela? I just said my name is Narnia. The corner of William's lips twitched because whoever made this plot needed to have his brain thrown in the gutter. Oogway, who had just finished eating his last sandwich, looked up at William with a smirk. If you want to pass the 3rd floor, you have to defeat my disciples first. Don't worry, they will take it easy on you. William scratched his head as he looked at the demi-turtles, and the small turtle who was looking up to him. We need to fight them in order to proceed. William inquired. Fighting is too strong a word, Oogways replied. More like competing. You need to defeat them in the thing they specialize in. With each victory, you will get 5,000 tokens. Don't worry, you only need to win 2 out of 4 matches and you can proceed to the next floor. William and Chiffon exchanged a glance with each other. They had no idea what the guardian of the 3rd floor was thinking. However, since they were already here, they might as well see what the little turtle had in store for them. Chapter 575, Donatella vs. Chiffon. I'll be your first opponent, Donatella said in arrogance. Our battle will be simple. We will play a drinking game. Whoever drinks the most in 5 minutes will win. Easy, right? Sounds easy enough, William replied. But, what are we going to drink? Donatella snapped its fingers and 2 tables appeared in front of them. On top of those 2 tables, several mugs filled with what seemed to be sweetened chocolate could be found. Williams almost gagged at the diabetes-inducing scene in front of him. There was no way he could drink so many chocolate drinks in one sitting. I will give both of you a handicap. Donatella crossed its arms. You can fight me 2 versus 1. The demi-turtle's tone was filled with confidence. It was as if it was telling William that there was no use even if Chiffon and him teamed up, because it would still be a victor in the end. The half-elf sneered internally at the cocky turtle. Donatella had no idea that the one who didn't stand a chance in this drinking battle was itself. William patted Chiffon's head and looked at her straight in the eyes. Chiffon, can I leave this challenge to you? Chiffon patted her chest with confidence. Leave it to me, big brother. The pink-haired girl then walked towards the table and looked at the chocolate mugs with sparkling eyes. Clearly, she was very excited to start the drinking competition as soon as possible. Are you sure you will not join her? Donatella asked as it, too, went to the table facing Chiffon's. You might regret it later. Nah, I'm good, William smirked. He was looking forward to seeing Donatella's surprised expression after it realized that its opponent was something it couldn't beat in a drinking game. The 3 demi-turtles, and Oogway, shook their heads in disappointment. They felt sorry for Chiffon because a little girl had to fight against their group's strongest drinker. Drinking a mug full of sweetened chocolate may be an easy task. However, if you were to drink many of them at any given time, you will definitely wave your hands in surrender. Are both combatants ready? Oogway asked. Donatella and Chiffon nodded their heads in unison. The rules of the battle were simple enough, so there was no need to complicate things. The demi-turtle looked at the pink-haired girl in disdain. Clearly, it couldn't believe that an adorable girl like Chiffon could beat it in a game that was its specialty. "Don't cry later, little girl," Donatella teased. Chiffon only tilted her head to the side in confusion. She didn't understand why she would be crying when she was about to have her fill of something sweet and delicious. Oogway then raised its small foot and declared the start of the battle. "Start." Donatella casually took a mug from the table and drank it in one go. Chiffon, on the other hand, did the same. She was 2 seconds later than Donatella in finishing her drink, but William wasn't too worried. In a span of 10 seconds, Donatella had already drunk 4 mugs, while Chiffon only had 3. A minute later, Donatella had already finished 24 mugs, while Chiffon only had 18. The 3 demi-turtles and Oogway were surprised about Chiffon's tenacity. None of them were able to even drink more than 10 mugs of sweetened chocolate, but the pink-haired girl had already gone past that mark. 3 more minutes went by, and several mugs of chocolate had already been cleared from the table. Even though this drinking match was Donatella's specialty, it was starting to feel nauseous due to the vast quantity of sweetened chocolate it had ingested. Just a minute more, Donatella thought. I just need to hang for a minute and I will win. Chiffon placed the mug that she had just finished drinking on the table and gave Donatella a sidelong glance. Oogway and his disciples thought that Chiffon was about to give up, but their eyes almost fell out of their sockets when they saw what the little girl did next. The pink-haired girl opened her mouth. Suddenly, the chocolate that was inside the mugs all rose up in the air and flew towards her mouth. Donatella choked on the chocolate it was drinking after it saw what its opponent had done. It couldn't believe what it was seeing. "Tea time's up," Oogway stuttered. "Winner of this match is Chiffon." Chiffon smiled as she returned to William's side. The half-elf took out his handkerchief and wiped the chocolate stains at the side of her lips. He could read Chiffon's mood and almost laughed out loud. A single glance was enough to tell William that the pink-haired girl hadn't had her fill. He was half tempted to tease Donatella, and ask for a rematch in order to satisfy the little glutton, who was eyeing the chocolate mugs on her opponent's table. Meanwhile, somewhere in the central continent, the Supreme Pontifex of Deus was busy reading the reports of his subordinates that he had sent to the southern continent. Ainsworth's, the Supreme Pontifex of Deus said softly. "Whenever there is a great upheaval in the world, this family is always involved one way or the other." The supreme leader of Deus frowned as he put the report down on the table. Alessio was a good subordinate. It's quite unfortunate that he died in the southern continent. The battles between his subordinates was something that he encouraged. This was how his organization managed to become a faction that rivaled the Church of Light from the Shadows. The hypocritical church lorded over the masses on the surface, while Deus wanted to make the world submit to their will. These 2 organizations had fought each other for hundreds of years, and their victories and losses were almost the same. Right now, both forces were fighting a different kind of battle. They were looking for a person that was said to challenge the existing powers in the continent and make everyone submit to his will. It will not take long before the prophecy of the elves will come to pass. At most a year, maybe 2, the man muttered. We still haven't found the prince. Just like the elves, Deus had also used their manpower to identify suitable candidates that could possibly be the prince in the prophecy. They had been doing it for years, but the candidates that they had observed showed no signs of wielding the true power of darkness. Most of the candidates were dark mages, and they were very promising as well. However, the reports that the Supreme Pontifex had received from his watchers made him feel that they were overlooking something. The document that was on the very top of his table was none other than the information that they had on William. Bold letters could be seen written at the bottom-most part of William's scroll, which indicated the verdict that his spies had concluded after watching William's performance in the southern continent. Dungeon Conqueror candidate. That was the conclusion that Berthold and the other members of Deus had come to, after compiling the information they had on William. Dungeon Conqueror. The Supreme Pontifex muttered as he stared at William's information. The leader of Deus had the power of clairvoyance. However, no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to read the fate of anyone that belonged to the Ainsworth family, including the people whose fates were tied with them. James and he had fought each other in the past. The same with Maxwell and Morgan because of a difference in beliefs. The Supreme Pontifex chuckled as he walked towards the balcony of his residence. Right now, an era of change was upon the land. He could smell it in the wind. He could feel it in his bones. He could hear it from the beating of his heart. The supreme leader of Deus was already in the final stage where his ambition would be realized. All he needed was a person. A person that all the powers in the world were frantically searching for. I guess I should send someone to monitor the boy, the Supreme Pontifex thought. It never hurts to put eggs in different baskets. The leader of Deus watched the beautiful sunset in the distance, and waited for the light to disappear before going back to his room. He still had reports to read, and miles to go before he slept. Chapter 576, Kawabanga Motherfuckers. Part 1. What's the next test? William asked. We just need to win one more and we can proceed to the next floor, right? Oogway nodded its head. Right. Just one more win and you guys can proceed to the next floor. After Chiffon won her fight, William realized that the test that was given by the little turtle wasn't something that could be easily overcome by any ordinary person. If Chiffon wasn't the personification of gluttony, William had no doubt in his mind that they would have lost the first match. Only people with the devour ability like Jekyll and Chiffon would be able to rise up to the challenge. William looked at the 3 remaining demi-turtles and clicked his tongue internally. If each of them specialized in something that we are not capable of, the chances of us winning are slim, William thought. I just hope the next test will be easy. Oogway may not be able to read minds, but William's expression told it what it needed to know. In fact, there were several players whom the little turtle had taken an interest in. It would meet them on its floor and allow its disciples to challenge them all. Some of these players had failed miserably due to a difference in specialty, and had to stay in his domain until they either succeeded or surrendered. Those who surrendered were kicked out of the tower where they had to redo everything from scratch. Oogway was one of the pacifist guardians of the Tower of Babylon. For it, finding worthy players was a pastime, and it liked to test them personally each time they appeared in its domain. Who wants to go next? Oogway asked its disciples. I will go next. Leonardude stepped forward. However, before Leonardude could say the details of its challenge, it was dragged away by Donatella and Michelangelo. Whatever you do, don't challenge them in an eating contest, Donatella whispered. You've seen that girl's ability, right? The ending will be the same. Although you are our team's greatest eater, and I am the greatest drinker, we won't win against her. Leonardude nodded its head. I know. Don't worry, the one that will be eating will be us, and not her. Michelangelo heard its 2 siblings and understood what Leonardude was planning. So, you're going to do that, right? Michelangelo whispered. Exactly, Leonardude smirked. You're playing dirty. This is called tactics. There is nothing dirty about it. The 3 demi-turtles exchanged glances and smiled evilly. William's sensitive hearing was able to hear their conversation. However, what the 3 talked about was not enough to give him a hint of what the next test was going to be. Okay, this will be your next test. Leonardude snapped its fingers and a portable kitchen appeared in front of it. Your next test is that you will cook me some food. If I like it, you will pass my test. That's it? William inquired. That's it, Leonardude replied. Easy, right? Donatella, Michelangelo, and Narnia snickered internally. This was a trick that Leonardude always pulled when it planned to fail a player. Even if the food was delicious, it would say that it was trash, automatically making the challenger fail. Oogway sighed internally because it could tell that its disciple was at it again. This was not the first time Leonardude did this, but the little turtle didn't prevent it from doing so. It believed that if the players were fated to win, not even this dirty trick was enough to stop them from climbing the tower. Very well, I will be the one to take this challenge. William walked towards the portable kitchen and checked the tools that were available. They were the same cooking equipment that were commonly used in the world of Hestia, but William's dish required something more modern. Because of this, William decided to ask if he could bend the rules of the test a bit. Can I use my own equipment and ingredients in his test? William asked. Leonardude thought for a moment before nodding its head. I don't mind, Leonardude replied. In fact, this is better. Give me your best shot. No need to thank me. All you need to do is cook. Leonardude laughed internally because he was confident that no matter what kind of ingredients or methods William used, the ending would still be the same. The demi-turtle would just say that the food was not delicious and fail William on the spot. The half-elf was not aware of this sinister plan that Leonardude was thinking. He was confident that he could make something that would make the demi-turtle ask for more. System, get me a portable oven that can be used anywhere. It will be best if it is powered by magic crystals or beast cores. Also, get me these ingredients. Make sure that they are of high quality. The system immediately opened the god shop to gather everything that William needed. The half-elf didn't even need to spend more than 10 god points in order to acquire everything that he needed. William took out a big mixing bowl, and used his magic to create 3/4 cup of warm water. After that, he poured a pack of active yeast inside the bowl and gave it a quick stir. Chiffon stood by his side and watched William as he did his work. She didn't know what her big brother was making, but watching him work with a smile on his face piqued her curiosity. William placed the mixing bowl to the side and let it rest for a few minutes, as he took out the other ingredients from his storage ring. The half-elf took another mixing bowl and poured 2 cups of flour inside it. He then added a pinch of salt and sugar before giving it a mix with a whisk. After that was done, he took the mixing bowl with the yeast in it. William poured 1/4 of the flour in the bowl and used his hand to mix it. He added more flour along the way as he kneaded the dough. Chiffon, who was watching from the side, felt her hand itch because what her big brother was doing looked fun. Interesting, Oogway muttered as it looked at the dough in William's hands. The demi-turtles weren't too impressed because they thought that William was just going to make bread. They ignored William's performance and instead played cards with each other. Only Oogway kept on watching William as its eyes sparkled with genuine interest. William placed the dough to the side to let it rest. He then glanced at Chiffon, who looked to be fascinated with what he was doing. In the end, William decided to let the little girl have fun and let her play a bit in dough making. William gave her a batch of ingredients and watched from the side as Chiffon imitated what he did earlier, albeit a bit clumsy at first. The pink-haired girl had a photographic memory. She could instantly recall things that she had seen in the past. After watching William's work from start to finish, Chiffon only nodded to follow his steps to create a dough of her own. The little girl kneaded the dough with great interest. Although she still couldn't smile, William noticed that her eyes held mirth in them. Clearly, Chiffon was having fun with her dough-making session. After watching Chiffon for a while, William returned to his own work. He took the dough and placed it inside the multi-purpose special oven that has a special, speeding up, function that works well when getting pizza dough to rise. A minute later, William took the dough out of the oven and placed it on top of the table. He then sprinkled some flour on the table before placing the pizza dough on top of it. He then summoned a rolling pin and started to shape it. Chiffon had also taken the pizza dough from the special oven and started using a rolling pin to shape it, imitating William. William made the dough on his hand spin, and Chiffon did the same. The two even had a pizza dough spinning contest, which made Oogway climb on top of the table to have a better look. After the two had their fill, William remolded the pizza dough to have the shape he wanted. He then brushed its top with a little bit of oil. He then added pizza sauce, mozzarella cheese, mushroom, sausage, and pepperoni. William admired his work for a few seconds before placing his creation inside his multi-purpose special oven. "We just need to wait 10 minutes, William said to Chiffon, who was currently placing the toppings on her own pizza. "Big brother, what do you call this food?" Chiffon asked after she finished her work. William smirked before giving his creation a name. "This is called Kawabanga pizza. This will lead us to victory." The half-elf glanced at the demi-turtles that were busy playing cards not far from them. He already had a feeling that this test was rigged from the start, and Leonardo had no intention of letting them win. Since that was the case, he would force the sucker to accept defeat by using the food that was known to be the favorite of the ninja turtles in his world. The moment he took the pizza out of the oven, a delicious smell spread across the surroundings. Chiffon narrowed her eyes and gulped subconsciously. She was very tempted to eat the Kawabanga pizza that William had made because it looked delicious. The 4 demi-turtles simultaneously turned their heads to look in William's direction. It was clear that the smell had caught their interest, which made the half-elf chuckle internally. He knew that it was just a matter of time before they cleared the 3rd floor of Babylon. However, before that, he planned to do something to the demi-turtles first to ensure that his climb to the tower would be a smooth one. Chapter 577, Kawabanga Motherfuckers. Part 2. The demi-turtles walked towards William's location with calm expressions on their faces. As Oogway's disciples, they used their strong willpower to prevent themselves from stuffing their faces with the unknown dish that William had made for them. "This is Kawabanga pizza?" Leonardo asked. "Well, I'll give you a passing grade for the presentation. However, the most important part is the taste." William nodded his head as he cut the pizza into several slices. After he was done, he took a slice and gave it to Oogway, the next slice he gave to Chiffon. The half-elf took the third and ate it in front of everyone. Leonardo gulped and hurriedly took a pizza slice to eat. The other demi-turtles didn't want to be left out and secured their own. The moment the pizza entered their mouths, they tasted an explosion of flavors that put them into a daze. William smirked because he got the intended effect that he wanted. Before Leonardo could even recover his senses, William took advantage of the situation and asked him a question. "It is the best," Leonardo replied. "Did we pass?" "You did." The moment Leonardo gave his approval, the demi-turtle realized that he had fallen into William's trap. The half-elf grinned and offered the regretful turtle another pizza slice, which the latter gobbled up in fury. "This is good," Oogway stated. "Can you give me a recipe?" "Of course," William replied. "But on one condition." Oogway smiled. It knew that William was planning something, but it didn't know what it was. As a guardian, there were certain things that it could and couldn't do while it was inside the tower. However, he was also curious about what kind of condition the red-headed teenager wanted to ask of him. "Earlier, you said that the Agnes family will probably hunt us down, and make our climb in the tower difficult, right?" William looked at the guardian of the third floor with a serious expression. Oogway nodded its head. "Right. Can you prevent them from following us?" "I can't. Guardians are not allowed to harm any player within the tower." William sighed before he picked up the pizza that Chiffon had made, and placed it inside the oven to bake. The demi-turtles glanced at each other. After tasting William's pizza, they had a feeling that they wouldn't be able to live without it. In order to satisfy this craving, they had to get William's recipe and the weird-looking oven in his possession. "Master may not be able to do it, but we can," Michelangelo stated. "However, we cannot leave the third floor. The only thing we could do is deal with them on this floor." "That's right," Donatella nodded. "The players in the tower could return to any floor that they wanted, as long as they were able to clear it. Even if you deal with your pursuers on this floor, they could still jump to the fourth floor in order to hunt the two of you down." William listened to the demi-turtle's explanation with a frown. They had made an enemy of the Agnes family that ruled the second floor of the tower. Since they were one of the major forces in Babylon, they could send their lackeys to prevent William and Chiffon from climbing higher. Although William wasn't afraid of conflict, he was not fond of being chased by mercenaries from behind. Seeing the frown on William's face, Narnia decided to offer a solution. "I have an idea," Narnia commented from the side. "We can capture those pursuers for you and hold them here for a short period of time. Unfortunately, we are not allowed to kill the players, so this is the most we can do for you." Oogway listened as it ate its pizza in peace. It had already felt the members of the Agnes family enter his domain, but they were spawned at the bottom of the valley where the trial town was located. It would take them some time to track William's and Chiffon's whereabouts. "The fighters of the Agnes family have arrived," Oogway announced. "Looks like you made the patriarch angry with your rejection. He didn't bat an eye and sent 40 experts to hunt you down. According to the standards in this world, they have sent 15 mithril rankers, 10 black rankers, and 1 saint." William scratched his head in irritation. "What a pain. Like my disciples said earlier, we can keep them here for a time. Since they have already cleared this place once, they can come and go as they pleased," Oogway explained. "My domain is big, so it will take considerable time for them to find you. My disciples' offer still stands. Although they cannot kill players, they can beat them up and detain them for a time. What do you want to do?" William crossed his arms over his chest and pondered. A few minutes later, he opened his eyes and asked Oogway a question. "Exid said that he has the authority to send us to a higher floor in the tower," William said. "Can you do that, too?" Oogway nodded its head. "I can send you up to the 9th floor. However, the ruling family there is similar to the Agnes family. Since you have passed my test, I can send you there anytime you want." "Do you want me to send you there, right now?" William shook his head. "Not now. However, I will ask this favor later." The half-elf looked down at the trial town below the cliff. He decided to get rid of their pursuers now rather than deal with them at a later time. "Inside the trial town, have you seen them?" "No, sir." "Keep looking. You need to find them as soon as possible." Byron, the high ranker of the Agnes family, ordered. Inside the tower, those that had the rank of saints were referred to as high rankers. They were the epitome of strength, and not many could face them in battle. Every ruling family in the tower had at least one of these powerful fighters under their wing. They were the so-called deterrents to keep everyone in line and not make trouble for the families that ruled the floors that they owned. Byron didn't feel embarrassed about hunting down 2 teenagers because this was his job. The Agnes family had paid him a hefty amount of tokens that allowed him to reach his rank after forming a binding contract with them. That fool missed a golden opportunity, Byron snorted. If he only agreed to the Agnes family, he would definitely become a high ranker after 3 to 4 years. Right after Byron said these words, he heard a chuckle behind his back. 3 to 4 years to reach sainthood, a red-headed teenager said in disdain. Too slow. Now I understand why you're already this old before you became a high ranker. You don't have the qualifications to be one, so you used a shortcut to become a saint. The teenager curled up his lips as if mocking Byron's talents. It's you. Byron stood up and lunged at the boy. Although William had ridiculed him, he didn't let it go to his head and prioritized the boy's capture. The warriors of the Agnes family also recognized the half-elf and joined their leader in subjugating him. William stood still and only smirked at the saint and his men, who were only a few meters away from him. Byron was just about to punch the boy's chest when something golden appeared in his vision. The next thing he knew, he was hurtling towards the ground with blood seeping out of its mouth. The same thing happened to his subordinates, but they got it worse than Byron because their ranks were lower than him. The high ranker wiped the blood from the side of his lips as he raised his head to look at William, who was holding a golden metallic rod in his hand. Kawabanga, motherfuckers, the half-elf sneered as he prepared to annihilate the hunters who now became the hunted. William had long known when to show mercy and when to eradicate the problem at its root. The only reason why he couldn't confront the Agnes family directly was because they had formed a contract with the guardian of the second floor. The moment someone attacked the members of their family, the guardian would appear and deal with the threat to honor the contract. Because of this, the ruling family of each floor enjoyed unchallengeable safety in their own domains. Each guardian was equivalent to a demigod, so William didn't want to fight them in a head-on battle. William might not be able to fight against a demigod, but fighting against a saint, and his lackeys, was not a big deal for him when he used his heroic avatar. The patriarch of the Agnes family thought that the forces he sent to hunt down William and Chiffon were more than enough to capture 2 brats. He even thought that it was overkill. If he only knew William's true identity, then he might have turned a blind eye on the incident that happened in his domain, and let bygones be bygones. Unfortunately, he didn't know. And this was why the subordinates, whom he had sent to seize the 2 teenagers, were never heard from again. Chapter 578, Reunion in Hestia Academy, Part 1. 9 days had passed since William began his climb in the Tower of Babylon. The Crater Empire had focused all of its attention in preparation for a grand tournament, where several prodigies from all over the central continent would come to participate. Of course, Emperor Leonidas had also sent several invitations to the ruling factions in the Silvermoon continent, the Demonic continent, and the Gunner Federation. The Gunner Federation was composed of many kingdoms in the western continent. Unlike the relationship between the Hellen Kingdom, Anasia Dynasty, Zelen Dynasty, and Kingdom of Frisia, the members of the Gunner Federation were all allied with each other. They had done this to repel the invaders that had attempted to conquer their lands thousands of years ago, and their alliance had remained strong even through the passing of time. There was no invitation sent to the southern continent because they had just suffered a calamity of unprecedented proportions. Just as we expected, the number of participants has exceeded our expectations, Avexius said. Emperor Leonidas nodded his head in agreement. How about the venue? Will we make it in time? Rest assured, Your Majesty. Our archhomages are giving their best to create hundreds of platforms, where the initial battles will be held. The Grand Arena is also undergoing a massive renovation to accommodate the guests coming from all over the world. Emperor Leonidas and several rulers of the central continent had a meeting earlier, to talk about the prizes that would be given away to the semifinalists and the champion of the tournament. Having so many sponsors for the event, the prizes were something that any member of the young generation would gladly get their hands on. According to their discussion, several people from the different empires would serve as referees to facilitate the hundreds of battles that would be happening at the same time. All the major powers in the continent had unanimously agreed that the demons were not allowed to become referees and would only send their candidates to participate in the tournament. The Demon King remained indifferent during the entire meeting, and only listened to the discussion. The major powers in the central continent weren't afraid of him because if he did anything funny, they would all launch a crusade and erase him from the face of the world. Also, The demons still hadn't fully recovered from their invasion in the Silvermoon continent. It would still take them a decade, or two, to regain the power that they once held. However, even if they did, they would not be stupid to challenge the might of the forces in the central continent. One of the elven participants has arrived, Avexius reported. According to him, there are 4 of them in total. His colleagues will arrive 3 weeks from now. For the time being, we allowed him to stay in the special residences we have prepared. He is being given VIP treatment by our men. Emperor Leonidas nodded. For now, tell the generals to increase the security in the capital. I don't want any mouse to take advantage of this event to dig into the secrets of our empire. Understood. Avexius bowed. Although the preparations were getting hectic, he was sure that everything would be finished a few days before the tournament began. This was the grandest tournament since the founding of their empire, and they wanted to impress the guests that would soon be visiting their lands. Meanwhile, in the world-renowned Hestia Academy, a lady wearing a white academic dress stood in front of the gates as if waiting for someone. 2 fairy-like beings sat on her shoulder and kept her company during this vigil. 5 minutes later, a loud shriek was heard in the sky and a dark raven descended a few meters away from her. A sweet smile appeared on the lady's face as she walked towards it, in order to greet the person whom she had not seen for many years. Celine dismounted the raven's back and opened her arms wide. The lady wearing the white academic dress jumped into Celine's arms and hugged her tight. Silly girl, you're already this old and you still don't know how to control yourself, Celine chastised her little sister, but her gaze was filled with love and affection. I missed you, big sister, Celeste said as she continued to hug her twin. Celine sighed and patted her sister's head. It had indeed been a long time since they had seen each other, and she missed Celeste dearly as well. After a few minutes, Celeste reluctantly took a step back before grabbing hold of Celine's hand. Let's go to my room, Celeste proposed. I'm sure you are tired of your journey. I'll have the staff prepare us something good to eat, while we do some catching up. Celine nodded with a smile. She was indeed tired from the journey. But, after seeing that her little sister seemed to be doing well and was very healthy, her exhaustion decreased by a good margin. 15 minutes later, the 2 beautiful ladies were sipping tea and sharing stories with each other. I've heard about what happened in the southern continent, Celeste said as she placed her teacup on the table. Actually, I went there along with an acquaintance in order to check if you were safe and sound. Unfortunately, there was a powerful barrier that prevented us from reaching our destination. We tried to break it, but it was of no use. In the end, we decided to return here to the academy. Celine sighed. It's good that you didn't get caught up in that mess. If you were there, things might have become more complicated. Celine narrated the things that happened right after the continental spell was activated. How the elves treated the citizens of the Zellan dynasty, and how the battle ended. By the time she finished, the sun was about to set. Celeste felt saddened about the outcome of the war. She was also an elf, and hearing the news that millions of them had died in battle, made her sigh in regret. Wow, what an interesting half-elf, one of the fairy-like creatures with short blonde hair and blue eyes, said with a smile. Where is he now? Did you bring him with you? Chloe, don't be rude to our guest, the other fairy with short green hair and gray eyes commented. I apologize for my sister's rudeness. She doesn't think before she acts. Don't pretend, Claire. Chloe stared at her twin. I'm sure that half-elf had piqued your interest as well. Claire didn't deny or affirm Chloe's statement. She just smiled and shifted her attention to Celine. The little fairy's eyes were giving Celine the, is he with you? Stare. He's not with me, Celine replied with great interest. William is currently climbing the Tower of Babylon. It seemed that he needed to do something there. Chloe's eyes sparkled as she flew in front of Celine. The Tower of Babylon, Chloe asked. That tower that goes all the way up to the sky with no end in sight. Celine nodded and appraised the little fairy with a critical eye. Is she the chatty familiar you've told me in your letters? Celine inquired. Celeste grabbed the overexcited Chloe and held her in place. Sorry, Chloe can get overexcited at times. Don't worry about it, Celine replied. This is the first time I've seen a familiar like her. She looks exactly like you when you were younger. I guess this is because of your family-omancer profession, right? Unlike Chloe and Claire who had shoulder-length hair that ended up in a curl, Celeste's hair was long, just like Celine's. Yes, Celeste nodded. This is the power of the profession I received in the ancient ruin I talked to you about. Celeste then released the pouting Chloe from her grasp before looking back at Celine with a serious expression. Big sister, I already noticed this earlier, but, where is the slave collar that was placed on your neck? Celeste asked. Celine smiled as she gazed at the collar of wisteria that was still on her little sister's neck. The collar that held many secrets that were only known to a handful of people back in the Silvermoon continent. I gave it to my disciple, Celine replied. She didn't have any reason to hide the truth from her sister because the collars on their necks played a very important role in their lives. He wore it until the war ended, but due to circumstances, he placed it on the neck of another. Celeste's eyes widened in surprise. She never thought that her proud sister would pass her collar to anyone. Because of this, she was itching to know more about her sister's disciple, whose fate had already been tied with Celine's. Chapter 579, Games of Intrigue. Have you still not heard of any news from our men? Walter Agnes, the patriarch of the Agnes family, asked his right-hand man. He was the person who held the highest authority within the second floor of the Tower of Babylon. Ever since their family had changed the rules of the trial, very few people were able to climb to the next floor. They were using the second floor as a base in order to make the talented challengers of the tower to become their subordinates. This practice had been going on for hundreds of years, and the Agnes family had profited greatly from this practice. There's still no word from them, my lord. The middle-aged man bowed his head in apology. The third floor is quite big, and our men might be having trouble finding their targets. I already received reports from our spies on the fourth floor. None of them have seen anyone who closely resembles the two teenagers who passed our trial. It is quite possible that they are still on the third floor. They promised to send us a report as soon as they found people matching the portraits that we have drawn for them. Walter nodded his head. Keep me updated for any news regarding those two. Leave me, I want to be alone. The middle-aged man bowed again before leaving the room. He pitied the two teenagers because Walter was known to be a ruthless individual. He was sure that if William and Chiffon were to fall in his hands, their fate would be sealed. That red-headed teenager brought up a bad memory, Walter muttered. The image of a man accompanied by a teoti appeared inside the patriarch's head. That person had challenged their family openly, and they were left with no choice but to apologize and compensate him. That was a stain in the history of their family, one that the patriarch had long wanted to forget, but was unable but to do so. Fortunately, he is dead, Walter thought as he closed his eyes. That Maxwell, I hope he suffers in hell. William had stayed on Uguay's floor for a week. After wiping out the group that were hunting them, he decided to wait until the cooldown of his heroic avatar was ready. He didn't know how many saints the Agnes family had under their wing, but William decided to play it safe and learn more about the guardians of each floor from Uguay, whom he bribed with several recipes that were not present in the world of Hestia. The little turtle was more than happy to host William and Chiffon in his domain. When Uguay asked if the half-elf wanted to meet the ruling family of the third floor, William politely declined. He didn't want to involve others in his affairs. So, the guardians will not make a move even if someone attacks the ruling families, William commented. However, will they interfere if there is a possibility that the family's entire bloodline was facing extinction? Yes, Uguay nodded. Mind you, there are many factional disputes even among the ruling families. There were even cases when they fought against each other to gain the role of administrators for the floor. We guardians stay out of these family feuds, and allow them to duke it out. We will only interfere if less than 20 members of the family remain. So, if you're thinking of attacking one of the families in Babylon, I suggest that you just kill the annoying ones. If you went too far, the guardians will have no choice but to subjugate you. Uguay smirked. The floor that it was planning to send William and Chiffon to was such a floor. The ninth floor has a very unique balance of power. The two sons of the current ruler of the Tristan family were at war with each other. The patriarch of the clan was bedridden and there was no telling when he would kick the bucket. Because of this, the two brothers fought for succession because they had differing outlooks on life. Although the elders in the family tried to mediate, both brothers didn't want to pay them any heed, so the elders decided to just let them do what they wanted. The eldest brother wanted to retain the status quo, but the youngest wanted to bring change. Because of this, the main family and the branch family were split and fought against each other for supremacy. The players of the ninth floor were forced to choose between the two sides. They couldn't advance unless one of the two won their succession war. Their fighting had already been going on for 2 years, and right now, the older brother had the advantage. This was why the youngest of the two was desperate for help from new players that entered their floor. He hoped that one of these players would be strong enough to tip the balance in his favor. Oogway had made sure to explain the current situation of the Tristan family to William. After hearing the details, the half-elf thanked the little turtle, while he pondered about his next course of action. He was left with two choices. The first choice was to take the shortcut and jump straight to the 9th floor, or climb the tower up to the 7th floor. The guardian of the 7th floor was a close friend of Oogway. The little turtle assured William that as long as he passed the guardian's trial, he could use his authority to help William jump to the 12th floor directly. After weighing the pros and cons, William decided to bite the bullet and jump to the 9th floor directly. The reason why William decided to go to the 9th floor was due to the fact that this floor allowed slavery. The older brother wanted the slave trade to continue, while the younger one wanted to abolish it completely. Choosing which side to support was a no-brainer to William. A day later, William and Chiffon faced Oogway and his disciples. It was now time for them to continue their journey. During that 1 week living with the demi-turtles, the group had become good friends. The demi-turtles were more than happy to spar with William and Chiffon. Through their matches, the little girl had become accustomed to fighting alongside William in group battles. The half-elf was also impressed with how fast Chiffon was able to learn moves that she had seen for the first time. Perhaps it was due to her photographic memory, or maybe the pink-haired girl was that talented. Whatever the reason was, Chiffon was like a sponge that absorbed the different fighting styles of the 4 demi-turtles who had become her friends, in the time that they were together. "Take care, both of you," Donatella said. "If things get rough, feel free to return to the 3rd floor. We will gladly welcome the 2 of you with open arms." "That's right," Leonardo commented. "Come visit us anytime." Michelangelo shook William's hand, and gave Chiffon a pat on the head. "Although we can't accompany you in your endeavors, know that we will wish for your success from this floor." Narnia winked. "May both of you be safe, and may we see each other again." "Thank you," William and Chiffon replied at the same time. The two of them were very grateful due to the hospitality that Oogway and the demi-turtles had given them during their stay. The half-elf held Chiffon's hands tightly as he waited for Oogway to send them to their destination. Chiffon leaned close to William and clung to his arm. If not for the fact that both of their hair colors were different, people would think that the two of them were a brother and sister pair that were climbing the tower together. "See you again," Oogway said. "Good luck to both of you." After saying its parting words, Oogway raised its foot and both William and Chiffon turned into beams of light that shot towards the sky. Oogway believed that although the two teenagers would face difficult challenges as they climbed the Tower of Babylon, he was sure that William, and Chiffon, would be able to overcome them as long as they were together. "I sent you the help you wanted, Eve," Oogway thought. "Now, it's time for you to give me those heavenly cucumbers you promised me 2 days ago." Oogway returned to the Guardian's Hall to look for his friend and ask for payment. William didn't know that he, and Chiffon, had been sold by the little turtle for a dozen heavenly cucumbers. If only he knew that this was just Oogway's ruse to get some free snacks, William would have tossed the Guardian inside a pot, and used it as the main ingredient for turtle soup. The Guardians of the Tower had been bored as of late, so they participated in games of intrigue. William and Chiffon were the new players that had caught their interest. They even placed bets on how far the two could climb the tower. For them, the plight of the players was merely entertainment. As long as they could relieve their boredom, they were more than happy to move the strings behind the scenes. That way the entertainment that they were watching would be a little bit more interesting. Chapter 580, Reunion in Hestia Academy, Part 2. After knowing the truth, Celeste pressed her sister for answers, which went on for an hour before the two decided to have dinner together. "I wish I could meet him, this William," Celeste said as she sat on the couch with her twin sister. Celine smirked. "Don't worry, I'm sure that you'll meet him sooner or later. He's a handful, but I've watched him since he was 10 years old. I can vouch that he is a good person, albeit narcissistic." Celeste giggled as she leaned on her sister. Celine knew exactly what she wanted, so she wrapped her arms around Celine and brushed her twin sister's light green hair, that was as smooth as silk, with her hand. If the students of the academy could see their beautiful elven professor right now, all of them would be shocked because she was acting like a spoiled little girl. Just like Celine, Celeste was an exceptional beauty, even among the elves. She would often receive marriage proposals from nobles, princes, and even very influential figures that hailed from all over the central continent. Unfortunately, she rejected them all. The sin she carried and the prophecy of the elves prevented her from having a relationship with anyone. The collar on her neck also protected her from being enslaved, and forced against her will. If anyone was foolish enough to take her by force, all of them would suffer a fate that was worse than death. "Big sister, is he?" Celeste asked. After hearing Celine's tale, she managed to connect the dots together, which led to a possibility. However, Celine's answer invalidated the suspicion she had in mind. "No," Celine replied firmly. "He's not the Prince of Darkness. I used my body to confirm this. It can't be wrong. But, if you still have reservations, you can check every inch of it later when we bathe together. There's a possibility that it appeared in a place that I couldn't see. Would you be a dear, and do a detailed diagnosis of my body? Your ability allows you to do that, right?" Celeste nodded her head. For her sister to use her maidenhood to confirm whether her disciple was the prince in the prophecy was something she didn't expect. She had long known that Celine had wanted to break free from the shackles of fate that bound her. But, the method her twin sister used was quite extreme. Celeste didn't want to admit it, but she was quite envious of her sister's strong determination. Unfortunately, she couldn't do the same. The sin she possessed wouldn't allow that to happen. "Don't worry, big sister," Celeste said as she held Celine's hand. "When I find who the real prince is, I will do my best to kill him." Celine squeezed Celeste's hand and shook her head. "If you were to cross paths with him, run away as far as you can. I will be the one to kill him. You don't need to dirty your hands." Celeste bit her lip in frustration. It was always Celine that protected her from the shadows. Although she had killed people before, she was not very fond of it. Unlike Celine that wouldn't bat an eye in ending someone else's life, Celeste wasn't that cold-hearted. This was why she was quite thankful that she received the rare profession Familiomancer. It allowed her to summon two powerful familiars that did the dirty work for her. "I have a favor to ask you," Celine said as she looked straight into Celeste's blue eyes. "I will be going to the demon continent soon. I don't know when I will be able to return to the central and southern continent. If you crossed paths with my disciple, look after him for me. He is a magnet for trouble, and I'm afraid that he will be doing something troublesome during his stay here in the central continent." Celeste nodded, but she couldn't help but tease her sister for worrying too much about her disciple. "He sounds like a problem child." Celeste chuckled. "Just what did you see in him to make him your disciple?" "I lost a bet with him." Celine chuckled because it was true that she became William's master because of a bet. Back then, she thought that the boy was just bluffing, so she agreed to bet with him. She never thought that one of the little shepherds of Lant, who herded goats, would someday be a conqueror that would command an army that numbered in the millions. The image of William standing on top of Ella flashed in her mind. A few seconds later, it was replaced by William standing on top of a bone dragon, commanding an undead army that had massacred the elves without mercy. A frown appeared on Celine's beautiful face when she remembered that scene that happened years ago. Although William hadn't turned into a complete undead, he still suffered from bloodthirst due to the effects of Molochai's staff. During the week that they were together inside Eternity, she had offered her blood to William. Celine thought that William would reject her offer. However, the half-elf shamelessly accepted her offer, and sank his fangs into her tender breast. Back then, the feeling of pleasure that washed over her body intoxicated her. Now, she understood why the elves that were living inside her disciple's thousand-beast domain were very eager to have their blood sucked by their new master. The feeling was simply too good to be true. Her only gripe was the location where William decided to suck her blood. He could have bitten her neck like he does to others, but the half-elf had to take her blood from that part of her body. A blush appeared on Celine's face when she remembered that scene. She silently cursed William for being shameless, because he did it not once, but twice, during the week that they were together. "Big sister, what's wrong?" Celeste asked after noticing the redness of Celine's face. "Is something wrong?" "No," Celine replied to hide her embarrassment. "I think I had too much of the wine we drank during dinner." "Big sister, you only drank 1 cup. Usually, it takes at least 20 cups before that wine has any effect on you. It's been years since I drank wine. I guess my tolerance went down during that period." Celeste looked at her big sister with a doubtful expression. However, since she didn't want to ruin the mood, she decided to toss it to the side and talk about other things. During the entirety of the night, the two beautiful elves chatted about the experiences they had during the time that they weren't together. They no longer talked about the elven prophecy, or the prince that would one day claim one of them as his bride. The two of them only had a few days together, and they were trying to make up for the years that they had been separated. Both of them didn't know when they would meet again. However, one thing was certain. The peace that both of them shared at the moment would soon disappear, like the fleeting clouds in the horizon. Chapter 581, Floor of Partings. The ninth floor of the Tower of Babylon was called the Floor of Partings. The reason for this name was that when the tower just opened, this floor had been a turning point for most of the players who challenged the tower. This was the floor that many people hated, especially if they came to the tower in groups of 2 or more. The reason: the trial of this floor required a party to fight against each other. If the party had 2 members, only one of them would proceed to the next floor. If the party had 6, 3 of them would pass. What happened if the group was an odd number? That was the worst part. If there were 3 people in the group, only one of them could pass. If there were 5, only 2 of them would pass. For a group of 7, only 3 could proceed to the next floor. This was why this floor was called the Floor of Partings. It is the floor where people had to separate with their family, friends, and acquaintances in order to proceed to the next stage of their journey. The players that had been left behind wouldn't be able to challenge the tower for half a year. This was a long period of time, and most people just spent their days in the city of Babylon, waiting for their family, friends, and acquaintances to reunite with them, if they ever decided to stop climbing the Tower of Babylon. Xander, your tyranny ends today. You're a fool, Xavier. Why don't you embrace the legacy that has been passed down to us? This is our birthright, you should just embrace it. Shut up, Xavier roared as he attacked his big brother using his blade. Xander calmly parried Xavier's blow before counter-attacking. Since Xavier specialized in speed and mobility, he was able to evade his big brother's attack that had been targeted at his legs. Around the 2 combatants, a great battle was taking place. Both their subordinates were duking it out, and casualties were piling up on both sides. Xander had found his little brother's hideout and mobilized an army, to finally put an end to their couple-years-long struggle for the position of patriarch. It was quite unfortunate that Xavier was not an easy bone to chew, and Xander had attacked his home turf. Although the older among the 2 had superior numbers, this advantage was greatly reduced after being subjected to traps and guerrilla-type warfare. When the 2 forces finally clashed against each other, the disparity wasn't that big, and the battle raged with great intensity. Just surrender and accept your fate, Xander shouted as 2 of his subordinates bombarded Xavier with magic spells that were meant to restrain him and slow down his movements. Xavier angrily cursed his big brother's dirty tactic. He had long known that Xander would not bat an eye in resorting to playing dirty as long as his goal was achieved. Bastard, fight me one-on-one. Xavier backed away in order to dodge the bombardment that rained above his head. Xander sneered as he closed the gap between himself and his little brother. He had timed his attack perfectly with his subordinate to create an opportunity to kill his brother before his subordinates appeared to help him. Just as he was about to deliver the killing blow, 2 beams of light descended from the sky. Xander's sword hit something solid, preventing him from ending his brother's life. He cursed internally because he didn't expect that something would get in his way of ending the battle that he thought was already in the bag. William and Chiffon, who just arrived at the 9th floor, found themselves in the middle of a war between the 2 brothers. They didn't expect that they would arrive in this manner, and were confused on what to do next. However, after looking at the glaring person in front of him, an idea popped inside William's head. Who are you? William asked as he looked who seemed to have lost all his money in the casino by going all in. I am Xander Alf Tristan. Xander declared. Get out of my way or die. William nodded as he took a fighting stance. So you're the older brother, William replied. Thanks, that is all I need to know. Without any warning, William immediately lunged at Xander in order to knock him unconscious. Unfortunately, Xander had already raised his guard the moment William made his appearance. He activated an artifact that allowed him to teleport away from his location for a few meters. This move, however, didn't deter William as he stomped on the ground to continue his pursuit. Chiffon was already running behind William and was closing the distance at a rapid pace. Their goal was to capture Xander and use him as a hostage to stop the war. He didn't intend to kill the guy because the Guardian paid close attention to the direct bloodline of the main family. He already had the Agnes family hounding his backside. He didn't want the Tristan family to be added to that list. Who are you? Xander asked in irritation. Why are you getting in my way? This was the first time that Xander saw William. It didn't take long for him to realize that the red-headed teenager was a player who had just arrived in their domain. This was why he couldn't understand why the new arrival seemed to be determined to fight him at all cost. William didn't reply because he didn't come to this floor to talk. His goal was the 51st floor, so taking care of Xander was just a means to an end. Just as he was about to clash with his target, several chains rained down from the sky. William dodged to the side and unleashed a powerful gust of wind to blow away the chains that came out of nowhere. Xander took this opportunity to teleport away. But William also had an ability that allowed him to move as fast as lightning. The moment Xander teleported, William appeared right in front of him with his wooden staff raised high. A resounding clap reverberated across the battlefield. William flew several meters away before falling on the ground with a thud. A second later, he was back at his feet again and stared at Xander with a frown. That hurt, William thought as he endured the throbbing pain on his right chest. The moment he unleashed an attack to knock Xander unconscious, a powerful defensive spell erupted from the artifact hanging on his target's neck, sending him flying a few meters away. It won't work. Xavier appeared beside William. I don't know who you are, but my brother can't be damaged or killed by anyone except me. The necklaces on our neck were given to us by His Excellency, Eve, to prevent other people from taking our lives. Earlier, the spells that Xander's subordinates aimed at him weren't damaging spells, but restraining spells. This was why the artifact that Xavier was wearing didn't activate. William scratched his head because Oogway didn't tell him anything about the artifact. However, since he was now informed about the rules between the siblings' battle, he would not commit the same mistake again and use restraining spells in order to let Xavier deal the killing blow to his brother. Just as William was about to put his plan into action, two men appeared beside Xander that exuded the power of saints. At the same time, two people also landed beside Xavier and carried him far from William. They were the two saints working for Xavier. Although they had seen how William attacked Xander, they still couldn't trust him completely. They thought that this was all a ruse in order to get their young master's trust, so that Xavier would lower his guard. It had happened a few times in the past, so the two men were very wary of William. Both of them had been enslaved by the Tristan family, and it was Xavier that had set them free. Because of this, they had decided to fight for him in order to repay his kindness. Before they completely assessed that William was indeed on their side, then and only then would they allow Xavier to be in close proximity with him. Chiffon landed beside William. When she saw her big brother get repelled by an invisible attack, she also stopped her advance and backed away as well. Fortunately, she reacted in time, or else she might have been captured by the two saints that were working for Xander. We will back away for now, but we will return, Xander declared. Enjoy your short moment of reprieve, little brother. Your luck will not save you forever. After spouting the lines of a third-rate villain, Xander and his lackeys retreated. A variable had appeared on the battlefield, and a glance was more than enough to tell them that William was not an ordinary person. Xander still regretted the fact that he wasn't able to end his brother's life then and there. However, he was not too worried. They had already surrounded Xavier's base, so they were not optimistic about his chances of escaping. In short, the youngest of the two brothers was a cornered rat who had no choice but to bare his fangs and fight to the death. Since that was the case, it didn't matter if they waited for more reinforcements before they went for the kill. Xander had already waited for more than a year. He could easily wait for a few days as long as his victory was guaranteed. William sighed as he watched Xander escape. He missed the chance to advance to the next floor due to lack of information. He didn't know if Oogway didn't tell him on purpose, or if the little turtle had forgotten about the artifacts that protected the two brothers from outside interference. Chapter 582, We'll see who will have the last laugh. Oogway ate its cucumbers with a satisfied expression on its face. Seated beside it was Exid, the guardian of the Floor of Beginnings, and Eve, the guardian of the Floor of Partings. It's good that you didn't tell him about the artifact, Eve said with a smile. Why should I? Oogway asked in an innocent tone. That is already outside of my jurisdiction. I already gave him enough information about your floor. That in itself is already pushing the rules. Exid and Eve nodded their heads. There was an unwritten rule between the guardians of the tower. None of them would actively get in the way of each other's business. Still, I have a feeling that the feud in your floor is about to end, Exid commented. It then grinned evilly because even if William were to succeed in helping Xavier become the patriarch of the Tristan family, the half-elf would still need to undertake Eve trial to go to the 10th floor. Since William and Chiffon were a pair, one of them had to stay behind. This was the rule in Eve domain, and this rule had existed since the tower arrived in the world of Hestia. Exid, Oogway, and Eve were curious about who among the two would advance, and who would be the one who would be left behind. "Do the two of you want to bet?" Exid asked. "Let us all bet this month's salary. Winner takes all." Eve nodded its head. "Sounds like a plan. I will give you a handicap and allow you to choose first." The guardian of the 9th floor was a giant cobra with dark gold scales. Oogway had many friends in the tower because of the little turtle's chill personality. Eve was one of them. Actually, Eve had asked Oogway for the favor of bringing some new players to the 9th floor to help end the battle faster. It didn't care who among Xander and Xavier would win their fight for supremacy. It just wanted for things to end faster, so it asked its friend Oogway for help. The green-skinned guardian nodded its head. Truth be told, it didn't know if William would leave Chiffon behind. However, it noticed that the little girl was very obedient to the half-elf's orders. Because of this, the chances of William climbing the tower was higher compared to Chiffon. "Okay, I'll choose William," Exid said after careful consideration. "He will be the one to climb the tower and leave Chiffon behind." Eve tongue flicked thrice before replying. "Very well, I will choose Chiffon," Eve stated. "I will bet this month's salary." The two guardians smiled at each other because this was a rare occasion where they had raised the stakes this high. Gambling was a common pastime among the guardians. Ever since the players failed to capture the 51st floor, their daily lives had become monotonous. Sometimes, they would go into hibernation for long periods of time. They would only awaken if something of importance happened in the domain they supervised. Since each of them was responsible for taking care of a floor in Babylon, they still needed to perform their task when the circumstances called for it. Each guardian would receive a salary every month. The currency they received from the tower was not tokens, but karma points. These karma points that they received on a monthly basis would allow them to exchange things from the karma shop. The items on the list couldn't be compared to the items that the mortals could exchange using their tokens in the tower. The difference between the two was like night and day. Some of the things that the guardians could exchange from the karma shop were habitable planets, on which they would be worshipped as gods. They could also buy the right to become a constellation. Once they became one, they could send their spirit to enter the cycle of reincarnation, and live a new life. In these new lives, they would be able to harness the power of their own constellations and wield the power they had in the past. This was very similar to what happened to Ella. The only problem was that her constellation couldn't be seen in the world of Hestia. If her constellation was there, she would be able to unleash her full powers, without worrying about her vessel being unable to withstand its backlash. "Sounds fun," Oogway interjected after it finished eating its cucumbers. "I will also bet this month's salary." "Oh, who would you bet on?" Exid asked with a smile. Eve also looked at its friend with genuine curiosity. "Since Exid has bet on William, and Eve chose Chiffon, I'll bet that both of them will proceed to the next floor together," Oogway said with a smile. Exid and Eve exchanged a glance before laughing together. "Ha ha ha, okay, let's go with that. I didn't know that you were so generous," Exid said after it finished laughing. "You planned on giving your karma points for free. As one of your friends, I humbly accept your sacrifice." Eve coiled up and lowered its head to look at its friend. "Oogway, being wasteful is no good. It's impossible for your bet to happen. No one can disregard the rule of my domain." Oogway grinned. "Just think of it as me raising the prize money for the both of you. Regardless of who wins in the end, my bet still stands." Exid and Eve exchanged a glance before shaking their heads. They couldn't understand why Oogway would do such a thing, but since karma points were important to them, they would not dissuade the little turtle if it was dead set on joining their bet. Oogway looked at the projection in front of it which showed William and Chiffon's actions in real time. The little turtle chuckled internally because it believed its intuition. It was sure that William wouldn't leave Chiffon behind, and Chiffon wouldn't leave without her big brother. Since that was the case, there was only one answer. "Both of them will climb to the next floor together," Oogway mused. It then looked at its two friends with a smirk. "We'll see who will have the last laugh once this is over." Chapter 583, Big Brother was so small and cute. Chiffon's body shook uncontrollably before bolting upright. Sweat formed on her forehead as she panted for breath. She raised her hand and placed it over her chest, to calm her wildly beating heart. "Chiffon?" William asked. Did you have a nightmare? Due to their current circumstance, William didn't dare to sleep deeply, so he was immediately woken up by Chiffon's sudden movement. At first, he thought that they were under attack. However, after spreading his senses, he didn't detect any threats in their surroundings. Just to be on the safe side, he asked the system to do a detailed sweep of the area to ensure that they were indeed safe from harm. Big brother. Chiffon buried her head on William's chest as her body shuddered from time to time. Clearly, she still hadn't recovered from the nightmare that she had experienced. Don't worry, I'm here, William said softly as he patted Chiffon's head. You're safe. A few minutes passed and Chiffon finally regained her calm. She leaned her body on the half-elf as if she was seeking whatever warmth and assurance that William could provide her. Usually, when people had a nightmare, they were afraid to go back to sleep. William understood this, so he firmly hugged the girl in her arms to let her know that she was not alone, and it was going to be all right. In time, the shivers that plagued the girl stopped, and her breathing had also returned to normal. The two were currently staying inside the room that was provided to them by Xavier. Although the son of the patriarch offered to give them a room each, William decided to let Chiffon stay with him because although they were siding with Xavier, he still didn't fully trust the man. Besides, it would be easier to coordinate on the battlefield if Chiffon was with him, rather than away from him. William looked at the clock on his status page, and saw that it was only 3 in the morning. They had rested early during the night, so the half-elf didn't think that it would be a big deal if they were to not go back to sleep again. Since that was the case, he decided to ask the little girl what she dreamed about. William hoped that he would be able to give her counsel and assure her that it was only a dream. What did you dream about? William inquired. Can you tell me? Chiffon didn't answer right away. It seemed that recalling her dream was something that she was not too keen to do. Several minutes later, the pink-haired girl looked up at William and told him what she had dreamt about. Big brother, in my dream, someone tried to kill you, Chiffon said. After saying those words, her body shuddered as if the mere thought of it scared her. William didn't comment and waited patiently for Chiffon to tell her everything that happened. According to the girl, William and her were in this strange dark forest that was covered with snow. The trees were over 10 meters tall, and the surroundings looked grim and inhospitable. At the center of that vast forest, was a mountain that reached high up to the sky. It was so high that Chiffon couldn't see its peak, similar to the Tower of Babylon whose height was immeasurable. There are very tall people living inside that forest. They were as tall as the trees, Chiffon said as she moved her hand upwards as if to point out how tall they were. I wasn't as tall as them. But I was still bigger than Big Brother. Chiffon looked at William and her eyes turned into crescents. It was as if her eyes were laughing at him. Big Brother was so small, and so cute. William smiled. He noticed the slight curl at the corner of Chiffon's lips, which meant that the girl was feeling happy. Although the pink-haired girl called him small and cute, it didn't matter as long as she was happy. Big Brother was injured, so I decided to take you to my favorite place in order to nurse you back to health. Chiffon continued her tale. The tall people eat humans, and I was afraid that they would eat Big Brother if they discovered you in our land. I would visit you from time to time after I scavenged for something edible to eat. That winter was harsh, and there was very scarce food in the forest. Fortunately, Big Brother was small, so he didn't need a lot of food to eat. William lightly patted Chiffon's head and asked the question that was nagging in his mind. From the beginning, she kept on calling him small, which meant that she was quite big. Now, the question was, how big was she in her dream? How tall were you in your dream? William inquired. Chiffon pondered for a while as her expression became serious. She was seriously trying to estimate her height in the dream that she had. Around 5 to 6 meters, Chiffon answered. I was the smallest in the forest. Everyone was 3 to 4 times taller than me. William smirked. He thought that the girl was very conscious of her height, so he assumed that the dream she had made her a giant to compensate for her height in real life. Big Brother had almost recovered from his injuries when my hiding place was discovered by one of the giants that roamed the forest. Chiffon's expression became serious when she reached this part of her story. Big Brother tried to run away, but you couldn't outrun the giant. In the end, you got caught and were about to be eaten. That was the scene that I saw when I arrived after scavenging for food. I immediately ran to your rescue, and bit the leg of the giant that was holding you captive. Chiffon started to pant and William patted her head in order to help her calm down. A few minutes later, she regained her composure. The pink-haired girl wrapped her arms around William and held him tight. The giant screamed in pain and released his hold on you, Chiffon said while her head was buried on William's chest. I was able to catch you, and was about to run away when the giant grabbed hold of my hair. He then grabbed a nearby tree and used it as a wooden club to beat me up. Chiffon's body shuddered and she started to sob. In the end, I collapsed and he pried you from my hand. The last scene I saw was the giant putting you inside his mouth. That is the time that I woke up. William coaxed the sobbing girl and whispered words of assurance in her ear that it was only a dream. After a quarter of an hour, Chiffon's body grew lax as her tears stopped falling. Clearly, her dream had scared her greatly, especially the part when William was about to be eaten by the giant. Don't worry, William whispered. Your big brother is so strong that even a giant can't eat me. You should have seen me fight against a giant golem and a phoenix. It was 2 against 1. One was a pseudo-demigod, and the other was a demigod. However, they were no match to me. If I can beat those 2 weaklings, how can I be eaten by a mere giant? William tooted his own horn and bragged about the exploits that he didn't do. However, his bragging had achieved its intended effect. Chiffon stared at him wide-eyed as the half-elf spun a tale of epic proportions. A tale where he single-handedly fought an army of elves, using his bare fists. Chapter 584, Big Brother, Do Not Resist. After telling Chiffon about his overwhelming victory against the elves, the little girl found herself dozing back to sleep. William then laid her back on the bed and held her tight. In order to prevent any bad dreams from plaguing her, he decided to use his incubus job class, and used his dreamwalker skill to enter her dream. A few seconds after his skill activated, William found himself staring at a gaping mouth, with rows of yellowing teeth. Clearly, whoever was planning to eat him didn't care for their dental health. William hurriedly summoned Stormcaller and aimed it at the mouth that was closing down on him. Quick Shot War Art, 4th form. William roared. Grand Bazooka. A powerful blast of lightning exploded at the tip of Stormcaller and blasted the giant's mouth to oblivion. The giant uttered a guttural cry of pain before losing its hold on William. The half-elf switched his job class to Elemental Lord and floated in the air. According to his estimate, the giant was only at the peak of the Centennial rank, so it was something that he could defeat with his current level of power. Even if William switched job classes in the dream, his Dreamwalker skill will still be active, because it is just a dream. After bombarding the giant with several grand bazookas, it finally fell to the ground dead. After killing his foe, William hurriedly ran towards the unconscious, and gravely injured, little giant girl that was lying in the snow. William felt his heart aching as he gazed at the giant Chiffon, who was in a very sorry state. Greater healing. William cast the Life Mage's strongest healing spell at his disposal in every part of Chiffon's body. Even though Chiffon was a little giant, in her dream, she was still 5 meters tall, and had a very high resistance to magic spells. Unfortunately, the effect of healing magic was also lessened due to this attribute. It took William a quarter of an hour to fully heal the giantess' injuries before she opened her eyes to look at him. Big brother. Chiffon grabbed William with both hands. Are you alright? Are you hurt anywhere? Don't grip me too tight. It hurts, William said in a pained voice, which made Chiffon loosen her grip on him. William panted for breath as he laid on top of Chiffon's left palm. The pink-haired giant looked at him closely to check his body for injuries. Aside from tears on William's clothes and bruises, the man seemed to be perfectly fine. It didn't take long for William to notice that his current form was the silver-haired adult William from his dreams. However, he didn't think much of it. He always had this form whenever he went inside a dream, so he was used to it by now. Are you really alright, big brother? Yes, your brother is strong, you know. As if to prove his point, William used the greater healing spell to remove the bruises and other hidden injuries in his body. After showing Chiffon that he was perfectly fine, the pink-haired giant placed William on her shoulder, before picking up the pine cones and snowberries that she had foraged earlier. Let's get out of here, big brother, Chiffon said. It's no longer safe here. William nodded his head in agreement. He didn't know the place very well, and the dream world was filled with many uncertainties. There were occasions when he had accompanied Wendy and Ash in their dreams and they ended up appearing in battlefields, surrounded by enemies. While the two were eating, William noticed that Chiffon was giving him sidelong glances. The giantess would often look at him while eating berries. He clearly felt a chill run down his spine, because the gaze that Chiffon gave him was something very familiar to him. It was that curious gaze that she would often have, when she looked at something that she had never eaten before. While William was thinking of these things, Chiffon moved closer to him and picked him up. "Big brother, can I have a taste?" Chiffon asked. Her eyes were looking at William with a serious expression. "Just an arm will do. I just want to know what Big Brother tastes like." Before William could even give a reply, Chiffon had already opened her mouth. William abruptly opened his eyes. At that exact moment, he felt something soft and wet on his shoulder. The sleeping girl beside him was gnawing on his left arm. Although it wasn't painful, and even ticklish, William wasn't able to stop his body from shuddering. The half-elf hurriedly backed away in fright. Chiffon was the embodiment of gluttony. Even in her sleeping state, there was a high chance that she would really bite his arm off if her instinct kicked in. "Big brother, do not resist," Chiffon said in her sleep. "Just an arm is fine. I promise I won't eat your other body parts, maybe." The corner of William's lips twitched. He then approached the sleeping girl and lightly pinched her cheeks. "You dare eat your big brother?" William snorted. "See how I punish you later when you wake up. I won't be giving you any lollipops anytime soon." Chiffon's nose wrinkled and her eyes trembled. It was as if William's threats had reached her in the dream world. She no longer said anything about eating his arm, or any of his body parts. Instead, she slept peacefully as if everything that happened was just an illusion. William sighed and laid 2 feet away from the sleeping glutton. He didn't dare lay beside her, while Chiffon was still in her dream state. It was better to be safe than sorry. For now, William thought of ways to prevent the same thing from happening again. He often slept beside Chiffon, and had already gotten used to hugging her to sleep. The girl was also afraid of sleeping alone, because she often had nightmares whenever she slept. Maybe this is just a one-time thing, William thought. However, he was still feeling anxious, so he decided to ask the system for advice. "System, what are the chances of Chiffon eating me in her sleep?" William inquired. He knew that the system's high-speed calculations would be able to think of different scenarios and possibilities in a matter of seconds. "The chances of Chiffon eating the host in her sleep is 0%. Why is it 0%? Does that mean I am safe even if I sleep beside her?" "She won't eat me, host. Chiffon had already attempted to eat you several times. However, she has always held back at the last second." Yuck. William almost choked on his saliva after hearing the system's words. He then pressed the system for an explanation, and the latter showed him footage when Chiffon and him slept together. As William looked at the recorded images, he saw Chiffon open her mouth several times and attempted to bite him in his sleep. However, those attempts ended midway because the pink-haired girl would subconsciously halt her action when her lips touched William's body. At most, she would just lean her lips on William's clothes, and her drool would wash over him. After seeing this scene, William now understood why there were times when he would wake up in the morning, with his clothes drenched in Chiffon's saliva. He thought that this was a normal thing because even he would drool from time to time when he was asleep. William wasn't expecting that those drool-stained clothes were evidence that the sleeping girl beside him had attempted to take a bite of him during his sleep. Chapter 585, As Long as You Promise Not to Eat Me. When Chiffon woke up, she found herself sleeping alone in the bed. Instantly, her drowsiness vanished as she sat upright and scanned the room. She was about to get out of bed when the door opened, revealing William holding a tray of pancakes and a bottle of honey. Chiffon sighed a relief in her heart when she saw her big brother. After having that kind of dream, the last thing she wanted was to wake up all alone in their room. "Good morning, big brother," Chiffon replied. "Sorry, I overslept." William placed the tray on the small table beside the bed and motioned for Chiffon to join him for breakfast. "It's fine." William busied himself in placing 3 pancakes on Chiffon's plate and topping with a generous serving of honey. "Girls need their beauty sleep. Also, you need to be properly rested since we don't know when the enemy is going to attack." Chiffon nodded her head as she sat facing William. "Thank you, big brother." "For what?" "For always taking care of me," Chiffon answered. "I'm glad to have big brother in my life." William smirked. "Well, as long as you promise not to eat me, I will ensure that you won't get hungry again. Go on, eat while the pancakes are still hot." The half-elf said this as a joke, but for Chiffon, it had a different meaning. The pink-haired girl looked at her big brother as if she was finding it hard to make that promise. William didn't notice that Chiffon unconsciously gulped as she stared in his direction. The half-elf was so busy lathering his pancakes with honey that he didn't catch the look of regret on Chiffon's face, which only lasted for a brief moment. What's wrong?" William asked as he glanced at the girl who still hadn't started eating. "Do you want more pancakes?" No," Chiffon stuttered. She almost bit her tongue because her thoughts had wandered to a scene that she saw in her dream. A scene where she took a bite of William, and nearly succeeded. After breakfast, William took Chiffon to where Xavier and his officers were having a discussion about how to escape the encirclement of Xander's forces. "I say we all focus on one side to break through their encirclement," one of the saints proposed. "Or, we can choose to use the secret passages and pray that nothing is waiting for us on the other side." "The escape routes are already compromised," the other saint commented. "That traitorous Randy has already sold us out. I should have killed that bastard when I had the chance." Xavier sighed after hearing the name of one of his trusted subordinates. He didn't know what methods Xander used to make Randy work for him, but the man's betrayal had led to their current circumstances. Randy had guided Xander and his troops to their hiding place, effectively cornering Xavier and his allies with nowhere else to go. Seeing that the meeting was going nowhere, William left the conference room with Chiffon in tow. "I guess I'll finish what I started yesterday," William thought as he equipped his Runemaster job class. William had placed several landmines within Xavier's base in preparation for a head-on battle with Xander and his troops. He had set them all on standby, so anyone that stepped on them wouldn't trigger them and cause an explosion. The last thing he wanted to happen was to have friendly fire between allies, before the battle between the two brothers even started. This was the only thing he could do for now, and he planned to do it well. Chiffon didn't do anything special, and followed William around while licking a lollipop. For her, it didn't matter which side won, as long as she could climb the tower alongside William. The pink-haired girl had developed an unwavering trust in the half-elf, who had extended his hand to bring her out of her suffering. The only thing she could think of to repay his kindness was to protect him from any kind of harm. Chiffon wouldn't think twice about devouring anyone that would dare to hurt her big brother in front of her. William was not aware of what Chiffon was thinking. For him, the one that needed protection was not him, but Chiffon. He had seen how the pink-haired girl fought in close combat. Although she was quite proficient in a melee fight, William still worried that she was still inexperienced in fighting against strong opponents. Although William had seen Chiffon devour an entire floor in the Dungeon of Atlantis, he thought that the incident only transpired because the little girl had lost control of her powers. What he didn't know was that Chiffon was capable of using this ability in battle as well. If not for the fact that she didn't want William to be repulsed by her actions, she might have already devoured the bad men that they had fought a day ago. Right now, the last thing that Chiffon wanted was for William to hate her. She would rather keep this ability of hers a secret, and fight with her fists, rather than being left alone, like what happened when she was still living in the demonic continent. 2 hours passed before William finally finished laying down the traps in every nook and cranny that he could find. Right now, if he willed it, it was possible for him to detonate the entire base, causing a collapse that could bury anyone inside it. Seeing that William had stopped making hand seals, Chiffon raised her head and tugged at his arm. "Big brother, are you done?" "Yes, let's go back and see if they finally finished their meeting." Just as William and Chiffon were about to return to the conference room, a loud ringing sound spread across the entire base. William grabbed Chiffon's hand, and the two ran as fast as they could, in order to meet up with Xavier and his men. All of them had anticipated that Xander wouldn't wait too long before commencing his attack. Fortunately, the half-elf had already finished his preparations, but he had no intention of activating his traps right away. He would allow Xander and his men to infiltrate the base first. That way, they would not be too wary of the traps that he had set. William wanted to activate the bombs at a crucial moment in order to create an opportunity to capture Xander, and let Xavier put an end to his misery. Chapter 586. I guess I will have to do this the hard way. Finally, the time has come, Xander muttered as he gazed at his army that numbered in the tens of thousands. Several officers and high-ranking members of the main and branch families of the Tristan clan had come to support him in this war against his brother. These people were those who wanted to keep the tradition that had been passed down from generation to generation. Slave trading was a very profitable business, and the 9th floor was one of the floors that freely engaged in this kind of trade. As rulers of a floor, they were allowed to bring anyone directly to their floor, without having to undergo the trial of Babylon. This was a special privilege awarded to them, but only members of the main family were given this ability. This was why Xander often descended to the city of Babylon, to pick up the slaves that his men had captured while touring the nearby towns and cities near the Tower of Babylon. Xavier hated this practice, so he rose up and rebelled against the family, which had led to the feud within the Floor of Partings. The current patriarch of the Tristan clan was bedridden. However, he was aware of the current strife that was happening between his sons. Even though he knew it, he was powerless against it. In the end, he had issued a decree that whoever among his sons would win over the other, the position of patriarch would be his. He even made a contract with the floor guardian, Eve, that whoever side won, the main and branch families had no choice but to support the victor. Anyone who refused to do so would be expelled from the tower, never to set foot in it again. With such a heavy penalty in place, the family was forced to split, and thus the War of Succession began. Right now, Xander had more people under his command, which put him at a great advantage. Several mercenary groups, and players, whom Xander had promised rich rewards also accompanied him to battle. Those who lived in the tower knew that being under the good graces of the ruling families would only bring them riches in a life filled with comfort. For such a life, they would do everything in their power to get the ruler's recognition. "Young master, you don't have to fight alongside our vanguards in this battle," one of the high rankers standing by his side said with a serious expression. "There is a possibility that your brother had laid out traps in order to thin out our numbers. We will just wait here until your brother has been captured by our men. In case you have forgotten, high rankers are equivalent to saints." Xander pondered for a bit before shaking his head. "No, I want to personally be there to kill my brother," Xander replied. "My brother has the luck of a devil, so there is a chance that he might be able to escape with his life. However, don't worry, I will stay at the rear and advance according to our strategy." The two high rankers glanced at each other before nodding their heads. As long as they stayed beside Xander, they were sure that he would be safe from harm. Inside Xavier's base, William frowned because he suddenly felt that the connection between him and his Thousand Beast domain had been blocked. In order to test this theory, he tried to summon B1 and B2, but none of them appeared before him. "System, do you know what's happening? I can't summon my herd, or King's Legion from the Thousand Beast domain. Please wait a moment while I try to identify the cause of this problem." While William waited for the system's response, the first wave of fighters had already infiltrated the base. The defenders bombarded the invaders with projectiles and spells that greatly decreased their rate of advance. William unleashed one spell after the other, while Chiffon stood beside him. The pink-haired girl had already equipped her gauntlets and acted as William's bodyguard. Slowly, but surely, the defenders were being pushed back by their enemy, who greatly outnumbered them 4-1. Several minutes passed before the system notified William about the problem in regards to his connection with the Thousand Beast domain. "Host, it seems that the law of this floor has been changed. After spending 100 god points, I found out that any means of summoning foreign aid was disabled on this floor. Only those that have arrived on this floor and its inhabitants were allowed to fight against each other." William frowned and thought that the guardian of the 9th floor, Eve, might have known about his ability to summon reinforcements to aid him in battle. Since it was the administrator of the Floor of Partings, it had the ability to change the laws of his domain and make the battles more fair for everyone. "Let me get this straight. I am not allowed to send anyone out, but can I send people inside my Thousand Beast domain?" "Theoretically, yes. However, it's like a one-way portal. You can only send them in, but you will be unable to send them out. I'm guessing that this effect will expire once we advance to the next floor. For now, Host is unable to summon your forces from the Thousand Beast domain to fight for you." "Understood." William nodded his head. "I guess I will have to do this the hard way." Half an hour passed and Xavier grit his teeth in frustration. They had already retreated as far as they could go. Seeing that the only path for them was to go forward, he rallied his men and prepared to charge through. However, before he could do that, a series of explosions resounded across the base. Screams of pain reverberated around them as William activated the landmines that he had planted all over the place. The invaders momentarily lost the momentum of their advance, and the defenders didn't miss this opportunity for a counterattack. While the battle was ongoing, several guardians inside the Hall of Guardians were also watching the fight with interest. For them, wars inside the Tower of Babylon were a great way to relieve their boredom. Some of them even started placing bets on who would win between the two brothers. Exid was the one that told Eve about William's ability to summon creatures to fight for his side. He still held a grudge against William for tricking him about the rarity of the Goblin Paladin. He had suffered a great loss during their negotiation, and he wanted the half-elf to pay for his transgression. Eve readily changed the settings of his domain because an army that numbered in the millions would break the balance of the war that was currently being waged between the two brothers. This was not the first time that the Guardians of Babylon had witnessed something like that. More than 20 years ago, a man that went by the name Maxwell had also attempted to climb the tower. He left a great impression among the Guardians because Maxwell was able to summon a horde of beasts to fight for him, making the trials that they had laid down easier. After knowing William's abilities, Eve immediately changed the laws of his territory. None of the Guardians of Babylon wanted to see another Dungeon Conqueror, who could use his cheat-like ability to breeze through their challenges once again. Chapter 587. I guess I will have to do this the hard way, Part 2. Due to William's nasty surprise, the invaders found themselves getting mobbed by Xavier and his men who were out for blood. William and Chiffon stayed a few meters away from him, as they, too, helped in dealing with Xander's seriously injured subordinates. After half an hour, they managed to break through the blockade in front of them. They headed towards the north, where they believed they had less enemies, who were waiting to ambush them. Looks like your guess was right, Randy, Xander said in appreciation. I will reward you greatly after I take your ex-leader's head. You honor me with your praise, your excellency. Randy bowed respectfully. I only wish to serve the future patriarch of the Tristan clan. Xavier and his subordinates glared at their ex-comrade, who smiled back at them in contempt. They had trusted the bastard with many of their secrets, so his betrayal was a very bitter pill for them to swallow. If they only knew that they were raising a snake, they would have definitely cut off its head before it had the chance to bite them from behind. Xavier, don't think badly of me, Randy stated. You don't have the qualities of a patriarch. You are far too naive. Your ideals are nothing more than daydreams. It will be best if you submit to your big brother. His Excellency, Xander, is a benevolent person. I'm sure that he will forgive you for your transgressions. Xander smirked as he glanced at his little brother whose face had now become beet red due to anger. He had no intention of letting Xavier live. As long as his younger brother was alive, the threat to his reign would continue to exist. It was better to pull the problem from the root and deter anyone from daring to rebel against his rule. When he became the patriarch of the Tristan clan, he would not allow anyone to stand in his way, not even his brother by blood. Randy, I swear, even if I die, I will bring you and my brother with me to the afterlife. Xavier roared as he raised his sword. Kill. Xavier and his men charged towards Xander's location with fury. They no longer wished to escape with their lives. What they wanted was to bring the two bastards with them to hell. Your last struggle is not bad, however, it will not change the end result. Xander snorted. Kill them all. Leave my younger brother to me. The two forces collided and a free-for-all ensued. The two brothers faced off against each other, while the four high-rankers fought not far from them. Both sides wanted to win over the other, so the battle was quite intense. Although the Guardian of the Floor had decreed that only the two brothers could kill each other, that didn't stop their subordinates from helping their chosen leader to get the upper hand. William was fighting alongside Chiffon and observing the chaotic battlefield. For some reason, he could feel that someone was intently observing him, but he couldn't find that person's location. I guess, I'll just have to risk it, William thought as he ran towards Xavier's and Xander's location. Chiffon also followed suit, because she didn't want to get left behind. When William was only 10 meters away from the two combatants, two powerful presences descended upon him from his left and right side. The sound of metal clashing against each other rang in the battlefield as William blocked two swords that were aimed at him using the golden metallic rod in his possession. I knew it, William cursed internally as he swung Rui Jingu Bang to push his attackers away. However, it didn't end there. 5 more high rankers appeared out of nowhere, and all 7 of them attacked William and Chiffon without mercy. Where is Byron? One of the high rankers that attacked William asked. Is he dead? William ignored the high ranker because he currently had no leeway to reply. He didn't know where these 7 saints came from, but all of them ignored the duel between Xander and Xavier. They focused their attention on William, and seemed to be hell-bent on capturing him alive. Sweep away all adversaries, William declared as the golden metallic rod in his hand extended. Rui Jingu Bang. All 7 high rankers had no choice but to defend against the powerful attack that William had unleashed. William frowned because his opponents were more sturdy than he originally thought they were. The high rankers of the Tower of Babylon were different from the saints outside of the tower. They had reached their rank by getting resources from the ruling families, which greatly increased the speed of their cultivation. This allowed them to break through the ranks faster than their counterparts outside the tower. Not only that, they also possessed powerful weapons and artifacts that could be exchanged using tokens. The ranks of these weapons fall under the unique and legendary ranks, which allowed them to hold their ground against William's powerful attack. A.N. Weapon ranks in ascending order: rare, unique, legendary, myth, divine. Are you all from the Agnes family? William asked. He couldn't believe that the Agnes family had these many saints under their command. If he added Byron, the saint that he had killed in the 3rd floor of Babylon, the Agnes family had 8 saints under their wing. They had the military might that was equivalent to one of the kingdoms in the central continent, which made William rethink his understanding of each ruling family's fighting force. You should have submitted when you had the chance, boy, another high ranker commented. Working under one of the ruling families of the tower gives great benefits. You were a fool for rejecting the olive branch that the Agnes patriarch extended to you. William snorted because he would never lower his head to a clan that enslaved people and used them to increase their wealth. This was why he chose to side with Xavier, instead of his older brother, because he was against the practice of enslavement in the Floor of Partings. While William was about to unleash Sun Wukong's special abilities, a scream sounded behind him. The half-elf looked behind him and saw Chiffon being held by 2 of the saints that he had fought earlier. Bastards! Let her go! William gritted his teeth. He didn't think that the saints would stoop so low as to attack a girl that was beneath their rank. Big brother, just beat them up. Chiffon shouted. Don't worry about me. One of the high rankers that held Chiffon snorted and dislocated her right arm. They were expecting her to cry out loud in pain, but Chiffon only bit her lip. Tears formed at the corner of her eyes, but she held them back using her willpower. She had suffered more brutal things in the demonic continent, so she was used to pain. Chiffon had learned the art of disconnecting her sense of pain in her body, and converting it to hunger instead. The reason why tears were forming in her eyes was not because of physical pain, but an emotional one. She felt frustrated that she allowed herself to be taken as hostage in order to make her big brother submit to their enemy's demands. Let her go or else, William stated. He had unleashed his full aura and its pressure made anyone below the rank of saint in the battlefield gasp for breath. Or else what? One of the high rankers holding Chiffon sneered. As if to mock William's attempt to threaten them, he dislocated Chiffon's other arm, making both arms of the little girl bend in an unnatural angle. William raised his weapon and slammed it towards Xander, who had distanced himself away from Xavier. Rui Jingu Bang increased its length and size until it was over 200 meters long and 50 meters thick. The legendary weapon of the Monkey King smashed towards the ground, creating a dust cloud. The high rankers of the Agnes family sneered because what William did was useless. Both brothers were protected by the guardian of the floor. There was no way that someone could kill them aside from each other. When the dust cleared, William lifted the golden rod and glanced at the man that he had crushed a while ago. Xander's clothes were stained with blood, and his right arm was broken. Even so, he was still alive, thanks to the protection of the amulet that he wore. What are you waiting for? William asked Xavier, who was looking at his older brother in a daze. Kill him. Originally, William had no intention of using his heroic avatar because of its very long cooldown time. However, he was forced to do so because he was fighting against the saints. This ability only lasted for an hour, so every second was precious. He couldn't just sit by and let Chiffon be harmed any further by the 2 saints who were currently using her as hostage. Xavier snapped out of his daze and charged at his big brother. This was an opportunity that he couldn't afford to miss. Seeing that their trading partner was about to be killed, the high rankers of the Agnes family immediately moved to prevent Xavier from killing his big brother, whom the patriarch of their clan secretly supported in the background. William snorted and swatted the annoying high rankers like flies, preventing them from coming close to the 2 brothers. Stop! The high ranker that was holding Chiffon shouted. If Xander is killed, we will kill this girl too. Before William could give his reply, the pink-haired girl that was being held hostage by the 2 high rankers raised her head. The one who is going to die are the 2 of you, Chiffon said in a cold voice. A second later, a scene that nobody had expected, including William, appeared in front of their eyes. The pink-haired girl's body grew until it was over 5 meters tall. Chiffon then opened her mouth like a coyote, and devoured the 2 men that held her as a hostage a while ago. A cracking sound reverberated in the battlefield as the giantess chewed the 2 saints inside her mouth with a vengeance. Blood flowed at the corner of her lips, but Chiffon didn't care. It felt as if time paused completely still, and only resumed the moment she finished eating the 2 high rankers from the Agnes family. Chiffon roared, and this roar made everyone's hearts tremble. She had entered a berserk state, and the devourer's gauntlets in her hands shone bright red. Clearly, eating 2 saints was not enough to satisfy her craving. Seeing that there were plenty of humans to eat around her, Chiffon hunched her body and lunged towards the nearest man, who would soon become her 3rd victim. Chapter 588, Nothing is permanent. Not even the end of the world. A few minutes before Chiffon transformed into a giant, the high rankers that held her snorted and dislocated her right arm. The pink-haired girl bit her lip to prevent herself from crying out loud. She immediately disconnected her sense of pain from her consciousness, like she did in the past when her father, brother, and sisters beat her up in the demonic continent. Why must it always be like this? Chiffon cried internally as the high ranker dislocated her right arm. Although she wasn't feeling any pain, her heart was aching due to the trouble that she had brought upon William. She felt so helpless being used as a hostage against her will. Let her go or else, William stated. Chiffon watched as the half-elf, whom she had called her big brother, unleashed a powerful aura that created a shockwave around him. She rarely saw William getting angry, but when he did, it was always about some people trying to hurt her. Or else what? The high ranker holding Chiffon sneered and dislocated her left arm. Chiffon's lips trembled because she could tell that William was about to explode from anger. She was about to tell William to just attack their enemies without worrying about her. However, before she could voice out her thoughts, she found herself standing in a gray world that seemed to be in ruins. "Child, we finally meet again." A voice that was familiar and unfamiliar at the same time sounded behind her. Chiffon hurriedly turned around, and saw a lady wearing shining lightweight armor, adorned in silver and gold. She couldn't see the lady's face because she was wearing a veil. However, Chiffon could somehow tell that the person in front of her was a very beautiful woman. "Who are you?" Chiffon inquired. "Where am I?" The lady approached Chiffon until they were only a meter apart from each other. "Who I am is not important," the lady replied. "I came here to ask you, what is your wish?" Wish? Yes, a wish. It can be anything. I was supposed to grant this wish many lifetimes ago, but an opportunity never presented itself, until now. The lady wearing a veil looked down at Chiffon and caressed the side of her face. "Go on, what is the thing that you want the most in this world?" The lady asked. "I will grant your wish, no matter what it is. I want." Chiffon raised her head and held the lady's clothes. She didn't understand what was going on, but if this lady could grant her wish, then she would believe in her words. "I want to always be by Big Brother's side," Chiffon pleaded. "I want to have the strength to remain by Big Brother's side." The lady giggled. "Very well, I will grant this wish of yours. However, this power that once belonged to you is very unstable. I will allow you to use it only once, and I will seal it afterwards. Do not fret, you will be able to use it again in the future when you finally understand the feelings inside your heart. After all, you will need this power in order to face the person that will once again destroy everything that William holds dear in his heart." Before Chiffon could ask what the lady meant, the lady's hand that was caressing the side of her face glowed. In that instant, Chiffon saw herself standing on a chaotic battlefield where giants, beasts, and men fought against each other, while the world around them crumbled. The sky fell in pieces from the heavens and the earth collapsed under their feet. At the center of that battlefield, a giant holding a flaming sword roared in anger. Facing off against him was a man whom Chiffon knew too well. The only difference was that this man didn't have pointy ears and his hair wasn't red, but white. The man was swept away during their clash, because the giant was far too powerful for him to face head-on. Before the man could even stand up from the ground, the giant slashed down with the intention to kill. Chiffon found herself running, while shouting that man's name. No matter what happens, she couldn't allow the giant to kill the man in front of her because he was the most important person in her life. Just as the sword was about to strike the man, a Valkyrie appeared and blocked it using a silver spear that shone in the darkness. Her golden blonde hair fluttered in the breeze, and her fearless eyes, filled with determination, held back the giant's onslaught for a few seconds, before she was swatted away like a rag doll. The giant once again posed to strike, but this time, Chiffon had already arrived in front of it. Using her bare hands, she caught the flaming sword that was about to kill the most important person in her life. Her hands started to blaze, but she never let go of the sword, fearing that everything would be over once she did. A few seconds later, the flames spread to her arms, and her entire body. It was painful, and she was scared, but the fear of losing him overwhelmed all the fears she had. Nothing is permanent, the lady whispered in Chiffon's ears. Not even the end of the world. Chiffon felt like laughing when she heard the man's words. Him, kill her. How could a puny mortal possibly kill her? Better yet, how could a puny mortal dare to use her as a hostage? The pink-haired girl found all of this very laughable. Compared to the burning flames that had the power to destroy worlds, this man's threat was the greatest joke she had heard in both her lifetimes. Chiffon raised her head. She'd had enough of this nonsense. It was time to end this farce. The one who is going to die are the two of you, Chiffon said in a voice that was as cold as ice. Chiffon harnessed the power that lay dormant inside her. Her dislocated arms righted themselves, and her body grew in size. She then opened her mouth wide and devoured the two puny mortals who dared to use her as hostage. It was time for them to know that they had made a mistake. A grave and terrible mistake. Chiffon crushed their bodies with her teeth easily, despite the fact that they were wearing armor. As expected of trash, Chiffon thought. They taste like trash. Chiffon swallowed the two men and set her sights on the person nearest her. Not enough. Chiffon's body moved to follow her bidding. I want more, I want more. Chiffon laughed as she ran towards her target. She was feeling very hungry. It was as if she hadn't eaten for thousands of years. Fortunately, there were plenty of people around her. She will eat them first, before setting her sights on her prize. Out of all the people that were in that god-forsaken place, Chiffon knew, without a doubt, the most delicious one of them all, was the red-headed teenager, who was looking at her with genuine worry in his eyes. Chapter 589, Let me eat you. I promise it won't hurt. Monster. Giant. Kill her first before she kills us. Xander's forces focused their attack on Chiffon, who had just eaten her third victim. Naturally, William didn't allow anyone to gang up on her, and swatted anyone that came her way, sending them flying hundreds of meters away. The half-elf didn't want Chiffon to eat humans, because he was afraid that it might cause her lasting harm when she regained her consciousness. The giantess, on the other hand, didn't know, or care, about William's intentions. In fact, she was getting annoyed that the one she planned to eat for last was getting in her way. After several attempts of trying to seize the puny humans to be eaten, the giantess became irritated by the half-elf that kept on sending her food away from her. Chiffon grabbed Rui Jingu Bang, and threw it away, along with the red-headed teenager that was firmly holding it in his hands. After dealing with the pest, Chiffon scanned her surroundings and found an injured man lying on the ground. The man was none other than Xander, who suffered from William's earlier attack. The giantess chuckled as she unceremoniously picked up the man beside her feet and threw him inside her mouth. Cracking sounds were heard as the pink-haired giantess ate Xander like a potato chip. After eating her prey, she once again looked for new targets to eat. The ones that had caught her eye were the 5 high-rankers that had attacked William earlier. Chiffon didn't like other people stealing her prey. William, so she decided to attack the 5 high-rankers who had grouped themselves together. Don't be afraid, one of the high-rankers shouted. Don't let her looks fool you. She's only big, but she is not that strong. We can kill her if we fight together. What the high-ranker said was true. Although Chiffon was in her giant form, she wasn't that strong. However, what he didn't know was that the pink-haired giant's red gauntlets weren't just for show. Heroism activated, which increased Chiffon's stats by 50% if she was fighting against someone stronger than her. Right now, Chiffon's rank was that of a millennial beast mid. In human rankings, she would be a black-ranked fighter. This rank was only a level below Saint, but thanks to the heroism passive skill, Chiffon was now a pseudo-saint. But, since her devour ability had been added to the equation as well, her fighting prowess was akin to a myriad beast in its initial stages. Myriad beasts would always be stronger than saints. This was the difference between beasts and mortals. Young master, let's go. One of the high-rankers protecting Xavier grabbed his arm, dragging him away from the giantess who was still in her berserk state. Xavier didn't resist, and allowed himself to be carried away to safety. Inside his heart, he was thankful to Chiffon. Xander was still his brother. Killing him with his own hands would have left a bitter aftertaste. Fortunately, he no longer needed to do that because Chiffon had already eaten his older brother. This also marked the end in the feud of the Tristan clan that ruled the Floor of Partings. The members of the Tristan family also retreated from the battlefield, leaving the high rankers of the Agnes family to their fates. Chiffon, stop. William reappeared in the battlefield and used Rui Jingu Bang to block Chiffon's path. Although he hated the high rankers who were tasked to hunt them down, he was more worried about Chiffon's mental state after she regained her consciousness. The giantess roared in anger at the half-elf who had once again prevented her from eating the trashy rankers that she had set her sight on. In the end, the two fought against each other, with William playing the defensive role, keeping Chiffon at bay. When the high rankers of the Agnes family saw this, an evil plan appeared in their mind, and that was to attack William while he was busy dealing with Chiffon. That way, the half-elf would get injured and would be the one who would be eaten by the giantess next, since she couldn't tell friend from foe. As William fought off against Chiffon, the 5 saints activated their weapons and charged at William in every direction. They even chose the time when Chiffon and William exchanged blows, to prevent the half-elf from blocking their synchronized attack. When Chiffon saw this scene, she stopped her attack, and opened her mouth wide. The 5 high rankers found themselves being sucked up inside her gaping mouth. Screams filled with fear and unwillingness escaped their lips as they closed in on the giantess' mouth. All of them regretted their decision to backstab William, while he was fighting against Chiffon. If they had decided to escape and wait until the giantess had lost her berserk state, there was a higher chance that they would have been able to capture both teenagers. Regret flashed across their eyes before their sight was covered with a row of teeth. William gritted his teeth when the saints were eaten in front of him. He didn't attempt to stop Chiffon from eating them because they didn't deserve to live. Also, Chiffon's devour skill was quite powerful. The moment Chiffon opened her mouth wide, he immediately distanced himself, in fear of being devoured as well. William had made the right decision. If he was only 2 seconds late, he might have also been sucked inside Chiffon's mouth and eaten alongside the high rankers of the Agnes family. After eating the pesky high rankers, Chiffon's bloodshot eyes focused their gaze on William. Drool flowed at the corner of her lips as she looked at the main dish that she had saved for last. Come, Chiffon made a gesture as if she was coaxing a child. Let me eat you, I promise it won't hurt. The corner of William's lips twitched when he heard the giantess attempt to trick him into becoming her snack. The half-elf had no doubt in his mind that the moment he arrived within Chiffon's devouring range, it would be the end for him. Since that was the case, he summoned a cloud and flew towards the sky, leaving the giantess on the ground calling out to him. As someone that had been subjected to dark magic since he was young, William knew that Chiffon's berserk state wouldn't last for long. He decided to wait it out until she returned to normal. He just hoped that when the time arrived, the pink-haired girl whom he had cared for would not be traumatized by the events that had happened while she was in a berserk state. Chapter 590, I will destroy you with all my might. Flames surged forth. It descended from the sky, and bathed the land in a perpetual blaze. The citizens of Asgard, and the remaining Aesirs fled from their homeland, and went to Ithilvir, for it was the only place that would not be affected by the flames of destruction. In order to allow them to escape, the bulk of the army of Asgard held back the giants of Jotunheim, along with the giants' allies, in the plains of Asgard, which was now akin to Hell. Odin, Thor, Loki, Heimdall, and several other gods had already fallen into battle. All that remained was death and destruction. In the middle of this chaos, several beings were still fighting. One of them was the giantess Chiffon, who was the smallest of all giants. She was branded a traitor by her race, and yet, she didn't bat an eye as he faced them in battle. As she held back the flames of destruction with her bare hands, which had now started to burn, Chiffon offered a prayer to whatever god that could hear her. Regardless of the price, I will accept it in full, Chiffon prayed with all of her heart. All I ask is a chance to. As the flames ate away her flesh, she heard a soft, yet reassuring whisper that held promise. I will grant your wish. A voice filled with pity reached her ears. No matter how many lifetimes it takes, I will grant your wish without fail, the voice assured her. That's why, go, show that arrogant god the power of mortals. Chiffon smiled. Although her hands, arms, and the rest of her body had started to burn, she didn't feel any kind of pain. With a powerful roar, She tossed aside the giant flaming blade that was meant to slay her beloved. She stomped on the ground, and jumped towards the god of destruction fearlessly. In this dark and chaotic night, fear grips me with all its fright. Now that my end is right in sight, I will destroy you with all my might. Shatter the void, Chiffon roared. Blood-winged tempest. A resounding cry of pain echoed across the blazing battlefield. This was the first time that the god of destruction had been injured since the start of the battle, and it wouldn't be the last time he would suffer under the hands of the mortals whom he looked down upon with scorn. Chiffon's eyes fluttered open and found herself in a protective embrace. She raised her head and saw William with his eyes closed. The half-elf looked exhausted as if he had just fought a hard battle. The pink-haired girl then shifted her attention to her surroundings. She didn't want to leave William's embrace because it felt warm and comfortable, so she just turned her head to look around. Several craters, that extended tens of meters wide, could be seen all around them. With a single glance, Chiffon could tell right away how intense the fighting was. She tried to recall what happened during the battle, but, no matter how hard she tried, her memory stopped at the part when both of her arms had been dislocated by the two high rankers that held her in place. As if sensing that the girl in his embrace was already awake, William opened his eyes and stared at the little girl who seemed to be deep in thought. A few hours earlier, he waited for Chiffon's berserk state to fade away. However, contrary to his expectations, the giantess was still very lively, and doing her best to coax William to come down to the ground, so that she could eat him. Back then, the heroic avatar only had 10 minutes remaining. William knew that if he still waited until the last minute, there was a high chance that he would end up in Chiffon's stomach, before she regained her sanity. Using the remaining time afforded to him, William tried to dispel Chiffon's berserk state by fighting against her. Naturally, he only attacked her because he was confident that he could heal her using his life mage job class. The two exchanged several blows, and it ended up in a stalemate. William didn't want to use the full power of Rui Jingu Bang because he might accidentally kill Chiffon if he wasn't careful. Fortunately, at the last minute, Chiffon's berserk state wore off and she returned to her original size. William firmly hugged the girl, keeping her close to his chest, as he sat down to rest. He didn't want Xander's subordinates to use this opportunity to take revenge on her, while she was currently unconscious. Due to William's deterrence, none of them attacked and decided to retreat. Only Xavier and his group remained, but even they had been scared by Chiffon's unexpected transformation. Because of this, William told them that they should head back to the residence of the Tristan family in order to start the succession ceremony. Xavier agreed with William and took all of his subordinates with him. However, before he left a parting message to William, inviting him to stay and rest in their main residence for a few days. William accepted the offer and promised to find them after a day or two. This battle had been quite fierce, and he didn't want to challenge the other floors of the tower right away. "Does it hurt anywhere?" William asked. "Are you hungry?" Chiffon tilted her head to the side before reconnecting the sense of pain in her body. The moment she did, a cry out pain escaped her lips, as the pain that she had been oblivious about came back to bite her. "Don't worry," William smiled as he placed his hand over Chiffon's head. "Heal." Each time William used his power to heal her, the pain she felt lessened little by little, until it had gone away completely. "Thank you, big brother," Chiffon said softly. "I feel better now. I no longer feel hurt." "That's good to hear," William replied. At the same time, a red lollipop appeared inside his hand. William focused and stacked the effects of the red lollipop until it had reached its limit. After that he casually placed it inside his mouth to help him heal his injuries. For some reason, William was unable to heal himself using the power of the life mage. He didn't know if this was yet another restriction that the guardian of the floor had reinforced in order to make things difficult for him. Soon, the bruises in William's body disappeared without a trace. Chiffon looked at the lollipop inside William's mouth and gulped. This action of hers didn't escape William's eyes, and the latter hurriedly made a chocolate lollipop, which he unceremoniously unwrapped and placed inside Chiffon's mouth. Clearly, he was afraid that the pink-haired girl would have a relapse and once again turn into a giantess that was very fond of eating humans. Chiffon leaned her head on William's chest as she happily ate her lollipop. Although she wasn't feeling hungry, the delicious chocolate taste had become one of her favorite flavors. "Big brother, what happened?" Chiffon asked after a few minutes of silence. "You don't remember anything?" William asked back. "No." Chiffon shook her head. The last thing I remember is having 2 high rankers sneak attack me from behind. They used me as a hostage to make you submit to their demands. That was as far as I can remember. Everything seemed to be covered in a dark haze, and I was hoping that you could tell me what happened to the battle. William nodded his head in understanding, but deep inside he was sighing in relief. He didn't want Chiffon to remember the things that she did when she was still in her giantess form. All right, I'll tell you about it, William replied. He then started to narrate everything that happened, except for the fact that the one that had killed Xander and his subordinates had been her. Chiffon listened seriously as she took them in her memories. The end of William's tale was about Xavier being able to turn the entire situation around, and came out victorious. William didn't mention anything about Chiffon turning into a giant and eating people. Instead, he praised Xavier for being able to fight against his big brother and deliver a decisive blow that ended the family feud, which had lasted for years. Chiffon nodded her head in understanding. She trusted William's words completely, so he didn't even question his ridiculous tale of single-handedly fighting against the high rankers and beating the crap out of them. You're amazing, big brother, Chiffon said after William's tale ended. I wish I had been there to help you. William chuckled. However, if someone paid attention, they would recognize that William's chuckle was not out of happiness, but out of nervousness. Clearly, the half-elf was still shaken about Chiffon's transformation, and his worry of being eaten by her in her sleep had increased drastically. Chapter 591, Breaking the Rules of the Floor of Partings. A week passed after the battle in the 9th floor of the Tower of Babylon. The old patriarch had tasked his right-hand man to handle everything and ensure that Xavier's succession would be witnessed by all the high-ranking members of the main and branch families. This also included the vassals and retainers that served under them. The 9th floor was a very spacious domain. It was the size of the Hellen Kingdom and the Aenarion's dynasty combined. During his speech, Xavier had openly announced that the slave trade would be abolished from his territory. Anyone who would dare to break this law would suffer the wrath of the floor's guardian. Right after this announcement was held, the slaves were immediately freed by their masters, in fear of being subjected to punishment by the administrator of the floor of partings. William and Chiffon watched this festivities until its end. However, when Xavier invited them to join the celebratory feast, the half-elf politely declined the offer. I'm sorry, we can't stay here longer, William said apologetically. Xavier nodded his head in understanding. He felt regretful that the people that helped him acquire his position were now leaving, but after seeing the determination of William's gaze, the new patriarch of the Tristan clan didn't insist on delaying him any further. I guess, Ms. Chiffon will be staying with us for the time being then, Xavier stated. Do not worry, Sir William. I promise to look after her until you return to the floor of partings. William smiled, but the hand holding Chiffon remained firm. We will be ascending to the next floor together, William declared. I see, you will ascend to the next floor toge what? Xavier looked at William in a dumbfounded manner. Sir William, this is the floor of partings. Even if you want to take her, the laws of this floor will prevent you from doing so. William patted Xavier's shoulder, but didn't say anything else. He gave the dumbfounded patriarch a brief nod before heading towards the teleport gate that would allow them to proceed to the next floor. Exit and Eve looked at this scene with genuine interest. They had thoroughly enjoyed the entertainment that they had watched on the 9th floor. Now that William and Chiffon decided to leave, the two guardians eyed each other with a smile. Remember, a month's salary. Exit grinned. You too, Oogway. Oogway nodded its head as it continued to eat the cucumbers in its bowl. Eve, on the other hand, was unfazed as it flicked its tongue towards the green-skinned guardian, who had a smug expression on its face. You took the words right out of my mouth, Eve said. Make sure to pay it to me in full. The two guardians chuckled, while the little turtle between them ate the bowl of cucumbers with gusto. Oogway was chuckling internally because it knew William's character. The half-elf was the type of person that wouldn't leave those important to him behind. He was just curious on how the latter would bypass the laws that Eve had placed inside its domain. The floor of partings didn't have any kind of test. The moment the players arrived at this floor, they could proceed to the next right away. However, they would have to leave the people important to them behind. This was the cruel condition that Eve had engraved upon the floor of partings, and no one had been able to break this law, since the time the tower had arrived in the world of Hestia. During the Succession War, the teleport crystal had been disabled. Eve felt bored, so it forced those who wished to advance to the next floor to pick one of the two brothers to support during the duration of their battle. Now that the succession war was over, the portal was once again active. William faced Chiffon and hugged her tight. "Are you ready, Chiffon?" I'm ready, big brother." William smiled and raised his hand to touch the crystal. However, before he touched it completely, he sent Chiffon inside his Thousand Beast domain first. After making sure that the pink-haired girl was inside the Thousand Beast domain, William sent her to the Undying Lands. He didn't know how strong Eve Law was, so he decided not to take any chances. The Undying Lands had their own set of rules, making it impossible for the laws of the world to affect it. Of course, if this method didn't work, William would return to the 9th floor and think of a way to smuggle Chiffon to the 10th floor with him. The moment William's hand touched the crystal, the world around him was bathed in light. A few seconds later, he stood in front of what seemed to be a temple, located on top of the mountain. Before William could even do anything, the system confirmed that he was already on the 10th floor, and Chiffon was still in the Undying Lands. The half-elf hurriedly summoned the pink-haired girl to his side, and Chiffon appeared right away. What? Exit and Eve, who were looking at the projection, couldn't believe their eyes. There had been instances in the past where people had done the same thing that William did. Usually, powerful individuals were able to open their own domains where they could place living beings. Several individuals had thought that they could hoodwink the powers of the tower and place their comrades within their private domains. However, it didn't take long for them to realize that this plan didn't work on the Tower of Babylon. This was why Exit and Eve were confident that William couldn't smuggle Chiffon even if he wanted to. Oogway, who was watching this scene, chuckled and raised its little head to look at his two friends. "Remember, both of you will give me your monthly salaries at the end of this month," Oogway said in a teasing manner. "We already made a contract, so the two of you can't make any excuses. Thank you for the gift." The little turtle chuckled before ordering a bowl of shredded carrots from the tower. He was very pleased with how the situation played out and cheered for William and Chiffon inside his heart. Exit and Eve glanced at each other. Earlier, they thought that they were getting Oogway's monthly salary for free. However, what they didn't know was that the little turtle had planned to get both of their salaries from the very start. We've been had," Exit stuttered. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this sudden turn of events. Eve was feeling the same. It double-checked the set of laws that it had applied on its domain, and a glance was enough to tell him that it wasn't tampered with. This proved that William had been able to bypass the rule of his floor in a fair manner, and was not subjected to any kind of punishment from the tower. Exit and Eve left the little turtle alone as they hurriedly went to talk to their guardian friends from the tower. Both of them felt bad about what William did, so they decided to get back at him by telling their friends to make things difficult for him. Oogway, on the other hand, just chuckled at the two's attempt to hinder a player who was climbing the tower. "This must be fate," Oogway thought. "Perhaps, the stagnation that we have experienced for the past hundreds of years will soon be broken." Oogway didn't have the power of clairvoyance. He didn't know how high William could climb the tower. However, he hoped beyond hope that William would be the one to usher a new era. Not only for the players climbing the Tower of Babylon, but for the sake of the Guardians, who had long forgotten their purpose for coming in this world that was nearing its end. Chapter 592, An Existence That Threatened Their Beloved. A month had passed since William had started climbing the Tower of Babylon. He and Chiffon had faced many challenges along the way. Sometimes, they faced strong opposition from the ruling families on each floor, because of what they did to their allies on the previous floors they had visited. While the two dealt with these troublesome situations, the world outside the Tower of Babylon was bubbling with excitement. Several prodigies from the central continent, and beyond its borders, had all congregated in the Crater Empire. After many days of preparation, the Tournament of Champions was about to begin. "A good day to all of you," Emperor Leonidas said with a smile. His voice spread across the arenas where the prodigies of the different empires, kingdoms, sects, and influential families had gathered. On this glorious day, the fight for the title of the strongest prodigy among the young generation is about to begin. Emperor Leonidas scanned the surroundings with a confident expression on his face. "All of you that are standing here today are not only fighting for your honor, but for the honor of your homeland. I will not bore you with a long-winded speech, because I know that all of you are eager to start the competition. So, without further delay, I hereby announce the start of the Tournament of Champions. Good luck to each and every one of you." Resounding cheers echoed across the hundreds of arenas where the participants stood in preparation for their upcoming battles. The total number of participants that gathered for the tournament was a whopping 428,069. All the leaders of the various powers agreed that the first stage of the tournament would be a royal rumble. Among these participants only a few thousands would remain on the first day. The Crater Empire had prepared 200 arenas. In each arena, 2,140-ish fighters would duke it out, until only 10 were left standing. This was a brutal elimination round that had been agreed on by all parties. The fighters were asked to draw lots that would designate them to their respective arenas. If they got lucky, they would be among the 10 fighters that would proceed to the next qualifying round of the tournament. When the day was over, only 2,000 warriors would remain. Princess Sidonie and Ian sat in the VIP box that was designated for the royal family of the Crater Empire. Sitting not far from them was Princess Vanessa and her twin brother, Prince Rainier. The two other princesses of the empire, Princess Hannah and Princess Amanda, were in the next room, along with their servants and entourage. The other princes, namely Prince Maximilian, Prince Darren, Prince Kevin, and Prince Jason, were participating in the tournament. As the hosts and members of the royal family, they had the obligation to show the other empires that the Crater bloodline didn't shy away from battle. Originally, Princess Sidonie didn't want to watch the tournament, but since she had nothing else to do, she decided to look for talented individuals that could possibly serve as her retainers. The princess, who had been recognized as the most beautiful not only in the southern continent, but in the Crater Empire as well, had gained many admirers from the nobility, as well as the common people. If it were the Princess Sidonie of the past, she would not bat an eye, and turn these admirers into her servants. However, after becoming William's lover, her purpose of finding her beloved had now been fulfilled. Now, her interest lay on finding candidates that would serve as her eyes and ears in the central continent. Princess Sidonie had thought long and hard on how she could support William in the central continent. Since she had already had the experience in managing the underworld of her homeland, the Kingdom of Frisia, the beautiful princess decided to create a spy network that would extend to every corner of the world. That way, she would be able to gather important information that she could analyze in order to understand the geopolitical structure of the new battleground, where she intended to become the Dark Empress that moved the strings from the shadows. Princess Sidonie was looking lazily at the names of the prodigies from each faction, when she came across a familiar face in the records. "Ian, do you remember this person?" Princess Sidonie asked as she pointed at the name and picture of a delicate-looking teenage boy with silver-gray hair and blue eyes. Kenneth Shin Ashley. Ian's eyes widened when she saw the familiar name and face of William's ex-roommate back in the Helen Royal Academy. "It says here that he is a representative of the Silvermoon continent." Princess Sidonie pointed at Kenneth's affiliation, which put a frown on her beautiful face. "Is Will aware of his background?" Ash shook her head. "I don't know. However, Will and Kenneth were pretty close when they were still in the Helen Royal Academy. He was one of William's most trusted officers." The mermaid could still remember how William interacted with Kenneth several years ago. With a glance, one could tell that they had a good relationship with each other. But, when the continental spell descended on the southern continent, and chaos engulfed the Helen Kingdom, Kenneth disappeared without a trace. William had tried to look for him on several occasions, but his search came out empty. The two girls exchanged a glance, before tweaking the settings of the projection crystal beside them. Soon, the image of the 77th arena came to view. It was the arena where Kenneth had been assigned. It didn't take long before they found the person they were looking for. In the southwest corner of the arena, there stood a silver-haired teenage boy with delicate features. Although several years had passed, it was impossible for Ian to not recognize William's roommate, whom the boy took wherever he went. "Just who are you?" Ian thought as she narrowed her gaze. "Did you betray William back then? Did you betray us? Are you a spy of the Silvermoon continent?" Several questions appeared inside Ian's head, but she had no way of knowing the answer. Right now, she stared at Kenneth as if she was trying to read his every move. Princess Sidonie was someone that was good at reading the body language of people. Just by looking at Kenneth's stance, she could tell that the silver-gray-haired teenager wasn't a pushover. "Let's go and talk to him later," Princess Sidonie proposed. Ian nodded her head in agreement. If her hunch was true, and Kenneth had really been a spy of the Silvermoon continent, then it only meant one thing. He was targeting William right at the very start, Ian thought as she clenched her fist. The thought of her lover being spied on by others left a bitter taste in Ian's mouth. If possible, she wanted to drag Kenneth out of the arena and interrogate him for answers. However, now was not the time. The silver gray-haired boy was one of the representatives of the Silvermoon continent, and causing trouble for him could turn into a diplomatic protest. Even so, both girls would stop at nothing until they got their answers. They couldn't allow an existence that threatened their beloved to remain alive, even if he used to be one of William's close friends. Chapter 593, Finding Answers Without Resorting to Violence. Fight. The referee gave the signal for battle, and the entire arena descended into chaos. All the fighters were briefed that if possible, they should abstain from killing anyone in the arena. Unlike what happened in the arena of the Helen Royal Academy, those who would die in the Tournament of Champions would not come back to life. In order to prevent the other empires, kingdoms, sects, and influential families from finding fault with the Crater Empire, Emperor Leonidas had issued a decree that all those who wished to participate in the tournament must sign a death waiver. The waiver explicitly declared that the Crater Empire would not be blamed for the deaths of any participants who planned to join the tournament. Everyone must take responsibility for their own lives, and their respective kingdoms or sects should adhere to the rules written in the tournament. Alas, there were some prodigies who craved to take the life of others, so several deaths had transpired on the first day of the competition. Majority of those deaths came from the hands of the prodigies that hailed from the demonic continent. Unfortunately for them, some of the geniuses of the central continent hated demons as well, so their acts didn't go unpunished. Out of the 20 fighters from the demon continent, only 13 remained. 2 of them were killed by Prince Jason, who happened to be in the same arena as them. Just like the other contestants, Prince Jason had a certain bias when it came to demons and half-elves. It was quite fortunate that no half-elves stood in the arena where the 5th prince of the Crater Empire fought. If there was, their fate would have been the same as the demons that Prince Jason had killed in battle. The brutal tournament lasted several hours until 10 survivors remained. Princess Sidonie and Ian frowned as they watched the battle that was happening in the 77th arena. "This Kenneth is not as simple as he looked," Princess Sidonie muttered. Ian, who was seated by her side, nodded her head in agreement. During the entirety of the elimination round, Kenneth stood in place and didn't move from his location. However, everyone who was near him had been knocked unconscious, and laid on the ground around him. Princess Sidonie and Ian didn't know how the delicate-looking teenager did it. All they knew was that Kenneth didn't even move a muscle, nor lifted a finger, before those who tried to attack him fell down like puppets whose strings had been cut. It was an eerie scene to watch. Because of Kenneth's mysterious performance, the other candidates stayed far away from him, as they battled amongst themselves. They would rather fight someone that fought back, rather than a person that only stood completely still, but still able to knock everyone around him unconscious. For the players, Kenneth was the biggest threat in their arena. No one tried to challenge him as they fought for the remaining 9 slots that would take them to the next phase of the tournament. Kenneth simply remained standing, while holding a short silver blade in his hand. He didn't lower his guard, and paid close attention to his surroundings. Princess Sidonie and Ian were very disappointed with this development. Deep inside, both girls wanted someone to beat Kenneth up because he lied about his true affiliations. 3 hours later, the battle in the 77th arena ended and Kenneth was one of the 10 remaining survivors. The 2 girls didn't waste any time and left the VIP room in haste. They wanted to confront Kenneth as soon as possible before he returned to the special guest residences that were assigned to the envoys of the Silvermoon continent. Kenneth was on the way back to his room, when he noticed 2 presences that were headed in his direction. One of them held clear hostility towards him, which made the teenager frown. Are they perhaps some of the earlier participants that couldn't accept their loss? Kenneth unsheathed his blade and held it firmly in his hand. To think that I would get into trouble on the very first day of this tournament. Master will definitely nag at me if she finds out about this. The delicate-looking teenager sighed as he walked towards an alley where he would deal with his 2 pursuers. Naturally, he didn't plan to kill them, but only to knock them out. Kenneth erased his presence and hid behind a barrel. The moment the 2 people walked past him, he would immediately strike and escape from this location. As the sounds of footsteps drew closer, Kenneth prepared himself to attack. However, just as he was about to execute his plan, the sound of footsteps stopped. Kenneth frowned, but he remained in place as he controlled his breathing. Why did they stop? Kenneth thought. Could they have possibly detected my presence? Kenneth immediately denied this idea. He was quite proficient in erasing his presence and he was sure that only powerful individuals could find him. While he was patiently waiting for his next move, a familiar voice reached his ears. "Kenneth, come out," Ian said. "We need to talk." Kenneth's eyes widened when he heard the voice of the snot-nosed pansy that William would often curse inside their room when they were still roommates. The half-elf had not hidden his irritation for Est's retainer, who always bickered with him. Back then, Kenneth would chuckle internally as he watched William's depressed expression. Clearly, the red-headed teenager had no love for the annoying boy, who liked to butt heads with him. Kenneth came out of his hiding place and confronted the two girls who stood in front of him. To his surprise, he also recognized the girl standing beside Ian. How could he possibly forget the beautiful princess that had graced them with her presence during the war against the two dynasties that threatened the Hellen Kingdom? "What are you doing here?" Kenneth asked Ian. "Do you know where I can find Will? I need to talk to him. It is very important." Princess Sidonie and Ian exchanged a glance, before shifting their gazes back to the teenage boy in front of them. "If you want to talk, we can talk, Princess Sidonie. However, this is not the place for that. Come with us." Princess Sidonie turned around and headed out of the alley. Her identity was well known, so she wore a veil to cover her face. However, the moment they made a turn to the alley, she had removed her veil as a means of self-protection. As long as she was able to look at her target, she would be able to charm them. However, the moment her gaze fell on Kenneth, she understood right away that charming him was not an option. Since that was the case, they should sit down and talk. Perhaps by doing so, both sides would be able to find the answers to their questions, without resorting to violence. Ian glared at Kenneth before turning around to follow Princess Sidonie. Kenneth, on the other hand, sheathed his weapon before following the two girls. He could tell that both of them seemed to have grudges against him. The silver-haired teenager understood Ian's feelings, but he couldn't understand why Princess Sidonie felt the same. As far as he knew, they didn't have any conflict with each other. No matter, Kenneth thought as he followed the two girls with determination. "I will know the answers soon enough." Chapter 594, Over My Drop-Dead Gorgeous Body. Three people sat inside one of the private rooms reserved for the royal family of the Crater Empire in the Dancing Lady Pavilion. What they were going to talk about required confidentiality, so Princess Sidonie decided to go to a high-class inn that was not far away from Kenneth's accommodations. The three people drank their tea in silence. It was as if they had agreed upon an unwritten rule that they would first finish drinking before they started their discussion. 10 minutes later, the tea in their cups had been emptied. Princess Sidonie smiled and decided to take the lead in the conversation. "I believe that the two of us haven't introduced ourselves to each other," Princess Sidonie said. "I am Sidonie Val Frisia, Princess of the Kingdom of Frisia, and granddaughter of Emperor Leonidas. I am also William's fiancé. Nice to meet you." Princess Sidonie didn't extend her hand in greeting, because there was no need for it. Since Kenneth was under suspicion of spying on William, the beautiful princess decided not to be too lax with the person in front of her. "Kenneth Shin Ashley," Kenneth replied. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Princess Sidonie." Kenneth also didn't exchange his hand in greeting. He could tell that both girls were very wary of him, so he decided to just stick to his purpose of coming with the two of them. "Is William here in the Crater Empire?" Kenneth asked. Ian frowned before answering Kenneth's question with another question. "Why are you looking for him?" "I can't tell you that. What a coincidence. I also can't tell you the answer to your question." The corner of Kenneth's lips twitched after hearing Ian's reply. He could tell that the latter had no intention of telling him William's whereabouts until he stated his reason for looking for the half-elf. "I really can't tell you the reason because it is a private affair," Kenneth replied. He needed to compromise to get some answers, so he faced Princess Sidonie, who seemed to be less hostile than Ian. "I can only answer questions that I am able to answer. Aside from that, my lips are sealed." Princess Sidonie nodded in understanding. "Very well." Princess Sidonie pressed her palms together and rested her chin over them. She then stared at Kenneth with a scrutinizing gaze that made the latter feel uncomfortable. "Back in the Hellen Kingdom, were you spying on my fiancé?" "Yes," Kenneth admitted in a heartbeat. He had no reason to deny this point since everything was already over. "I volunteered to spy on him, to prevent others from spying on him. Know that while I was with William, I didn't divulge any of his secrets to others. I only reported what I thought would be overlooked, so that the elders of my family would not pay too much attention to him. Princess Sidoni arched an eyebrow. She was a good judge in reading the body language of people, and Kenneth's words and actions told her that he wasn't lying. You came here to the Crater Empire to look for William, right? Why? Princess Sidoni asked. Kenneth smiled as he tapped the table with his finger. I think it is my turn to ask questions, don't you think? Princess Sidoni smiled sweetly because the person in front of her was someone that wouldn't lose to her when it came to negotiations. Since that was the case, she nodded her head and waited for Kenneth's question. Is William here? Kenneth asked. Princess Sidoni shook her head. No. My fiancé is currently out on an errand, and is not present in the Empire right now. Kenneth frowned, but he still nodded his head. Although he wasn't as proficient with Sidoni in reading people, his gut instinct told him that the beautiful princess was telling the truth. Were you with the elves during the war in the southern continent? Ian asked from the side. Kenneth shifted his gaze to the snot-nosed pansy before shaking his head. No, I didn't join the anti-human faction because my family is part of the conservative faction. Also, I didn't want Will to hate me, so I stayed away from the conflict. After hearing Kenneth's words, the irritation that Ian felt decreased significantly. She hadn't seen him among the survivors of the elves, which proved that he didn't take part in the war that almost brought the Helen Kingdom to its knees. Then, where were you during the war? Don't tell me you were just watching from the sides. Ian inquired. Yes, Kenneth replied. I was watching from the sides. I gazed at the battle from far away, but I didn't expect that kind of outcome. William is really something, isn't he? Princess Sidoni grinned. Of course he is. He is the man I chose, after all. Ian wanted to say that she chose him first. But, since she couldn't possibly say that in front of a spy from the Silvermoon continent, she allowed Princess Sidoni to take the spotlight. When will William return? Kenneth asked. Like I said earlier, there is an important message that I need to pass to him. Princess Sidoni sighed before leaning back on her chair. I don't know when he will come back. But, it had been a month since he left the Empire. I miss him terribly. Kenneth ignored the part about the princess missing William terribly and only focused on the important information that she had just told him. He had been away for more than a month. Kenneth thought, just where did he go? A few minutes of silence passed inside the room. Both sides wanted to ask each other more questions, but they somehow came to an agreement that they had discussed enough for the day. Princess Sidoni couldn't leave the royal residence for a long period of time, and she had only snuck out with Ian as her escort. We will come and find you again when the opportunity arises, Princess Sidoni said as she stood. She was about to leave when she remembered something important. By the way, did you also join the tournament because you are attracted to the prizes? Princess Sidoni asked. Kenneth smiled as he gazed at the princess that had declared herself as William's fiancée. Although he still had doubts whether Princess Sidoni was telling the truth or not, he decided to believe her for the time being. The Emperor of the Crater Empire would grant a wish to the winner, correct? Kenneth asked back. Oh, so that is what you are aiming for. Princess Sidoni smirked. Yes, grandfather plans to award the champion a wish. As long as he is able to fulfill it, that wish will be granted without fail. Kenneth nodded. So, that means that he can also break your engagement with William, right? Princess Sidoni's smile stiffened when she heard Kenneth's question. The silver-haired teenager chuckled before standing up. He then headed to the door in a carefree manner. However, before leaving the room, he glanced back at Princess Sidoni one more time and left his parting words. I may not have stayed long by William's side, but I know him well enough to know he would not make a girl his lover just because of her beauty, Kenneth commented. That collar on your neck belonged to William. I also know the custom of the Crater royal family. I don't know what kind of trick you used to have William place that collar on your neck, but know this, I don't like other people taking advantage of his kindness. Kenneth opened the door and left the room. However, before the door closed, he left a few more words that made Sidoni want to strangle him up. William is too good for you, Kenneth added. I will free him from your clutches. The door closed, leaving a beet-red princess who seemed to be out for blood. Ian, who was standing not far away from her, lowered her head as she suppressed a giggle. She had long accepted Princess Sidoni as William's lover, so Kenneth's words didn't bother her much. However, the look on her friend's face as she received Kenneth's one-sided banter was priceless. Clearly, the scheming princess didn't want her engagement with William to be broken by anyone. What she didn't know was that an intense internal discussion was currently happening inside Princess Sidoni's mindscape. That boy wants to break our engagement with Darling. Over my drop-dead, gorgeous body. Sidoni, let's have that person killed. Morgana was fuming. After having their first time with William on his 18th birthday, both girls had truly become his women both in heart and body. They would not allow their engagement to be broken, even if the one that decreed it was the Emperor of the Crater Empire. Don't worry, he will not win the tournament, Princess Sidoni replied. I will not let him no matter what. That pretty boy bastard, why is he getting in our way? As Morgana was raving, a sudden possibility appeared inside her head. Wait, could it be that he is also what? He is also cursed like Ash. Maybe he is a girl in disguise. Okay, let's kill him. Morgana wanted to protest that she had already proposed it earlier, but her other half had rejected it. Now that she mentioned that Kenneth could be a cursed person like Ian, Princess Sidoni switched gears in order to eliminate the silver-haired pretty boy. I don't mind if you plan to eliminate him, but do that after you find out why he is looking for William. Whatever he wanted to talk to him about, it seemed rather important. Princess Sidoni agreed with Morgana's advice, and promised that she would do her best to pry some answers from Kenneth on their next meeting. She had worked hard to become William's lover, and she would not allow anyone, not even the Emperor of the Crater Empire, to get in the way of her happiness. Chapter 595, Big Brother, I want to eat you soon. Princess Sidoni kissed William's lips passionately. It had been a while since the two of them shared intimacy because William had been so busy climbing the Tower of Babylon. As the two of them shared a deep lingering kiss, William's left hand rested on top of Ash's head. The mermaid was busy kissing little William, who was very eager for her attention. A few minutes later, Ash straddled William and lightly moved her hips. Princess Sidoni was not the only one who was eager to make love with him. The beautiful mermaid had also been looking forward to this moment. Ever since she and Princess Sidoni had given their first time to him, the two had come up with a plan on how to share William between the two of them. The current setup was something that the two beautiful girls had agreed on beforehand, which made William very happy. After a few rounds of lovemaking, the three laid on the bed with the two girls resting their heads on William's chest. All three of them were very satisfied with their bonding session and were now talking about Kenneth's reappearance within the Crater Empire. He has something important to tell me, William inquired. Morgana nodded her head. After Sidoni had reached her limit, the seductive succubus finished what her other half started. At least, that is what she told us, Morgana replied. What should we do next, darling? William closed his eyes as he pondered what to do next. If he were to believe what his two lovers told him, Kenneth's purpose for coming to the southern continent was to spy on him on behalf of the elders of his family. The half-elf already had a hunch that this was indeed the case. Even so, he allowed Kenneth to stay close to him while they were in the Helen Royal Academy. The reason for this was simple. For some reason, he felt that Kenneth had no intention of hurting him. Even though he was a spy, he only reported what was on the surface, and not about William's deepest secrets. This had made the elders of his family not pay too much attention to the red-headed teenager. Their opinion of him only changed when they had read the reports of what had transpired in the southern continent. Because of this, they had changed their stance on him and delegated him a target that should be placed at the top of their priorities. Maybe he came to warn me that the elves are going to target me from the shadows, William said after careful consideration. What I did in the southern continent definitely ruffled their feathers. Princess Sidoni and Ash nodded their heads at the same time. If the elven race still thought of William as a pitiful half-elf in the past, now they regarded him as someone whom they should pay extra attention to. There were even talks about asking Arwen to be a negotiator in order to patch up the relationship between the half-elf and the elves in the Silvermoon continent. Not all elves supported the clans that had invaded the southern continent. There were also rumors flying around that William had inherited his father's position as the Dungeon Conqueror. This brought another round of headache to the Elven Council because this was a threat that they couldn't ignore. They had already seen what a Dungeon Conqueror could do. If they were to make one their enemy, then they didn't have to wait for the Prince of Darkness to appear in the world. William was more than enough to raise their continent to the ground if he felt like it. The other Guardians, especially Escalor and Xiphon the Guardian Deer, were quite adamant that the elves should send an envoy to make peace with William. Both had been on the front lines of the war and experienced the might of William's undead army, which still brought them chills to this day. Drowum had secluded himself in his domain and refused to come out. Sephirin's disappearance weighed a lot on the ancient golem's mind because the two had known each other for thousands of years. Perhaps, due to the laws of the Silvermoon continent, Sephirin's disappearance had triggered a phenomenon. The sole guardian that had remained to protect the Silvermoon continent, while the others were away, had transformed into a demigod. The Ent King, Myrandor, was once a world tree. After living for thousands of years, a seed had been born from its body. This seed had taken most of its powers, allowing it to grow. After losing its strength, the elves thought that the world tree had died, and did their best to care for the new sapling that would take its place. Hundreds of years later, the first world tree broke out of its empty husk and was born anew as an Ent. Now, this same Ent had been blessed by the Silvermoon continent, and transformed to a demigod, replacing Sephirin as the pillar of support for the elven race. Sidoni, Morgana, I will leave Kenneth in your hands, William stated. Don't hurt him, okay? He's one of the few friends I have. In regards to his background as a spy, this is not a big deal. After all, the elves have to think thrice if they want to mess with me again. Understood, Morgana replied. Darling, what would you do if? Morgana didn't finish the words she wanted to say, because she didn't want to think of such a possibility. William, who had been waiting for her to finish her sentence, frowned. What is it? William inquired. Is something on your mind? No, it's not important, Morgana replied. Forget what I said, darling. Ash, who had her eyes closed, slowly opened them to look at Morgana. The two ladies exchanged a knowing glance. Both of them had discussed the possibility of Kenneth being cursed just like Est, Ash, and Isaac. If that really were the case, they would stop at nothing to ensure that the silver-haired teenager would not pose a threat to their beloved. A few minutes later, William fell asleep with both girls in his embrace. The Tower of Babylon was unforgiving, and even with his trump cards, the challenges proved to be quite difficult. Although the Agnes family had stopped sending high rankers to hunt William down, the other ruling families had taken notice of him and Chiffon. Because of this, the two had to always be on guard against possible attacks from every direction. Princess Sidoni and Ash watched William's sleeping face with gentle gazes. After having their fill, both ladies kissed their beloved's cheeks at the same time before closing their eyes to sleep. Chiffon, who was sleeping in the guest room in William's villa, tossed and turned on her big bed. She had always slept by the red-headed teenager's side, and sleeping all by herself made her feel uncomfortable. It was as if something was missing in her life. Chiffon sighed as she covered her eyes with her left arm. She knew that William was spending the night with Princess Sidoni and Ash. The pink-haired girl had insisted that she would sleep with them, but William's two lovers politely turned her down. The two ladies told Chiffon that they wanted to be with William till morning, and humbly asked her to not disturb them during that time. As someone who had never been in a relationship before, Chiffon was clueless why she couldn't join them on the bed. Even so, she respected her friends' requests because they had taken good care of her as well. I wish morning would come soon, Chiffon thought as she sighed internally. Big brother, I want to eat you soon. Chapter 596, The rice has already been cooked. 2 days had passed since the first elimination round of the tournament. The 2,000 participants that survived the Battle Royale were given a day to rest in order to fully recover from their injuries. Of course, they received proper treatment from the clerics of the Crater Empire, so all of them had recovered from their injuries. The 1 day of rest was given in order for them to raise their performance to the peak condition, before fighting their next match. The 2,000 contestants were once again divided into the 200 arenas that were prepared for the battle. This time, each arena had 10 people in it. There would be 5 one-on-one matches. The winners would proceed to the third phase of the tournament. The Tournament of Champions was a grand event. It meant that almost all the merchants in the central continent were taking advantage of the festivities and doing business in the capital city of the Crater Empire. Naturally, the empire received a small percentage of their earnings. This was why Emperor Leonidas had drafted out a plan to control the pace of the competition, and secure more profits as the days went by. The other rulers knew of this as well, but they decided to turn a blind eye on it. All of them decided to make the Tournament of Champions a regular event that would be hosted by the different empires every 3 years. Although they were quite envious of the current riches that Emperor Leonidas was raking in, they held back their greed in preparation for the time when it would be their turn to host the event in their home turf. Kenneth stood in the arena and stared at his opponent. The one he was facing off against was one of the candidates from the demon race. Just like always, everyone drew a ballot to find their designated arenas. It just so happened that Kenneth was paired up against a demon who had gained infamy on the first day by killing many people. "I guess this is your unlucky day, elf." The demon chuckled as he appraised Kenneth from head to foot. "Too bad you are not a girl. If you were, I would definitely bring you back to my room after I knocked you unconscious." The demon chuckled lecherously, which made Kenneth frown. The referee stared at the two fighters before raising his hand to begin the battle. As soon as he gave the signal, the demon disappeared from his location and reappeared behind Kenneth with a sneer. As one of the prodigies of the demon race, the reason he had no qualms in killing people was due to his ability to control space. The demon lord saw his potential and decided to nurture his talents. Because of this, he was able to raise his rank at a very rapid pace. The demon lord had ordered the 10 demonic teenagers that he had sent to the Crater Empire to kill as many as they could. His purpose for this was twofold. The first reason was that it was the most efficient way to show everyone that they should be feared. The second one was to weaken the empires by killing off their young geniuses. There was once a popular saying in the demonic lands when it came to talented individuals. "A dead genius is no longer a genius." Before the demons declared war on the elves, the competition in the demonic continent was fierce. Now that the number of their talented individuals had decreased, they stopped killing each other, and focused on increasing their ranks as much as possible. Slaves were a hot commodity in the demonic continent. Slave merchants would go out of their way to travel there in order to share their wares, which they had captured from all over the world. The demon that controlled space was one of the spawns that was birthed from the union of demon and a lady that was born with strong magical power. It was quite unfortunate that she had been backstabbed by her rivals, and sold to the slave merchants, which in turn brought her to the demonic continent. She was but one of the many people who were unlucky enough to be enslaved for various reasons and sold to the highest bidder. When the demon was about to stab Kenneth's back to end the pretty boy's life, he felt his body turning sluggish. It was as if he was moving 30 times slower than normal even with his power of space. "Pay for your sins in the afterlife." That was the last thing that the demon heard before his head fell off from his body. Kenneth flicked his short sword, sending the bloodstain flying towards the ground. He was someone that didn't enjoy killing. However, if faced with someone that deserved to die, he would not hesitate to end their miserable lives and send them to hell. The spectators who were watching the match looked at Kenneth with dumbfounded expressions. What they saw was the silver-haired teenager casually swinging his sword behind him. After that, the demon's head was cut off from its body, ending the battle in mere seconds. Princess Sidonie and Ian, who was paying close attention to Kenneth's battle, couldn't believe their eyes. They didn't see anything special about Kenneth's move. What he did was just a simple slash and the match ended just like that. They didn't even see him use any technique or magical ability. Kenneth sheathed his sword and left the arena with even steps. His master had sent him to get real-life experience in the world, so he decided to go to the southern continent to meet William. Now that the half-elf had gone to the central continent, Kenneth decided to follow him. For him, it was his duty to look after William in place of his master who couldn't leave the Silvermoon continent. He also didn't like the way Princess Sidonie tricked the half-elf into becoming her fiancé. Kenneth despised these underhanded methods and vowed to free William from the scheming princess's grasp. Unknown to him, William had already recognized Princess Sidonie as his lover and had even become her first man. Even if the silver-haired teenager managed to win the tournament, and ask Emperor Leonidas to break the engagement, the two had already been joined at the hip. The rice had already been cooked, and it couldn't be uncooked no matter how hard Kenneth tried. Just in case you guys are not familiar with the term "the rice has been cooked," it meant that the deed has already been done. This refers to having experienced sex, or losing one's maidenhood. Since it is already lost, it cannot be recovered again. "Should we go and meet him?" Princess Sidonie asked as she glanced at Ian who was seated by her side. Ian pondered a bit before nodding her head. William had assigned them to try and get close to Kenneth, to find out the real reason why his ex-roommate was looking for him. The half-elf had also forbidden the two ladies to harm Kenneth and scheme against him. The two reluctantly agreed to William's order and promised not to do anything reckless. However, that didn't mean that they would take things lightly if they discovered that Kenneth was lying to them. "It will be best if we can pry some answers from him," Ian replied. "Will said that Kenneth isn't hostile towards him, but we need to confirm if this is really true." Our lover trusts people too much, and it worries me. Princess Sidoni nodded her head in agreement. The two of them once again headed towards the city where the silver-haired teenager was already waiting for their arrival. Chapter 597, Chiffon's first fishing experience. Chiffon and William were currently on the 20th floor of the Tower of Babylon. In order to proceed to the next floor, they would need to catch some rare fish in the lake and present it to the examiner. This trial could be accomplished individually or as a group. The overall score would be calculated on the number and rarity of fishes that were caught. William and Chiffon took their fishing lines and stood at the fishing area assigned to them. They were not alone in their fishing spot because several middle-aged men were there as well. These men had been living in the floor of anglers for many years. They were the people who had a passion for fishing and decided to stop the dangerous climb up the tower, and just spend their lives doing their hobby, which was fishing. Chiffon was the only girl in the group and she was very cute and adorable. Because of this, the friendly uncles befriended her, and decided to have a chat as they taught the little girl how to put the bait on her fishing rod. William was just as clueless as Chiffon when it came to fishing. Although he had the Dungeon of Atlantis, he never tried catching fish using a fishing pole. This was the first time he was going to try traditional fishing, and he looked forward to it. Back in my younger years, they called me Master Baiter, a middle-aged man said as he instructed Chiffon how to place her bait properly. No one can beat me when it comes to picking the best baits in order to catch the rarest fish in my hometown. I've been challenged so many times, but none of them were able to defeat me. You're amazing, Uncle, Chiffon replied. I have never tried fishing before. However, it looks very fun. It is. Master Baiter chuckled. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, you can easily pass the trial. I have rare baits with me, I'll give them to you free of charge. Yay, thank you, Uncle. Ha ha ha, it's not a big deal. One of the middle-aged men standing nearby snorted. Don't believe this rascal, sweetheart. He may have been good in the past, but that was because he hadn't met me in my prime. I go by the name Mr. Quickie. The moment I throw my fishing line, the fishes flock to me like bees to honey. If there is anyone here that can teach you to fish, that will be none other than me. Master Baiter chuckled in a teasing manner. Quick is not always good. The true way to fish is by taking the time to understand your prey. Even if you catch fish easily, what of it? The floor of anglers base the points depending on how rare the fish is. Shut up, old fart. Mr. Quickie glared. You're just jealous because I'm quick. Master Baiter sneered. You are also an old fart. So what if you are quick? This is why you're still single. You can't even satisfy the ladies. Mr. Quickie almost had an aneurysm because Master Baiter had stepped on his landmine. He had been in several relationships in the past, but none of them lasted long. They came as quick as he did, and left him just as fast. You really are asking for it, Mr. Quickie shouted. How about we have a match? Right here, right now. Let's see who among us is the real deal. Ha, I'm not afraid of you. Chiffon, step to the side. See how I beat the crap out of this fool. The other middle-aged men who were also on the fishing platform sighed and shook their heads. They were the friends of Master Baiter and Mr. Quickie, but they really hated it when the two started bickering. The two fools are at it again. Can't we just fish in peace and get it over with? Why must these two numbskulls bark at each other at every opportunity they get? I told you we shouldn't have invited both of them at the same time. Now our day is going to be ruined. These poor players. How can they proceed to the next floor when these two bastards are scaring the fishes? Chiffon, who had just finished her preparations, looked up at the two middle-aged men who were looking at each other as if they were about to come to blows. She could tell that they were good people, and didn't want them to fight each other. At a loss on what to do, she decided to change the topic and raise the prestige of her big brother to the two uncles whom she had met for the first time. She hoped that by doing so, the two uncles would stop fighting each other. My big brother is also good at fishing, Chiffon said. He also holds a title that is similar to Mr. Quickie. What? Mr. Quickie tore his gaze from his nemesis before looking at Chiffon. The same title as me. Chiffon nodded her head. It was then when the corner of her lips rose ever so slightly. It was as if she was about to brag that she was the one that raised William to become the man he was. Master Baiter, who didn't want to lose to anyone, also looked at Chiffon before looking at William, who had also finished attaching bait to his fishing hook. Chiffon, is your big brother's title more awesome than mine? Master Baiter asked. Just as awesome, Chiffon replied. Is he as quick as me? Mr. Quickie asked. Quicker than you, Chiffon answered. The two men glanced at each other because they couldn't believe what the little girl in front of them was saying. What is his title? Master Bader asked. Mr. Quickie stayed silent and waited for Chiffon to answer the question. He didn't believe that there was someone much faster than him. My big brother's title is Quickshot. Chiffon patted her chest. I heard him say it several times in the past. William, who was about to throw his fishing line, almost fell off the platform after hearing Chiffon's words. More than anything else, he didn't want others talking about his main profession. Master Bader's expression softened after hearing Chiffon's words. He then walked towards William and patted his shoulder. It must be hard to be a quickshot, Master Bader said. I feel sorry for you, young man. However, do not worry. Just do your best to hold it in, and you will be just fine. The corner of William's lips twitched. He was about to explain that Chiffon was only joking when Mr. Quickie patted his other shoulder. You are indeed quicker than me, Mr. Quickie sighed. You don't even last 5 seconds, do you? Is this the reason why you're climbing the tower? Your wish is not to become a quick shot any longer, right? The other men on the platform also looked at William. Their eyes were filled with pity. It's okay, boy, you will find someone that will appreciate your quick shots. That's right, there are many fishes in the sea. Who knows, you're quite good looking, so finding a partner won't be too hard. Since you can't satisfy them with your junior, use your hands instead. That way, they will be satisfied as well. The other middle-aged men voiced similar words of encouragement to William. What they didn't know was that the quick shot was very close in unleashing his bazooka to blow them off from the face of the tower. Master Bader and Mr. Quickie had forgotten their feud and tried to cheer William up by sharing their stories with women. The two middle-aged men made sure to tell William how awesome they were, and the techniques they used in hooking up with women. William tried to fight back and told Master Bader and Mr. Quickie that he already had 4 lovers. 2 of them were even princesses. When the group of men heard William's words, all of them broke out into laughter. For them, it was William's last attempt to wash away the embarrassment he was feeling. After exchanging a knowing glance to each other, they all told William that they were willing to share more of their techniques in order to woo women. William listened to all the advice that the older men gave him while giving each of them the middle finger in his heart. No matter what he said, none of them believed him, so the half-elf decided to just stay mum and continue his fishing. They were only given half an hour, and he didn't want to waste them chatting with Master Bader and Mr. Quickie. Now that their moods were uplifted, the two middle-aged men instructed Chiffon how to properly throw the fishing line in the water. The pink-haired girl followed their advice and her line drew a beautiful arc before landing on the water. The two middle-aged men also threw their lines as well. Since fishing required patience, they chatted with Chiffon and told her about their adventures in the tower. A minute after Chiffon had thrown her bait, the floating ball near the little girl's hook started to bob. It meant that she had caught a fish and it made her very excited. The two old men also noticed it as well and told Chiffon what to do. After a bit of struggle, the pink-haired girl pulled her catch out of the water and made it land on the platform, which surprised everyone. A silver-striped pupfish, Master Bader exclaimed. Isn't this the 3rd rarest fish on the floor of anglers? It is, Mr. Quickie replied. You're amazing, Chiffon. I've been fishing here for years, and I still haven't caught this fish. This is more than enough for you to pass the trial if you present it to the examiner. Really? Chiffon asked in disbelief. This little fish is enough to let us pass. Yes, one foe the middle-aged men in the fishing platform answered. It is enough for you to pass, but not your big brother. You need to catch at least one more silver-striped pupfish in order for both of you to advance to the next floor. Okay, Chiffon nodded her head with determination. This was the first time she tried fishing and she found it quite enjoyable. After putting her catch on a pail filled with water, the pink-haired girl once again threw her line to the water. William smiled from the side as he waited for a fish to bite his bait. He was quite happy that Chiffon seemed to be enjoying herself. In fact, he could faintly hear the little girl humming a song. A minute later, Chiffon pulled out another fish. This time, it was a golden fish that was over a meter long. Crowned golden sturgeon, Master Bader cried out in alarm. This is the rarest fish in this lake. Chiffon, you're amazing. The other men in the platform crowded around Chiffon and the crowned golden sturgeon. They had only seen this fish in picture books, but had never seen one alive. Just like Master Bader said, It was the rarest fish in the floor of anglers. I didn't think that I would be able to see this fish in my lifetime. Wait, we need to document this. Who has a recording crystal? I have one. Okay, everyone, gather around. Chiffon stood at the center while holding the golden-crowned sturgeon in her hands. She was wearing her devourer's gauntlet, which locked the fish in place, preventing it from escaping. William stood beside her and patted her head affectionately. The older men stood behind the two teenagers and smiled at the recording crystal. This recording crystal would soon be part of the floor of Anglers' Hall of Fame, so they were quite eager to have their faces shown in the recording as well. By doing so, they could bask in Chiffon's glory and could brag to their children, in the years to come. Big brother, let's come back to this floor again, Chiffon said sleepily as she rested her head on William's chest. Okay, William replied and patted her head. Let's come back here after we clear the 51st floor. Chiffon closed her eyes and slept. She was quite exhausted. After taking their catch to the examiner, they were rewarded with 10,000 tokens. Chiffon was given an additional 10,000 tokens for catching the rarest fish on the floor of anglers. After passing the trial, the two didn't leave right away. William thought that it would be a shame if they left the floor now. He could tell that Chiffon didn't want to go and wanted to continue fishing a little longer. William thought that it was not a bad idea to continue fishing and let Chiffon enjoy a rare day of happiness in the tower. They then returned to the fishing platform, alongside the old men that had accompanied them to the examiner. Chiffon had caught several other rare fishes, but she didn't catch another golden-crowned sturgeon. However, that was fine with her. For the first time since William had met Chiffon, the half-elf saw the makings of a smile on her adorable face. William wished that there would be more opportunities for Chiffon to have fun in the tower, and watch her face glow with happiness. Chapter 598, Connoisseur of Men. 2 weeks passed since the Tournament of Champions started in the capital city of the Crater Empire, Asmar. Out of the thousands that joined the event, only 31 remained. Prince Maximilian and Prince Jason were the only representatives of the Crater Empire that had lasted until this point. As for the elves and the demon race, 3 remained on each side. Kenneth was one of the 3 elves that managed to get far in the tournament. Princess Sidoni, Ash, and Morgana weren't able to identify how the elf had been able to deal with his opponents. All of Kenneth's battles ended the same way, which made the 3 girls helpless. They thought that the silver-haired pretty boy wouldn't be able to survive until the end, but they had greatly underestimated Kenneth's ability. Princess Sidoni and Ash had approached several times during the tournament, but they were unable to get any more information from him. William's ex-roommate was tight-lipped, and was adamant that he would only pass his message to William. No matter what happens, he mustn't win. Morgana glared at the pretty boy from within Princess Sidoni's mindscape. Kenneth had said on more than one occasion that he would break William's engagement with the Princess of Frisia, which infuriated the 2 beautiful ladies. Princess Sidoni nodded her head in agreement. She had promised William that she wouldn't do anything to harm the young man, so she was putting her hopes on the other contestants. After today's battle, the 17 participants will be placed in different brackets until one of them remains, Ash commented from the side. The crowd favorites are of course, Prince Maximilian and Prince Jason. However, their opponents are not pushovers. I think both of them will have a hard time advancing to the finals. Princess Sidoni once again nodded her head in agreement. All of the fighters that had reached this stage were the strongest fighters in the young generation that hailed from all over the continent. Any one of them could become the victor in the tournament, but she didn't wish for Kenneth, or Prince Jason to be the last man standing. Both of them had the intention to break her engagement with William. Naturally, Princess Sidoni wouldn't budge even if the Emperor of the Crater Empire really fulfilled their wish. She would rather return to the southern continent than break up with the half-elf that she had chosen as her future husband. 31 players arrived in their designated arenas. Since it was an odd number, they were asked to draw ballots because one of them would get a free pass and directly proceed to the next stage of the tournament. Kenneth took out a golden ball from the ballot box, which made Princess Sidoni and Morgana clench their fist in frustration. As if feeling their stare, Kenneth looked in their direction and waved the golden ball at them with a smile on his face. What a hateful bastard. Why is he this lucky? Did he cheat? No. Princess Sidoni firmly shook her head. The ballot boxes have special runes embedded in them that prevent anyone from cheating. There's no way that he can bypass this rule. Morgana clicked her tongue in annoyance and stared daggers at the elf whom she had marked as her mortal enemy. After all the players had received their ballots, the matches began. Less than an hour later, 17 contestants remained. Prince Maximilian, Crater Empire. Prince Jason, Crater Empire. Kenneth Shin Ashley, Silvermoon Continent. Pearl McLean, Silvermoon Continent. Zach Knowles, Silvermoon Continent. Zanhast Valetieri, Demonic Continent. Alanska Lafitte, Demonic Continent. Eleazar Blackthorn, Demonic Continent. Ephemera Fortuna, Gunner Federation Edelweiss. Luther Luna, Gunner Federation Quince. Frederick Maslin, Zaleska Empire Beastkin. Jared Toussaint, Zaleska Empire Beastkin. Lilith Lynn, Ares Empire Amazon. Tasha Hayes, Ares Empire Amazon. Jeed Walker, Tensor Empire. Alanon Mosley, Rincewind Empire. Sylvanus Rawl, Halley Empire Dwarf. After the final match ended, Emperor Leonidas stood up and congratulated the contestants. "It has been a while since I've seen how outstanding the young generation is," Emperor Leonidas said. His voice spread across the entire arena using a magical artifact. "The final phase of the tournament is upon us, and I wish all of you the best of luck. I look forward to your future battles." The audience cheered in unison because they, too, had been impressed on how amazing the final contestants were. The next battles would be held after a day, but before that, each of the contestants were once again asked to draw ballots so that they would be placed in one of the 4 team brackets, from which only one would emerge victorious. The Elite Four would then fight in the semifinals. Even if they lost the match, they would still receive amazing rewards from the sponsors of the event. After picking their numbers, a giant projection appeared at the center of the arena, showing the names of the contestants and their respective divisions. Bracket A: Prince Maximilian, Prince Jason, Pearl McLean, Alanska Lafitte. Bracket B: Kenneth Shin Ashley, Jared Toussaint, Tasha Hayes, Zanhast Valetieri, Eleazar Blackthorn Seed Player. Bracket C: Ephemera Fortuna, Zach Knowles, Frederick Maslin, Sylvanus Rawl. Bracket D: Lilith Lynn, Alanon Mosley, Jeed Walker, Luther Luna. The Craterians groaned when they saw that their 2 princes were in the same division. It meant that only one of them would be able to advance to the next round, to fight in the semifinals. The members of the Crater royal family also felt the same when they saw the final placement of the contestants in the last elimination round. Majority of the audience was quite surprised because among those who had joined the tournament, the Elven race had only sent 4 representatives. 3 out of 4 managed to survive the competition, which proved that the Silvermoon continent was still a force to reckon with. The leader of the elves, Zach Knowles, was quite disappointed. He had heard the story of the half-elf that had fought in the War of the Southern Continent and wished to fight him in battle. Although William's name brought fear to the anti-human faction, those who idolized the human hero, Maxwell, thought highly of him. It could even be said that Zach's reason for traveling to the Crater Empire was to meet the legendary shepherd. He wanted to meet his idol, who stood against the guardians of the Silvermoon continent, and ask if he could become his sworn brother for life. Lilith Lynn, the Amazon princess, scanned the other contestants with a greedy look. She had come with the Amazon Empress to the Crater Empire to find powerful men that they could bring back to their empire. The Amazons were a race composed purely of women. Due to the blessing of their goddess, they could only give birth to girls. Because of this, they were on the constant lookout for strong men, whom they would invite respectfully, or by force, to become their partners to give birth to strong individuals who would raise the prestige of their empire. For them, the Tournament of Champions was the perfect place to find strong men. They didn't care what race they were. They could be humans, elves, demons, dwarves, beastkin, or any other races. In the end, their offspring would always be human girls, so they weren't too picky with the race. All they cared about was strength. The stronger the men, the more they wanted him to become their stud. The Amazon Empress looked down from her VIP seat with a smile. She had already chosen a few individuals among the finalists. Even if they lost, she would still give them an invitation to return to the Amazon Empire with them. Kenneth Shin Ashley, Empress Andraste, the sovereign of the Amazons, mused. He will definitely be one of the seeds that I will bring back to Ares after this tournament is over. Empress Andraste had noticed the irregularity of Kenneth and thought of him as someone who carried a very rare bloodline. The Amazons had the unique ability to be able to awaken the unique powers of their father's bloodline. Because of this, they prized those who came from influential families that have unique abilities exclusive to their bloodline. For the Empress, Kenneth was like an apple that she wanted to take a bite of no matter what. Patience, Empress Andraste thought. At most the tournament will be finished in 2 weeks. I need to make the necessary preparations beforehand to ensure that the seeds we take back will not be able to escape our grasp. Too bad, that William boy is not here. I heard great things about him. Empress Andraste sighed. Due to her vast information network, she had already known William's name and the achievements that he had made back in the southern continent. If she were to choose between William and Kenneth, she would definitely choose the red-headed teenager as the ideal choice. The Amazon Empress leaned back on the couch, as her gaze landed on her daughter, Lilith. Empress Andraste had no doubt in her mind that her daughter would become the champion of the tournament. Her only concern was whether her darling daughter would become too greedy, and create a ruckus before the semifinal matches began. As Lilith, who was standing in the arena, continued to scan the faces of the finalists, she was like a connoisseur that was looking for the perfect dish to eat. A frown appeared on her face when her gaze landed on Kenneth. Kenneth had long noticed Lilith's uniqueness. He sighed in relief that the Amazon warrior wasn't in the bracket where he belonged. The silver-haired teenager had his guard up, just in case the young lady staring at him tried to do something funny. Lilith snorted, and ignored Kenneth. Although he was quite good-looking, she was not a fan of delicate-looking boys. For her, the ideal man should be imposing and carry himself with arrogance. She was a girl that preferred bad boys over gentlemen. After taking a good look at the people around her, Lilith grinned because there were a few individuals that caught her interest. She knew that after beating them up into submission, they would gladly follow her to the Amazon Empire, where they would become her toy, until she found someone better. Chapter 599, William Von Ainsworth, launching. A hysterical laughter rang out across the 25th floor of Babylon. Several myriad beasts were obliterated as a powerful laser beam bathed them in a golden light. William sneered from inside the cockpit of a giant robot as he faced off against hundreds of myriad beasts that were out to destroy him. It had been a long time since he had this much fun, and he planned to enjoy himself to the fullest. Several hours earlier, after several hardships, William and Chiffon had arrived at the floor of creation. Upon arrival, the half-elf saved a pretty girl who was being chased by men wearing some kind of imperial uniform. After beating the crap out of them, a young master of the ruling family, who governed the 25th floor, arrived at the scene. The newcomer immediately reprimanded William for getting in his way. "You must be new here," Zanhast Colton said while glaring at William. "Release my little sister before I ask the enforcers to capture you and imprison you for life. How dare you take her hostage? Little sister." William blinked as he looked down on the young lady that was latched on him like a leech. The pretty girl with dark brown hair smiled sweetly and looked at William as if she had found her Prince Charming. My hero, Marissa Colton, Zanhast's little sister, rested her head on William's chest, which made Zanhast clench his fist in anger. "You, bastard, let go of my sister now," Zanhast roared. William tried to detach the pretty leech that was clinging to him because he didn't want to add another ruling family to the list of those who were after his life. The clash against the Agnes family was troublesome enough, so if possible, he would like to avoid this kind of situation as much as possible. No matter how William tried, Marissa refused to let go. The half-elf didn't dare exert force because he was afraid that he would hurt the girl, leading to a confrontation between him and the Colton family. "Are you deaf? I said to unhand my little sister." "Calm your tits, bro. Can't you see that it is your sister that doesn't want to let go?" Chiffon, who was watching from the side, frowned. Marissa was clinging to William and it was making her feel irritated. Due to her sensitive nose, she could tell that the daughter of the Colton family was using perfume. The fragrance had already attached itself to William's clothes, as if marking him as her man. Of course, this was something that Chiffon had assumed. In reality, Marissa was unaware of what was happening. "Big brother is mine," Chiffon thought. "Mine." The pink-haired girl stepped forward and forcefully pried the pretty girl, who had started to sniff the half-elf's clothes, off of William. Hey, don't be too rough," Marissa cried out when Chiffon used her strength to pull her away from her Prince Charming. Chiffon didn't care about the girl's nonsense and immediately pushed the thieving cat towards Zanhast, who hurriedly caught her in a firm embrace. After dealing with the pest, Chiffon clung to William and buried her head on his chest. She then opened her mouth and devoured the fragrance that lingered on his clothes. The pink-haired girl would not allow a random girl to mark her big brother under her watchful eye. William scratched his head because he didn't know what to do in his current situation. In the end, he decided to hold Chiffon in a princess carry and left the scene as fast as he could. Little did he know that his episode with the brother and sister pair wouldn't end then and there. Marissa, who had been tossed aside by William, was in a very foul mood. She couldn't believe that someone would dare to reject her advances on the floor that was ruled by her family. Because of this, she went to the trial grounds, bringing along her maidservants, as well as her overprotective big brother, Saintess. "Marissa, what are we doing here?" Saintess asked. "Don't tell me you plan to make trouble for those two players." Marissa turned her head and glared at her big brother. She had been spoiled by her family ever since she was a little child. Because of this, she had developed a habit of always getting what she wanted, even if she had to brute force her way to do it. She knew that no matter what she did, her parents, and her brother, would clean up her mess for her. "What of it?" Marissa pouted. "Big brother, that little girl bullied me. My hand still hurts because of her." Marissa showed her reddened hand to Saintess, which made the latter's gaze soften. "It was your fault for clinging to that stranger," Saintess replied. "Did you forget Grandma's warning? There is a chance that you might get pregnant if you hold hands with a boy." The corner of Marissa's lips twitched when she heard her brother's reply. "Big brother, I am no longer a child that you can trick with such nonsense." Marissa huffed. "If you don't want to help me, then get out of my way." Marissa angrily walked away. She knew that William and Chiffon had just arrived in the floor of creation. Because of this, she decided to head straight towards the trial grounds, where the tests would be taken in order to proceed to the next floor. The floor of creation was a unique floor. On this floor, people would fight against each other. However, instead of a simple fight, each person was allowed to create anything that they wanted. Of course, there is a limitation to this law. They could only summon things that they knew by heart. Marissa may not be a fighter, but she was a scholar. She had read many ancient books, and learned a lot from them. Because of this, she was hailed as the greatest obstacle that the players had to face in order to proceed to the next floor. Whenever Marissa was in the trial ground, the players who knew about her notoriety would cancel their appointment and wait until she left the premises, before challenging the examiner that was assigned to the trial. The moment Marissa arrived at the trial ground, she immediately saw William and Chiffon in the crowd. A sneer appeared on her pretty face as she marched towards the examiner who was about to start the examination. "I will take over from here," Marissa declared. "You may stand down." "Why, young lady, what are you doing here?" The examiner stuttered. "Are you deaf? I said I will take over here. Stand down." "You understood. I apologize for my mistake." Marissa snorted and stepped on the podium. She then focused her attention on Chiffon, who was looking back at her with a frown. "You bitch, I will teach you not to mess around with me." Marissa cursed Chiffon in her heart. After looking at the annoying pink bug, Marissa shifted his attention to the other players who were about to take the trial. The moment their eyes met, the players hurriedly left the place in fear of facing Marissa's wrath. Only William and Chiffon remained because they didn't know how difficult it was to pass the test when Marissa took on the role as examiner. "I will now explain the details of this trial," Marissa said with a smile as she looked at William. "As you may already know, this floor is called the floor of creation. Inside this domain, everyone is able to create something out of thin air, and use it to aid them in battle. In order to pass, you must defeat me and my big brother in combat. Don't worry, we will take it easy on you." Marissa laughed internally. Even though she said that she would take it easy, she had no intention of giving William and the hateful pink bug any handicap. She would use her full power to defeat William, with the intention of showing him how powerful she was. With a wave of her hand, Marissa activated the privilege granted to her family by the guardian of the floor. William and Chiffon found themselves in a wasteland. The environment was quite desolate and dark clouds blocked the sky. Marissa and Saintess stood 200 meters away from their opponents. The older brother pitied William and Chiffon because they had no idea what they were about to face. Even if he didn't assist her little sister, the two players wouldn't be able to beat her even if all the players earlier assisted them in battle. "Allow me to demonstrate how this floor works," Marissa said with a smirk. A few seconds later, dozens of giant beasts appeared behind her. The corner of William's lips twitched when he saw this. The system had informed him that all of the beasts that Marissa had created were all myriad beasts. "Now that you have seen how this trial works, I'll give you a minute to create something that you can use to win against me," Marissa stated. She was overflowing with confidence because she had stood in this battleground countless times before. The pretty girl was even looking forward to what William could do in this hopeless situation. "Let me confirm something, I can create anything, right?" William asked. "Yes," Marissa nodded. "However, it must be something that you are knowledgeable about. You can't create something that doesn't exist." "Okay." William grinned. He had bought the information of each floor from the Merchant Guild and had a vague understanding about the power of creation that the 25th floor specialized in. In fact, he was even looking forward to going to this floor because there was something that he had missed in his previous lifetime. Growing up, William had dreamed of riding a giant robot. The half-elf closed his eyes and let his imagination run wild. The air trembled, and a giant robot that looked like a Gandam appeared behind him. William held Chiffon's hand as a beam of light shot down towards them. Immediately, the half-elf found himself inside a cockpit holding a PlayStation controller in his hands. The cockpit was a two-seater and Chiffon sat snugly behind him. William's eyes glowed with excitement as he pressed the button of his controller. The Gandam started to move, which made the half-elf incredibly excited. "Okay, let's do this." William grinned like a little boy who had found his favorite toy. William Von Ainsworth, launching. The giant robot's rocket boosters that were located on its back roared to life. It then charged forward like a rocket that was about to go to space. Marissa and Zanhast looked at the unknown metallic creature in front of them. This was the first time they had seen such a thing, but for some reason, they felt that they would have to take this fight seriously if they wanted to win against William. Chapter 600. The Smile of a Devil. Chiffon couldn't understand what was going on. 1 minute she was standing beside her big brother, the next second she was seated on a chair with a belt that held her in place. William's chuckle reached her ears as the Gandam charged fearlessly towards the dozens of myriad beasts that he was supposed to fight. A monster that looked similar to Godzilla roared at the giant robot and released a fire breath. William sneered as he moved the joysticks in his controller, and evaded the monster's attack with ease. "System, tell me all the weapons that we have right now and how to use them," William ordered. Right now, William was just testing the speed of the Gandam as he maneuvered in the terrain. Several magical attacks flew in his direction, but he easily dodged all of them. Seeing that their attacks weren't working, the myriad beasts decided to engage William in close combat. It was also at that moment when the system finished analyzing the giant robot that William was currently controlling. Finished analyzing Gandam's weaponry: beam sabers, plasma beam cannons, railguns, beam rifle, Vulcans, chest Gatling guns, homing missiles. Would the host like to synchronize with the Gandam for maximum performance? William didn't think twice and agreed with the synchronization. Right after the system successfully established the connection between William and the Gandam, the red-headed teenager felt like the entire giant robot had become his body. He knew exactly well its capabilities, and the proper usage and range of its weapons. After that brief relay of information in his brain, the smile on William's face widened. "I've always wanted to try this once," William thought as a seed seemed to sprout in his consciousness. It was some kind of awakening that it was hard to describe. Immediately, his concentration drastically increased and his senses encompassed the entire battlefield. The system had automatically locked on the myriad beasts that were approaching him and just waiting for William's order. "Beam rifle and railguns, open fire," William shouted as he pressed the buttons on his controller. Several laser beams erupted from the Gandam. The myriad beasts had no time to avoid and their heads exploded like watermelons. "I'm not done yet." William took out the Gandam's beam sabers and attacked the remaining myriad beasts in close combat. With a slash, he cut off the head of a black-scaled saber-toothed tiger that was 5 meters tall. The saber-toothed tiger was fast, but it was not as fast as William's giant robot, which had rocket boosters attached on its back. Seeing that her monster army was decreasing at an alarming pace, Marissa hurriedly summoned more. She couldn't believe what was happening. In the past, a single myriad beast was enough to scare away the players who were unlucky enough to have her as their examiner. Now, she summoned over 30 myriad beasts in order to trample William's and Chiffon's chances of clearing the trial. However, the scene that was playing in front of her eyes was a far cry to what she had envisioned in her mind. This is not happening," Marissa stuttered. "What is that thing?" Zanhast was also in awe of what he was witnessing firsthand. This was the first time he was seeing such a thing and it broke his common sense. However, as the direct descendants of the Colton family, they couldn't afford to back down. Their battle was being displayed outside of the trial grounds, and everyone was able to see the battle in real time. The players that had left earlier couldn't stop their mouths from opening wide. Some of them were even paying extra close to William's Gandam, in the hope that they would be able to create it as well in order to pass their trials. Sister, focus on summoning land beasts, Xianxia ordered. I will summon aerial beasts. Marissa wasn't someone that liked being ordered, but right now, she was not in the right state to argue with her brother. She just nodded her head and summoned all the millennial and myriad beasts that their family had recorded for the past thousands of years. Soon, over 1,000 beasts appeared on the battlefield. Half of them were flying in the air, and the others were on the ground trying to get as close as possible to the fast-moving robot. Oogway, Exid, and Eve, who were watching William's and Chiffon's journey, couldn't believe what they were seeing. The cucumber that the little turtle had already bitten fell out of its mouth due to how shocked it was. The other guardians were also looking at the Gandam with fascination. They hadn't seen anything like it even in their own worlds. Because of this, they gave the battle in the floor of creation their undivided attention. If other people were to see the powerful beasts in front of them, they would probably faint. However, William just roared in laughter. Good. More target practice. William pressed the triangle button on his controller and the homing missiles on the Gandam's back, and feet flew towards their target. Millennial beasts. Myriad beasts. So what? How could they possibly win against high-tier weapons that could even destroy space colonies? The Gandam held the two beam rifles in his hand and merged them together, creating the Buster Cannon, which was as strong as a battleship main cannon. The two plasma beam cannons protruding behind the giant robot's back also activated and aimed at the monsters in front of it. Buster cannons, fire! William roared and three powerful beams of light shot out from the tips of the weapons in his arsenal. The monsters that the beams hit disintegrated, as well as those that were behind their back. William moved the cannon sideways, and the laser beams decimated everything it hit in a straight line. Its firepower was truly unbelievable. Perhaps, if William had the Gandam during the war in the southern continent, the elves wouldn't have stood a chance, even if they had their guardians with them. Perhaps, the immortal phoenix, Sephirin, would be the only one to survive such destructive power, and that was only a possibility. Marissa and Xianxia had to cover their eyes due to the intensity of the light that almost blinded them. When the light receded, only ruins remained. All the monsters had vanished, leaving only the brother and sister standing in place. Marissa and Xianxia watched as the giant robot landed a few meters away from them. The cockpit on its chest opened up, revealing William with a big smile on his face. Please, summon more, William pleaded. I still haven't played enough. Marissa's eyes rolled up into their sockets when she heard William's requests. Creating beasts was no easy feat because it required strong mental power. After summoning hundreds of them, the pretty girl had reached her limit, and William's carefree words gave the finishing blow. Xianxia hurriedly caught his little sister and sighed internally. He then looked up at the half-elf that was smiling down on them. The eldest son of the current patriarch of the Colton clan hadn't seen the devil race yet. However, after looking at William's delighted expression, he believed that if the rumored devil race existed, they would definitely look like the half-elf, whose devilish smile made the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. Chapter 601, From now on, your name will be Optimus. William's and Chiffon's trial had ended, but the half-elf refused to leave the trial grounds. He and the system were busy thinking of ways that they could smuggle the Gandam off of the floor of creation. After having a taste of piloting the giant robot, William was very reluctant to let it go. He was adamant about finding a way to smuggle, or recreate, the giant robot, so that he could use it in the outside world. The system was currently busy analyzing the law of creation that managed the 25th floor. Although the Gandam was a fictional thing, William believed that there was a possibility that it could be replicated if one knew how the laws of creation worked. Xianxia had already left the trial grounds along with his unconscious sister, Marissa. He had given up trying to convince William to leave and allow the other players to use the trial grounds. As a compromise, William took the giant robot at the very corner of the vast plains, in order to not get in the way of the trial of others. Frankly, all the players didn't mind this setup because they were still busy analyzing William's robot from afar. They had seen how amazing it was, and even the patriarch and elders of the Colton family were very interested in it. Host, it is impossible to recreate the laws of creation. I checked the database to see if it could be done, but the ability to materialize things out of thin air is only exclusive to this floor. Can we manufacture it then? No. William was unwilling to give up. He asked the system to check the god shop if there was any item that they could use to smuggle the robot off of the 25th floor. After half an hour of searching, the two still couldn't find a way to make William's wish come true. Just as the two were about to give up, the three divinities in William's consciousness began to glow. A minute later, a small, yet perfect replica of the Gundam appeared on top of the CPU core. The system's monotonous voice became sharper, and had more life in it. After the changes had been made, the giant robot faded away, leaving William and Chiffon standing right next to each other. System, what happened? William asked. For some reason, a sense of anticipation was bubbling inside his chest. The CPU core has been upgraded to a higher grade. Importing all preferences from home interface. The system replied in a tone that reminded William of Eon Man's artificial intelligence, Jarvis. Would you like to bestow a name to the system? William's eyes widened in shock when he saw the message on his status page. System, do you want me to give you a name? Affirmative. Host, please, give me a name. The half-elf rubbed his chin as he pondered. The system had been with him since he was young, and it had helped him tremendously in his journey. He had to give it a good name no matter what. How about I give you the name The Strongest System? Host, please take this seriously. Your naming skills suck, by the way. William chuckled because not only did the system's voice change, its interactions had become more lifelike as well. He liked how snarky it had become. How about Arwen, Lelouch, Saitama, Gone, Rejected, Gok, Peacock? Host, do you want me to electrocute you? William scratched his head. Giving names had not always been easy for him, so he was at a loss on what to do. Suddenly, he remembered Truck Kun that had hit him during the time when he was about to cross to the silver portal that he had chosen. Because of this incident, William was born in a world that was not his choosing. Even so, the world he was currently living in had given him a wonderful family, friends, and lovers who truly cared about him. A smile appeared on William's face as he looked at the head of the Gundam replica that was talking back to him. Optimus, William said, from now on, your name will be Optimus. Optimus, very well, from now on, you may call me Optimus. System has been bestowed a name. New features added. System's completion rate, 3%. All stats increase by 50 points. Every time the completion rate reaches a 20% completion marker, all stats will increase by 50 points. Once the completion rate reaches 100%, the system will be able to unlock its true abilities. Once the completion rate reaches 100%, all stats will increase by 1000 points. Once the completion rate reaches 100%, the title, Strongest System, will be unlocked. The additional features caught William completely by surprise. He didn't expect that his insistence to smuggle the Gundam would bring out unexpected results. Optimus, how do I increase your completion rate? William inquired. He was very keen to raise Optimus' competition rate as soon as he could. The rewards were quite enticing, and he definitely wouldn't pass up the opportunity to complete it as soon as possible. I will grow as the host grows stronger. Whenever the host makes a breakthrough, or passes a certain milestone, the completion rate will also increase. I see. William crossed his arms over his chest. Chiffon, who was standing beside William, was looking at him in confusion. Her big brother had been muttering something every now and then as if he was talking to someone. Also, he would nod his head from time to time as if agreeing to something. Fortunately, before Chiffon could ask if William was fine, the half-elf turned his head to look at her. Are you ready to go to the next floor? William asked with a smile. Chiffon nodded. As soon as the two held hands, both of them transformed into beams of light that shot towards the sky. A new adventure was about to begin, but they were still several floors away from their goal. William didn't know how long it would take until they reached the 51st floor, but he was sure of one thing. Whatever trial was waiting for them there, its difficulty couldn't compare to the previous floors that they had visited. After all, no one had cleared it for the past 1,000 years. Although it didn't show on his face, William was feeling anxious. The trials they had undertaken seemed simple, but in reality they were not. Take the Floor of Partings for example. If William didn't have the Undying Lands, or the Dungeon of Atlantis, there wouldn't be a way for him to use the loophole that the laws of the floor held. Chiffon would have been stuck on the 10th floor and would have to wait for William to pick her up on her way back from the tower. The same could be said for the Floor of Creation. Fighting hundreds of myriad beasts. This was a near impossible feat. William just so happened to know about a giant robot which had the capabilities to turn anything beyond the rank of demigod into ashes. If not for that, they would be stuck on the 25th floor due to Marissa's grudge. Even so, William and Chiffon had no choice but to continue. Their goal was to clear the 51st floor, and there was nothing he could do about it. Whatever dangers lurked on that floor that had blocked humanity's advance, he would have to face it head-on, or risk staying on that floor forever. Chapter 602, Acting High and Mighty doesn't suit your senile face. Cheers resounded in the arena as two fighters stood with their weapons drawn. Prince Jason faced Alenska Lafitte from the demonic continent. The two fighters appraised each other with a critical eye. Anyone that had survived the harsh competition wasn't someone ordinary, and although Prince Jason was arrogant, he knew that he couldn't underestimate the lady that was in front of him. Battle start, the referee declared as he stepped outside the arena. Prince Jason raised his sword and Alenska summoned her spear. A second later, both fighters lunged at each other. Having a longer reach, Alenska unleashed a consecutive barrage of spear thrusts, which forced Prince Jason to take defensive actions. The attack didn't last long because Alenska noticed something wasn't right. She jumped away from where she stood, just in time to evade a metallic spike that jutted out of the ground. Prince Jason didn't miss this opportunity and closed the gap between them. He specialized in metal magic, just like Wendy, but his technique was more refined than William's lover. In order to prevent Alenska from regaining her stance, several metallic spears materialized in the air and flew in her direction. The demonic lady sneered as she twirled her spear, creating a purple barrier. The metallic spears pelted it to no avail, but that was only a distraction that Prince Jason created. As soon as he came within strike range, the prince activated his artifact and slashed the barrier. At first, many thought that it was a futile attempt, but as soon as the sword touched the barrier, it went through as if the barrier didn't exist. Alenska didn't expect the turn of events, and hurriedly tried to block the attack, but it was already too late. With a shout, Prince Jason cut off the demonic lady's arm as the latter bit her lip to prevent herself from screaming out loud. She had forced herself to lean to the side and sacrificed her left arm, in order to survive the killing blow that was meant to slice her body in half. Prince Jason was about to do a follow-up attack, but something unexpected happened. The arm that he had just cut off pierced his right shoulder, which broke his momentum. Alenska screeched and thrust her spear forward, with the intention to stab Prince Jason's chest, destroying his heart in the process. Princess Vanessa, who was watching from the royal seats, covered her eyes as a whimper escaped her lips. She didn't dare to look at her beloved's unexpected demise at the hand of the demonic lady whom she thought was as good as dead. No one expected Alenska's counterattack to be so fierce. Blood sprayed in the air as the weapon hit its target. A scream filled with pain and disbelief resounded in the arena. Alenska's spear had grazed Prince Jason's waist, and the prince's sword was firmly planted on her chest. How? Alenska asked as blood spilled at the corner of her lips. Prince Jason twisted his sword, completely crushing the demon's heart. Until her last breath, Alenska didn't hear the prince's reply. Prince Jason knelt on the ground as he pressed his hand over the wound on his waist. The demonic lady's spear was coated in a powerful poison that even a scratch was enough to kill a person in minutes. Prince Jason forcefully slowed down his blood flow, and tried to slow down the poison from invading his body. The referee hurriedly declared the end of the match, and several clerics standing at the side ran towards the arena. The head cleric ran a diagnostic scan on the prince's body and hissed at his discovery. Venom from the two-horned world cobra. The head cleric immediately administered a powerful cure spell, but he knew that it would only help slow down the poison. The two-horned world cobra was one of the myriad beasts that lorded over one of the territories in the demonic continent. Its poison was very potent, and the only way to cure it completely was to use the divinity of the gods. Quick, take him to Amon's temple. The head cleric ordered. The cleric knew that this was a fruitless task. There was no way that Prince Jason would be able to resist the poison until they arrived at the temple, but there was nothing he could do. He could only pray that the emperor wouldn't punish him for his inability to save the prince's life. As the clerics were about to carry their prince, a cold and commanding voice stopped them in their tracks. There's no need to go to the temple. A beautiful woman with purple hair appeared a few meters away from where they stood. I will take over from here. Lady Alina, the head cleric stuttered. He didn't expect that the oracle of Amon's temple would be present in the tournament. Alina ignored the head cleric and pressed her hand over Prince Jason's chest. She then closed her eyes and muttered a short prayer for the god that watched over the Crater Empire. Great Amen, our Lord and Guardian, hear my prayer in my troubled hour, Alina prayed reverently. Renew my strength so I might show the world your greatness. Sustain our prince with your power, so he may overcome this obstacle. I seek this of you, our Lord and Savior. Absolve our prince with your infinite mercy. A bluish light descended from the heavens and covered Prince Jason's body. When the light receded, Prince Jason's injuries were completely healed. Although his face was still a bit pale, his life was no longer in danger. The head cleric thanked the oracle as he ordered his subordinates to carry the prince out of the arena. Too bad, the demon general, Zagarl Raneth, thought. The handsome demon general with gray hair, and two protruding horns on his head leaned on his chair in disappointment. He was Carter's superior and the one responsible for the plan to abduct the talented young men and women of the Helen Royal Academy. Unfortunately, his plan failed and two of his trusted subordinates had died in the aftermath. The demon general was hoping that the prince would also die along with their disposable pawn. That way, there would be less competitors, and it would also deal a devastating blow to the Crater royal family. Although some of the emperors and kings had gathered in the Crater Empire for the competition, that didn't mean that their rivalries had ended. It was not only Zagarl who felt the same. Several of the Crater Empire's rivals and enemies were disappointed that the Oracle of Amen was present in the competition. If she wasn't, then one of the princes would have died, giving them a reason to celebrate. Some of them glanced at Emperor Leonidas, who was seated far from them in the VIP box that was reserved for the rulers of the central continent. The emperor had a calm expression on his face. No one could tell what he was thinking, or what he felt at that time. As if understanding their intentions, Emperor Leonidas smirked as he looked down on the arena. Only weaklings and cowards scheme in the dark, the emperor said with confidence. These kinds of people will not amount to anything. They will forever be mediocre. The emperors, kings, as well as the patriarchs of the other influential families were very tempted to spit on the emperor of the Crater Empire. Among all of them, Emperor Leonidas was known as a schemer. This was why he was given the title of the emperor that stood above the clouds. Have you no shame, old man? Empress Andraste wasn't able to take the Crater Emperor's words lying down. You should just retire and wait until the day you kick the bucket. Acting high and mighty doesn't suit your senile face. Emperor Leonidas chuckled and completely ignored Empress Andraste's outburst. Among the sovereigns seated near him, the Amazon Empress was one of the handful of people that could openly berate him like this. After all, the two of them had gone adventuring together when they were still young. They even shared several romantic nights together. It was quite unfortunate that their unions had borne no fruit. This was one of Emperor Leonidas' regrets. The same could be said to the Empress Andraste, who still held some lingering attachment to the man who took all of her firsts. If only a child was born between them, then their relationship wouldn't have become distant, as they parted ways to rule their own empires. Chapter 603, Prince Maximilian's Unexpected Move. This is a surprise, a beautiful elf with light green hair said with a smile. You don't look disappointed. Prince Maximilian grinned as he summoned his rapier. Lady McLean, although we quarrel and treat each other as rivals, the members of our family don't find satisfaction in the death of our kin. I will appreciate it if you remember that. Pearl McLean nodded her head as she summoned her bow. I will remember that. The earlier battle may have ended quickly, but the outcome of the match was something that the spectators didn't expect. One died, and the other one would have also died, if not for the Oracle personally making an appearance. Battle start, the referee declared. Immediately, Pearl jumped backwards and her body floated in the air. The elves were known for their strong magical power and affinity to wind and earth magic. Some of them specialized in spirit magic, which allowed them to summon spirits to aid them in battle. Unlike all elves, Pearl was a prodigy that specialized in wind magic. She was also Charmaine's older sister. The reason why she joined the tournament was to find William and ask him to release her sister. Several of the survivors that had returned to the Silvermoon continent had told her that her sister had been taken hostage by the half-elf who was also the son of the human hero and the Saintess. Pearl was out on a mission when the elven expedition sailed to the south. She only knew about the events that transpired there when she returned to the Silvermoon continent. Because of this, she begged the Elven Council to allow her to be one of the elven representatives that would go to the Crater Empire and participate in the Tournament of Champions. The council approved her request because Pearl was truly one of the most outstanding members of the young generation. However, She had been made to swear an oath to never antagonize William. Clearly, the Elven Council didn't want to have another confrontation with William after what happened to the southern continent. Pearl released several wind arrows with deadly precision. Although she could only use wind magic, her proficiency with it was well beyond the ability of her peers. If there was a ranking among the young prodigies of the elven race, Pearl would be on the top 5 because of her uncanny fighting ability. Prince Maximilian's face remained calm as he dodged the attacks that were coming at him from different directions. The elven beauty didn't stay in one location, and flew all over the arena, sending a rain of arrows that showed no mercy. The prince dodged, and deflected those that he couldn't dodge. The fight had only been around 2 minutes when something unexpected happened. "Okay, you are good," Prince Maximilian said as he dodged an arrow that was aimed at his head. "I concede." Pearl, who was jumping around the arena, almost lost her balance when she landed on the ground. She was secretly preparing a full-powered attack that was capable of destroying half of the arena once it was unleashed. However, before she could finish her plan, the Crater Prince had already surrendered, which left a complicated feeling in her heart. "Are you sure you want to surrender?" The referee asked Prince Maximilian for confirmation. The prince nodded his head. "Yes, I concede this match. It is Lady McLean's victory." Prince Maximilian gave the beautiful elf a curt nod before leaving the arena. The citizens of the Crater Empire didn't react to their prince's surrender, but the foreign guests were unable to understand why Prince Maximilian gave up on the match. A few minutes later, Prince Maximilian appeared in the VIP box reserved for the Crater royal family. "It seems that you met someone very formidable, cousin," Princess Vanessa said in a teasing tone. Prince Maximilian chuckled as he sat beside the girl who had developed a crush on Prince Jason, ever since she was 10 years old. Since marrying their relatives was a common practice among the Crater royal family, no one prevented Princess Vanessa from making advances on Prince Jason. Unfortunately, the one she loved didn't seem to be too interested in her. Although they could talk normally, and even spent some time alone with each other, the fifth prince of the Crater Empire never said, did, or implied anything that added fuel to Princess Vanessa's infatuation. Even so, the princess believed that as long as she endured and persevered, her feelings would reach her beloved, and he would, in turn, return the overflowing feelings she had for him. "Yes, she is indeed very formidable," Prince Maximilian replied. "If I stayed there for half a minute longer, I would have definitely died. That bitch intended to take half of the arena with me." Prince Maximilian's scholarly facade disappeared as he openly cursed Pearl within their VIP box. This room had been engraved by powerful runes, so he wasn't worried that everything he said would be heard by others. For him, everyone in the room was family, except for Ian, who was seated beside Princess Sidonie. Even so, he believed that William's retainer was someone that could keep his lips sealed when it came to the secrets of the Crater family. Prince Darren, the second prince, almost choked on the fruit juice he was drinking. Many thought that Prince Maximilian was a strong fighter, but the truth was, he was more of a scholar. The other princes and princesses were also alarmed by their cousin's words, because they knew that the eldest among them wasn't someone who liked making excuses. The prince was trained to fight using a sword since he was young, which helped cement the citizens' misunderstanding that he was a prodigy that excelled in sword fights. In reality, the first prince's sword skills were only average. However, his true specialty lay in fire magic, but this was something that only the members of the royal family knew. Prince Maximilian rarely used this skill because it was his trump card. Those who had seen him use his magic had long been erased from the world. He would not allow anyone to know the secret he was hiding, not only for his sake, but for the sake of the entire royal family, since the Crater family had a secret hidden in their bloodline. The reason why the people thought that Prince Maximilian specialized in sword fighting was due to the prince's inborn blessing, which was clairvoyance. Prince Maximilian could see the things that would happen in the future. This ability only triggered if his life would be in danger. This was why, among the princes of the Crater Empire, he was the least likely to die in any given situation. While fighting against Pearl, the prince saw himself being blasted into pieces by a powerful spell with unknown origins. Since he had no intention of dying, the prince ate his pride and surrendered. He would rather live and fight another day, than die and not see another day. It was a very easy decision to make, and Prince Maximilian chose the most suitable option that would guarantee his life. With this, the battles within Bracket A had almost been settled. Emperor Leonidas knew of his grandson's ability, so when the latter chose to surrender, he didn't berate him. In the end, only one prince would proceed to the next round, so it didn't matter if Prince Maximilian won or not. Although the last battle was a bit lackluster, there was nothing that anyone could do about it. The next set of matches would be held the next day, and it would be Bracket B's turn to take the spotlight. Princess Sidonie and Ian were also very interested to see the results of those battles. After all, the one whom they had their eyes on, Kenneth, would be in tomorrow's battle. The beautiful princess and her other half hoped that the lucky streak of the silver-haired pretty boy would end. He was a threat to their happiness, so she wished with everything she had that William's ex-roommate would kick the bucket. Ian knew what Princess Sidonie was thinking and smiled bitterly. If someone were to ask her if she liked or disliked Kenneth, the answer would be yes. However, she also felt that the boy really didn't have any malice or hostility towards William. It just so happened that he was so tight-lipped about the message he was carrying. If only Kenneth had said the words that they wanted to hear, the two ladies might have been more than happy to allow him to personally pass his message to William, who was busy challenging the floors of the Tower of Babylon. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.